Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 69. As night falls, the faint moonlight shines on Jingling Court, but it cannot dispel the darkness of the night, but makes the night even more quiet. But today's Jingling Court is particularly turbulent. It can even be said that the entire Jingling Court was in an uproar, with all kinds of news spreading like crazy like a plague. Aizen has defected. Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname also defected. Chijiro Sasakaibe, the vice-captain of the 1st Division, was seriously injured. The captain personally ordered a search for a blue bead throughout the Jingling Court. Capture the 3 Aizens who are wanted and hiding in Shirayuki. The Shinigami were stunned when they heard the news. 3 captains defected, which is almost a quarter of all captains. Among them is surprisingly the gentle Aizen possessing Tosen Kaname who enforces justice. In the hearts of all Shinigami, even if Zaraki Kenpachi betrayed these 2, it would be impossible for him to betray them. Among them, the Shinigami of the 3rd, 5th, and 9th squads were the most excited because it was their captains who betrayed the Shirayuki. Many Shinigami even rushed to the 1st Division, trying to ask the captain about the whole story. But the facts are the facts and cannot be changed. A large number of Shinigami were assigned to patrol, and they inspected every corner of the Shirayuki, so that even mosquitoes had to see whose blood they sucked. And at this time in the 3rd team, Yaun's mood is even more complicated than these Shinigami. He lay on the pink bed. Even though the bed was soft, he had no intention of enjoying himself. Instead, he stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Next to him was Unohana, sitting by the bed and gently healing him with Kid. Yaun-jun, what's wrong? Aren't you going to sleep? Unohana, who was like a Yamato Nadeshiko, asked Yaun in a gentle tone. The corner of Yaun's mouth twitched. How could he dare to sleep? Afraid of falling asleep? You won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. If the person next to him was the gentle Sister Hawa from the original novel, he would fall asleep comfortably and maybe even have a wet dream. But the problem is, next to him is the Yandere Sister Hawa from the 1000-year Blood War period. This is a demon who takes pleasure in fighting and blood. He was even willing to die at the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi. Fighting is everything to her. Don't look at her being so gentle now, she might chop you with a knife in the middle of the night and then say with a smile that this is a kind of kendo. Yaun said dryly, I prefer sleeping naked, but now that you're here, Sister Hawa, I can't sleep. It's okay. Unohana smiled and said, you can sleep naked now, don't mind me, I am a doctor after all. Yaun chuckled, suddenly sat up, and yelled at Sui Feng. Sui Feng! Lord Sui Feng! Come and save me quickly. Please let Sister Hawa sleep with you. I feel like I'm going to be scared to death. Bang! A fragrant and soft pillow hit Yaun on the head. Sui Feng retracted his hand and said sleepily, shut up and be quiet. Since Captain Unohana wants to spar with you, then go ahead. She said she won't kill anyone anyway. It won't kill people, but it's scarier than killing people. Cold sweat ran down Yaun's forehead. But as time goes by. Plus, I'm a bit tired today. Yaun slowly fell into sleep. Unohana smiled softly and fell asleep beside Yaun. The next morning, Yaun vaguely felt a sharp gaze staring at him. He opened his eyes and found Sode standing beside the bed. This beautiful girl who was like a murderous maniac was looking at him with eyes that looked at scum. Sui Feng, what are you looking at? I'm not asking you to show me your panties. Yaun yawned and said lazily. Sui Feng still looked at him as if he were a scumbag, then turned to look at the person next to her and gritted his teeth. Mr. Yaun, could you please tell me why you and Captain Unohana sleep in the same bed? Yaun blinked and slowly turned his head to look to his side. Unohana was looking at him with a smile. Yaun-jun, you're awake. Yaun was so frightened that he gasped and quickly lifted the quilt to check his limbs to see if there was any missing piece. Bye. 7 or 8 pillows were thrown at Yaun's face. Sui Feng held the pillow and said angrily, "Why did you show me your naked body? I'm still wearing my underwear, okay?" Yaun complained and was surprised to find that he was actually intact. Unohana also stood up and said with a smile, "Yaun-jun, you are too suspicious. I didn't do anything last night. Only when you have enough rest can you fight with me better." As she spoke, Unohana stretched, revealing her plump and attractive figure under her pajamas. Yaun couldn't help swallowing her saliva and said dryly, "Sister Hwa, do you usually like to wear such tight pajamas?" Before, he just felt that Unohana was gentle, until she took off her death suit and changed into pajamas, he was suddenly shocked. Unohana figure. It seems to be on par with Matsumoto Ranjaku. Unohana looked at her pink pajamas, which were about to be torn by her body, and smiled a little embarrassedly, saying, "This pajamas belongs to Captain Sui Feng. It's the largest size I found in the closet. I didn't expect it to be a little small." "You too." Sui Feng's forehead was bulging with veins, and he clenched his fists, madly throwing the pillow at the two people. "Get out of here now." Her largest pajamas looked like tights on Unohana. "Doesn't this mean she's in bad shape?" The two were kicked out like this, and Yaun sighed helplessly. "Sister Hwa, if you do this, I'll be homeless at night. At least give Sui Feng some face." Unohana said with a smile, "It's okay, Yaun-kun can sleep in my bedroom, which will make it more convenient for us to fight." "I hope it's not a literal fight." Yaun complained and followed Unohana towards the 4th division. "You can't run away. He studied it for half a day yesterday. I just couldn't figure out what mark Unohana had left on me." Now he could only hope that after the fight, Unohana would be satisfied and not think of training him to become the strongest Kenpachi and then die under his sword. On the way, Yaun saw the streets that were strictly guarded, and a large number of Shinigami wearing death suits patrolled their respective positions with cold expressions. Especially the Shinigami of the 3rd, 5th, and 9th divisions, who almost have murderous gazes. But it must be said that Unohana gentle image is well known in Shirayuki. All Shinigami are very respectful when they see her, even Shinigami from the 3rd, 5th, and 9th divisions. No Shinigami suspected Yaun behind Unohana either, only thinking it was a layer of the 4th division. "Tisk tisk tisk, this is a big deal." Yaun couldn't help but smack his lips. Unohana smiled and said, "Of course, this is the biggest event in the last 100 years. Even the captain is searching for Aizen. Really? You haven't found it yet? So, Yaun-kun, do you know where Aizen and the other two are?" "Well, probably in room 46. Yaun said casually. All he knew about Aizen was the pitiful plot shown in the anime, but he also knew that he had wiped out the 46th chamber. And the most dangerous place is the safest place. As the power center of the entire Soul Society, room 46 is undoubtedly the best hiding place. Unohana was a little surprised. "Then why don't you say it out loud, Yaun-kun?" "Why should I say it?" Yaun said nonchalantly, "Since we can't catch Aizen anyway, we might as well find something for old man Yamamoto to do so that he won't keep chasing me. The reason why Aizen hasn't left Soul Society yet is entirely because Hyaku hasn't succeeded yet. But he can leave at any time if he wants to. Once the negation is spoken, even old man Yamamoto has to watch the other party enter Hueco Mundo obediently, just like in the original book." Unohana thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. In addition, she also hated the old stubborn people in room 46, so she didn't think about reporting. The two soon arrived at the 4th Squad's barracks. Vice Captain Katetsu Aizen saw Unohana coming back and quickly went to greet him with surprise. "Captain, you're finally back. Such a big thing happened last night, and you weren't here. I was so worried the whole night. Before she finished speaking, Kotetsu Aizen saw Yaun standing behind Unohana and greeting her with a smile. LV Huo Yaun, why are you here? Kotetsu Aizen stared at Yaun in astonishment. After he came to his senses, he hurriedly pulled out the soul-slaying sword and aimed it at Yaun. Did you threaten Captain Unohana? Did you abuse her last night? Yanjian, Yaun Jun is my guest, you must not be rude. Unohana. Kotetsu Aizen was startled again. One is the captain of the 4th squad. One is the notorious travel disaster. She really didn't know what the two people could have in common. But since it was the captain's order, Kotetsu Aizen reluctantly withdrew his soul-slaying blade and whispered bad things to Unohana. Captain, this guy is a disaster. He even absorbed all the buildings of our 4th division. Don't be fooled by his good looks. The captain is on the lookout for this bad boy. Even though he's not allowed to be killed, it proves that he's not a good person. Arrive. Unohana stopped. In front of me is a lonely rockery. Under Yaun's puzzled gaze, Unohana pointed his right hand at the rockery and chanted softly. In my right hand I hold the stone of connection, in my left I hold the blade of binding existence. The black-haired shepherd, the hanging chair, descends from the clouds, we hunt the red bird. The world strike ritual begins. Following Unohana voice, a rumbling sound came from the rockery in front of him, revealing a pitch-black hole. Kotetsu Aizen's mouth dropped open. Even she, the vice-captain, didn't know that the 4th division actually had such a place hidden. Yaun was surprised. Sister Hwa, why is this place the same as that Urahara guy's alternate dimension? Was he the one who created it too? Unohana chuckled and said, when I created this space, Urahara wasn't even born yet. Yaun couldn't help but smack his lips. Calculated based on Urahara age. Sister Hwa must be at least 700 or 800 years old this year. Just as he was about to take a step, a petite figure rushed over from a distance and landed beside Yaun. Broke in. Why are you here? Listening to Yaun's question, Sui Feng snorted and said. You kept making excuses yesterday, so I wanted to come over and see how terrifying the fight between you and Unohana was. Master Sui Feng, I knew you would never abandon me. You must save me when I'm in danger. What nonsense are you talking about? Who will save you? If you are killed, Master Yoruichi will be mine. Hey, I thought we were already friends. Humph, I didn't steal Yoruichi-sama's friend from me. The two of them were arguing while walking into the space inside the rockery. Not surprisingly, this is also a basement space similar to the Urahara store. Unohana walked deeper and stopped. Blue Ryutsu, which was faintly revealing murderous intent, burst out and spread out like an air garden. Sensing this Ryutsu, Sui Feng immediately revealed an expression of fear. How can there be such a fierce murderous aura? Kotetsu Aizen was also frightened. This was the second time he saw Unohana in this posture. Under the instructions of these people, Unohana turned his back to them and drew out the soul-slaying sword. In an instant, Ryutsu and murderous aura became more intense. Yaun-jun, are you ready? Unohana turned around and looked at Yaun tenderly, but her cheeks were a little red, as if she was already too fanatical to control herself. Yaun sighed, stretched out his hand, and the Ruyi Jingbang appeared in his hand. What the hell? Bring it on! Seeing the golden staff in Yaun's hand, Unohana suddenly fell silent. Where's your soul-slaying sword? Yaun swung the Ruyi Jingbang, and in the process of swinging, he created a terrifying wind pressure by relying on its weight. This is my soul-slaying blade. It has remained in this form since Shikai. Unohana didn't say anything after hearing that. He took a step and appeared in front of Yaun in an instant like a long white cloud. The soul-slaying sword in his hand swung, and its tricky angle pierced Yaun's heart. Yaun made a prompt decision, and quickly retreated while wielding the Rui Jinggu Bang, facing Unohanaretsu's soul-slaying sword head-on. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, Unohanaretsu's hands trembled continuously, and he barely managed to hold the soul-slaying sword. Katetsu Aizen only took a quick look, but he understood the problem. He raised his fist in anger and said, "Hey, bad guy Lu Huo, your soul-severing sword is too heavy. This is not a sword fight at all." Unohanaretsu licked his lips and whispered, "Yanjian, this is a sword competition, you can't say that just because someone else's soul-slaying sword is stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, Unohanaretsu rushed towards Yaun again. The knife and stick kept colliding, and the harsh sound of metal kept echoing. This time, Unohanaretsu's attack was even more fierce and tricky. Thousands of sword techniques are constantly matched. Both of them were soon covered in blood, and even their clothes were torn to shreds. Yaun glanced at the wound on his arm, then looked at Unohanaretsu's fair skin, took a step back, coughed, and bowed his head. "Sister Hwa, why don't you go change your clothes first?" Chapter 70. The super-strong Ryotsuo is also lethal and can even destroy surrounding buildings. During the fight between Yaun and Unohanaretsu, the wind pressure and Ryotsuo created by Yaun swinging his long stick were comparable to a violent white storm. The captain's Haori, which had been tough before, had become tattered, revealing the underwear and fair skin underneath. Unohanaretsu looked down and could even see half of her round breasts exposed, and with every step she took, the fullness would bounce. Katetsu Aizen's face flushed red and she quickly took off her clothes. "Captain, please wear my clothes." Sui Feng said calmly, "Unohanaretsu, you can't beat Yaun in this state, so you should release your soul-slaying sword." In her opinion, Unohanaretsu's Ryotsuo and Kendo are far stronger than Yaun's. But Yaun's soul-slaying sword turned the situation around. Unohanaretsu licked his lips, and Ryotsuo erupted from his body again, faintly revealing a bloody color, suppressing Yaun's Ryotsuo. The two's Ryotsuo collided in mid-air. It actually formed the shape of a violent ape and a bloody demon. During the Ryotsuo competition, Unohanaretsu gripped the blade tightly, ignoring the bruises on his arm, and rushed towards Yaun frantically. "Yaun-jun, I have to be serious too." The silver-white blade chopped on the golden stick. With his right hand bearing the immense force, Unohanaretsu swung his left hand violently from his sleeve. Yaun's pupils shrank and he stepped back without hesitation, but he was a step too slow and a wound appeared on his left shoulder. Blood flowed from his left shoulder like a column, staining the ground beneath his feet red. Hidden blade. He looked solemnly at the short blade held in Unohanaretsu's left hand. Unohanaretsu put it back into his sleeve and said with a smile, "Yes, this is also a kind of swordsmanship, which I learned in Rukonga 500 years ago." Yaun nodded slightly. He understood it completely. For Unohanaretsu, she likes fighting, so as long as it is a bloody battle, any warrior will do. After glancing at the wound on his left shoulder, Yaun licked his lips. "Sister Hwa, I won't be polite then. He has no interest in fighting. But I'm not interested in getting beaten. It hurts a lot to be cut by a knife. Bring it on." In an instant, the intensity of the fight between the two suddenly soared to a higher level. The golden stick and the silver-white blade kept colliding, and the sound of collision was so unbearable that Katetsu Aizen had to cover his ears. Bang! Unohanaretsu was blown away by a stick, smashing several isolated peaks in the space one after another. But before Unohanaretsu could rush out, Yaun followed like a shadow and hit the mountain with a stick. There was a loud bang. The huge mountain was smashed into pieces, with debris flying all over the sky and instantly falling to the ground, as if the bottom of the mountain had sunk half a meter. The white blade flashed. The mountain peak was cut off from the bottom of the mountain. Bloodline oozed from Unohanaretsu's shoulder, and blood beads flowed onto her skin, but she didn't care at all and continued to fight with Yaun. The two men fought from east to west, and then from west to east. Unohanaretsu's body was covered in blood. The left arm is even more irregularly bent. It was interrupted unexpectedly. Tears welled up in Kotetsu Aizen's eyes. She covered her mouth and said in a sobbing voice. The captain is injured and has been beaten all the time. She can't hurt the troublemaker at all. Captain Sui Feng, what should we do? The captain will be beaten to death. Sui Feng narrowed his eyes and said, What nonsense are you talking about, Vice Captain Kotetsu Aizen? Didn't you see? Captain Unohanaretsu is laughing. Kotetsu Aizen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Unohanaretsu, and sure enough, he saw an expression of joy and satisfaction on that gentle face. This made her look a little dazed. How can anyone take pleasure in being hurt? Sui Feng explained, these two were competing in swordsmanship, but Yaun's soul-slaying sword was very strong, so he suppressed Unohanaretsu. And Yaun's kendo skills are getting stronger and stronger. Captain Unohanaretsu must be losing his temper soon, right? Come to think of it, I haven't seen Captain Unohanaretsu's Bankai yet. I wonder what type it is. It can't be a healing type, right? Another moment passed. Unohanaretsu's body was covered with bruises, and even her gentle face was bruised. Yaun. Except for a few cuts at the beginning. There were no more wounds on the body. Seeing that Unohanaretsu was seriously injured, Yaun stopped attacking and said with a smile. Sister Hawa, let's stop here for today. I see you've been hurt quite a bit, so you should be satisfied, right? Unohanaretsu stopped and couldn't help but smiled while covering her lips. She said. Yaun-jun, do you think I have masochistic tendencies? That I feel satisfied just by getting hurt? Isn't it? Of course not. Unohanaretsu raised his soul zenth, placed his right hand on the sharp blade, and slashed it slightly, letting the blood stain the blade red. Do all this? She raised her head and said with a smile. I just love fighting, and I love the pain that comes with fighting. Yaun-jun, the warm-up is over, let's move on to the next game. To the bank. All gone. As Unohanaretsu finished speaking. The bloody, terrifying, and violent riots spread out, covering the entire alien space almost in an instant. Day seemed to turn into night in an instant. It was like entering the legendary blood river hell. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Sui Feng felt something was wrong with the soles of his feet, and when he looked down, his pupils suddenly dilated. This is blood? I saw that the ground under my feet had turned into flowing blood at some point, and the scarlet color made me feel like I was in a river of blood. Looking again, the soul-slaying sword in Unohanaretsu's hand was almost covered in sticky blood. Not so much a knife. It's more like a whip formed of blood. With Kotetsu Aizen's legs went limp, unexpectedly overwhelmed by the terrifying atmosphere and riotsu. He collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at Unohanaretsu. She had followed Unohanaretsu for hundreds of years, but this was the first time she had seen Unohanaretsu like this. She had lost her usual gentleness and softness. Instead, he looked like a murderer in blood. In this posture, Unohanaretsu swung the bloody soul-slaying sword fiercely, revealing a silver-white blade, and aimed at Yaun's figure. Next second, Yaun was surprised to find that the injuries on his body were healing. In just a few seconds, his left shoulder was back to normal. After thinking for a few seconds, Yaun turned to look at Unohanaretsu and said in surprise. Sister Hawa, what exactly is the power of your soul-slaying blade Bankai? Why does it heal enemies? Is it purely a healing tool? Although Unohanaretsu has used her own Bankai in the manga, no details are given and her abilities are not revealed. But this is the soul-severing sword of Soul Society's greatest villain, unprecedented and unparalleled. It is absolutely unlikely to be a pure healing system. Yaun-kun, the soul's and sword's ability is the Shinigami's greatest secret, known only to those closest to them. Unohana said with a smile, but since it is Yaun-kun, I can tell you the true power of my soul-slaying sword. As she spoke, she swung the soul-slaying sword like a blood whip, splashing drops of blood, and said in a gentle voice. My Bankai is all used up, and I can heal the injuries of those within it, as long as they have a breath left, and I can even overheal. As Unohana was introducing herself, her serious injuries healed rapidly, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. The scars on his body turned into fair skin again. Coupled with the few pieces of rags, Yaun's face turned a little red. However, overtreatment is very dangerous. Unohana said gently, once we are overtreated, both you and I will turn into a pile of bones and sink into the pool of blood. Yaun blinked, looked down at his arm, and took a breath. Because the white bones were already exposed there. Unohana gently explained, because you, Yaun-kun, have suffered too few injuries, the effects of overtreatment are now apparent. Then, come and fight me under the covers. After hearing Unohana introduce her Bankai, not only Yaun, but even Suifeng had cold sweat on his forehead. It was totally unimaginable to her. Jake, what kind of madman could create such a Bankai? Bankai has unlimited healing, but will die if overhealed. Only by engaging in frantic fighting can the death caused by overhealing be offset. This is not Bankai at all. It is clearly an arena where people fight to the death. It is a bloody hell that makes people fight like crazy. Damn, Sister Hwa, you're such a Yandere. You really have a masochism fetish to awaken this kind of Bankai, right? Yaun was about to curse. How could there be such a Bankai? It forced people to fight madly. If they didn't fight, they would die from excessive treatment. No wonder Unohana and Zaraki Kenpachi in the original work had to fight while recovering. Love is like death chasing after you. Despite saying so, Yaun did not dare to delay any longer, and rushed towards Unohana while holding the Ruyi Bang tightly. In the few seconds he wasted, his left leg had been overtreated, revealing the white bones. Although it does not affect his movements, his death will probably come when his entire body turns into bones. $G, $G, $G. The soul-severing swords kept colliding with each other. This time, Unohana, having freed Bankai, became much stronger, and the blood-red Ryutsu boiled, and its power also increased significantly. Abu. A bloody scar was cut on Yaun's chest, and it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Withstanding Unohana sword strike, Yaun couldn't help but curse, Sister Hwa, did you put the C in the original work? With just this blow, he felt that if Zaraki Kenpachi were to take it, at least one of his arms would be chopped off. Unohana said enthusiastically, Yaun-kun, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Forget about it, let's just fight with all our might. She swung the bloody blade violently. In an instant, the blood in the pool under his feet turned into blood-red sharp blades, like blood-red flying swallows, attacking Yalu in an overwhelming manner. Yaun swung the Ruyi Bang wildly, but was still hit by several bloody blades. Blood flowed into the pool of blood like a stream. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yaun was now furious and stopped thinking about other things, fighting madly with Unohana. The two men fought with swords and blood flowed out like a stream. If it were in the outside world, the blood flowing from their bodies would stain the streets. Pieces of flesh were cut open, and even a large piece of flesh was cut off and fell off. Even you can see the pale white bones of the wounds. There were scars on the bones. But the two were still fighting fiercely. Because they are in this Bankai field, as long as the injuries are healed, the party who stops first will turn into bones and die. Too exaggerated. Katetsu Aizen collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the bloody hell before him. This place is really hell, right? She felt that Unohana and Yaun were still normal at the beginning, but now, they have completely turned into bloody monsters. The body was stained red with blood, slashing at the opponent madly. They barely looked like humans anymore, more like two demons with only fighting in their minds. If those blows of knives and sticks happened in the outside world, both of them would probably be seriously injured or even die. But there is no death here. There is only endless fighting. Not to mention Katetsu Aizen, even Sui Feng's face turned pale, and there was even a hint of fear in the look he gave Unohana. Only then did she know. Why is Yaun afraid of fighting Unohana? This scene. Even if it were her turn, she would be scared. Even though the wounds would heal in a pool of blood, the pain was real, like being cut into pieces. And this process is infinitely long. As long as Bankai is not lifted. The two of them kept fighting fiercely despite the pain. Big. 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 The golden stick grew infinitely larger, Yaun roared, and swung it fiercely, trying to smash this bloody hell into pieces. But his current level is about the same as Unohana, and he is completely unable to shake Bankai. Unohana suddenly appeared beside Yaun, and swung his bloody sword, nearly cutting off Yaun's left arm. He said enthusiastically. Yaun-jun, you can't break my Bankai. Yaun gritted his teeth, added all his attribute values to the Demon Slayer Kendo, and smashed Unohana chest with a stick. Bang! Unohana was smashed directly into the pool of blood, splashing a lot of blood. But after this blow, Unohana, who came out of the blood, became more and more red in the face, and fought with Yaun more and more fanatically. The two men fought till the sky was dark and there was no distinction between day and night. In fact, being in the area where all Bankai was gone, it was impossible to distinguish day from night. Yaun only knew that a very long time had passed. Because he is now numb to the pain. As the blood color gradually faded, Yaun staggered towards Sui Feng and fell into Sui Feng's arms with a plop. And rare. Sui Feng, who is a lily, did not push Yaun away this time. Instead, she looked at him with a worried look on her face. Yaun, are you okay? Yaun reluctantly raised his head, and said with a twitching mouth. Sui Feng, I swear, if I ever spar with Sister Hua again, I'll be a dog. He felt that after what happened today, he was almost immune to pain and wouldn't even complain about the pain even if his arm was broken. Sui Feng nodded with a pale face. She also silently swore in her heart that she would never provoke Unohana again. This is a madman. Yaun-jun, you are indeed the man who can please me, and the only man who makes my heart beat. Unohana ran over with a blushing face, staring at Yaun with fascination, and hugged Yaun's chest from behind. Your kendo level has reached the 10th level. If you practice a few more times, you will be able to surpass me. Ah! I really want to see the unprecedented 11-level sword art. Yaun-jun, you can stay at my place today. I will take good care of you. Chapter 71. Kendo, the Zhanin Zhan Chuanzhou Gui. It is a must for all Shinigami. It is also one of the basic abilities of all Shinigami. And many years ago, Kendo was divided into 10 levels. The higher the level of Kendo, the higher the level of Kendo. But in the eyes of all Shinigami, reaching the 10th degree in Kendo is an impossible achievement. Because this represents the highest attainment in Kendo. Not only does one need to completely control the most basic sealed state, but one must also master thousands of popular sword techniques and integrate these thousands of sword techniques into one. So in the eyes of all Shinigami, the 10th dan of Kendo only exists in legends. However, Unohana felt that Yaun had already reached the level of 10th dan, and with time, he would definitely be able to surpass him. Different from Zaraki Kenpachi's beastly fighting. The fight with Yaun made her feel even more joyful, and even touched her soul. Not interested at all. The corner of Yaun's mouth twitched, trying to break free from Unohanaretsu's grip. Although the softness behind him made him a little intoxicated. But after such a horrific experience just now, he really had no interest in going through it again. Yaun-jun, don't worry. I'm very satisfied with what I just did. I won't fight you again for a few days. You can have a good rest. Unohanaretsu smiled and pushed Yaun into the house, her expression returning to its previous gentleness. Katetsu Aizen finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just now she thought Captain Unohanaretsu had turned into Zaraki Kenpachi. Sui Feng couldn't help but ask, Captain Unohanaretsu, how are you going to take care of Yaun? Unohanaretsu smiled and said, Captain Sui Feng, if you are worried, you can come in and take a look. I will not do anything bad to Yaun-kun. Hesitated for a few seconds. Sui Feng went in anyway. In front of me is Unohanaretsu's bedroom, which is very much in the style of Unohanaretsu's gentle state, simple but particularly warm. There are also several pots of flowers on the balcony. It is in full bloom. It adds a touch of beauty to the room. Yaun looked around and said in surprise, Sister Hwa, is this really your room? I thought your room must be blood-colored. Unohanaretsu pushed Yaun onto the bed and said with a smile, is this the impression I gave you? Yaun nodded frantically. In fact, before he entered the bedroom, he thought he would see a bloody room filled with blades or enemy heads. At the very least, it is similar to a battle maniac's room, filled with various training props. Who would have thought it was so simple and warm? Like the place where a gentle mother lives. You have a huge misunderstanding of me. After all, I am now the captain of the 4th Division. How could I be so rude and violent? Unohanaretsu said with a smile. As she said this, she walked to the bedside and gently undressed Yaun with her delicate hands. Sister Hwa, what are you doing? I'll give you a massage. Your swordsmanship skills have greatly improved in the battle just now. This will help you master the skills faster. No, then why are you taking off my pants? Yaun's face flushed as he pressed down his pants. It would be fine if there were only 2 of them, but the problem is that there are Sui Feng and Katetsu Aizen next to them. Of course I'll massage your lower body too. Unohanaretsu's eyes flashed with eagerness as he caressed Yaun's smooth muscles. This way you can become stronger faster and reach my level in swordsmanship. Then, fighting with you will be the ultimate enjoyment. As soon as the words fell, Unohanaretsu exerted force with both hands, and there was a ripping sound. Ah! Katetsu Aizen covered her mouth with her hands, her face flushed red. Although she is a Shinigami of the medical team, this is the first time she has seen it. Sui Feng's face also turned red and he turned his head to the side, but he couldn't help it in the end and secretly glanced at Xiao Yaun out of the corner of his eye. Yaun's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at the 2 of them with a frown on his face. Honestly, this is the first time a girl sees something embarrassing, and her first reaction isn't to cover her eyes, but to cover her mouth. Are you afraid you'll scream out? Katetsu Aizen's face turned even redder, and she shyly ran out of Unohanaretsu's room. Yaun turned around and pointed the spearhead at Sui Feng again. And Sui Feng, you can look if you want. You're a killer after all. Grandmaster Anatomy, why should you be so shy? Sui Feng's face turned even redder, and he snorted before disappearing into the room. Now only Yaun and Unohanaretsu were left in the room. Yaun reached out to grab the captain's haori that Unohanaretsu had taken off, ready to use it to cover her body, but was stopped by Unohanaretsu. The evil man, who had returned to his gentle state, said in a gentle and kind voice. Yaun-jun, please wait a moment. I'll give you a body massage. During this process, try to feel the changes in your muscles. And then become stronger and continue to fight you. Yaun curled her lips, but still insisted on leaving. But Unohanaretsu just disagreed. Yaun thought she was several hundred years old. But in fact she has lived for more than 1,000 years. During these long years, she met Zaraki Kenpachi, who overwhelmed her, and she thought he was the only man in the world who could please her. Until she met Yaun. Unlike Zaraki Kenpachi, the other party's swordsmanship seemed to penetrate her soul. This is the only man who can fight with her in the sword, be on equal terms with her, and quickly become stronger, with the potential to surpass her. It takes 1,000 years to encounter one. How could she let go? As long as she practices kendo diligently, she will definitely be able to become a Kenpachi stronger than her and Zaraki Kenpachi. When the time comes, in the final fight, you will enjoy the most pleasurable fight. Thinking of that scene, Unohanaretsu's face turned red, and his breathing became faster. He said eagerly, "Yaun, fighting is really fun. When you feel the blade cutting into your body, the blood flowing, and the pain flooding into your brain. That's why I said I don't feel happy." Yaun gritted his teeth, his face darkened, and he sat up viciously and pressed Unohanaretsu onto the bed, saying, "Captain Unohanaretsu, we've been fighting for so long, and you've been enjoying yourself alone. Isn't it my turn now?" Unohanaretsu was pinned down by Yaun and said with a smile, "Yaun-jun, this is very dangerous." Yaun showed no fear at all, licked his lips and said, "Sister Hwa, I'm also in danger now." Broxby. Outside the door, Kotetsu Aizen and Sui Feng, who heard the sounds of fighting, were speechless. Why are these two guys fighting again? Fortunately, judging from the sound, it was probably not a kendo duel, but a white hits duel. The sound of fists hitting flesh was very dull. I guess the two people inside are punching each other wildly, hitting each other's vital parts hard. But soon, the sound inside changed. It was clearly still the sound of flesh hitting flesh, but the two women inexplicably felt that something was wrong. "Listen and listen. I always feel my heart beating faster." Her cheeks also turned red. Kotetsu Aizen blushed and said, "Captain Sui Feng, what's going on in there? Why is the captain moaning?" Sui Feng was also a little confused. Unohanaretsu had just been in the bloody space, and had suffered such severe injuries without even screaming. Why did white hits make her scream? The sounds are so regular. But looking at the curious vice-captain of the 4th Division, she coughed and said, "Yaun is very strong. He may not be able to match Captain Unohanaretsu in kendo, but he should be stronger than Captain Unohanaretsu in white hits." Kotetsu Aizen nodded in understanding, but then blushed and asked in a low voice, But Captain Sui Feng, why do I feel a little hot all over when I hear that voice?" Sui Feng said dryly, "This must be the passion." Hearing the sound of fists hitting flesh, the onlookers will also feel excited. The two women communicated in a dry tone at the door. "Finally, I couldn't help it, so I quietly pushed the door open a crack and looked inside through the gap." Next second, the faces of the captain and the deputy captain turned red at the same time, as if they were about to burn. They saw unspeakable scenes. The pear blossoms pressed down on the crabapple tree, ravaging it madly. Although the crabapple tree was unwilling, it could only endure it silently, swinging rhythmically. Kotetsu Aizen covered her eyes tightly, but separated her middle and ring fingers. Her face flushed red, and she said in a trembling voice, "Captain Sui Feng, is this also white hits?" Sui Feng was so shy that he couldn't even speak. He stepped out of the 4th Division with a red face. The remaining Kotetsu Aizen was so shy that he was about to cry. He wanted to leave, but was worried that other team members would come over. So he could only stand there in confusion, his face flushed as he listened to the sound coming from behind him. The other side. At Shibakaku's home. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been offline for a long time, was carrying his Zangetsu sword and looked at Shibakuzuru unhappily. He said, "Mr. Yoruichi, is this guy really okay? They were originally going to invade Jingling Court yesterday. Who would have thought that just when Kong and the cannon were about to fire, they were suddenly stopped by Shiba Konghe, causing them to wait here for another day. The black cat Yoruichi was also a little hesitant. Kaku, are you sure this is okay? We don't have much time to waste here. Certainly. Shiba Konghe took out the new spiritual power ball with full confidence. 10. We will definitely be able to invade Jingling this time. Everything was going well yesterday, and we were about to invade Jingling through the Konghe Cannon. Who would have thought that Jingling Court would suddenly impose martial law? As a result, the barrier became dozens of times stronger. In this way, if you want to invade Jingling Court, you must prepare more powerful fuel and more solid spiritual power balls. Stop talking nonsense, you little brats, and follow me. Shiba Sora, like a big sister, clenched her fists and hit Kurosaki Ichigo and the others on the head, causing them to gasp in pain. Several people came together to the bottom of the Konghe Cannon. Looking at Shiba Kyōzuru who was preparing, Rukia Kuchiki said with some concern. Mr. Yoruichi, why did Soul Society suddenly declare martial law? As far as I know, martial law hasn't happened in over 100 years. The Shirayuki is the center of Soul Society, and it is filled with powerful people. There are as many as 13 squad captains who control Bankai alone. Under normal circumstances, martial law is unnecessary. Martial law will only be imposed when encountering a strong enemy. The last martial law incident was caused by the hollowing out of 4 captains and several deputy captains. The black cat Yoruichi was also a little speechless. Kurosaki Ichigo made a bold guess. Could it be Yaun? Did he cause a big commotion in the Shirayuki? How is that possible? Yoruichi the black cat shook his head. You guys overestimate that brat. His strength is nothing in the Shirayuki. Shiba Konghe, having finished his work, came over, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said with interest. That's not certain. What if that brat really causes a big commotion in the Jingling Court and defeats several captains? Black cat Yoruichi shook his head helplessly. Kaku, why do you think so too? In my opinion, Yaun is either arrested or hiding in a corner trembling. Shiba Konghe couldn't help but smile, with a hint of interest in his eyes. She thought about yesterday, and saw the 2 captains being smashed into the Bidao gate barrier after the golden stick appeared in the Jingling courtyard. Yaun. A moment later. Following Shiba Kyokaku's command, the cannon-shaped Kyokaku cannon suddenly launched. There was a loud bang. Wrapped in the spiritual energy ball, they smashed towards the sky above Jingling Pavilion like cannonballs, and with a loud bang, they hit the huge barrier. The moment the roar hits, infinite arcs of lightning seemed to appear in the sky. The violent sound spread throughout the Jingling Court in an instant. All the Shinigami raised their heads and saw the blue spiritual energy ball constantly tearing through the barrier, heading towards the interior of the Shirayuki like a meteorite. No way, in this situation, are Yaun's fellow travelers still coming in? Madarame Ikeko looked at the sky with a headache. Rukia. Byakuya Kuchiki discovered the unique Ryutsu belonging to Rukia Kuchiki in the spiritual power ball, and his face suddenly turned cold. Idiot, why did you come back to Jingling? In the 2nd division, Kyōraku Shunsui, who was continuously spreading his spiritual energy, couldn't help but sigh and rubbed his temples with a headache. How did all these things happen at the same time? In the 1st division, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who was treating Chur Sasakaibe, sensed this and snorted coldly. A bunch of lawless little devils. After saying that, he frowned and looked at the ordinary members of the first team. Still can't contact Captain Unohana. Although he is the strongest Shinigami in the Millennium, he is not very good at healing because of his specialization, so he can only keep Chur Sasakaibe alive. The opponent was hit by his own sword. The knife wound is relatively good. The main problem was that the internal organs were severely burned by the flames. The Shinigami of the 1st division, who was called over, had cold sweat on his forehead and quickly said, Captain, according to Katetsu Aizen, the vice-captain of the 4th division, Unohana has been missing since last night. Gone. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni narrowed his eyes, feeling a little annoyed, which was rare. I don't know when it started. Anyway, Jingling Court seemed to be in chaos in an instant. Travel disaster invades. The captain defected. Now there is a situation where the captain cannot be found. Aizen Suk, Yaun, Ichimaru Jin, Tosen can name. Squad 4, Unohana bedroom. Unohana, who looked like a Yamato Nadeshiko, had a flushed face and was panting. She looked at Yaun on her body and licked her lips. Yaun-jun, are you happy now? Chapter 72. Looking at Unohana below him, Yaun couldn't help but lick his lips. Sister Hawa, where are we going now? He once wondered whether his first girlfriend was Inu Orihime or Rukia Kuchiki. But plans are far behind schedule. The two men, already passionate about fighting, faced off in white hits for a moment. They both felt the passion and eagerness of each other's bodies, and couldn't help but engage in an alternative fight. Unohana's face turned even redder and she said, "Yesterday." It was not until a long time had passed that Yaun finally stood up contentedly and said with a smile, "Sister Hawa, you are very weak in this area." Unohana in her gentle state rolled her eyes at him. "Who told you to be so rude?" Yaun cried out that it was unfair, because it was clearly Unohana who asked him to be a little rougher, saying that he also wanted to feel pain in this fight. Unohana couldn't help but smile, feeling the various responses from her body with pleasure. This kind of fighting looks pretty good. Yaun was a little surprised. "Sister Hawa, your age?" Unohana gave him a dangerous look. Yaun quickly coughed twice and changed the subject. "Sister Hawa, you are so beautiful, have you never had a boyfriend before?" "No." Unohana shook her head and said, "Having a boyfriend is not as fun as fighting. Only feeling pain is the most pleasurable thing." Yaun complained, "So I've been wondering, Sister Hawa, you really do have a masochistic tendency, right? Not only do I like fighting and pain. Even the soul-slaying sword is of the type used for extreme fighting." Unohana didn't answer, but stretched lazily, her graceful figure straightened up, with a gentle expression like that of the Madonna. Suddenly, little Yaun roared to the sky again. Unohana glanced at little Yaun and said with a smile, "Are you still coming? You've been releasing your spiritual energy. Aren't you trying to find your friends?" Yaun swallowed and stood up reluctantly. Although he still wants to continue working. But Kurosaki Ichigo and the others probably can't wait any longer. Thinking of this, Yaun secretly made up his mind that he must absorb some more spiritual power and try to improve his physical fitness to the maximum. Unohana must be made to sing, conquer and beg for mercy obediently. On the other side, on a street, the black cat Yoruichi squatted on Rukia Kuchiki's shoulder, looking at the surrounding environment with a blank face. "What's going on? Isn't this the 6th division? Where's the house? Where are the walls? Why are there no more floor tiles?" Rukia Kuchiki was also a little confused. She's only been in the human world for a few months, and Jingling is already going to be demolished? Just as the man and the cat were staring at each other, 3 patrolling Shinigami spotted them and shouted excitedly. "It's a travel disaster! Travel disaster is here! Someone come quickly!" The man and the cat quickly ran away, but wherever they went there were a large number of Shinigami patrolling. Yoruichi, in black cat form, said, "This is worse than martial law, it's a state of war. Could it be that Hueco Mundo is attacking us?" Just as the two were running for their lives, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It turned out to be the vice-captain of the 10th Squad. Matsumoto Rangiku has golden wavy hair, a black mole on the side of her lip, sexy clothes that reveal her breasts, and is extremely cheerful. "Sister." Rukia Kuchiki looked at Matsumoto Rangiku nervously and subconsciously drew his soul's knife. The other party is the vice-captain of the 10th Division. If he really wants to arrest them, she can only try her best to escape. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked at the man and the cat, blinked slightly, and then smiled warmly. Hey, Rukia, and that black cat, hello, have you seen a blue bead or Ichimaru-jin and the others? Rukia Kuchiki was a little confused and shook her head subconsciously. I didn't see. That's a shame. Matsumoto Ranjiko sighed, then cheered up, waved and smiled at the two of them. Rukia, if you see Ichimaru-jin, remember to tell him to come find me, and next time we can go drink together. Watching Matsumoto Ranjiko walking away. Not to mention Rukia Kuchiki, even Kuronikoya was a little confused. She looked at Rukia Kuchiki. Do you have a good relationship with Vice Captain Matsumoto? Can he turn a blind eye to you, a disaster for the trip? Rukia Kuchiki shook her head blankly. Although we have met, we have hardly communicated. Now the man and the cat were completely confused. I have no idea why ordinary Shinigami chased them so recklessly while the vice captain ignored them. After some inquiries, the two finally learned the whole story and were stunned, unable to believe it. Just 2 days after Yaun came in, almost the entire Jingling Court was turned upside down. First, a large number of wall buildings were swallowed by him. There was also Kashiwamura Seijin, and Zaraki Kenpachi was defeated by him. Ordinary Shinigami mistakenly believe that Zaraki Kenpachi was defeated by Yaun. Then, this madman actually stood on the Confession Palace and launched a long-range attack on Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Afterwards, Aizen, Ichimaru-jin, and Tosen Kaname betrayed the team and started a fierce battle with the captain. The first squadron's vice-captain, Chijiro Sasakaibe, was severely injured and could not find Unohana Retsu, so he was only half dead. It is because of the reasons mentioned above. Or maybe it's some unknown reason. Now all the high-end combat forces of Jingling are searching for Master Aizen. There is no time to catch these traveling troubles. The two were completely dumbfounded when they learned this. Rukia Kuchiki couldn't help but look at the black cat Yoruichi and said, Mr. Yoruichi, we were just 2 days late, right? Just based on the news I just heard. She felt like she was 2 years late. Black cat Yoruichi's scalp was tingling, and he quickly said, hurry up and find that guy Yaun and see what trouble he has caused. Rukia Kuchiki nodded quickly. On another street, Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Ganju were running wildly on the street, screaming, with 200 or 300 Shinigami chasing after them. Stop, you damn troublemaker, you can't run away. How dare you invade Jingling Court? Be prepared, today is the day you die. Hearing the call from behind, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Shiba Ganju in surprise. Hey, Ganju, is the security in Shiba Kongting so tight? There are so many Shinigami patrolling just 2 streets. Shiba Ganju's eyes welled up with tears. Idiot, how could I possibly know? This kind of thing never happened in the Shirayuki before. As soon as the two of them turned a corner, they saw a large number of Shinigami coming towards them. Ah! The two of them ran wildly. Damn it! Where's Yaun? And where's the first division? Kurosaki Ichigo shouted in anger. In a dilapidated house nearby, Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika looked speechlessly at the two people who were running away screaming. Madarame Ikeko slapped his forehead and said, could these two idiots really be the companions of that BD Yaun? Ayasukawa Yumichika said speechlessly, even if Yaun is that strong, he still has to hide his whereabouts. But these two guys are so good. The two of them have been watching here for a long time. The more I read, the more speechless I become. Both Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Ganju were running away while shouting, just waiting to be caught by the Shinigami. That's why the captain is unwilling to come. Otherwise, anyone who comes can catch them both. No way. Madarame Ikeko sighed. A favor must be repaid. Take these two guys to the 11th division. Ayasukawa Yumichika nodded. Two figures flashed and appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Ganju. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately stopped, holding the Zangetsu sword in both hands, and looked at the two men warily. "Hey, who are you two guys?" Madarame Ikeku said boredly, "Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. Yaun and I are friends, not friends. Let's talk about the latter." Madarame Ikeku gnashed his teeth. He thought of Yaun's previous blow. Although he knew Yaun couldn't hurt him, he was still very scared at the time. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely confused, but he didn't believe these two guys at all, and said, "You two better get out of my way. I'm going to find Yaun by myself. I don't need to bother you." Shiba Yanji said loudly, "That's right, who knows who you two are, maybe you are just trying to trick us." A tic-tac-toe appeared on Madarame Ikeku's forehead. "You two little minions, do you think you are Yaun? If I really want to attack you, you two will have to stay here." Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his Zangetsu and said, "I'm not much weaker than Yaun now. Don't underestimate me." Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika were both stunned for a moment, then came to their senses and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with changed eyes. The former swallowed his saliva, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "You said you're not much weaker than Yaun." Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about his training during this period, he nodded confidently. "That's right. There's nothing we can do about it." Madarame Ikeku's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, and he said, "My name is Madarame Ikeku, let me see your skills." Kurosaki Ichigo gripped Zanjutsu path. "Are we still going to have a fight?" The next second, the two men rushed towards each other at the same time, and the two soul-severing swords collided with each other in an instant, making a violent sound of metal. Madarame Ikeku's eyes became more and more fanatical because he was actually suppressed by Kurosaki Ichigo. "Ha ha ha! As expected of Yaun's companions, I originally wanted to save you, but now I'm a little excited. Stretch out, Hazukameru!" As Madarame Ikeku roared, the Zanhunto in his hand suddenly changed into the shape of a spear and stabbed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Ayasukawa Yumichika sighed and looked helplessly at Shiba Ganju. "Honestly, you're so ugly, it's very dangerous here. Do you want to take refuge with the beautiful me in the 11th division?" Fireworks. Before Ayasukawa Yumichika could finish her words, she saw fireworks with burning fuses coming towards her. Bang! Fireworks exploded on Ayasukawa Yumichika's face. When the smoke and dust cleared, Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at her own blackened face and gnashed her teeth as she looked at the fleeing Shiba Ganju. "It's the same if I bring you back with a broken leg." The giant's right arm. Sado Yasutora roared, and his black and red right arm rushed forward fiercely. He punched out, and the shock wave of spiritual power filled the streets like a tsunami. 30 or 40 Shinigami were directly knocked away by a single punch. Ishida Uriah was a little shocked. "Sado, why do I feel that your strength is getting stronger and stronger? Although it is still not as powerful as Yaun's terrifying power." But he felt that Sado Yasutora was also quite scary now. Sado Yasutora clenched his right fist and said calmly, "The spiritual power of the Jingling Ting is too abundant, and my strength has also increased a lot." "That's true." Ishida Uriah nodded slightly. Since entering Jingling Court, he felt that his spirit bow had become much stronger. "Speaking of which, what is this place?" The two looked at the numbers behind the Shinigami around them, which clearly said 1000 E. Squad 12. Shirayuki, within the 10th division. Hitsugaya, with silver hair, emerald eyes and wearing a captain's haori, looks like a child and stands on the wall. His brows furrowed deeply, and he looked at the two women opposite him, holding the soul-slaying sword. "You are Shiba Sarera from the Shiba family." Although he is the youngest captain, he also has some understanding of the 5 nobles of Soul Society. Kuchiki family, the head of the 4 noble families of Soul Society, whose duty is to maintain the order of Soul Society. Shihoran family, in charge of magical weapons and secret mobile forces. Tsuneyashiro family, once the leader of the 5 great noble families, they managed the great spiritual book corridor. Shiba family, due to decline, they were excluded from the aristocratic system. Their original duties were to manage the passage. The Ise family was in charge of sacrifices and rituals and presided over the various ceremonies of Shirayuki. When the Shiba family had not yet declined, he had met Shibakaku, who was still a high-ranking eldest lady. Shibakong 2.7 Crane took a drag on his cigarette and said with a smile, "The little guy from back then is now the captain. Is he going to attack me again?" "Of course." Hitsugaya emitted a chilling aura and said in a deep voice. "As the captain of the 10th squad of the Shirayuki, even if you were once a noble, I cannot allow you to act recklessly here." Shibakaku exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, "You're quite courageous. Since you know I was once a noble, you should know I'm not weaker than you, right?" As soon as the words fell, Shibakaku suddenly pointed his right hand at Hitsugaya and said in a deep voice. "Beast bones scattered everywhere. Spires? Red crystals? Steel wheels. The moving one is the wind, the still one is the sky." The sound of spears clashing resounds throughout the empty city. Had number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. A dazzling golden lightning burst out, streaking across the sky, illuminating the sky, and shot towards Hitsugaya like a golden dragon. Had number 63. Hitsugaya's pupil shrank. Obviously, he didn't expect that this noble who had left Jingling Court for many years would actually use such a high-level kid. But his surprise was only temporary. Looking at the dazzling lightning coming towards him, he swung the soul-slaying sword in his hand and shouted. "Sit in the frost sky, Harinmaru." The cold white air spread out and instantly hit the oncoming dazzling lightning. Accompanied by a roar. Hitsugaya took 2 steps back. But when he swung his sword, pure white cold air spread out, freezing the entire street in ice, turning it into an ice world. Chapter 73. Air. The sound of freezing ice came one after another. Shibakaku was shocked to find that under Hitsugaya's sword, not only was the entire street frozen, but an iceberg was created. Inu Orihime, who was beside her, was startled and looked at the iceberg beside him in fear. Only 3 meters away. She would be frozen in the iceberg. The 6 elves formed by Shield Shun Liuhua were extremely uneasy and spoke one after another. "Huo Wuju, Orihime, be careful, this guy's soul-severing sword is very powerful, even the 3 days shield may not be able to block his attack. Mei Yan, 3 days of shielding will definitely not be able to stop it. Lily, Orihime, you should hurry up and find Yaun. He should be able to handle this brat. Icarus, if you're frozen in ice, even the twin sky shield will be difficult to free you. Shun Sakura, the captain is so scary. He's such a small guy, but he has such strength. Tsubaki, silly woman, run quickly. This guy is not your opponent. If you run now, I can help you block him." The other side. Rukia Kuchiki, standing on the distant street, suddenly stopped and stared in shock at the giant iceberg rising out of nowhere near Squad 9. BB. Captain Hitsugaya's. The strongest ice-type soul-slaying sword, Harinmaru. Although her Sode no Shirayuki is also an ice-type soul-slaying sword, it pales in comparison to Harinmaru and there is no comparison. The opponent is the second most recognized and strongest soul-slaying sword besides the captain. It is said to have the power to control ice and celestial phenomena. The captain even commented on this soul-slaying sword. It is said that if Hitsugaya completely masters Harinmaru, the cold air it releases will be enough to freeze the entire Shirayuki. Black Cat Yoruichi said solemnly, "It looks like someone has encountered Hitsugaya, Rukia. We need to go over and take a look." Rukia Kuchiki nodded quickly and rushed towards the iceberg in the distance. Near the iceberg scene, Shiba Konghi looked at the giant iceberg, her beautiful eyes becoming solemn, and she said in a deep voice. As expected of the captain of Jingling Court, even the youngest captain's strength should not be underestimated. Hitsugaya did not become complacent due to the praise. He held Harinmaru in his hand, looked at Shibakaku coldly, and said calmly. Shibakaku, do you still want to resist? Because of Aizen's betrayal, his childhood sweetheart, Hinamori Momo from the 5th Division, cried heartbreakingly. Not crying. It was on the way to find Aizen. He was holding a lot of rage in his childhood sweetheart, and was worried he had no place to vent it. Shibakaku held Inu Orium with his right hand and stepped back, saying in a deep voice. Inu Orium, hide behind me. You are not allowed to participate in the upcoming battle, and do not do anything unnecessary. She was deeply shocked by Inu Orium's awakened abilities. But she has no hope at all about Inu Orium's fighting ability. Inu Orium nodded somewhat ashamedly. Previously in the present world, Yaun had wanted to make her stronger, but no matter how she trained, her fighting ability did not change much. Seeing the attitudes of the two, Hitsugaya swung his soul-slaying sword and said coldly. So you still want to resist? Then don't blame me. The words fell. Hitsugaya's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared 3 meters in front of the two men, slashing down with the cold Harinmaru. Bird icicles. In an instant, the water molecules in the air froze and turned into pure white ice birds, shooting forward madly like arrows. The sounds of breaking through the air came one after another. The sky seemed to be covered with pure white ice birds. Where the ice birds fly, the temperature drops sharply, and people shiver all over in the freezing cold. Shiba Konghi felt something was wrong and quickly pointed his hand forward. A scorching fireball appeared in the palm of his white hand. Head number 31, Red Fire Cannon. The flames shattered dozens of white ice birds. But there are still a large number of ice birds coming towards them. Inu Orium quickly stretched out his hands and formed a triangle. 3 days of shielding, I refuse. 3 elves flew out like rays of light, blocking the front of Shiba Sky Crane and turning into a triangular yellow spiritual light shield. Hundreds of white ice birds collided head-on. The crackling sounds came one after another. The yellow light shield soon began to crumble, and numerous cracks appeared. With a bang, the yellow light shield formed by the 3 days shield exploded. Huo Wuju, Mei Yan, and Lily, the 3 elves flew back weakly. Hibiki transformed into a ray of yellow light and returned to Inu Orium's hair ornaments, barely uttering her usual weak voice. Orium, no, this kid is too strong. We can't stop him on our own. She had just finished speaking. Hitsugaya came at a high speed, bringing with him a cold air. Shibakaku took out the Soulzan sword from somewhere, gritted her teeth and confronted the enemy head-on, but after a few strikes she was at a disadvantage. Adult Kyuzuru. Inu Orium looked at Shibakaku nervously. She could see it clearly. Shibakaku's palm gripped the hilt of the sword. At this time, it was covered with a thick layer of frost. The cold air rushed into his bones, causing Shiba Konghi's white palms to tremble constantly, as if he was about to hold a knife. It's over. Hitsugaya swung his sword again. The knife struck the air, and suddenly a cold iceberg formed, spreading wildly, trying to freeze the two women into ice sculptures. Looking at the oncoming iceberg, both women's pupils dilated to ultimate. At this critical moment, a lazy voice came from the wall behind the two women. Master Shiba, you're such a wimp. You're the head of the clan, after all. How come you can't even beat a kid? Bakud number 81, Splitting Void. In front of the two women, a translucent, glass-like defensive wall appeared out of thin air. With a loud bang, it blocked the continuously freezing ice. The white ice bird crashed into it madly. It didn't even create a crack in the splitting void defense wall. The two women finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to look. Inu Orium showed a surprised expression and ran towards Yaun happily. Yaun Jun, you are here to save us. Shiba Konghe also saw Yaun, and his eyes became more serious. Is this boy Yaun? Although she didn't know Yaun's record in Jingling Court, the scene she saw a few days ago made her dare not underestimate this black-haired boy. Without taking Yaun's previous disrespect seriously, Shiba Konghe smiled and said, "Luckily you came at the critical moment, otherwise Inu Orium and I would have been frozen." Yaun coughed and said, "Actually, I came here 3 minutes ago, but I just wanted to watch the fun, so I stayed nearby." A well-shaped pattern appeared on Shiba Kaku's forehead, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Oops! What should I do if I really want to hit someone? Inu Orium didn't care, and looked at the scars on Yaun's body with tears in her eyes. "Yaun Jun, how did you get so many injuries? It must have been very hard for you recently. I wish I could come here earlier." Yaun coughed twice in embarrassment. The injuries on his body were all from the fight with Unohana in bed. It is also to treat these injuries. That's why he didn't come forward to rescue the two women immediately. Shiba Kuzuru blinked, looking at the red strawberries planted on Yaun's body, and a tongue-twisting expression appeared. "Is there something wrong with your injury?" After all, she was the head of the Shiba family and was used to fighting. She could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with Yaun's injuries. Whose injury is so ambiguous? There are irregular patches of redness on the neck, arms, face. Especially the neck and shoulders. You can still see many teeth marks, small and deep, as if someone had just bitten Sakura with her peach mouth and had not yet recovered. Thinking about the pornographic books he had read, Shiba Sora revealed a subtle expression and said with a smile. "Little Yaun, it seems the fight just now was really intense. They even bit each other with their teeth. Could it be hand-to-hand combat?" Yaun glared at her, walked over, and pulled her cloak off without thinking. "Because the fight with Unohana just now was too intense, all my clothes were torn to pieces, and I only had a new set of pants to wear." "Kr. You what?" Yaun wrapped a white cloak around himself, blocking the two women in front, and said to Hitsugaya unhappily. "Hey, kid, why are you the only one meddling in other people's business when none of the other captains are taking action? Are you upset because your girlfriend cheated on you?" Hitsugaya originally wanted to talk to Yaun. Then I heard these words that hit my heart. He was almost furious. Thinking about Hinamori Momo's recent state, Hitsugaya suddenly became even angrier. He coldly pointed the blade at Yaun, the last of his icy feathers fluttering, and said in a voice as cold as ice. "Wo, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you're so arrogant just because you defeated me last time?" Yaun was a little surprised. He pondered while holding the Ruyi Jinggu Bang. In the end, he still couldn't think of it. He asked Hitsugaya curiously. "Have we ever fought each other?" He had been in Jingling Court for 2 days and was familiar with almost all the captains. "But I don't remember any intersection with Hitsugaya." Hitsugaya nearly broke his teeth. The opponent blasted him several thousand meters away with a stick, and his whole body fell on the Bideo gate. It turned out that the other party was completely unaware of this. Shiba Konghe coughed lightly and reminded him at the right time, "I was in Rukonga before, and I seemed to see you knocking Captain Hitsugaya near the White Gate." Yaun suddenly understood and said with a smile. "I'm sorry, I've been affected by the fire at the city gate. I didn't realize you were within the attack range at the time." "Shut up!" Hitsugaya roared, interrupting Yaun's words, and the icy wings behind him spread out, rushing towards Yaun like an ice dragon. "Just be prepared for me. Why are you so angry? Did your girlfriend really run away with someone?" Yaun laughed and teased, looking at Hitsugaya who was attacking like a white ice dragon, and knocked him out with a stick. There was no collision between the blade and the staff. But Hitsugaya's eyes widened at this. He watched helplessly as the golden staff flashed past Haranmaru and pierced the ice wings behind him at an extremely strange angle. Bang! Ice exploded all over the sky. A large amount of ice debris fell like flowers from the sky. A piece of ice wing was shattered, causing Hitsugaya-Chuera's body to straighten. The line fell and landed on the street with a plop. Yaun picked up the golden stick and said cheerfully, "Although you're the youngest captain of Soul Society, your kendo skills are too poor. Why don't you try training with Captain Unohana for a few years?" In his eyes, Hitsugaya-Chuera's sword swing was full of flaws. If Unohana in Yandere state were to come over, with just one strike, Hitsugaya-Chuera would be turned from a Shinigami into a dead ghost. Hitsugaya-Chuera stood on the ground, constantly gathering icy wings behind him, looking at Yaun angrily. "Is your swordsmanship too advanced? Are you really human? How could a human reach such a high level of skill with such a long lifespan? Although he is young, he is still a Shinigami captain known as a genius boy. His kendo level has reached the 5th level. Although he is in the middle to lower ranks among the captains. But it has also surpassed 1 million Shinigami. It is definitely not full of loopholes," as Yaun said. Hearing Hitsugaya-Chuera's words, Yaun sighed. "If you've experienced what happened to me yesterday, you'd know that practicing swordsmanship is often forced upon you by others. The fighting lasted for 7 or 8 hours without interruption. If his kendo level hadn't been raised to 103, he would have been chopped into a human stick by Unohana." Hitsugaya-Chuera didn't understand what Yaun said, but he didn't want to understand either. He gritted his teeth and waved Haranmaru again, rushing towards Yaun. Ice Dragon's Tail. The sword he swung unleashed a fierce chill that continuously froze the water molecules in the air. A giant iceberg formed in an instant. And inside the iceberg, Yaun's figure was frozen. Yaun-jun. Inu Orihime looked at Yaun anxiously. "I thought Yaun had been defeated." But she soon discovered. The iceberg is constantly breaking apart. Cracks spread. And all this happened because Bing Yamanaka's Yaun raised his hand. It was clearly sealed inside like an ice sculpture. But Yaun's movements were not affected at all. He casually waved the Ruyi Jinggu Bang inside the iceberg. Bang! The iceberg shattered into pieces, and a large amount of ice debris and pieces of ice fell to the ground. Yaun brushed off the ice dust on his body, and his attitude finally lost its kindness. He said lightly, "Hitsugaya-Chuera, we are not enemies, and there is no need to fight. Go back. If you really want to. It would be troublesome if I hurt you." But after hearing Yaun's persuasion, Hitsugaya-Chuera became even angrier. He flapped his icy wings behind him and flew into the air. The blade emitted an even colder aura as he said coldly, "Human, do you think that just because you defeated 2 captains, you can look down on all Shinigami?" "No, I didn't say that." Yaun shook his head. "Old man Yamamoto is still very scary. And Captain Kyōraku, Captain Jushiro, Captain Unohana, they are all very troublesome." "So you mean they're the only ones who are awesome?" Hitsugaya-Chuera erupted in a terrifying ryutsu, gritting his teeth and unshouted. "Then open your eyes and take a good look at what the strongest ice-type soul-severing sword is." The words fell. He pointed the blade at the sky and shouted, "To the bank! Daiguren Haranmaru!" As Hitsugaya-Chuera roared, a bone-chilling blue ryutsu spread. Blue spiritual energy surged into the sky, as if affecting the entire Jingling Court's celestial phenomena. What was originally noon now seemed like a frosty sunset. All the water molecules in the air turned into frost. As a result, a thin layer of ice formed on the walls on all sides. The changes in Hitsugaya-Chuera himself were even more dramatic. The deep cold ice behind him condensed into pure white ice dragon wings. A white ice dragon with mighty haki wrapped around its body. 3 pure white ice flowers and 12 red lotus petals appeared behind it. It was as if the god who controls all ice had descended to the world. Chapter 74. Bankai? You're using Bankai already? Shibakaku looked at Hitsugaya in disbelief and couldn't help but shout. Are you crazy? This is the Shirayuki, the captain doesn't allow the use of Bankai, the entire 9th squad might be affected. Ahem. Yaun coughed forcefully twice, interrupting Shibakaku's words. The new rules of Jingling Court have temporarily lifted the Bankai restrictions for all captains. Shibakaku took another breath and then turned sharply to look at Yaun. Because of you alone, the restrictions on the entire Jingling Court have been lifted. Don't talk nonsense, it's because of Aizen and the other 3. Yaun quickly refuted. He doesn't want to take on such a big blame. After saying that, Yaun turned around, touched his chin, and looked at Hitsugaya with a strange expression. I heard from others that although you, the captain of the 10th division, are only over 100 years old, you are extremely mature and steady. Why are you so irrational today? Logically speaking, in today's situation, Jingling Ting should not take action against him. Thinking of this, Yaun's expression became even more strange. Are you angry because your childhood sweetheart has fallen in love with someone else and still can't forget her even though you know she betrayed Jingling Ting? Hitsugaya, who had just finished Bankai and felt like he could freeze the entire Shirayuki, suddenly turned pale and purple. Yaun clapped his hands and confirmed his idea. I guessed right, you were NTR. Shut up. Hitsugaya felt like he was about to explode with anger. Is there anything more fed up than your childhood sweetheart liking someone else? That is when others know that your childhood sweetheart likes someone else. Even the one I like is a damn traitor. Seeing Hitsugaya's almost furious expression, Shibakaku couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Who is this girl? She has a childhood sweetheart, the captain, who has a crush on her, and yet she still likes a traitor? Is she crazy? Yaun coughed twice and whispered. Ms. Shiba, you don't know that sometimes, being too talented isn't a good thing, just like when your body hasn't developed yet. Shibakaku blinked and stared at Hitsugaya for 2 seconds. Suddenly I understood. Even though Hitsugaya is the captain, this body is only that of an 11 or 12-year-old. It can be said that this is the age when even the hair has not grown out yet. The stronger the Shinigami, the slower they age, or grow, like Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto who lived for 1,000 years. According to Hitsugaya's current strength, it would take at least several hundred years for him to grow into an adult. What girl can wait so long? Think of this. The expressions of the 2 men became a little strange. Being stared at with pity by the 2 men, Hitsugaya felt like he was on fire, and slashed down with his sword in uncontrollable rage. Shut up, you 2 bastards! He doesn't want to stay this small forever. But who can blame him for his extraordinary talent? He already possessed the strength of a vice-captain before he was even 10 years old. By the time he found out, it was too late. There's no way to regret it. Boom! Overwhelming cold and ice came towards us. The water molecules in the sky condensed rapidly, as if an iceberg was falling down. But if you look from a distance, it's clear that a giant pure white iceberg is spreading, as if it is going to freeze the entire street. Shibakaku and Anu Orium shuddered all over, feeling the extremely cold air coming towards them. It's not just the temperature that's extremely cold. It seemed as if it affected all the internal organs, freezing all the blood in the body. Yaun also sensed this, and casually thrust the Ruyi Jingbang into the ground, shouting. T, 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 T. Following the sound, the Ruyi Jingbang instantly expanded nearly 100 times and hit the end of the iceberg almost in an instant. There was a loud bang and the huge iceberg shattered. A large amount of ice fell like boulders, rumbling and burying the surrounding streets, like a broken ice castle. When the Shinigami in the distance saw this scene, they shuddered and quickly fled away. They have no interest in being an ice sculpture in the ice. Yaun curled the corner of his mouth, grabbed the Ruyi Jingbang, which was affected by the ice and extremely cold, and swung it like a pillar of heaven, smashing it into the sky. "Captain Hitsugaya, how about another try?" Hitsugaya's pupils shrank. He knew the terrible weight of this stick. "Although I felt extremely unwilling." But he still dodged the attack. As he retreated, the Ruyi Bang quickly shrank, and Yaun took a step, and his figure came like a black light. The two chased each other madly in the air. In the end, Yaun was faster and swung the golden stick in his hand fiercely. Hitsugaya gritted his teeth and slashed out again without hesitation. Dragon shot rack. This time, the knife and the stick collided. The moment the two came into contact, Hitsugaya's expression changed, and he almost couldn't knock down the Daiguren Haranmaru in his hand. The consequence of forcibly holding on was that his body fell down like a cannonball. Boom! The 9th Squad's barracks were smashed to pieces with a loud bang, sending a large amount of wood chips and dust flying into the air. And Yaun was not much better. The biting cold spread from the Ruyi Bang, and in just 1 second, it froze his entire body into an ice lump. With a bang, the ice lumps exploded. Yaun took a deep breath and said, "It's too cold. You know I don't have much clothes on, so you're targeting me, right? Who are you calling a brat?" Hitsugaya's gnashing voice came from below. "I'm the captain of the 10th Division. I became captain 100 years ago. At my age now, I'm old enough to be your great-grandfather." The broken dragon's ice wings spread out. The broken ice dragon quickly condensed. Hitsugaya, with blood oozing from the knuckles of his hands, flew up again, gritting his teeth and looking at Yaun with reluctance. "He has used Bankai. There is still no way to catch this little devil." Puff! Yaun couldn't help laughing, and pointed at his face and laughed. "You still think of me as your great-grandfather? Do you, a little boy from 10,000 years, have that ability? The hair under your belly hasn't even grown yet, ha 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 ha." Hitsugaya's face turned green. "I had an urge to kill someone. Damn it! Killing someone is not enough, but also destroying their heart." He hated it most when people talked about his looks, but this BD hit the nail on the head. After all, if he had an adult body, why would he have to keep secretly liking Hinamori Momo? He would have confessed to Tenkata long ago. Just think of this. He almost hated his talent. But when Yaun saw his condition, instead of restraining himself, he laughed even louder and appeared next to Inu Orium in a flash. "Yaun Jun." Inu Orium looked at Yaun in a daze, not understanding why he came to her at this time. Yaun reached out his hand, held her in his arms, kissed her soft face hard, and said with a smile, "Orium, we are childhood friends, right?" Inu Orium was kissed, her face flushed, her mind felt blank, and she nodded in a silly way. "We're childhood sweethearts. Yaun-kun has always been kind to me and always takes care of me and protects me. My brother also likes Yaun-kun very much." Because Inu Orium's brain was blank, she didn't even know what she was saying now. Yaun winked at Hitsugaya, then continued with a smile. "Then let's not learn from this little boy who had a crush on his childhood sweetheart for over 100 years, only to have that sweetheart fall in love with someone else. Yaun, UBD." Hitsugaya's face turned from green to dark green, and with a roar of grief and anger, Kyun rushed over desperately. "I'm absolutely going to kill you, UBD." Yaun curled his lips and rushed forward with the Ruyi Bang in hand. "After living for 100 years, are you still so irrational?" Hearing Yaun's words, Hitsugaya immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late to retreat now. He could only bite the bullet and swing his knife. "1,000-year ice prison. Take my stick." The knife and stick collided again. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the 8th, 9th, and 10th divisions. And this time, Hitsugaya lost his previous good luck and was blasted out of the hospital. The screams of grief and anger echoed in the sky. Yaun was a little surprised. Because after smashing countless walls and houses, the other party had disappeared from his sight. This direction and trajectory, Squad 9, Squad 8, Squad 7, Squad 6, why did he go directly to Squad 1? A roar was heard from far away. In the first team, Old Man Yamamoto sat beside the seriously injured Jiro Sasakaibe, his eyelids twitching and his face darkening as he looked at the house that had been smashed into ruins. A hole. This is the captain's office he just built. He didn't survive more than 2 hours. It was directly knocked down by Hitsugaya and turned into a dangerous building. A few seconds later, Hitsugaya, staggering from side to side, walked in, holding onto the wall, and looked at Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni with an apologetic look on his face. Captain, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect to disturb you. Please forgive me. I'll go catch that BD Yaun right now. Old Man Yamamoto coughed twice, interrupted Hitsugaya and said. Captain Hitsugaya, I'm here. Hitsugaya, who was apologizing to a confused Shinigami, instantly turned red in the face and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He slapped his head hard, then turned to look at Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. Captain General. Old Man Yamamoto opened his mouth to say something, but after thinking for a moment, he softened his tone and said. Captain Hitsugaya, although your growth rate is indeed a bit slow, think about it in a positive way. This means you can live longer. Hitsugaya was dumbfounded. The whole person felt as if struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. After several seconds, he finally held on to his last hope and said awkwardly. Captain, could it be that you also heard what Yaun and I just said? Old Man Yamamoto was silent. He didn't hear with his ears. But he heard it through his spiritual meridians. Although the original intention was to capture Aizen and the other two, he also overheard things that he shouldn't have. Hitsugaya suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Think about the conversation I just had with that BD Yaun. I have been secretly in love with Hinamori Momo for 100 years. The person you have a crush on has a crush on someone else. Because of his spiritual power, he is a little boy who never grows up. Hitsugaya carried her in Meru, his eyes blank, and he walked out of the first team in a daze. The Shinigami of the first division couldn't help but ask, Captain Hitsugaya, are you going to go fight Yaun again? Or are you going to ask Captain Kyōraku for help? I want to die first. Hitsugaya took a step and disappeared from the first team in an instant. The Shinigami of the first team was stunned and rushed out of the door and shouted. Captain Hitsugaya, please don't really die. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. Eat 13. The corner of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's mouth twitched, and he slowly sat up from the ground, bursting out a scorching ryutsu, and said. These little devils are still making trouble. After experiencing Aizensuke's betrayal, he already knew that the hollow incident might have been a misunderstanding. That's the case. Yaun and the others who came here were not some kind of traveling disaster. Instead, he came to help the heroes of Jingling Ting. But he still holds some grudges. After all, Yaun hit him a few times. This was the first time in hundreds of years that he was in such a mess. That's why he didn't lift the wanted order for the other party, wanting to teach that kid Yaun a lesson. But I didn't expect it. It's only been 2 days. That little devil had caused him such a big trouble again. On the street, Yaun smiled and rubbed anew Orium's hair, saying. Orium, you've done a great job. If it weren't for you, I think it would have been difficult to defeat that evasive little devil. Inu Orium blushed and nodded. Her mind still feels blank. Only when Yaun kissed her, the hot breath and touch echoed in her mind. At this time, Rukia Kuchiki and the black cat Yoruichi finally arrived, and they immediately spotted the young man in his death suit. Yaun. Kuchiki Rukia came over viciously and bit Yaun's arm without saying anything. Who allowed you to come in alone? Do you know how dangerous that is? What if you get hurt? How guilty would I be? Yes, isn't this okay? Yaun let Rukia Kuchiki bite her lips and rubbed her hair with a smile. And everything went smoothly. I have successfully convinced old man Yamamoto. It won't be long before you are acquitted. Rukia Kuchiki was startled and said, Yaun, please stop talking nonsense. How could the captain forgive me? He had violated the rules by imparting spiritual power to humans, and had committed a serious crime against the Jingling Court. Room 46 will never forgive his crimes. The captain is a particularly stubborn person, and he will not change his decision because of one person or one thing. It's true. Yaun felt helpless. Aizen had already officially announced his betrayal, and he was the one who exposed it. As long as Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is still a human being, it will be impossible to hold him accountable for his crimes, and Rukia Kuchiki will definitely be acquitted. Even if the other party is really a bad person, he can still bring Rukia Kuchiki back to Karakura Town. Just then, a wave of burning ryotsu hit me. Yaun gasped in shock. No way, that old man is so vindictive. After saying that, he hugged a new Orihime and Rukia Kuchiki and ran away in the opposite direction of ryotsu. Black Cat Knight ran up on all fours and taunted. Yaun, didn't you convince the captain? Why does it seem to me that the captain is so angry? Yaun's mouth twitched. Maybe it was because I blew up the first division's house again. The black cat Yoruichi's eyes suddenly widened. What do you mean? Chapter 75. Yaun turned his head to the side, coughed dryly and said. A few days ago, I wanted to absorb spiritual energy, so I took the opportunity to absorb the walls of the first squadron's house and other things. Black Cat Yoruichi almost fainted after hearing this. Haven't you absorbed spiritual energy in 800 years? The spiritual energy in Jingling Court is so abundant, why are you still staring at those walls? Isn't the spiritual energy in the walls more abundant, and it's all compressed? As Yaun spoke, he used the fingertips of his right hand, which was holding Rukia Kuchiki, to trace the few remaining intact walls in the 9th division. In an instant, the wall turned into blue spiritual energy. They were swarmed and absorbed into Yaun's body. The black cat Yoruichi was so angry that he pounced on Yaun and bit his calf fiercely, muttering angrily. I'll let you absorb it, or we'll be roasted into jerky by the captain. So you have to run quickly. Yaun moved his calves very quickly. After just a few minutes, Shibakaku couldn't stand it anymore. He gasped for breath and looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. This kid is running too fast, isn't he? After all, he is the current patriarch of the Shiba family, and has been friends with Shihaoran Yoruichi and Byakuya Kuchiki since childhood. Shunpo's level is also not weak in Jingling Ting. But even though she was unloaded, she still couldn't catch up with the black-haired boy in front of her who was carrying 2 people and a cat. Feeling the scorching heat of ryotsu approaching quickly from behind, Shibakaku's face turned pale and she quickly asked her best friend for help. Yoruichi, hurry up and carry me. I can't run fast. Okay. Yoruichi, in his black cat form, readily agreed. Just as she was pulsing her short legs and trying to pounce on Shibakaku, Yaun carried Rukia Kuchiki on his shoulders and lifted her up by the back of her neck. The little black cat's fur suddenly exploded, and it waved its little paws viciously. Little devil, what are you doing? Hurry up and put me down. Do you believe I will scratch your face? Yaun knocked her head with a frown on his face. Ms. Yoruichi, are you stupid? You're in black cat form now. Do you think you want to turn into a naked woman and run away? The little black cat blinked, then he remembered that if he turned into a human form, he would be naked. Then, the black cat Yoruichi looked at her best friend with an apologetic look on her face. Kaku, I'm sorry 487, but if you get caught, don't betray me. Although she has a carefree personality. But I still don't have the courage to run naked in Jingling Court. No. Shibakaku wailed in despair. She was once one of the 5 nobles of Jingling Court, and would not be punished even if she was caught. But if she was caught by old man Yamamoto, given his rigid personality, he would definitely keep her in Shirayuki as a Shinigami. That would be worse than death for her. At this time, Yaun slowed down his pace and said, Boss Shiba, I have a spot open. Do you want to buy a ticket? Shibakaku's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Yaun's broad back. He immediately pounced on him without hesitation. You have to pay for the ticket later. Yaun teased, stepped on the accelerator, and shuttled through the streets, constantly passing through the crowd of Shinigami. Near the 5th division, old man Yamamoto noticed this scene, snorted coldly and stopped. Sly brat, you're no wonder you're the disciple of that BD Urahara Kisuke. You're exactly like him. I'll have to teach him a lesson sooner or later. In the present world, Urahara store. Urahara Kisuke sneezed in despair. Hanakari Jinda exclaimed, Manager, you've sneezed over 500 times in the past 2 days. You could apply for a world record, right? Hashiu nodded weakly. At the same time, in the center of Jingling Court, deep underground in room 46. There is a huge strange space here, with rows of bookshelves inside, and on the shelves are neat and clean books. Look around. The entire space is filled with bookshelves and books. It feels like arriving in an ocean of knowledge and history. And this is the legendary Great Spirit Book Corridor, which stores records and confidential information of all major events of the Soul Society since ancient times. Ordinary Shinigami are not eligible to enter at all. Even if the captain wanted to come in, it would be difficult. Not only documents with Central 46 stamps are required. It also requires spiritual verification from the gatekeeper of the Tsunoya Shiro family, one of the 4 great nobles of the Soul Society. Breaking through the door by force will even trigger a self-destruction spell. Therefore, although this place contains endless knowledge, no one often comes in for decades. But today. But here came the sound of turning pages of books. Aizen, with brown hair and wearing a white captain's haori, sat on a chair, flipping through the book in his hands slowly. Next to him, Ichimaru-jin was also reading a book. He raised his head and said with a smile. Captain Aizen, I can't believe that those Quincy's, who are almost extinct in the modern world, almost destroyed Soul Society 1,000 years ago. This was also his first time entering the Great Spiritual Book Corridor. Only here can one see the history concealed by Jingling Ting, such as the fact that Jingling Ting was almost destroyed 1,000 years ago. Aizen flipped through the book and said calmly, the Quincy are a very unusual race. Their demise in the mortal world has always surprised me. I've investigated, but haven't found anything. Originally Ichimaru-jin just said it casually, but unexpectedly Aizen gave an answer. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. According to what you said, Captain Aizen, the demise of the present-day Quincy is not related to the Shinigami. Aizen explained calmly, the Shinigami did target the Quincy, but that level was far from enough to wipe out the Quincy. Although the Quincy's possess combat power comparable to that of Shinigami, they are still human at heart. As long as they dive into the crowd and hide their spiritual power, even Shinigami will not be able to tell their identities. Because of this, Quincy has been active in the world for decades. And then they all disappeared overnight. Ichimaru-jin was really surprised and put down the book that recorded the history of thousands of years ago. Captain Aizen, in your opinion, why were the Quincy's nearly annihilated? It can't be that their king is still alive, right? According to information recorded thousands of years ago. Whack, the king of the Quincy's, once led a large number of Quincy's to invade Soul Society. After a tough battle, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni finally killed the king of the Quincy's. And based on the speculation in the books, This king of Quincy's seems to have the ability to control the lives of all Quincy's. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Aizen didn't take it to heart. He didn't even take Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni seriously, let alone the defeated generals who were defeated by Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni 1,000 years ago. Ichimaru-jin took this matter to heart. I feel sad about the many disasters that Seoul society has suffered. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours, when the ship is late, it encounters headwinds. Aizen was glaring covetously over here, and the Quincy was restless over there. It seemed as if all kinds of powerful enemies appeared at the same time. Just as the two of them were flipping through the books. Aizen closed the book in his hand with a snap. Ichimaru-jin's heart sank. Next second. The space in front of the two people cracked and shattered like a mirror. The crisp sound spread throughout the silent corridor of the Great Spirit Book. The broken space formed black cracks. The pure black color is disturbing. It seems to lead to the abyss. Soon, a foot stepped out from the darkness, followed by the figure of Tosen Kaname. Behind him, there was a man with short black hair, pale skin, deep green eyes, and unique dark green tear marks on his face. The left half of the head is covered with a helmet-like mask with horns, which makes it look mysterious and majestic. A cold man with a black hole in his chest. Tosen Kaname said respectfully, "Lord Aizen, I just returned from Hueco Mundo. I went to the laboratory and brought you what you requested." Aizen nodded slightly and turned to look at the man with dark green tear marks. "Ulquiorra, where's the stuff?" Ulquiorra stretched out his right hand with an indifferent expression. In the palm of his hand, there was a blue bead like Hagyaku. Ichimaru-jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Knowing that this is Hagyaku developed by Aizen himself. But this is a work in progress. While it allows Shinigami and Hollows to break through boundaries, it cannot help Aizen go further. Only by obtaining the Hagyaku developed by Urahara and fusing the two semi-finished Hagyaku can the real Hagyaku be created. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, "Lord Aizen, now that this Hagyaku has arrived, is the next step to find that Hagyaku." "That's right." Aizen walked out and said calmly. "Hagyaku has self-awareness and will instinctively complete itself. Therefore, after my Hagyaku appears, he will also appear." Ichimaru-jin's heart sank a little, but he still glanced at Ulquiorra and said, "Captain Aizen, Ulquiorra is here. How about calling the other Espada over as well and starting the war with Seoul society right now?" Aizen glanced at Ichimaru-jin and smiled. "Yin, don't be so impatient. So you came to me." In the captain's office of the second squad, Sui Feng looked at several people with gritted teeth. Yaun took a sip of water and said with a smile, "Sui Feng, don't be so stingy. Besides, I also sent Yoruichi to you as agreed." As he spoke, Yaun picked up the little black cat by the scruff of its neck and handed it to Sui Feng as if it were a gift. The black cat Yoruichi was furious and waved his claws wildly. "Yaun, you bad boy, I taught you Shunpo. Logically, you should call me master, how dare you give me away as a gift?" But before she could teach Yaun how to respect her teachers, his other traitor couldn't help himself and hugged the little black cat with an obsessed look on his face. "Yoruichi-sama, I missed you so much." Looking at Sui Feng who was rubbing his face against him crazily, and then looking at Yaun who was smiling. Yoruichi, in black cat form, feels hopeless. Why are all my disciples so rebellious? Rukia Kuchiki covered her mouth and smiled, then looked at Yaun and said, "Yaun, are we really safe hiding here with Captain Sui Feng? What if the captain really comes?" "Don't worry, I'm here and everything will be fine." Yaun ruffled Rukia Kuchiki's hair. Rukia Kuchiki's face turned red. The longing and worry after not seeing her for 2 days finally burst out at this moment. She suddenly threw herself into Yaun's arms and punched Yaun's chest with her little pink fist. You big bad guy, do you know how worried I was during the past 2 days when you were away? Every day I worried about whether you were in danger. Yes, yes, yes. Yaun comforted Rukia Kuchiki with a smile. Orihime saw this scene and walked forward with a feeling of grievance. Aids. Yaun also rubbed her hair and said with a smile, I'm really sorry to have made you worry, but I'm really not in danger. Looking at the three people's affectionate expressions, Shiba Konghi couldn't help but whisper. A playful carrot. She still hasn't forgotten that when she first met Yaun, he was covered with strawberry marks and teeth marks. This lewd little human kid, who already has 2 girlfriends, got entangled with a shameless female Shinigami just 2 days after coming to Soul Society. Yaun gave her a threatening look and mouthed. You haven't paid for my ticket yet. Shiba Konghi closed his mouth in frustration and gave up the idea of rescuing the ignorant girl. A moment later, Yoruichi, the black cat who had been petted to the point of despair, suddenly noticed Yaun walking outside and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yaun, where are you going? Yaun had a strange expression on his face. He pointed to the location of the confession palace and said, I'm going to check out the fun. It's the time when the 2 cheaters are showing off their skills. Hang! Everyone present was a little confused. The black cat Yoruichi leaped onto Yaun's back. Let's go, and see what's going on. She didn't want to stay in this room any longer. In just 2 hours, the traitor Suifeng jerked her off thousands of times, and almost licked her body all over. I'm going to. Suifeng quickly caught up with Yaun. Soon, only Rukia Kuchiki, Orihime, and Shiba Kaku were left in the captain's office. Looking at the 2 beautiful girls with rosy faces, they seemed to have fallen in love. Shiba decided to rescue them. It's definitely not revenge against that damned human brat. So she blinked and whispered to Orihime and Rukia Kuchiki. You two, don't be fooled by that brat Yaun. He's a playboy and will definitely cheat on you when the time comes. Orihime and Rukia Kuchiki glanced at each other at the same time. Then he nodded vigorously. That guy is definitely going to cheat. That's not what I meant. Shiba Konghi frowned and said, I mean that kid is very fickle. He was blushing a lot just now. He must have just come to Jingling Ting and hooked up with 10 unknown people. Shameful. Ms. Shiba, what are you shameless about? A gentle voice came from behind Shiba Kaku. Rukia Kuchiki was so frightened that she quickly stood up and said respectfully to the figure. Captain Unohana. When Orihime heard the word captain, he was so scared that he stood up and grabbed the corner of Rukia Kuchiki's clothes in a panic. Rukia Kuchiki sighed and held Orihime's hand helplessly. Shiba Konghi had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. I quickly turned around to look. Just when I was about to say something, suddenly his expression became dull. She saw Unohana, who had a gentle expression, with blushes on her neck, arms, and the skin around her ears. Faintly, you can still see a few tooth marks. Just when Shiba Kyokaku was frightened, Unohana said with a smile. Ms. Shiba, you haven't finished speaking yet. Chapter 76. Jingling Ting, near the Palace of Confession. The so-called Confession Palace is actually a prison where prisoners live when they are about to be executed. The whole body is pure white, but it does not make people feel relaxed. On the contrary, it is full of depression, almost making people breathless. The materials used to build the confessional palace are also extraordinary. The entire body is made of murderous stone, a material that can imprison the Shinigami's spiritual power, and even a captain-level strongman would find it difficult to break free. Therefore, almost no one comes here. But today there are 2 uninvited guests here. But I saw Kurosaki Ichigo and Zaraki Kenpachi, the 2 guys were fighting each other madly all the way, and unknowingly came to the vicinity of the Palace of Confession. And at this time, the bodies of the 2 were already covered in blood. The spiritual power that erupted was more astonishing than the last. Even as far away as the 3rd division, they could see 2 pillars of spiritual light rising into the sky. A blue one. A golden one. It was as if two ferocious beasts were biting each other in mid-air. Ha ha ha, Kurosaki Ichigo, you actually made me enjoy the fight so much. I've already memorized your name. Zaraki Kenpachi said with a laugh. Originally he didn't have much hope for Kurosaki Ichigo, after all, the kid looked stupid. Who would have thought that after the fight started, this kid would be like a cockroach that is immune to death, unleashing amazing riots one after another. Who asked you to remember the name? Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth, his body swaying, but because of this he unleashed an even more astonishing spiritual power. The top of the confessional palace. Yaun sat cross-legged on the murderous stone, his right hand resting on the side of his face, watching the battle below with great interest. This is dozens of times more exciting than the original. In the original story, when Kurosaki Ichigo and Zaraki Kenpachi were fighting, the former hadn't grown up yet, while the latter instinctively suppressed Jiki. It was a fight between wild beasts. Now, both Kurosaki Ichigo and Zaraki Kenpachi are much stronger than in the original. The fighting is also much more fierce than in the original book. At least there is more swordsmanship in the battle. Sui Feng was puzzled. Your friend was injured like that, why didn't you go to save him? What if he was really killed by Zaraki Kenpachi? Yaun curled his lips. Have you ever seen a cheating god being killed by a soldier? Among the three most popular manga, Shinigami's protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo has the most cheats, even Uzumaki Naruto with 9 tails has to admit defeat. If Kurosaki Ichigo is really in danger, Kyopaku, Gyatokuno and even the power of the Quincy will have to come out. After saying that, Yaun stretched out his body, rubbed the pink head of Kuzujishi Yachiru beside him with a smile, and said with a smile. And it wouldn't be without benefit to let them fight, wouldn't you say? Don't imprison 8,000 people. Kuzujishi Yachiru ate the candy Yaun gave him and nodded vigorously. That's right, little Jian loves to fight. I haven't seen him so happy in a long time. He must really like little Ichigo. Boom. 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 The two humanoid monsters below were fighting frantically, as if they had turned into house-destroying monsters, chopping the surrounding buildings and trees into pieces. Even the Palace of Confession, which could imprison spiritual energy, was not spared. In the crazy fight between the two people, one wall of the Palace of Confessions was shattered. Anapanana. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed wildly like a wild beast, and swung his broken soul-slaying sword fiercely. What's wrong? Is it finally over? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was covered in wounds, and blood kept spilling from his body, dyeing the ground of the surrounding confession palace red. Yaun narrowed his eyes and a golden stick appeared in his hand. Be ready to rescue at any time. But just at that moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes lost focus and his body fell forward. From his body, black and red Ryutsu erupted. Evil, tyranny, greed, and darkness seemed to be the embodiment of all evil thoughts in the world. Ugh! An extremely sharp and evil fanatical laugh was heard. But Kurosaki Ichigo took a step forward, and his body, which was about to fall, stood up again. Ha 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 ha, Shinigami, you seem to be enjoying the fight. In that case, let me fight with you from now on, ha 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 ha. Unbridled laughter resounded through the sky. I saw that Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes had turned golden, and there was a half mask on his face, red and white intertwined, covering the entire left side of his face. There were also wisps of white substance that continued to condense into a mask of long red and white interwoven. The unruly, wild, and arrogant attitude he displayed was more than 10 times more oppressive than the previous Kurosaki Ichigo. The way he holds the knife is also completely different from before. The previous Kurosaki Ichigo held the hilt of the sword with both hands and attacked steadily. Kurosaki Ichigo, wearing a mask, actually directly grasped the end of the long white bandage on the handle of Zangetsu. He swung the huge Zangetsu sword. The white knife light kept flashing around him. He looks even more handsome and domineering than the previous Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing the change in Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpachi was not surprised but delighted. He laughed wildly and rushed forward with a knife in hand, saying, "Ha ha ha, even though I don't know what happened, you should be able to continue fighting with me, right?" As soon as the words fell, with a swish sound, blood suddenly appeared. Zaraki Kenpachi lowered his head and was shocked to find that there was another deep scar on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood spurted out from the wound. "Ha ha ha ha, what? Is this all you can do? I was a bit too useless before, ha 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 ha." Kurosaki Ichigo's unbridled laughter echoed. Since he was wielding Zangetsu with bandages, the attack range of Zangetsu was nearly 1 meter longer than before. The attack speed is greatly improved. Zaraki Kenpachi also laughed, completely ignoring his injuries, and rushed forward with a big knife to continue fighting with Kurosaki Ichigo. The power of the hollow. Sui Feng's eyes revealed a chilling murderous intent, and he was about to rush forward with the soul-slaying sword in hand. "Wait, Sui Feng! Captain Sui Feng, we can't let you pass!" Yaun and Kuzujishi Yachiru spoke at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and hugged Sui Feng's thighs at the same time. Sui Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the two of them, one big and one small, with a dark face. He gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "It's okay for Yaun, but why are you, Vice Captain Yachiru, trying to stop me?" Before, she could ignore the fight between Kurosaki Ichigo and Zaraki Kenpachi. After all, she also knew that the current identities of Yaun and his group were very delicate. But now, Kurosaki Ichigo showed the power of hollow. That is an evil force that is strictly prohibited by Room 46 and must be eradicated upon sight. Kuzujishi Yachiru said seriously, "Captain Sui Feng, Xiaojian is very happy now. If you go over there, he will chop you down too." Yaun nodded, "Kurosaki and Ichigo too, they might join forces to attack you. Do you think I'm afraid of them both?" Sui Feng glared at the two, one big and one small, fiercely. Yaun said helplessly, "Even if you are not afraid, you should have seen Hirako Shinji and others in the present world. There is no need to react so strongly, right?" At this point, Yaun pointed in the direction of the first division and said, "Aizen's defection shows that there's something fishy about Hirako Shinji and the others' hollow incident. Who knows when it will be rectified? Why are you pursuing Kurosaki Ichigo now?" After listening to Yaun's analysis, Sui Feng did hesitate. Kuzujishi Yachiru quickly took out his candy and said, "Sister Sui Feng, I'll give you some Kenpachi. Please don't disturb Xiaojian's fight, okay?" The identity hesitated for a moment, but finally snorted, sheathed the soul-slaying sword, and said to the two with a dark face, "I'm not going. You two, let go of my hands right now." She stared at Yaun fiercely. It is normal for Kuzujishi Yachiru to hold the ankle of her left leg. But Yaun was different. He just hugged her thighs and almost touched her sensitive area. Yaun coughed twice and withdrew his hands. At this moment, Yaun looked at the little black cat beside him curiously, lifted her by the scruff of the neck, and asked doubtfully, "Yoruichi, why don't you say anything?" The black cat Yoruichi waved his paw fiercely, "What's so surprising about that? Everyone's physique is different." Even before Kurosaki Ichigo was born, she knew that this child definitely contained the power of a hollow. Now it just broke out. There's nothing to be surprised about. After all, there are 8 people like Kurosaki Ichigo in the world today. Thinking about this, she looked at Yaun and Sui Feng with some strangeness. When did you two become so close? According to her impression from 100 years ago, Sui Feng was a sensitive person who never wanted to come into contact with others, let alone be hugged. Sui Feng's face flushed, and he glared at Yaun fiercely, "Who is on good terms with this brat?" Yaun said aggrievedly, "Sui Feng, I thought we had a very good relationship. I even gave you so many gifts." The black cat Yoruichi asked curiously, what gift? 30303. Sui Feng rushed over with a red face and covered Yaun's mouth tightly, preventing him from finishing his words. If Lord Yoruichi knew the contents of the gift, I'm afraid people will think she is a pervert. Never talk to her again. The black cat Yoruichi sighed, isn't your relationship great? Even I didn't expect that you two sworn enemies could become good friends. Several people were playing around. The battle below has gradually determined the outcome. Under the fierce bombardment of Hollow Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpachi gradually showed signs of decline, and the blades and Ryutsu produced by Kuni were not as good as before. Please give me flowers. Kuzujishi Yachiru swung her little feet, pouted her lips and said aggrievedly. Xiao Jian is going to lose again. It seems that during this period of time, Zaraki Kenpachi was either being beaten or on the way to being beaten, and he had almost no winning record. Yaun Qiang resisted Sui Feng's tug and stuck his head out to look down. That's not necessarily true. Both of them are cheating. It depends on who opens it more fiercely. Maybe Zaraki Kenpachi will be able to explode. Wait, my clothes are going to be torn. Turning around, Yaun quickly protected his clothes. During his visit to Soul Society, he changed 7 or 8 sets of clothes. I would have thought he was here to buy clothes wholesale. Ha 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 ha, is this the captain? Too weak, ha 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 ha. Hollow Ichigo laughed loudly, clenched the bandages and swung Zangetsu, slashing at Zaraki Kenpachi with the most powerful blow and yelling. Wait, get back. Hollow Ichigo suddenly spoke, grabbed his red and white mask with his right hand, and roared as he tried to tear it off. Why? Hollow Ichigo's voice became sharp and angry again, and he roared loudly. I'm about to win. Don't you want to defeat this guy? He wants to kill you. I came out to protect you. Shut up, this is my fight, you don't have to fight, get back here. Ichigo, you FG idiot, you'll be killed by this guy without me. Then let him kill me. This is my body, and I absolutely won't allow you to control it. 0. Damn it, you stupid idiot, we are one, just one more minute and I can kill this beast. I don't need you. Hollow Ichigo kept yelling in 2 tones. After seeing this, Sui Feng stopped fighting with Yaun and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in surprise as he was constantly trying to push himself to the limit. What's going on? Yaun thought for a moment and said. A massive schizophrenia scene. It seems that all Shinigami have signs of mental breakdown. After all, there is a soul-severing knife symbolized in their consciousness space. It's just that Kurosaki Ichigo's mental space is a little more lively. There are 2 people, Zangetsu and Kyobaku. If one more person is added, we can all play mahjong. After struggling with himself to the limit for a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo finally roared and tore off the white and red mask. Without the mask of Hollow, Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu turned back to blue. He gasped and pointed his Zangetsu broadsword at Zaraki Kenpachi. Come on, I'll fight you next. Zaraki Kenpachi was covered in blood, with a bloodthirsty expression on his face as he said, Are you sure you can beat me without that guy just now? Of course. Kurosaki Ichigo gripped the Zangetsu confidently. The 2 men suddenly rushed towards each other and started a fierce battle again. There was a crazy collision between blades. Blood and flesh were constantly being cut open. As the last knife fell, the 2 men's bodies continued to shake, and finally fell to the ground at the same time. Sui Feng said, It's a lose-lose situation. Black Cat Yoruichi nodded, It's a draw between the 2 of them. Yaun curled her lips, Is this all you 2 see? Under the curious gazes of the 2 women, Yaun pointed at the fallen Kurosaki Ichigo and Zaraki Kenpachi and said with a hint of emotion. Before these 2 fell, the Ryutsu they unleashed was at least 30% more than before. Otherwise, you would say both of them are cheaters. One is that you become stronger the more you fight. The other one also becomes stronger as the fight goes on. The two women then realized that during their fight, their strength had indeed increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially Kurosaki Ichigo, after removing the mask of hollow, his strength increased by almost 50% compared to before. Sui Feng suddenly realized, so that's why you watched Kurosaki Ichigo desperately and didn't go to save him. Yaun shook his head, jumped off the confession palace, and he and Kuzujishi Yachiru each picked up one, then walked towards the second team. On the way, Yaun said lightly. Ichigo doesn't need me to save him. He is the kind of person who becomes stronger from desperate situations. Crisis is just the seasoning on his road to growth. The Shinigami world is in crisis. He also couldn't protect Kurosaki Ichigo all the time. Especially the invisible empire that will invade Soul Society in the future, where the strong ones are more powerful than each other. Even he didn't have the confidence to win. If Kurosaki Ichigo cannot become stronger now, when that time comes, he may not even be qualified to protect himself. Chapter 77. This is not the way to the 4th division. Sui Feng looked at Yaun's pace and couldn't help but remind him. Yaun smiled and said, I know a doctor who is even better than the captain of the 4th division. He will be more effective in treating Ichigo. In the distance, Kuzujishi Yachiru's ears twitched, and he quickly ran over, dragging Zaraki Kenpachi with him. Yaun, could you please ask that doctor to treat Xiaojian? Captain Unohana is missing and we can't find her no matter how hard we try. Hear this. Yaun suddenly felt guilty. Could it be that I was too rough yesterday and that's why Unohana is still unable to get out of bed? But he also felt that he couldn't be blamed for this, because it was Unohana who kept telling him to be a little rougher when they were fighting. And you still say that you have to feel pain in this kind of fighting. She's totally the image of a battered older sister. In this way, the group came to Sui Feng's second team in a mighty manner. Seeing Jun in the team was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. If they were not mistaken, it seemed to be the travel disaster that caused great trouble in Jingling Court. Among them was the lunatic who attacked the captain. Kuzujishi Yachiru quickly waved his hands, it's none of your business, go play, Yaun and Xiaoi are both good kids. Yaun grabbed her hair and tore it hard, saying, Yakun Liu, I'm still a high school student, don't treat me like a child. Kuzujishi Yachiru grumbled, but I'm also a Shinigami who has lived for hundreds of years. You're hundreds of years younger than me. If you're not a child, what are you? That won't work either. You have to look at appearance to determine age. I look older than you, so you have to call me brother. No, you have to count based on your age of 800. You should call me Sister Bakian Liu. Judging by appearance, you call me brother. JJ. If you don't call me brother, I will heal Zaraki Kenpachi and tie him up so that he can only watch Ichigo and I spar and fight. Yakian Liu pouted and said reluctantly. Elder brother. Looking at the two people who were talking to each other, the criminal army in black uniform looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, Sui Feng glanced at them and said coldly, continue training and pretend you didn't see us. Yes. Hundreds of criminal soldiers shouted loudly, as if they really didn't see Yaun and the others, and continued to train on the spot. Yaun saw this scene and said in amazement. Queen Sui Feng is so domineering. Normally, he only regarded Sui Feng as a little girl, and it was not until this moment that he could truly feel her status. This is the commander of the criminal army. Commander-in-chief of Covered Mobile. Captain of the second squad. In secret maneuvers and criminal operations, her words were even more effective than those of the captain. If it were an ordinary dynasty, she would be the supreme empress who controls all the troops in the world, controls all the secret agencies, and has great power over the government and the country. Sui Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud. Little ghost, you are scared now, right? If you dare to offend me, there will be no place for you in the entire Soul Society. Yaun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then, while Sui Feng wasn't paying attention, he violently ravaged her hair, making it a mess. Yaun! Sui Feng looked at Yaun angrily. Yaun laughed loudly and quickly entered Sui Feng's room with Kurosaki Ichigo. Orihime, Ichigo is seriously injured. Hurry up and treat her, otherwise this family will explode again. Yaun just rushed into the room. The words haven't been finished yet. I was startled by the strange atmosphere in the room. Unohana was seen sitting gently on the chair, with Shiba Sora behind her, massaging Unohana shoulders with tears in her eyes. Rukia Kuchiki and Anu Orihime, on the other hand, listened to each other as obediently as quails. Sister Hawa, why are you here? Yaun looked at Unohana dryly. Unohana did not answer this question. She glanced at the injured Kurosaki Ichigo in Yaun's arms and said with a smile. Yaun-kun, since this gentleman is injured, why not send him directly to our 4th division? As she spoke, she glanced at Anu Orihime and said very gently. Could it be that in Yaun-kun's mind, Miss Orihime's healing ability is even stronger than mine? Yaun coughed dryly twice. I'm just worried about tiring you out, Sister Hawa. As he said that, he put Kurosaki Ichigo on the ground. Anu Orihime quickly trotted over and pointed his hands at Kurosaki Ichigo. Double sky shield, I refuse. In an instant, a pale yellow light enveloped Kurosaki Ichigo, and within it, Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unohana was originally a little angry, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Her beautiful eyes looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries solemnly. This treatment method. It's not a cure at all, it's more like a creation, like going back in time, rejecting the injuries suffered by Kurosaki Ichigo according to the rules. This little girl. Just as Unohana was thinking, Kuzujishi Yachiro came hopping in, dragging Zaraki Kenpachi with him. Captain Unohana, you are here. Can you treat Xiaojian? He is also seriously injured. Yaun glanced at Zaraki Kenpachi and said with a frown, if you drag him around for another 2 laps, his injuries will be twice as serious as they are now. Originally, Zaraki Kenpachi only had knife wounds on his body. Now, with collisions and scrapes, it's like being dragged by a horse for hours. Kuzujishi Yachiro pinched her waist and said angrily, there's nothing I can do. I'm so short, I can only run with my sword in tow. Unohana used Kide on Zaraki Kenpachi and said gently, it's just some superficial injuries. He fainted because of excessive blood loss. Unohana glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, he only has superficial injuries. He fell over because of excessive blood loss. Yaun looked at the 2 guys speechlessly. What a FG monster! He's beaten so hard that his head looks like a dog's, and yet all he's suffered are superficial injuries. He felt that if these 2 guys were allowed to fight for 3 days, not to mention Aizen, even Waiwak would be defeated. Sui Feng kicked him angrily and said, you are the monster. If you fight Captain Zaraki, you can knock him away with just 1 blow. Yaun pounced on Sui Feng with his fangs bared, frightening him so much that he ran around the bedroom. Don't come over here, you little brat. Who told you to kick me? Be prepared, I'm going to kick you back tenfold. The black cat Yoruichi couldn't help but shook his head, but smiled. She hadn't felt this kind of warmth for many years. After a while, Unohana withdrew his hand and said, you've almost recovered. Take some blood-boosting medicine and you'll be able to walk in a few weeks. Kuzujishi Yachiro blinked. He looked at Zaraki Kenpachi. He turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo again. The other party sat up, confused, looked at his injuries that had recovered, and scratched his head in confusion. I'm seriously injured, aren't I? Unohana glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo, then turned to look at Anu Orihime. What a terrifying ability! She had lived for thousands of years and had seen countless Shinigami's soul-slaying sword abilities, but none could compare to Inu Orium's. This has almost violated the realm of God. If the opponent had more Ryutsu, 16 might not be her match. Kuzujishi Yachiru dragged Zaraki Kenpachi along and looked at Inu Orium eagerly. Can you heal Xiaojian as well? As he was speaking, Kuzujishi Yachiru suddenly felt the dangerous gaze coming from Unohana Retsu, so he said very obediently. Forget it. If Xiaojian is completely healed, he'll be very unhappy if he can't feel the pain. Seeing Kuzujishi Yachiru about to leave the room, Yaun chased after her and whispered to her. Isn't the Great 8000 flow particularly terrifying? Kuzujishi Yachiru nodded in agreement. Da Yachiru is so scary. Although both of them have the name of Yakian Liu. But when the little Bakian Liu saw the big Bakian Liu, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Kurosaki Ichigo finally recovered, scratched his head, and looked at Yaun in confusion. Yaun, what just happened? Why am I here? Yaun walked back, put her arm around his shoulders, and said with a smile, you just fainted, and it was Inu who cured you. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly realized and turned to thank Inu Orium. Thank you, Inu-san. I felt like I was going to die just now, but now I'm fine and don't feel any pain at all. Of course, that is a power that violates the realm of God, Yaun thought secretly in his heart. The conversation continued for a while. Seeing that the time was right, Yaun patted Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder and looked at Yoruichi who was licking his fur with a smile. Ms. Yoruichi, you can see that Ichigo is too weak right now. Is there any way to make him stronger? The black cat Yoruichi blinked and thought of the Shinto ritual that Urahara Kisuke left behind in Shirayuki. Normally, she was planning to use the Ten Shingiri on Yaun and Kurosaki Ichigo to allow them to awaken their Bankai. But now, seeing that the black cat Yoruichi was about to refuse, Yaun quickly stuffed a piece of catnip into her mouth. Black cat Yoruichi almost cursed. Who is this person? Even when you come to Soul Society, you need to bring catnip. But soon, she was immersed in the catnip, and led everyone away in a daze, arriving at a cave somewhere in Jingling Court. This is another strange space. The appearance and structure are exactly the same as the basement of the real Urahara store. The black cat Yoruichi said unhappily, Yaun, are you sure you want to use the transmigration gyre? This thing is quite dangerous. If you are not careful, something serious could happen. I'm sure. Yaun nodded without hesitation. He had absorbed too much spiritual power from the Jingling Court, and a lot of it was added to the soul-severing sword, but the soul-severing sword did not change much. Only the weight and size are increasing. The only way to improve your strength the fastest is to master the soul-slaying sword, Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo agreed without hesitation. Just as Black Cat Yoruichi took out the God Transmigration Gyre, Yaun looked at Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia, do you want to have one too? Rukia Kuchiki was stunned for a moment and said, I want to come too, but that's Bankai, a skill that only the captain can master. I trust you. Yaun smiled and ruffled Rukia Kuchiki's hair. The side effects of the Shinigami transformation are severe. If the soul-slaying sword cannot be subdued within 3 days, the Shinigami will no longer be able to obtain Bankai. But he knew. This restriction can be lifted as long as we find those guys from Squad 0. Therefore, even if Rukia Kuchiki fails, he will still be able to awaken his own Bankai ability during the next 1000 years of bloody war. And once Bankai awakens, this means that Rukia Kuchiki's strength has been greatly improved. At least you can protect yourself when you encounter a strong enemy. With Yaun's encouragement, Rukia Kuchiki finally gained confidence. I understand. I want to awaken Bankai too. That's right. Yaun raised his lips slightly and said, when you awaken Bankai, we will go and bully Byakuya Kuchiki and see if he dares to bully you. Wait, that's my brother, how dare you be so rude to him? Rukia Kuchiki quickly rejected Yaun's proposal. Yaun chuckled and said, "Rukia, don't tell me you don't want to teach that guy a lesson. This is a rare case of the lower class rebelling against the superior." Rukia Kuchiki was a little moved by what she said. Bullying that arrogant elder brother. It seems very exciting. Also, once you awaken Bankai, we'll go find Hitsugaya and show her who is the strongest ice-type soul-slaying sword. Yaun thought of Hitsugaya Haranmaru. Although it is known as the strongest soul-slaying sword of the ice system. But the opponent's performance during the Millennium Blood War was not as good as Rukia Kuchiki. So, the Black Cat Yoruichi had to take out 3 more Tenshin idols, which looked like wooden dolls. The 3 people were scattered in 3 directions in space. Under everyone's gaze, the god transforming ceremony is activated. In an instant, 3 terrifying Ryutsu spread out. The whole space became extremely depressing, with 3 completely different types of crazy Ryutsu children. Unohana became 0.0 serious. Ryutsu at this time represents that their soul's sword is about to materialize. The stronger the oppressive feeling, the more terrifying the soul's sword is. The first thing to change was Rukia Kuchiki's Ryutsu. A large amount of cold air and ice and snow spread around her. Pure white spiritual energy spread like ice and snow. The temperature around was dropping rapidly, as if it was about to reach freezing point. The cold air formed frost on the surrounding wasteland. The wooden figures gradually changed. It changes from wood to pure white, forming a pure white figure that looks like an ice and snow beauty. The other person has pink waist-length hair and wears a white kimono. There is ice and snow all around him, and every step he takes freezes the ground. The ice beauty slowly looked at Rukia Kuchiki. "Rukia, long time no see." At the same time, changes have also occurred around Kurosaki Ichigo. Among the violent Ryutsu, a mysterious middle-aged man wearing a black robe and with messy black hair gradually emerged. The other party held the Zangetsu and said calmly, "Ichigo, long time no see." Seeing the changes in both of them, Yaun looked at his Ryutsu with anticipation. As the azure Ryutsu vibrated wildly, the puppet-shaped transmigration instrument cracked and a crack appeared. The cracks spread more and more. With a bang, the puppet exploded. But Yaun felt that the Ruyi Jinggu bang in his hand had undergone a completely different change. Just a wave of the hand. There was a loud bang. The entire alien space trembled. Chapter 78. The huge alien space began to tremble violently. Not only was the ground shaking, but the entire alien space was shaking. The air swayed and the heaven and earth shook, but it was just a vibration, and the entire space was not broken in the slightest. But even so, there are several people in a different space, such as Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kuchiki, Inu Orihime, and Shibasuru. I still feel my body shaking violently. Only Unohana, Black Cat Yoruichi, and Sui Feng could keep their balance. Seeing this scene, Yaun instinctively knocked the ground with the Ruyi Jinggu bang again, and the vibration in the space suddenly stopped. Kurosaki Ichigo finally stood up, but he couldn't help but vomited on the ground. Yaun, UBD. Rukia Kuchiki, Inu Orihime, and Shibasura all looked very unhappy. They want to vomit. But I can only force myself to hold it back. Sui Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Yaun, what's wrong with you? Your soul-severing blade is manifesting, why is there no reaction at all? You can't say there's nothing." The Black Cat Yoruichi glanced at the shattered Tenshingiri on the ground and said dryly, "The Tenshingiri is broken. How powerful is this guy's soul-slaying sword?" Unohana-retsu's eyes flashed with eagerness, and he asked impatiently, "Yaun-kun, could it be that you have already awakened Bankai?" "That's not the case." Yaun looked at his soul-severing sword strangely. "But I did reach the level of half Bankai and unlocked a new ability." He didn't know why his situation was so strange, and in the end he could only blame it on the fact that he had a system. When the soul is broken, His spiritual power rushed into the soul-slaying sword frantically. The Ruyi Jingbang also has a second ability, the Dinghai Shenzhen, which has the ability to suppress everything and pacify everything. As the name suggests, it is the magic needle that stabilizes the sea. As long as you hit the ground with the Ruyi Jingbang, the environment around Jinyu will jump to 19. In simple terms, a gravitational field is formed. The first blow he just made applied the gravity field to the entire alien space, causing it to tremble violently. If it lasts longer, the entire alien space will be crushed by gravity. And his second blow was to remove the gravity field. At the same time, it suppressed the surrounding environment. As long as he was not knocked down, the surrounding environment would not be damaged at all. * 7. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, totally unable to comprehend this concept. But Shihao and Yoruichi and others were knowledgeable and immediately associated this word with the current state of Yaun's soul-slaying sword. Half Bankai, similar to the half Shikai situation. Sui Feng looked at Yaun's golden staff curiously. The soul-slaying sword also has its own soul. In the Shikai state, if a name that Zanhundeo doesn't like is said, Zanhundeo will not fully display its power. But it was the first time she knew there was still half a Bankai. The black cat Yoruichi nimbly jumped onto Yaun's shoulder and said, "Yaun, tell me quickly, what ability did you awaken?" Yaun thought for a moment, turned to look at Unohana, and swung his golden staff violently. Unohana's eyes flashed with eagerness. He swung his sword and met Yaun's Ruyi Jingbang, and the sword and the stick collided, making a harsh sound. But the next second, the golden stick suppressed the blade. Bang! Unohana had a bump on her forehead from being hit. The pain surged into her brain, but as expected, Unohana became more and more excited, looking at Yaun with fiery eyes. "Yaun-jun, are you doing this because you want to have a good fight with me?" Yaun quickly shook his head. Yesterday's fight still frightened him. He didn't want to fight Unohana again in his life. He pointed at the bump on Unohana's forehead and said, "Sister Hwa, please try and see if you can recover from your injuries." Unohana hesitantly treated the wound on her forehead. The green light acts on the forehead. Normally, she could recover from such a minor injury in just 1 second, but this time it took her a long time to heal. Unohana looked at Yaun in shock. Yaun waved the golden staff and said with a smile, "This is the ability I just awakened, Dinghai Shenzhen, which can also suppress injuries." The suppressive power of Dinghai Shenzhen can not only act on buildings or objects, but also on humans or Shinigami. Even fatal injuries can be suppressed. At the same time, it can also suppress other people's injuries, preventing them from healing. Hear what Yaun said. Shihao and Yoruichi and the others gasped. Although Yaun said it simply, this ability is actually quite terrifying and dangerous. Suppressing the enemy's injuries and preventing them from healing means that the injuries of the enemies fighting Yaun will only become more serious. Even if you leave the battlefield, you cannot be treated. If you suffer a fatal injury, you can only watch yourself die. Once I'm hit, I can't recover. Sui Feng felt that Yaun's ability was no less powerful than his own 2-hit kill. Of course not, how could that be possible? Yaun shook his head, dancing with the golden staff and said with a smile. "If the injured person I suppress is close to me, then the injury will not be able to recover no matter what. But if they are far away from me, the suppression effect will be weakened and will progress slowly. That's scary too." The 3 women thought secretly in their hearts. Because this means that the one fighting Yaun will no longer have any endurance. Sui Feng couldn't help but say, "You idiot, why did you reveal your ability? Don't you know that the soul-slashing sword's ability is a secret?" Throughout the Jingling Court, many Shinigami knew that her soul-slaying sword had the ability to kill with 2 strikes. But no one knew her Bankai ability. Yaun smiled and said, "Because I trust you. After all, we are good friends." You can't possibly tell others about my abilities, right? Sui Feng's face flushed slightly, and then he snorted. Kid, do I have that much? Seeing her arrogant look, Yaun couldn't help laughing and simply swallowed the second half of the sentence that was about to come out. The reason why he mentioned the ability to suppress injuries was mainly because this ability was too conspicuous. As long as you're not an idiot, anyone who has been hit by him will know. If that's the case, why keep it hidden? Why not speak it out and study it? While Yaun was thinking, Unohana smiled and pointed to the bump on her forehead. She said gently, Yaun-kun, I don't mind you using me as a test subject, but now, can you let me recover from my injuries? Yaun looked at her strangely. You've been abused. Abu. The silver-white knife light flashed. With a loud bang, the earth was split into two, and a deep ravine appeared, as if a large canyon was created out of thin air. Unohana retracted the blade and said with a smile. Yaun-jun, what do you want to say? 14. The corner of Yaun's mouth twitched. He stretched out his right hand and gently stroked Unohana forehead, and the suppressive effect he had just applied disappeared instantly. Unohana recovered from the injury on her forehead easily this time. Back. Black Cat Yoruichi was about to say something, but suddenly saw Unohana grabbing Yaun and walking forward without saying a word. Captain Unohana, you are. The Black Cat Yoruichi looked at the two of them in confusion. Unohana grabbed Yaun's hand and said with a smile, Ms. Yoruichi, it's nothing. I just want to teach this brat a lesson. After saying that, she grabbed Yaun and disappeared from Yoruichi and Sui Feng's sight. Seeing this, the Black Cat Yoruichi turned around anxiously and said. Really? That idiot Yaun actually used Captain Unohana as a test subject. Doesn't he know that Captain Unohana is terrifying? She was once the captain of the 2nd Division, the head of the criminal army, the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile force, and the patriarch of the Shihaoran family. Naturally, he is qualified to enter the great spiritual book corridor. By reading the information inside, I also learned about Unohana hidden identity. Sighing, the Black Cat Yoruichi moved his limbs and walked towards the two people. I better go over and take a look. If I really anger Captain Unohana, Yaun might get chopped into sashimi. Next to her, Sui Feng didn't notice the roar coming from the distance, and his face suddenly became redder and redder. Knowing that this was another fight between the two. Lord Yoruichi, no. Sui Feng quickly picked up the Black Cat Yoruichi, held it in his arms, and ran to the other side with his little face flushed. Black Cat Yoruichi is confused. Why are you running? At the same time, near the hot spring in the alien space, Yaun said dryly, Sister Hwa, Rukia, and Ichigo are still working hard. Shouldn't we leave now? Just as he finished speaking, Yaun heard something fall to the ground behind him. So he looked back. I saw the captain's haori, underwear, and panties on the ground. And a graceful body like white jade. Unohana looked at Yaun with a flushed face, and placed her right hand on her chest, saying, This is all your fault. You showed such a strong half Bankai and caused me so much pain, making my heart beat so fast. Of course you have to take responsibility. Yaun couldn't help but swallow his saliva, feeling that his eyes were frozen, and said dryly, Sister Hwa, we just fought last night, and your injuries haven't fully recovered yet. It's okay. Unohana walked barefoot in front of Yaun. Yaun swallowed again and looked at the surrounding environment. And there's not even a bed here. Unohana smiled gently, stretched out her jade hand and gently pushed Yaun's chest. With a plop, the two fell into the hot spring. 3,000 words omitted here. When seeing Yaun coming back from a distance, Rukia Kuchiki breathed a sigh of relief and said, Yaun, I'm glad you're okay. I was really scared just now. This is the first time I saw Captain Unohana take the initiative to teach someone a lesson. Yaun coughed twice in embarrassment. Rukia Kuchiki continued, how was it, were you taught a lesson? Yaun's expression was a little strange. It's not so much that he was taught a lesson, but rather that he taught Unohana a lesson. Unohana, who was so yandere in the fight, was so weak in another fight and was defeated by him. I'm still lying by the hot spring and can't get up. But Yaun didn't intend to say it. He coughed and looked at Rukia Kuchiki's soul-slaying sword, the Sode no Shirayuki, which was like an ice beauty. Rukia, you haven't defeated your soul-slaying blade yet. Rukia Kuchiki nodded somewhat distressedly. She pointed at the surrounding ice and snow, and said helplessly. Sode no Shirayuki told me that I must find the real Sode no Shirayuki among these ice blades in order to defeat her and master Bankai. Yaun looked around. I was suddenly shocked. In the ice and snow, there were pure white ice knives stuck out. Looking around, it was impossible to tell how many there were. Looking over at Kurosaki Ichigo's side, the rocks were also covered with densely packed blades of various kinds. He could only pull out blades and chop at Uncle Zangetsu with them, but often the blades would be broken into pieces by one blow. Even if I use some tricks, it's hard for me to be the real Bankai. Yaun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. However, he quickly cheered up and encouraged Rukia Kuchiki, helping her regain her confidence and continue working hard. Jingling Ting, in the 7th squad. Aizen and his companions walked past the Shinigami team like tourists. Ichimaru smiled and said, Captain Aizen, we've already gone through 7 divisions. Could it be that Hyaku is no longer in the Shirayuki? At this moment, Aizen's expression was unusually grim. The Hyaku in my hand has senses, and I can confirm that Uraharaki's Hyaku is definitely still in the Shirayuki. It will take at most 3 days to find it. Things had developed to this point, and he was already extremely annoyed. It was originally a sure thing. He was forced to hide here after betraying the Shirayuki, searching for the missing Hyaku. Just thinking about this made him feel the urge to kill. Uraharaki's. Yaun. Uraharaki's. There is no way he is in such a mess now. Yaun. There was no way he was still here. As he was thinking, he suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the 1st squadron. That damn old man! With a step, Aizen's figure quickly disappeared into the distance, followed by Ichimaru Tosen Kaname and Ulquiera. Just seconds after the two left, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni arrived, narrowed his eyes, and looked around vigilantly. Did they escape again? Just now he noticed that something was wrong with the Ryutsu here. In addition to the Shinigami's Ryutsu, he also found a trace of hollow Ryutsu. Thinking about this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said in a deep voice. Go call Captain Narili over here. Has he finished the research I asked him to do? Chapter 79. Big, $G. In a strange space filled with barren mountains and yellow earth. Yaun sat on a mountain peak, waving the golden staff in his hand carelessly. But even if it was just a casual swing of the stick, still under the influence of unknown abilities, it caused terrible destruction. Boom! 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 A deafening roar resounded through the sky. The isolated peaks were clearly not attacked, but they seemed to have endured a tremendous force and collapsed from the top of the mountain in an instant. Yoruichi, in black cat form, jumped onto Yaun's shoulder and said with some emotion. With tens of millions of pounds of weight and the added pressure, your soul-severing sword becomes even more terrifying. It truly is the strongest physical soul-severing sword ever seen. With Yaun's own powerful strength, the terrifying weight of the soul-slaying sword, and the current gravity field. She really didn't know who could surpass Yaun in strength. Yaun smiled and said, if old man Yamamoto uses Bankai, his power level should be higher than mine now, which is not what I want. The black cat Yoruichi rolled his eyes and hit Yaun on the back of the head with his tail. You're too arrogant, you brat. You're even thinking of challenging the captain. You should know that the captain's most terrifying thing isn't his strength. I know. Yaun said casually. As the strongest fire-type soul-slaying sword, Rijinjaka's greatest strength is certainly not its power to burn the world with a whirlwind of energy. If he really fought Bankai Rijinjaka, he would probably be burned to ashes before the sword and stick even collided. Yaun suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Where's Sui Feng? Normally, the traitor should be circling around the black cat Yoruichi, but why does he seem so quiet today? Black cat Yoruichi said lazily, she's out on a mission to capture Aizen and the other two who are wreaking havoc in Shirayuki. Yaun couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed loudly. They haven't found Hitsugaya yet. I thought they had found it a long time ago, ha ha ha. He felt like laughing when he thought about the shrewd and intelligent Aizen, who had to stay in Soul Society and search for Hitsugaya because of his own whim. No matter how cunning and treacherous you are. Didn't you drink Lao Zi's foot-washing water? Without Hitsugaya, you are at best a king of Hueco Mundo. Who knows, when the 1000-year bloody war comes, you may have to be a vanguard and take the lead in resisting the invasion of the Invisible Empire. Think of this. Yaun laughed even louder. The black cat Yoruichi rolled his eyes again. You little brat, you can only be happy now. Unohana will definitely give you a hard time when we get back. During this period, she also learned about the situation in Jingling Court. This cunning brat, I don't know how much hatred he has brought to Unohana in the Shirayuki. If Unohana came to Shirayuki, he would probably be beaten into a rice cake by the captain. No, he would be steamed into a rice cake by the captain. Yaun curled his lips and said, serves him right. A cunning fellow like him should be lined up and each one should take a punch from old man Yamamoto. While the two were chatting, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still frantically searching for his soul-slaying blade, took the time to shout to Yaun. How are Yaun, Sato, and Ishida? Yaun waved his hand to reassure him, those two who just defeated the captain of the 12th Division are now heading to the 8th Division. They will be safe. Yoruichi just told him. Kyōraku Shunsui, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is actually the traitor that Unohana infiltrated into the Shirayuki. The opponent will not hurt Sato Yasutora and Ishida Uryu. What's more, he asked Unohana to watch over him. Thinking about this, Yaun put his hands to his mouth and shouted to the people below, Kurosaki, Rukia, keep trying, you are the best. With Yaun's encouragement, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki suddenly became full of energy. He kept picking up blades and ice knives and slashing down. Seeing this scene, the black cat Yoruichi didn't know what he was thinking. He patted Yaun's hair with his paw and said, it's not easy for you either. You have so many things to do during the day, and at night you're dragged into battle by Captain Unohana. You come back every day covered in wounds. I bet it's very hard. It's... Yaun started coughing violently. He did have a hard time. But it's the kidneys that suffer. I have to satisfy Unohana's pleasure every day. Good. The black cat Yoruichi jumped off Yaun's shoulder and walked away with nimble steps. Come on, I'll teach you some shunpo techniques and also check out your shunkai skills. I've never seen you use this ability before. Squad 8, entrance to the barracks. Damn, this guy is not even on the same level as Kurotsuka Mayuri. Ishida Uryu was breathing heavily, the blue spiritual bow in his hand was looming, and he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with disbelief. After defeating Neri, he and Sato Yasutora wanted to go to the second team to look for Yaun and others. Because according to many Shinigami, Yaun successfully hooked up with the captain of the 2nd Division and became the female captain's lover. Before he could get through, he was stopped by this slovenly dressed uncle. The other party threatened that the two of them should follow him. But how could they possibly trust a Shinigami captain, so they started fighting after a disagreement. Result: his hands were cramping from shooting arrows. The rain of light continued to flow. What's more surprising is that he couldn't even break this uncle's defense. Kyōraku Shunsui said helplessly, "Two guys, we've been fighting for a long time. You should know that you are no match for me, right?" He also didn't want to come over to stop these two troublemakers. The old man was so angry that he almost exploded. He is currently searching intensively for Aizen and the other two. One is not careful. Two more captains were knocked down. Forget about Zaraki Kenpachi, he's a reckless man anyway. If he really meets Aizen, he might chop himself with a knife in the next second. But Kurotsuka Mayuri is different. People are studying how to break the effects of Kaika Suijutsu. He was beaten half to death by these two guys unexpectedly. It is said that he needs to rest for 10 days to half a month and has no time to research targeted props. Sato Yasutara's expression was calm, and did not change at all because of Kyōraku Shunsui's words. His left hand was a demonic white and red. His right hand was the black and red color of a giant. There is a white and red horn on the left hand and a black and red shield on the right hand. He wields the power of both demons and giants. Clenching his left fist, he punched Kyōraku Shunsui fiercely. The devil's left arm. With a loud bang, his punch was firmly caught by Kyōraku Shunsui with the blade of his sword. But the wall behind him didn't catch it. This punch created a huge hole that was nearly 100 meters long, filled with smoke and dust, and left a ditch on the ground. Kyōraku Shunsui's head widened in shock. "Young man, we just repaired this wall. It hasn't even been 2 days, and you broke it with one punch." Thinking about what Ise Nanao would complain about next, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the soul-slaying sword. At this time, he felt a dangerous surge of Ryutsu coming towards him. Suddenly, Kyōraku Shunsui's face became more helpless. He looked towards the rooftop in the distance and saw Unohana looking at him with a smile. Sighing, Kyōraku Shunsui knew there was no other way but to take off his robe and captain's Haori. He clenched his fists and started a white hits duel with the two of them, followed by the sound of fists hitting flesh. First, Sato Yasutora fell heavily. Ishida Uriah was then hit in the eye socket and fell into a coma due to grief and anger. After doing all this, Kyōraku Shunsui looked at Unohana and said helplessly, "Captain Unohana, how much benefit did that Yaun brat give you? How could you even care about such a trivial matter?" In his opinion, Jingling's treatment level is so high that it doesn't matter if the two of them exchange 2 knives. But Unohana always threatens him with Ryutsu. How much benefit did it give me? Unohana face flushed, and she couldn't help but touch her lower abdomen, feeling the benefits of Yaun filling her up. She came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Yaun will fight with me. In our previous sparring match, I slashed him a total of 3,142 times. If you, Captain Kyōraku, also want to fight with me, then I can leave these 2 children alone." Kyōraku Shunsui couldn't help but gasp. What a ruthless person! This is really cruel. Even he didn't dare to provoke the big villain. That little devil actually dared to start a fight with the other party. Now, aren't there just a few bones left? Thinking of this, Kyōraku Shunsui quickly shook his head to refuse. He didn't want to fight with this big villain. So he pointed at Sato Yasutora and Ishida Uriah. "Are you going to take these 2 little guys with you?" "No, stay here with you." Unohana shook her head. She was very busy day and night and had no mood to take care of others. Kyōraku Shunsui nodded, speaking his mind, and frowned as he said, "Captain Unohana, Aizen, Ichimaru-jin, Tosen Kaname, did these 3 guys also go to your 4th division?" "I don't know, are they coming to the 8th division?" Unohana still doesn't know anything about this. She had been going to shower in Yoruichi's alternate dimension every night recently and had no mood to pay attention to Aizen. Kyōraku Shunsui nodded heavily. Although I can feel them coming, I can't see them at all. The consequences of complete hypnosis are really scary. Fortunately, he saw that the situation was not right and decisively made preparations for Bankai, which forced those people away. Aizen-suka. Unohana also frowned slightly. The other side. Aizen-suka's expression had turned quite grim. Why is it nowhere to be found? He could clearly sense that the Hagyaku made by Urahara-kisuke was still in the Shirayuki, but he couldn't find it no matter what. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Aizen looked at Ichimaru-jin and said, "Yin, where else haven't we looked?" Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, "Let me think about it, the only ones who are likely to be there are the Mao execution grounds, the area around the four gates, and Captain Kuchiki's 6th Division. After all, he is very vigilant." Aizen nodded and said, "Then let's go to Mao's execution ground first." It's another early morning. Followed by the sound of metal clashing. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the zangetsu in his hand in surprise, then laughed loudly and slashed at the materialized Uncle Zangetsu with his sword. "Uncle Zangetsu, I found Zangetsu." Uncle Zangetsu was somewhat relieved, but he still waved the zangetsu in his hand to fight against it. Just a few cuts. Kurosaki. Ichigo had already fallen below. At this moment, Uncle Zangetsu suddenly said loudly, "Ichigo, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and use the Bankai you just obtained, or the time for the Tenshin ritual will end soon." "I see." Kurosaki Ichigo no longer hesitated, gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and shouted loudly, "To the bank!" Boom! The powerful blue Ryutsu shot straight into the sky. The tremendous impact force swept in all directions, creating a storm on this desolate continent. Shihoran Yoruichi, who had transformed into a human form, sat on the mountain with Yaun, watching the changes in Kurosaki Ichigo in amazement. Did he actually control Bankai? Yaun complained, "What's so surprising about this? You took out the transmigration instrument to help us awaken Bankai, didn't you?" Shihoran Yoruichi shook his head and said, "That's you. I really didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo to be able to awaken. After all, he looks stupid. Hot-blooded manga master Kakuzu has this characteristic." The two people above are still chatting. Kurosaki Ichigo below has already read out the famous minister behind the Zanhundeo Bankai. Heaven's Lock, Zangetsu. In an instant. His clothes also changed. The top has narrow long sleeves, the waist is longer and has serrated edges, and the inner lining is red, making the clothes more slim-fitting. The soul-slaying sword, like a large machete, gradually retracted. It has a swastika-shaped guard and a small piece of chain attached to the handle, making it look like a sealed state samurai black sword. Such a small soul-slaying sword! Shihoran Yoruichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Zanhunto with some surprise. Is this really Bankai? She had seen many kinds of Zanhunt Bankai, but never a Zanhunt Bankai as small as Kurosaki Ichigo's. Yaun didn't see anything wrong and said in surprise, "I think it's okay. Byakuya Kuchiki's Bankai, Hitsugaya Chwere's Bankai, aren't their blades about the same size?" Shihoran Yoruichi shook his head and explained to Yaun, "The so-called Bankai is not just about the blade, but also the ability of the sword. Byakuya Kuchiki's Bankai, those millions of sakura flowers are the real Senbonzakura. Hitsugaya Chwere Bankai, and the dragon wings and ice dragon behind him are also part of Bankai, which can launch attacks." After listening to Shihoran Yoruichi's explanation, Yaun suddenly understood. No wonder Byakuya Kuchiki said that Kurosaki Ichigo's soul Zanth was too small to be called Bankai. If we go by Shihoran Yoruichi's words, Kurosaki Ichigo's soul Zanto is really ridiculously small. After all, unlike other Bankai, Kurosaki Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu is a pure physical type, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. At the cost of shrinking, the soul-slaying sword, combat, movement, and speed are increased, thus achieving super-speed combat. Just as Yaun was thinking, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed loudly, swung Tensa Zangetsu, and slashed towards Yaun. Yaun, you are no match for me now. Crescent Moon, Tian Chong. With a swish sound, several mountains in front of Kurosaki Ichigo were chopped to pieces by this sword. The knife cut a crack in the earth, as if it was about to form a canyon, and the long knife marks seemed to be about to chop the moon into pieces and eat it. Almost in an instant, the blue sword energy had already arrived in front of Yaun. Chapter 80. Shihao and Yoruichi looked at the sword energy in surprise. Even though Bankai is so small, its attack is so amazing and its speed is so fast that it is comparable to Ichimaru Jinshin's. However, Ichimaru Jinshin's has a speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Just when Shihao and Yoruichi was surprised, Yaun also became interested, swung the golden stick, and hit towards the sword energy. Bang! The blue sword blade formed by the crescent moon sky strike was instantly blasted to pieces by the golden stick. Next second, Yaun raised his eyebrows and found that Kurosaki Ichigo's figure appeared behind the sword energy, and the back of Tensa Zangetsu's blade hit his shoulder. Oh, this speed! Shihao and Yoruichi was even more surprised. Although it was a weak shunpo, Kurosaki Ichigo actually burst out with a speed that was not weaker than Sui Feng, no, it was stronger than Sui Feng. What exactly is this guy's Bankai ability? Ichigo, you're still a little slow. You can't hurt me at this level. Yaun laughed loudly, and held the Ruyi Jinggu Bang across his chest. It transformed into a golden light and struck Tianzu Omui's knife with its back. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, Kurosaki Ichigo's figure was knocked away like a black light. But in an instant he stopped and continued to rush towards Yaun at an astonishing speed, as if a black light was flashing near Yaun. The golden staff and Tensa Zangetsu kept colliding. Like a clash between gold and black, harsh sounds rose and fell. Now even Shihao and Yoruichi looked a little serious. Her beautiful eyes watched the two people's competition seriously, and she kept guessing about Kurosaki Ichigo's abilities. His abilities are similar to Kurosaki Ishin's. He also possesses the Getsuga Tensho move, but it doesn't appear to be a fire-type soul-slaying sword. It's similar to a physical soul-slaying sword, but why is a physical soul-slaying sword Bankai so small? Furthermore, after entering the Bankai stance, his strength, speed, and reflexes are dozens of times stronger than before. With the last sound of metal clashing, Kurosaki Ichigo was sent flying again. Yaun laughed and said, Ichigo, you're really a cheat. After awakening the soul-slaying sword, you can actually fight me. But it's a pity that you're still a little short. Before awakening Bankai, he could send Kurosaki Ichigo flying 2 miles with just one stick. After the opponent awakens Bankai, well, he could also send his opponent flying 2 miles, but he had to use a little more force. Kurosaki Ichigo stopped in the distance, glanced at his trembling hands, and said speechlessly, "Your stick is too heavy. My hand is numb from swinging it. Have you really not awakened Bankai?" He originally thought that after awakening Bankai, he would be able to compete with Yaun on equal terms. But now it seems that he was overthinking it. Even though he awakened Bankai, Yaun still beat him like a child. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was about to attack, Yaun waved his right hand, thrusting the golden staff into the ground, and said, "No more fighting, I have to go check on Rukia, to prevent him from being affected by your cheating behavior." As Yaun did this, Kurosaki Ichigo took a sharp breath. He felt that the space around him was suddenly filled with hostility, and the gravity of the field was acting on him. One step forward. Find yourself under the influence of gravity. The speed is almost 2 or 3 times slower than before. Forget it, I won't fight anymore. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand speechlessly, and the black Tensa Zangetsu in his hand was released, turning into a huge ordinary Scandium moon again. You go check on Rukia. I'm going to get some sleep. Call me when you need to fight. He yawned and simply found a place to lie down in this strange space. As soon as his head hit the ground, he began to sleep soundly. You cannot sleep during the process of subduing the soul-slaying sword. The fight lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. He felt like he could sleep for 3 days and 3 nights now. Yaun took a slight step, and like a ray of golden light, he appeared on the white soil frozen by ice in an instant. And at this time, Rukia Kuchiki was still standing on the cold ice and snow, constantly pulling out ice knives, trying hard to fight against the icy beauty Sode no Shirayuki. But often an ice skate will break with just one cut. Sode no Shirayuki said calmly, Rukia, there is still half an hour left. It seems that you don't have the chance to make me surrender. Rukia Kuchiki bit her lower lip and quickened her pace to search for the real Sode no Shirayuki. Only when she finds the real Sode no Shirayuki can she defeat the materialized Sode no Shirayuki in front of her and obtain Bankai. Yaun stood on the iceberg and saw that Rukia Kuchiki was in a very troubled mood, so she comforted him. Rukia, calm down. You are the master of the ice and snow blade. Only by calming down can you understand the profound meaning of the ice soul-severing sword. Rukia Kuchiki nodded vigorously, but she was still anxious. Kurosaki Ichigo has obtained Bankai. She still has half an hour. If she cannot get Bankai within this half hour, she will never be able to get Bankai again. Seeing Rukia Kuchiki's mentality, Yaun couldn't help but shook his head. Sometimes, the more panicked you are, the further away you are from your goal. In this respect, Rukia Kuchiki cannot compare to Kurosaki Ichigo. No matter how anxious Kurosaki Ichigo is, he can still remain calm at the critical moment, as if it is an innate fighting instinct. Think of this. Yaun's expression suddenly became a little strange. He thought of Kurosaki Ishin from Kurosaki Hospital, who seemed to sneak attack Kurosaki Ichigo every day, driving him to extreme ecstasy. Could it be that this is how Kurosaki Ichigo's fighting instinct was developed? Rukia Kuchiki became increasingly panicked, sometimes even taking 2 ice blades at once and attacking Sode no Shirayuki's manifestation simultaneously. This time even Sode no Shirayuki shook his head. In this world of ice and snow, there are thousands of white ice blades inserted horizontally. White ice power is constantly condensed. How can I find Sode no Shirayuki by luck alone? The real way is to feel the power of Zanhundeo in battle, understand the soul of Zanhundeo, and then find the real Sode no Shirayuki. Just when Rukia Kuchiki was about to despair, Yaun put his hands to his mouth and said loudly, Rukia-chan, don't panic. You have to fight with the understanding that even if you can't find the soul-slaying sword, I will support you for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Rukia Kuchiki's face turned red, and she waved her fist at Yaun in shame and anger. I have plenty of money, so I don't need you to support me for the rest of my life. Don't underestimate me. It's just Bankai, right? Look, I'll find it for you right away. But after this incident, Rukia Kuchiki was surprised to find that she was not panicked at all. The restless heart also calmed down. And in this state, she seemed to feel the frequency of Sode no Shirayuki, which was freezing cold, as if calling her from somewhere. Follow the frequency deep in your heart. She saw something above the iceberg. A crystal clear ice knife was inserted. That sword is Sode no Shirayuki. Rukia Kuchiki's eyes flashed with surprise, and she went over and grabbed it without hesitation. But at this moment, Sode no Shirayuki, who looked like an icy beauty, shook her head regretfully and said to Rukia Kuchiki calmly, Rukia, it's time. The transformation ceremony only lasts for 3 days. Once the 3 days are over, she will return to the spiritual world. And this means Rukia Kuchiki's Bankai was a complete failure. The ice and snow covering the earth gradually dissipated, and the figure of Sode no Shirayuki gradually faded. How so? Rukia Kuchiki's expression of surprise froze on her face as she looked at Sode no Shirayuki in disbelief. Sode no Shirayuki said to her calmly, "Rukia, just as Yaun said, you are not calm enough. As the master of the ice-type soul-slaying sword, you must always have a mind as cold as ice." As he spoke, Sode no Shirayuki sensed something was wrong. He lowered his head and looked at his own icy, delicate fingers in confusion. Why am I still here? She has felt the call of the spiritual world. Now she should return to the spiritual world and not be forcibly conquered by Rukia, BJFJ. But she couldn't go back. It was as if this space was solidified by some force. Rukia Kuchiki was also a little confused. At this moment, she heard Yaun's clear laughter coming from the distant iceberg. "Rukia, you idiot, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and draw your sword, I can't hold on for much longer." Rukia Kuchiki Yun. But he saw that the other party was sitting cross-legged on the iceberg, and a golden stick behind him kept growing bigger, like a pillar of heaven, suppressing the entire world. The ice and snow world, which was originally in a state of continuous decline, was unexpectedly stopped by the golden long stick at this moment. It's like a golden pillar standing tall against the sky. Suppressed the entire world. Seeing Rukia Kuchiki standing there, Yaun couldn't help but smiled and reminded. "I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to stare at me, right? Rukia, go pick up your soul Zanpakuto." Surprise flashed in Rukia Kuchiki's eyes. She nodded vigorously and turned to run towards the iceberg. Although she didn't know how Yaun did it. But Sode no Shirayuki was really left behind. Then, by picking up the ice blade, she will be able to defeat the materialized form of Sode no Shirayuki and obtain her Bankai. When the embodied Sode no Shirayuki saw this, anger flashed in her beautiful lavender eyes. "How dare you interfere in my affairs with Rukia?" As she spoke, she picked up the pure white soul-slaying sword and attacked Yaun's figure like a white cloud in a sky full of ice and snow. First dance, Moon White. Sode no Shirayuki swung his soul Zanto gracefully. A pale purple circle appeared beneath Yaun, and a biting cold air shot up into the sky, instantly turning into ice and forming icicles. As expected, Yaun was frozen inside. But he only moved slightly, and a large number of cracks appeared on the pure white icicle. With a bang, pure white icicles exploded into the sky. Sode no Shirayuki was so angry that he swung his sword again. The second dance, White Ripples. White cold air accompanied by frost attacked Yaun, as if he was facing a white storm that was about to freeze him below 0 degrees. When the white storm dissipates, Yaun's hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, and clothes were all covered with white frost. It was as if I was frozen into an ice lump in an instant. However, Yaun just shook his body and the white ice and snow on his body flew away. He looked at Sode no Shirayuki with some helplessness. "Sode no Shirayuki, after all, you also want Rukia to awaken Bankai, so why are you so angry?" If Sode no Shirayuki really wanted to stop Rukia Kuchiki, he should have stopped her now. "Go draw your sword. Instead of cooling him down here." Sode no Shirayuki gritted her teeth and struck Yaun's body with the knife. "Rukia Kuchiki is my master. As a soul-slaying sword, I don't want to attack her, but I have nothing to say to you, a stinky man." The blade kept colliding with Yaun's body. But every collision seemed like chopping steel, even producing sparks. Yaun felt speechless, but was too lazy to stop it, so he simply let Sode no Shirayuki chop him, as it couldn't break his Ryutsu defense anyway. When he saw Yaun being chopped by him, he actually showed a comfortable expression. Sode no Shirayuki suddenly felt even angrier. "I'm not here to give you a back massage." With a turn of her beautiful eyes, Sode no Shirayuki fixed her sight on Xiao Yaun's position, gritted her teeth, and stabbed the innocent Xiao Yaun with her blade like a wolf. Yaun was startled and quickly stepped back. He didn't want to test the hardness of little Yaun. The blade brushed past Xiao Yaun. It pierced fiercely into the white iceberg. But the cold air it emitted made Xiao Yaun shiver continuously. Yaun took a breath of cold air. His body could ignore the ice and snow blades, but Yun was so sensitive that he seemed to be blown away. This is the real ninth heaven of ice and snow. Coming back to his senses, Yaun gritted his teeth, looked at Sode no Shirayuki with a dark face, and said, "Sode no Shirayuki, do you want your master to be lonely for the rest of his life?" Seeing Yaun was frightened, Sode no Shirayuki couldn't help but feel a little proud, humming and saying, "I should have cut off the source of your sin just now, so that you wouldn't bully my master. You, a playboy who's been flirting with a new Orihime, have no right to touch me. Where is the owner?" Yaun's mouth twitched, and he walked towards Sode no Shirayuki with a dark face and said, "Even your master didn't say anything, and you, a sword elf, are actually standing up for justice? Do you know what the punishment is for doing something wrong?" Seeing Yaun coming over to repair it, Sode no Shirayuki suddenly panicked and said quickly, "Yaun, don't forget, I am the embodiment of Rukia's soul-severing knife. If you hurt me, I will immediately return to the spiritual world." Yaun showed a half-smile, "Go ahead and reply. Try replying and see if you can get it back. This space has been suppressed by the dinghai Shenzhen. Everything has been fixed here. As long as he doesn't agree, Sode no Shirayuki will have nowhere to run even if he wants to." Sode no Shirayuki tried a few times quietly, but found that she couldn't return to the spirit world even if she took the initiative. This suddenly gave her a bad feeling. "Wait, Yaun-jun, calm down. I am the master's soul-severing sword. If you hurt me, the master will also be hurt. It's okay, how could I hurt you? Then don't come over here. Wait, what are you doing? Let me go quickly." Snap. You spanked me. Snap. "Let me go, you big pervert, I'm not your master, Rukia, if you want to hit someone, go hit your master's fart." Snap. "Stop hitting me, I know I was wrong. Please don't let the master see me, Master Yaun." Rukia Kuchiki pulled out her pure white ice skates and ran towards us with a happy face. Sode no Shirayuki, where are you? Chapter 81. Sode no Shirayuki. Sode no Shirayuki. Rukia Kuchiki looked around with a puzzled look on her face. Where is Shirayuki who was just here? The ice and snow world is still there, which means that the mental world has not been eliminated. This place should still be in the duration of the transformation ceremony. The concrete Toshiro snow is missing? Is it possible that he ran away? Down. Seeing that Rukia Kuchiki didn't notice him, Sode no Shirayuki breathed a sigh of relief. Yaun looked at her strangely, "You are Rukia's soul-severing sword. It's okay for her to know that I taught you a lesson." Sode no Shirayuki was so angry that he bit Yaun's arm. "Damn brat, didn't anyone tell you to not view the soul-severing sword as a tool, but as a lifelong companion?" Yaun's expression became even weirder. According to his understanding, the soul-zamping sword is a part of the Shinigami, and the sword soul is also transformed from a part of the Shinigami's soul. But the soul-slaying sword itself doesn't seem to think so. But think about it this way. What's the point of the soul-severing sword? Shinigami's daughter? Companions created by Shinigami? A second personality created by Shinigami? The more he thought about it, the more headache he felt. Yaun decisively gave up on this profound question and looked at Sode no Shirayuki with a smile. "Sode no Shirayuki, you don't want your master to know that I bullied you, do you?" The icy beauty Sode no Shirayuki sensed something was wrong. "Wait, what are you going to do? I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything to me, my master will never let you go. Your master is mine, not to mention a mere soul-severing sword like you, hee hee." Yaun laughed evilly a few times and said, if you don't want me to do this and then that to you, then just listen to me. Otherwise. Sode no Shirayuki said pitifully, as if she were a good woman being teased by a wicked young man. What do you want to do? Hehe, Sode no Shirayuki, Rukia and I are good friends, so she is your master, and I am also your master, so you can call me master twice and let me hear it. Sode no Shirayuki's face instantly turned red, just like Kuchiki's. After several unsuccessful struggles, Sode no Shirayuki could only whisper shyly. Yaun was very satisfied and said proudly, now, I apologize for almost cutting off little Yaun just now. That is your master's lifelong happiness. Sode no Shirayuki's ears turned red with embarrassment, and she said silently. I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have hurt Xiao Yaun. Please forgive me. Yaun enjoyed it greatly. Just when she was about to tease the soul-slaying sword, Rukia Kuchiki's voice came over. Yaun, Sode no Shirayuki, what are you two doing hiding here? She looked curiously at the man and the knife behind the iceberg. She had just searched half of the ice field before she found the man and the craftsman who were hiding. Sode no Shirayuki blushed and shook his head. Yaun also coughed and said, I was just discussing with Sode no Shirayuki whether forcibly extending the time would affect Bankai. Rukia Kuchiki suddenly realized, so that's how it is. How is your research going? Sode no Shirayuki pushed Rukia Kuchiki out, blushing as she said, we found it wouldn't affect anything. Okay, Rukia, let me help you with the last step. Rukia Kuchiki nodded, tightened his grip on the pure white ice blade, and swung it towards Sode no Shirayuki. Sode no Shirayuki also rushed forward with an ice blade in hand. The moment the two knives collided, there was a click. The ice blade in Sode no Shirayuki's hand shattered. Sode no Shirayuki's figure gradually disappeared, and he said goodbye to Rukia Kuchiki with a smile, and at the same time, he glared at Yaun fiercely. Damn brat! White ice and snow fell from the sky. Sode no Shirayuki, like her name, vanishes like white snow, like ice crystals falling from the sky, a fleeting spectacle. Yaun, who had once again grasped the Ruyi Jingbang, felt inexplicably melancholy. What kind of existence is the soul-severing sword? It is clearly just a blade, but it seems to have its own consciousness. When communicating with it, it feels like the other party is a completely independent individual. It's not just Sode no Shirayuki that's like this. The same is true of the hollow white Zangetsu within Kurosaki Ichigo. Abarai Renjai Zabaimaru Hitsugaya Chwariran Marasui Feng Suzumi Bakibi Akia Kukika Senbonzakura. If the soul-slaying sword could have a body, I'm afraid that Sode no Shirayuki and I could become friends. Yaun, I finally got my Bankai. Rukia Kuchiki jumped into Yaun's arms in surprise and happily told him the good news. While talking, Yaun could clearly feel that Rukia Kuchiki's body temperature was dropping, while Ryutsu's was rising. It only took a few seconds. The originally warm jade-like body turned as cold as an ice and snow beauty. Yaun came to his senses and quickly dissuaded him. Wait, Rukia, stop Bankai and take a break. After all, you're not Kurosaki Ichigo, that infinitely cheating guy. Not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, and then doing Bankai again, is definitely a torture to the body. Rukia Kuchiki obeyed and gave up using Bankai. Suddenly, a deep sense of fatigue washed over her, and she said drowsily. Yaun, thank you for always encouraging me. I love you so much. Without you, I would never have awakened Bankai. Yaun brushed aside Rukia Kuchiki's hair and said with a smile. Then how are you going to repay me? Rukia Kuchiki was half asleep and half awake, looking at Yaun in the shade. Yaun pointed to her cheek. Before she could say anything, Rukia Kuchiki leaned forward and gave her a hard kiss. Yaun, thank you. After saying this, Rukia Kuchiki could no longer resist the sleepiness, closed her eyes, and fell asleep holding Yaun like a koala. Yaun smiled slightly and pointed his right hand at the two isolated peaks where the ice and snow had melted. Bakud number 37, Hanging Star. In an instant, a blue substance appeared in the air, soft and elastic, with 6 points extending at the end, connecting to the top of the solitary peak. He actually created a fragile hammock. Rukia Kuchiki was placed on it, showing a comfortable expression, rubbed it hard, and fell asleep with a sweet expression. At the same time, Jingling Ting, in the 6th Division. In the captain's office, Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly stopped handling his official duties, looked towards the west with a cold gaze, and said in a cold voice, "Are you here?" But as soon as he thought about it, the 1,000-petaled sakura flowers distributed in the 6th Division came like a storm. Different from other squad captains. When he learned that Aizen and his two companions were constantly invading various squads, he took the initiative to release the soul-slaying sword Senbonzakura. Using thousands of sakura flowers, he constantly wanders around the 6th Division. Now, he finally encountered the enemy. In a flash, Byakuya Kuchiki disappeared from the office. "Captain, it's my turn!" Abarai Renji shouted and hurried to follow. On the street, Ichimarujin looked at the thousands of sakura flowers coming at him at high speed and said with a smile, "Captain Kuchiki is truly dedicated to his duties. He managed to keep the soul-slaying blade activated for 3 days, finally waiting for us to arrive." Tosen Kaname snorted coldly, "What are you laughing at? Are you happy that Aizen-sama didn't find Hagyaku?" A cold light flashed in Ichimarujin's eyes. He placed his right hand on the soul-slaying sword and said with a smile, "Captain Tosen, we are captains of the same level. You are talking to me in this tone. Do you want to fight me?" Tosen Kaname said coldly, "Ichimarujin, do you think I am afraid of you?" The two of them looked like they were about to have a fight. While the two were arguing, Ulquiorra looked indifferently at the thousands of sakura flowers that were attacking him, and raised his right index finger. A dazzling light of light blue burst out from the fingertips. With a whoosh, a light blue light like a laser hit thousands of sakura flowers. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed thousands of sakura flowers, and billowing smoke and dust filled the 6th Division. Under the shock wave, the walls on both sides of the street shattered, the ground cracked, and a large number of ordinary Shinigami were blown away. And with Ulquiorra's attack, Ikijin and Tosen Kaname also stopped arguing. In the sight of several people, thousands of sakura flowers cut through the smoke and dust like blades, and Byakuya Kuchiki, who looked like a nobleman, walked over. Even though there was nothing in front of him. But with the perception of Senbonzakura just now, he still realized the location of Aizen and the other two, so he released the soul-slaying sword in his hand. To the bank. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The ground ripples like waves. 2 rows of huge silver-white blades rose from the ground, as if arriving at the Shinigami's execution ground. The silver-white blade scattered in the wind again. It transformed into millions of graceful pink sakura flowers. Half of the sakura flowers were entwined around him, and the other half, under Byakuya Kuchiki's command, surged forward like a sea current. Faced with this all-around attack, Aizen had no choice but to release Kaika Suijutsu. Ichimarujin's figure flashed and appeared on the walls on both sides. He smiled at Byakuya Kuchiki and said, "Captain Kuchiki, we were colleagues before. Why did you kill us right away?" Byakuya Kuchiki looked at him indifferently, directing thousands of sakura flowers with his bare hands. "I don't have any traitors among my companions. Coming to my 6th Division was the worst decision you've ever made. You guys, there's no way to escape." Ichimarujin looked at Aizen and said with a smile, "Captain Aizen, what should we do? With such a big commotion, I'm afraid it will attract Master Zhe soon, right?" Aizen had a cold expression on his face. He drew his soul-zanking sword and walked straight towards Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki also had an indifferent expression, letting half of the sakura flowers hover around him, while controlling the sakura flowers to kill Aizen. Aizen, your Kaika Suijutsu is indeed quite good, but you may not even be able to do it when you come before me. Use millions of sakura flower sword blades as defense. Even if you can't see the enemy, as long as the enemy gets close, they will be cut into pieces immediately. This is also the key to his confidence in fighting against Aizen and his three companions. Yet, a calm voice came from behind Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils dilated to the extreme, feeling unbelievable, but he did not look back, and subconsciously rushed forward. However, Abu! The knife flashed. Blood spurted out. On Byakuya Kuchiki's back, there was a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Bright red liquid continued to spill. The white captain's feather was dyed red, and the ground bloomed. Blood flowers bloomed everywhere, and in just a moment, the body turned red with blood. Byakuya Kuchiki endured the pain and appeared on the distant wall in a flash. He said in disbelief, "Aizen, how did you get close to me?" His Bankai has tens of millions of sakura flowers, and nearly half of them are used for defense. It's almost 360 degrees without blind spots. Logically speaking, even if Aizen used Kaika Suijutsu, it would take more effort than chopping sakura flowers into pieces to get close to him. But it's different from before. Aizen, who likes to teach others, did not answer anything this time. Instead, he walked towards the 6th division with a gloomy face. Ichimaru-jin responded to Byakuya Kuchiki's words and said with a smile, "Captain Kuchiki, are you underestimating Captain Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu? You thought you were defending, but were you really defending?" Byakuya Kuchiki's heart trembled, and he turned around suddenly to look. He was shocked to find that the defense he thought was 360 degrees without blind spots actually had a natural hole. The hole is so big that not only one person can pass through it, but even 3 people can pass through it side by side. 2. Byakuya Kuchiki was in disbelief. He thought he could control Aizen. Little did they know that it was just a clown-like idea. The other party actually hypnosis his own perception, and even affected his soul-slaying sword. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, "Captain Aizen said it before, complete hypnosis can change a person's sense of touch, vision, and hearing." Ichimaru-jin, shut up. Tosen Kaname spoke coldly, drew his soul-chopping sword and pointed it at Byakuya Kuchiki. "Don't forget that this guy is an enemy. Since Lord Aizen failed to kill him with one blow, we will have to handle the rest." Ulquiorra raised his right hand indifferently and pointed his index finger at Byakuya Kuchiki. "Call out." A dazzling light blue light shot out. Byakuya Kuchiki gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his back, and controlled millions of sakura flowers to defend himself. Boom! Shiro ripped up a large amount of sakura flowers. But facing the tsunami-like sakura flower blade, Shiro alone is not enough. Tosen Kaname tightly grasped the soul Jandeo and said, "To the bank!" Suzumushi final style, Inma cricket. The moment the words fell, from the soul-slaying blade Suzumushi, a deep darkness burst out, spreading crazily in a circular shape. Just for a moment, the circular circle expanded to several thousand meters in size, encompassing Byakuya Kuchiki, Ichimaru-jin, and Byakuya Kuchiki at the same time. There was also darkness inside the black circle. It can even be said that it is blacker than darkness. Not only did he lose his vision, but he also lost his hearing, vision, smell, and Ryutsu perception. And in this darkness, Tosen Kaname seemed to have sight, like a Shinigami in the darkness, Joyin said coldly. Byakuya Kuchiki, chief of one of the 4 noble families of Soul Society. A noble like you, high and mighty, never expected to die at my hands. He clenched the Soul Zan knife in his hand and pointed it at Byakuya Kuchiki's cheek. "Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I want you to experience the pain of a lowly livestock being slaughtered. Outside world. Aizen walked in the 6th division, but his expression became increasingly gloomy, and anger gradually revealed in his eyes. No. No. Not here either. Where on earth did Hagyaku go? Chapter 82. Hagyaku, Hagyaku, Hagyaku. Agent. Aizen's eyes became extremely cold, like a cold pond that could almost freeze a person into an ice sculpture. If the members of the 5th division were to see this, they would definitely not believe that this was the once gentle and polite captain. And all this was because these few days had almost worn out his patience. He could wait hundreds of years for Hagyaku before. But now he couldn't wait even a day. Every day he couldn't find it, his anger would rise a little, and now, the anger in his heart almost tore his sanity apart. It was clearly Hagyaku that was securely in hand. But he was inexplicably knocked out. He searched for several days and almost visited the entire Jingling Ting, but he still couldn't find the Hagyaku. Yoruichi, is this your plan too? A cold light flashed in Aizen's eyes, and he casually swung a knife at the wall in front of him. Boom! The wall was cut down in an instant. The powerful shock wave spread wildly, tearing the earth apart, smashing houses, and leaving behind a long and narrow canyon. It runs through the entire 6th Division's base. The Shinigami of the 6th Squad was almost frightened and ran away crawling. Everyone is afraid that this horrific attack will happen again. At this moment, Aizen felt the scorching riot coming from the direction of the first team, approaching him. BK. Muttering to himself, Aizen suppressed the anger in his heart and prepared to leave. Suddenly. His heart suddenly shook. He lowered his head and spread his fingers. A bead resembling a Hagyaku flickered and rolled, as if being pulled by some invisible force. 307. The Hagyaku is reacting. Is Yoruichi's Hagyaku nearby? Aizen looked at the 6th division in astonishment. Hagyaku hadn't reacted just now, how come it suddenly changed? Could it be that another Hagyaku is coming this way? As he thought about it, his expression gradually calmed down, and he looked at the first team with deep eyes. Captain General. No wonder he couldn't find it after searching for several days. It turns out that Hagyaku is with the captain. Perhaps because he couldn't catch himself, he had no choice but to use Hagyaku as bait to catch himself. A cold light flashed in Aizen's eyes, and he clenched the Kaika Suijutsu in his hand tightly. He was not going to leave. He wanted to take Hagyaku back by force. The other side. Yaun, stop eating. You've almost eaten up the entire 8th division. Captain Kyōraku Shunsui will go crazy when he comes back. On the street of the 8th division, Rukia Kuchiki looked at Yaun helplessly. As the other person walked by, his fingers traced the wall. The wall almost instantly turned into spiritual energy and was swallowed by Yaun. The places they passed by were almost barren, not to mention the walls, not even a few floor tiles were left. In other words, the soil is not constructed by spiritual power. Otherwise, she felt that Yaun could make the 8th division soar. Yaun absorbed the spiritual energy beautifully and said, Rukia-chan, you have to understand me. After this incident is over, I will be whitewashed and become a regular soldier. Then it will be very difficult for me to absorb the spiritual energy. Rukia Kuchiki felt increasingly helpless. If I want to complain, won't you absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth? But thinking about how Yaun had encouraged her before, she couldn't bear to continue blaming Yaun. So she turned her head. He looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was also absorbing spiritual energy with a dark face. Ichigo, can you tell me why you are also absorbing spiritual energy? Kurosaki Ichigo's body was a little swollen, but he still tried hard to absorb the spiritual energy from the wall, muttering. The reason why Yaun became so strong must be related to absorbing these spiritual powers. I should absorb more so that I won't lose to Zaraki Kenpachi. Rukia Kuchiki slapped her forehead speechlessly. She felt that these people were truly hopeless. If absorbing the spiritual energy of the structures could make one stronger, wouldn't all these Shinigami have become captains long ago? And, Yoruichi-sama, Miss Shiba. Rukia Kuchiki gritted her teeth and looked at the two beauties beside her. I can understand Yaun, Ichigo, and a new absorbing spiritual energy, but why would you two native Shinigami, absorb it as well? Shihour and Yoruichi smiled and said, seeing Yaun absorb it so enthusiastically, I want to try it too. Maybe there's some secret to it. Shiba Konghi not only absorbed it himself, but also took out one spiritual power ball after another to absorb it. Since Jingling is a wealthy family, having devoured the entire Soul Eater realm's spiritual energy, it wouldn't be a big deal if I absorbed a little bit, right? Rukia Kuchiki sighed helplessly. She felt that when Captain Kyōraku Shunsui returned, he might not even be able to see the foundation of the 8th Division. Poor Captain Kyōraku Shunsui. She mourned for Kyōraku Shunsui in her heart for a few seconds, then, unable to resist her curiosity, she secretly stretched out her fingers to absorb it. Absorb the spiritual energy of the building. Is it really any different from the spiritual power between heaven and earth? When several people left the range of the 8th Division. Ahead. With a boom sound, a hot flame ignited. The surging flames were like a volcanic eruption, shooting thousands of meters into the sky, as if a divine pillar of fire had appeared in the sky. Even though Yaun and the others were so far away, they still felt the suffocating heat. Seeing this, Yaun leaped onto the wall and looked at the situation of the 6th Division with an amazed expression. Who made Old Man Yamamoto so angry? After 1,000 years, Old Man Yamamoto's murderous intent was no longer as strong as before, and he even had more compassion. Now, Old Man Yamamoto actually started fighting in the 6th Division, which shows how angry he was. Could it be that this old man's deputy captain was killed? Aizen isn't that stupid, is he? Shihour and Yoruichi nodded involuntarily. Indeed, the 6th Division was almost destroyed, and many Shinigami were burned to ashes. 6th Division, that's Brother's Division. Rukia Kuchiki looked ahead nervously and ran over there without hesitation. Yaun felt extremely helpless about this. What a stupid woman. The captain is already there. How could Byakuya Kuchiki be in any danger? Despite saying this. But he also caught up with Rukia Kuchiki. Shihour and Yoruichi also caught up with Yaun and asked curiously, from what I heard, you don't seem to be interested in the upcoming battle. Don't you have any doubts about who your opponent is? Yaun curled his lips. Who could the opponent be? It's nothing more than Aizen. Besides them, who else can fight Old Man Yamamoto? So you don't want to go over and help? Don't forget, Aizen is the culprit. Not interested at all. I'd rather spend this time on the team and absorb some spiritual energy. Yaun shook his head slightly. When he watched anime in his previous life, he thought that with Lan Da's status, strength, and wisdom, he must be the ultimate boss. And Kurosaki Ichigo is the savior, the hero who maintains the stability of the 3 realms. The result was not known until later. It's all a trick. It really proves that saying. Since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. Above Godai 13, there is actually a 0 squad hidden, and the strong people in it are no less powerful than Old Man Yamamoto. Especially that Yamato Shang. Maybe even better than Old Man Yamamoto. Result. The other party just stood there high and mighty, watching the war between Soul Society and Aizen, with no intention of intervening at all. When I learned this, he felt that even Kurosaki Ichigo had become a clown. You thought you had defeated the big boss and saved the world. Little did they know. Soul Society didn't take this seriously at all. If that's the case, why bother trying? It's better to wait and see. Anyway, we have the Shinigami of Squad 0 to back us up. Let them fight their own battles and feel the fear of Aizen. As for him, he only needs to actively prepare for the 1,000-year blood war. After all, that is the crisis of world destruction, and the slightest carelessness will lead to the collapse of heaven and earth. You are such an unjust brat. Shihoran Yoruichi couldn't help but reach out his hand and ruffle Yaun's hair. Yaun patted Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder and said teasingly, "Come on, Miss Yoruichi, this guy has a sense of justice, let him go and save the world." Kurosaki Ichigo was about to say something when he opened his mouth and spat out 2 large mouthfuls of spiritual power. The corner of Yoruichi Shifon's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "No, this guy's brain isn't very good." Kurosaki Ichigo waved his zangetsu in protest, indicating that he was the smart one. Several people soon arrived near the battlefield. Yaun saw the situation and the figure inside and immediately took a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but put his hands to his mouth and shouted, "The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years! Have you finally awakened your exhibitionism? Your thing isn't as big as mine, please stop swinging it around." Old man Yamamoto was seen in the raging flames, his face ashen, with only 2 pieces of cloth wrapped around his body. It looked like a hapless lover who went to a widow's house to have an affair, but ended up being scratched all over by the widow. Rukia Kuchiki and Anu Orium turned their heads away with red faces. Only Shihoran Yoruichi, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Shibakaku were watching with great interest, and even gave comments. Shihoran Yoruichi sighed, "I didn't expect the captain-in-chief to be still as powerful as ever." Kurosaki Ichigo said, "He looks about the same age as me, but I'm not as perverted as him. Doesn't he know how to be shy?" Shibakaku, pervert. Yaun approached Rukia Kuchiki and Anu Orium and whispered to them, "I'm twice as big as that old man." Rukia Kuchiki's face flushed red as she punched Yaun viciously. "Who asked you that, little brat?" Anu Orium blushed and lowered his head, whispering, "Yaun-jun, I understand." Yaun chuckled and continued waving his arms to tease Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Beside him, Rukia Kuchiki and Anu Orium, both girls had a thought that made them feel embarrassed. If it's that big, can they really bear it? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's face turned pale and purple. Yuichiro heard Yaun's teasing and slashed at him with a dark face. "You damned little devil, shut up. Don't underestimate this as just a casual strike from Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni." But the moment the blade came slashing, still formed a terrifying fire tsunami. It was overwhelming, like the roar of a fire dragon, and as if it was a firestorm that could engulf everything, it attacked directly towards Yaun's figure. "Yaun!" Shihoran Yoruichi yelled. Even she didn't dare to take on the violent flames. "I know." Yaun laughed loudly, and instantly made the Ruyi Jinggu Bang expand 1,000 times, smashing down like a golden Optimus Prime. There was a loud bang. The ground, which was already burning red, was blasted into a big hole by Yaun's stick. The flames that came towards them were also suppressed by the huge Ruyi Jinggu Bang, hitting the ground and being extinguished with the impact. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni also saw this scene. But he just snorted coldly and did not continue to attack. Turning his head, he looked at Aizen in front of him, and said with a voice as violent as a volcano, suppressing his anger, "Aizen, I'm known as the strongest Shinigami of the millennium. In this millennium, you're the first one who dares to tease me like this." When he rushed to the 6th division, he actually didn't think he could catch Aizen. After all, the other party is really good at running. He possesses Kaika Suijutsu complete hypnosis, so as long as he doesn't want to fight me, it will be difficult for me to do anything to him in the Shirayuki. But this time he felt incredible. As soon as he arrived at the 6th division, he was slashed by Aizen disguised as an ordinary Shinigami. The injury is not serious, but the clothes were torn. Immediately afterwards, Aizen went crazy and attacked his clothes frantically. She even used Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis to sneak up on his body and touch it from top to bottom. Aizen turned a deaf ear to this and looked at Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni with a frown. Where did you hide the Hagyaku for me? 3.8 He felt the Hagyaku in his left hand throbbing more and more. If he hadn't held on tightly, Hagyaku would have even been able to fly away to find his other half. But he not only touched Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's entire body, he also tore his clothes. But there was no sign of Hagyaku. With a hint of speculation in his mind, Aizen frowned and looked at Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni. You didn't use that one, did you? He felt that no one could resist the temptation to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow and ascend to the throne of heaven. Not even the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years can do that. Therefore, it is understandable that the other party fused with the Hagyaku in order to obtain the power of the Hollow. But that Hagyaku is Urahara-Kisuke's unfinished product. It has no ability to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow at all. It can only turn Shinigami into Hollow, like Hirako Shinji and others. Didn't Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni know this? Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni snorted coldly, what nonsense are you talking about, Aizen? Today is the day you die here. While speaking, old man Yamamoto no longer suppresses his ryutsu. Terrifying heat and oppression swept across the heavens and earth. He swung Rijinjaka violently and shouted. Burning hell! Boom! 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 Pillars of scorching divine fire rose from the ground, shooting straight into the sky like erupting magma. These terrifying flaming pillars, arranged in this pattern, resembled the bars of a prison cell, imprisoning the entire 6th Division. Chapter 83. Boom! 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 In a space wrapped in flames. The roars came one after another. Old man Yamamoto wielded the Rijinjaka, and with a few strikes, the entire 6th Division was set on fire, transforming into a field of fire. If you don't know, you might think you have arrived at the Flaming Mountain. The Shinigami of the 6th Division gasped in shock when they saw this scene, and couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat. Luckily we all escaped. If they were still in the 6th Division, they would probably be burned to mummies by the flames. The captains of each team also arrived at the scene. When Hitsugaya saw Aizen, he rushed into the Flame Minister without hesitation. He wanted to personally kill the person who made Hinamori Momo sad and defected from Soul Society. Only in this way could he relieve the anger in his heart. Yaun saw his actions and said lazily. Hitsugaya, I wouldn't go in there if I were you. Hitsugaya frowned, and without listening to Yaun's words, he was enveloped in cold air and rushed into the raging flames. Yaun couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. His eyes turned. He saw a Shinigami girl with short black hair, delicate features, and wearing a Death Hater uniform outside the flaming cage. The other person was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. He yelled that he wanted to go in and ask Aizen. Rukia Kukiki was a little dissatisfied. Why, you saw that Vice Captain Hinamori Momo is pretty, so you fell in love with her again. Please spare me. Yaun quickly spread his hands in surrender. He has no interest in this top love brain. Although he is a vice captain, he is played around by Aizen, to the point that his spirit is almost broken. Even though he knew that the other party was a traitor, he still cried and shouted to go in. Aizen has completely ruined my body and soul. He has no interest in picking up second-hand shoes. Kyōraku Shunsui asked curiously, Yaun-kun, why did you say you didn't mind letting Captain Hitsugaya in? Is it because of Kaika Suijutsu? Yaun narrowed his EYES-19 and stared at Yamamoto Yun Liuzei Shigakuni. This old man wants Bankai. He could see. Now Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni is serious. But in Shikai form, he still couldn't take down Aizen. Since Shikai can't do anything, doesn't that mean we have to launch Bankai? Upon hearing this, the 5 captains, Kyōraku Shunsui, Kashiwamura Seijin, Jaishur Yukatake, Sui Feng, and Unohana Retsu, all became solemn. If the captain really used Bankai, that would be a serious incident, and the entire Soul Society might be affected. At this moment, Rukia Kuchiki noticed something was wrong and asked nervously. Captain Unohana, have you seen where my elder brother is? Unohana pointed to the dark semicircular area covering 1,000 meters within the 6th division. I felt Captain Kuchiki's Ryutsu here before. If I can't see it anywhere else, then it can only be there. That's... Rukia Kuchiki looked at the dark oval in confusion. Even though she had lived in Shirayuki for 100 years, she had never seen Tosen Kaname's Bankai. Kyōraku Shunsui said solemnly, it's probably Captain Tosen. No, it's Tosen Kaname's Bankai, Suzumashi final style, in cricket. To the bank. Rukia Kuchiki suddenly became nervous. Shihoran Yoruichi said solemnly, it seems that Zyobai's situation is not right. He hasn't escaped from inside for such a long time. Yaun, what should I do? Rukia Kuchiki looked at Yaun somewhat bewilderedly, completely forgetting that he had just obtained Bankai. Yaun narrowed his eyes, gripped the golden staff tightly, and aimed at the dark oval-shaped Bankai in the distance. Shirayuki coughed twice and said weakly, Yaun, you have to be careful when you go in. I also feel that Jizi is about to Bankai. Different from other captains of Jingling Ting. He and Kyōraku Shunsui were disciples of Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni, and therefore had seen each other use Bankai hundreds of years ago. That is truly a terrifying power that can destroy the world. It almost made the heaven and earth burn. And that was the result of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's restraint. If he went all out, the entire Shirayuki would be reduced to a fire trap. I know, I'm not that idiot Hitsugaya. Yaun held the golden stick tightly. In just a moment, the golden stick expanded countless times and stood upright, as if holding up the heaven and earth. In the southern area of Soul Society, which is slightly closer to here, countless souls witnessed this astonishing scene. Me. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni's face darkened. Then he saw the golden stick smashing down heavily, its target clearly being the Suzumashi final style, Yanma cricket that covered 1,000 meters. However, due to the huge size of the golden staff, it also included him and Aizen. At the same time, Tosen Kaname in Suzumashi final style, Inma cricket also felt the incoming attack and snorted coldly. You idiot, you think this will break my Bankai? A golden stick that reached the sky smashed down heavily. With a loud bang. Tosen Kaname's face changed drastically, his body shook, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at the sky in shock. The dark area that originally blocked the sunlight was suddenly crushed by the golden stick. There wasn't even a second's pause. The Bankai formed by Suzumashi's final move, Inma cricket, shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was another devastating explosion. The golden stick smashed down heavily. It fell completely to the ground. This moment, I can't see Suzumashi's final form, Inma cricket at all. Rukia Kuchiki was so frightened that she shook Yaun's arm vigorously. Yaun, my brother is still in there. Yaun rubbed her hair and smiled, don't worry, Byakuya Kuchiki is so strong, he will definitely be fine, probably. Rukia Kuchiki was relieved when she heard what Yaun said at the beginning. Until the last 3 words made her blood pressure soar again. Yaun. Rukia Kuchiki opened her little mouth and bit Yaun's arm hard. Kyōraku Shunsui said helplessly, the old man is also staying down there, Yaun, your stick hit them all. Don't worry, old man Yamamoto will be fine. Yaun comforted Rukia Kuchiki while saying that he didn't believe that the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years would be killed by a stick. The golden stick gradually shrank. The tragic scene below was revealed. It turned out to be a huge ravine. The black semi-oval was no longer visible at the location of Suzumashi's final move, Yanma cricket. Tosen Kaname knelt on the ground with both knees in an extremely unnatural posture. His eyes, nose, and ears were all oozing blood. The arms are twisted irregularly. The soul-slaying sword in Bankai's form shattered. The whole person looked like he was being crushed by hundreds of mountains. Beside him, Ichimaru-jin lay on the ground with a cold sweat on his forehead, muttering, "That brat, is he a little more angry?" When the stick came down just now, he wanted to swing his knife to block it. But at the critical moment, I felt something was wrong. Because at that time, he inexplicably felt his body was unusually heavy, so he instinctively lay on the ground and used Kid to defend himself. Fortunately, he made this choice. Otherwise, he glanced at Tosen Kaname with a pale face. The other party's miserable condition is his fate. Beside them, Ulquiorra's condition was not much better, his shoulders slumped, blood streaming from his forehead and body. Fortunately, he has super-fast self-healing ability. This injury healed in just a second. At the end of the trace, there was Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, with his muscles bulging, a knife in both hands, and veins throbbing wildly on his forehead. Next to him was Aizen Suke, whose expression also turned grim. What's up with this kid's soul-severing sword? It was not like he had not blocked Yaun's attacks before. Although it was a bit difficult, he was able to defend himself with one hand. And this time he used one hand to defend. His arm was nearly broken by the tremendous force. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni looked at Yaun with a dark face. "Little devil, were you aiming at me when you hit me?" If the old man hadn't been so strong, this blow would have beaten him into a pulp. Yaun coughed twice and said, "I was nervous because I was about to break a Bankai, so I used a little strength, didn't I?" Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni had an urge to kill. Even he was almost smashed into the ground by the blow of the stick just now. "You broke a Bankai with this much strength? Killing a chicken with a butcher knife?" Kyōraku Shunsui and others were terrified. He looked solemnly at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's muscles and his rapid breathing. The strongest Shinigami of the millennium, in Chikai state, barely blocked Yaun's stick, with half of his foot almost sinking into the ground. "What is this power? Are you holding a soul-severing sword or hundreds of mountains?" Yaun coughed dryly and changed the subject. "Where's Byakuya Kuchiki? He didn't get crushed to death, did he?" Rukia Kuchiki glared at Yaun and quickly searched for Byakuya Kuchiki in the ravine. Finally, she saw a figure in the depths of the ravine, his body stained with blood, with sakura flowers flying around him. "Elder brother!" Rukia Kuchiki ran over nervously. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo hurried to follow. At this moment, Tosen Kaname, who was almost insignificant, suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and said in a hoarse voice, "Ichimaru-jin, Ulquiorra, kill him." Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes. Ulquiorra's eyes were cold as he pointed his right index finger at Byakuya Kuchiki. Light blue light continued to gather in his hands. At this critical moment, Rukia Kuchiki flashed and stood in front of Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupil shrank, and he struggled to stand up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Rukia, get out of here. This is not a place for you." Through the fights he had just had with several people, he was already able to tell how terrifying Ulquiorra was. That is definitely a strong man who is no weaker than him. At the very least, it is at the level of a Jichas, and it is possible that it is even a Minos Grande at the level of Vasto Lord. "It's okay, brother. I'm no longer the Rukia Kuchiki I used to be. I'll protect you from now on." As Rukia Kuchiki was speaking, she saw a dazzling light blue flash coming towards her. So she said nothing. He raised the soul-slaying sword and slashed forward. "Get out of the way, idiot!" Byakuya Kuchiki shouted anxiously, but just as he said this, he vomited mouthfuls of blood in pain. With a loud bang, Rukia Kuchiki, holding the Sode no Shirayuki, actually chopped off this zero. Byakuya Kuchiki showed an incredible expression. "Is this still my cowardly sister? Killed the zero released by the Ajichas level Minos Grande with one blow?" Bankai. It really can transform a Shinigami. Yaun sighed behind Byakuya Kuchiki. After Rukia Kuchiki awakened Bankai, he discovered that even in the Shikai form, Rukia Kuchiki's Ryutsu was dozens of times stronger than before. Yaun. Byakuya Kuchiki breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Hurry up and save Rukia, she can't fight alone. Just watch it with peace of mind." Yaun inserted the golden stick beside her and said with a smile, "With me here, it will be difficult for Rukia to get hurt even if she wants to. It's a good opportunity for him to practice." As he spoke, Yaun waved to a new Orihime and said, "Orihime, give this ice a treat. 543 shoot him shins. To the bank." Just as Ichimarujin pointed his soulzanth at Byakuya Kuchiki, he heard a loud roar coming from not far away. Tensa Zangetsu. A black figure flashed as fast as light, appearing next to Ichimarujin almost instantly, and slashed at him fiercely with a knife. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Ichimarujin withstood Kurosaki Ichigo's blow and stared in amazement at the black heavens locking ear. Bankai? Is this Bankai? Apart from his own Kamishini no Yuri, he had never seen such a small Bankai. Of course, be prepared. Kurosaki Ichigo replied, raised his sword without hesitation and stepped back, then turned into a black flash again and attacked Ichimarujin frantically. BG, number G, $G. The harsh sounds came one after another. Gradually, Kurosaki Ichigo's expression became serious. The Ichimarujin in front of him actually used the Shikai of the Soul's Anking sword to block his Bankai, although it seemed a bit difficult. But the opponent's strength, maybe even stronger than Byakuya Kuchiki. The other side. Rukia Kuchiki also gripped the soul-severing sword tightly, a bone-piercing chill emanating from his body as he shouted coldly. To the bank. Hear these two words. Byakuya Kuchiki no longer had the demeanor of a nobleman, and sat up awkwardly, clutching the golden staff. He looked at Rukia Kuchiki in shock. To the bank. Rukia's Bankai. Could it be that she has obtained Bankai? Not only Byakuya Kuchiki was shocked, but even the many captains who came to support were shocked. Rukia obtained the highest secret of the soul-slaying sword. She's only 100 years old this year, right? Bankai, the second ice-type soul-slaying sword. What a cold wind, it feels even colder than Captain Hitsugaya's Harinmaru. In full view of the public. White cold air spreads. The ground around Rukia Kuchiki turned into pure white ice. Take a step forward. Her image has also changed. Her eyebrows and hair are all white, and she wears an ice crystal tassel hairpin on her head. She wore a pure white kimono with a white lining and floral patterns that reached her ankles. The robe had a gorgeously decorated collar and edge design, and long, wide sleeves. There is a white satin ribbon tied at the back in the shape of a butterfly. Paired with the pure white soul-slaying sword in his hand. She seemed like a snow saint who had walked out of the ice Yamanaka, noble and graceful, making people unable to have the slightest blasphemous heart towards her. At this time, Rukia Kuchiki, like the ice saint, holding the pure white soul-slaying sword, finally said the name of her soul-slaying sword Bankai. The voice was cold and clear. Baixia Punishment. Chapter 84. Rukia Kuchiki, like the ice saint, raised her legs and walked towards Ulquiera. The terrifying cold air emanating from its body froze the ground with every step it took, like a goddess of ice and snow spreading ice and snow. What is daunting is that the cold air did not erupt from Baiziafa. Instead, it flowed from Rukia Kuchiki. It feels like it's not Rukia Kuchiki's knife that performs Bankai, but her entire being becomes part of Bankai. Rukia, what is this Bankai? Byakuya Kuchiki frowned. He had never seen such a beautiful and strange Bankai. With a slight step, Rukia Kuchiki held the knife and attacked Ulquiera like a wisp of white frost, slashing down with the blade. Ulquiera's expression was indifferent, and he drew the blade at his waist to meet the blow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The moment the two blades collided, a thin layer of frost appeared on Ulquiorra's blade. The white frost spread rapidly, covering Ulquiorra's arms in an instant, and a chilling cold air burst out from them. It seemed as if it was going to freeze Ulquiorra completely. Rukia Kuchiki slashed out the second time without hesitation. This time, Ulquiorra was a little slow due to the cold, and was punished by the pure white Baixia, leaving a scar on his left shoulder. Vet! A biting cold air burst out from the wound, forming crystal clear ice. Ulquiorra looked at his wound indifferently. There was a white chill covering him, and his superspeed self-healing ability could not be activated. He could only feel the chill rushing into his body. Rukia Kuchiki held the pure white Baixia Fa in her hand and said coldly. This is Baixia penalty. -18 degrees. The blood will freeze and the wound will not bleed at all. As she spoke, Rukia Kuchiki's body temperature dropped again, and the cold became even colder, even causing the surrounding temperature to drop. -50 degrees. Everything around my body will freeze, causing an ice shock, and any living thing will become extremely fragile. The words fell. Rukia Kuchiki rushed towards Ulquiorra again. The latter swung his blade indifferently, and with a swish, the Minos Grande directly cut off his shoulder. When Rukia Kuchiki saw this scene, her cold eyes were slightly shaken. And the next second, black matter spread from the broken end of Ulquiorra's arm, creating a new arm in just a second. Very good ability, but unfortunately, too weak. A cold voice came, and in Rukia Kuchiki's sight, Ulquiorra's figure disappeared almost instantly. Rukia Kuchiki's heart was as cold as ice at this moment. Although she knew that danger was approaching, she did not panic at all. Calmly look for where the other person has gone. However, Ulquiorra appeared behind Rukia Kuchiki like a ghost, pointing his right index finger at her. Black Zero. Different from the previous light blue Zero. The Zero released by Ulquiorra this time was a dark green, dark and deep, as if it were the thunder of death from the underworld. Rukia Kuchiki also noticed this, and waved Baixia Fa coldly, saying, -273.15 degrees, absolute zero. Suddenly, Rukia Kuchiki's body temperature dropped again, as if time and space were frozen. But at such a critical moment, Rukia Kuchiki's movements suddenly froze, and she subconsciously covered her chest with her right hand. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression suddenly changed. Before he could finish the second half of his sentence, he saw Yaun's figure, like a golden ray of light, appear behind Rukia Kuchiki. Facing the incoming dark green flash, Yaun also extended his index finger and said calmly. Head number 4, White Thunder. Call out. A pure white flash instantly defeated Black Zero. Looking here from a distance, the white light instantly swallowed up the dark green light, accompanied by a violent explosion. Pure white instantly engulfed Ulquiorra. After doing all this, Yaun put his hand on Rukia Kuchiki's shoulder and frowned to check her condition. Rukia, what's wrong? After saying that, Yaun couldn't help but glance at his arm, which was already covered with thick frost. In the face of Ultimate's body temperature, just touching it is extremely fatal. Under the posture of the Ice Saint, Rukia Kuchiki's heart seemed to have turned to ice and snow, and she said lightly without any shyness. Something just jumped inside my body and I can't get it out. Yaun, come and help me get it out. Body. Yaun raised his eyebrows. Where? That Bdura Harakisuk, could it be that he put something else in the Hugyaku? I'll see if he doesn't beat that BD to death when he gets back. Here. Rukia Kuchiki tapped her chest with her icy fingers. It's still this place. Yaun muttered to himself and put his hand on Rukia Kuchiki's chest. Me. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes widened in disbelief. These two guys actually did such shameless things in public. Yaun is fine. How could Rukia Kuchiki do this? She is the eldest daughter of the Kuchiki family. She has learned the noble etiquette of the Kuchiki family and should always be the eldest daughter. Is it because of love? Has Rukia Kuchiki given up on shame? Yaun reached into Rukia Kuchiki's body, grabbing her and asking curiously. Rukia, aren't you going to be shy now? Rukia Kuchiki's expression was as calm as ice and snow, pure and innocent, and she said calmly. As the temperature dropped, my emotions also turned cold and icy, and my shyness and fear were frozen. Yaun was amazed and at the same time felt the foreign object on Rukia Kuchiki's body. What the hell? He took out the foreign object and his eyes widened immediately. Hagyaku. Blue beads in hand. Isn't it the Hagyaku that was lost in the battle 2 days ago? How did this get back into Kuchiki Lucia's body? Does this thing have an automatic tracking function? Seeing this scene, Aizen, who was surrounded by several captains not far away, trembled with pupils and even lost his voice in a rare moment. Hagyaku. He thought it was Hagyaku on the captain. Going around in circles. Surprisingly, he returned to Rukia Kuchiki's body. If he hadn't taken out his semi-finished Hagyaku and activated the Hagyaku in the other person's body, he probably would never have known it in his life. Think of this. Aizen's anger flashed, and he almost fought for his life, while Kaika Suijutsu went all out. Complete hypnosis applies to each captain. He himself rushed over here quickly, trying to snatch the half-finished Hagyaku. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's eyes were also boiling with anger. He brandished his soul-slaying sword and shouted at the captains Kyōraku Shunsui and others. All of you little brats, stay away from me. Because of Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu, he was very careful every time he swung his sword. I was afraid of accidentally killing a captain. But in this way. On the contrary, it is not easy to take down Aizen's. Kyōraku Shunsui and the others smiled bitterly and could only retreat. They had never felt so powerless before. Yaun, can I chop it up? Rukia Kuchiki raised her own Baixia penalty. Forget it, you can't even break me. Yaun shook his head, picked up the blue bead, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and gently threw it towards old man Yamamoto. Smudged old man, break it. As he spoke, Yaun also tightened his grip on the golden staff, took a step forward, and smashed it hard on the surface of Hagyaku like hitting a baseball. Strong wind pressure spreads. Ultimate's gravity even makes space tremble. To the bank. Old man Yamamoto finally stopped suppressing himself, and with a loud roar from Bankai, the heat almost as hot as the sun spread out. Just for a moment. A devastating fire field was formed. He swung his soul-slaying sword and slashed at Hagyaku with the same tremendous force. Aizen saw this scene, his eyes flashed with a dazzling cold light, his ryotsu rising, and he uttered those 2 words for the first time. To the bank. In an instant, the water rose. Unlike Shikai's Kaika Suijutsu complete hypnosis, Aizen's Bankai is actually a pure water-based soul-slaying sword. While swinging the blade, it was as if an ocean was stirred up and smashed towards Hagyaku. 3 people. 3 colors. It seems as if they each occupy half of the sky. With a devastating roar, Hagyaku, who was hit by 3 weapons at the same time, finally couldn't bear the pressure of ultimate. Crack! A crack appeared on the blue bead. The cracks spread more and more. With a bang, the blue Hagyaku, like the Shiken jewel in Inuyasha's world, turned into countless fragments and flew in all directions. Yu now Aizen. The 2 figures were also blown away. Everyone stopped caring about the battle and looked up, staring in amazement at the countless fragments streaking across the sky like meteors. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni stood in the flames, looking away from the sky, like a fire god in the fire, and said in a deep voice. Aizen, your plan has failed. Aizen fell silent, silently looking at the piece of Hagyaku that he had grasped at the last moment between his index finger and thumb. Carefully feeling the power within, he frowned deeply again. What's going on? He discovered that although Hugyaku was broken, it was not destroyed, and the power inside was still there, which was completely different from what he had imagined. You know, even if it's just a fragment, he is also able to create real Hugyaku from the Hugyaku in his hands. Even if he doesn't take action, Hugyaku will also slowly reassemble itself. Urahara Kisuk isn't that stupid, is he? After he expressed his doubts, Yaun scratched his head and said casually. You're talking about that? I made it up. But even I didn't expect that Hugyaku could be restored even if it was broken. Speaking of this, Yaun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Hugyaku is indeed a divine object that breaks through boundaries. Not only does it have amazing defensive power, it also possesses such terrifying characteristics. No wonder Urahara Kisuk couldn't destroy it. And after hearing Yaun's words, Aizen was silent for a few seconds. Then, anger flashed in his eyes. The anger grew stronger and stronger. Even his complexion became a little ferocious. He looked at the black-haired boy with uncontrollable anger. You mean, all this is just nonsense? Urahara Kisuk, that BD, never said that the Captain General could destroy Hugyaku. Yaun nodded obediently. After hearing this, Aizen could no longer suppress his anger. It's you. He swung his knife fiercely and killed Yaun. He claimed to be a god who was about to ascend the throne of heaven. In this world, the only person he cares about is Urahara Kisuk. Result: just a human being. Just a human being. He was actually fooled around. If it weren't for this human, he could have maintained his position as captain of the 5th Division and easily obtained Hugyaku. Without going through so much trouble like this. He was hiding in Jingling Court like a rat. He was also hacked and chopped by old man Yamamoto, leaving him with countless injuries. Boundless rage and murderous intent converged into a sword, and under Aizen-suk's Bankai, it turned into an endless tsunami and smashed towards Yaun. Yaun looked at the incoming tsunami and said with a smile, Aizen, you didn't use your Bankai before. Do you really hate your Bankai's ability? With Aizen-suk's conceited personality, Kaika Suijutsu's abilities should satisfy him. While Bankai's water-based Soulzan knife is powerful, it lacks the mysterious and terrifying power of the Kaika Suijutsu. On the contrary, it is not as good as Kaika Suijutsu. That's why I've never seen him use Bankai. Aizen said nothing, but just increased his speed and strength again. Except for a few strong captains like Kyōraku Shunsui and Shirayuki, other captains couldn't even see Aizen clearly. Boom! The violent water flow crashed down like a tsunami. Any ground that was hit was crushed by the terrifying gravity. Yaun swung the golden staff in his hand, knocked it on the ground, then held the staff with both hands and smashed it towards Aizen. This moment of money. Aizen-suk's expression changed slightly. I felt the gravity of the space around me double. It was as if the sky pressed down and suppressed him between heaven and earth, and even the violent water flow would stagnate under gravity. My soul-slaying sword is called the Dinghai Shenzhen. Yaun laughed loudly and hit Aizen-suk's knife hard with his stick. There was only a loud roar. A powerful shock wave swept in all directions. Kashiwamura Seijin couldn't even stand steadily, and was blown back 2 steps by the howling wind. He looked at the confrontation in the center in shock. The ocean was trapped in place. Its terrifying gravity was like a falling meteorite, blasting a huge hole in the earth, with countless cracks spreading inside. The 6th Division's base had already become a ruin. At this moment, it seems to have become a wasteland after a natural disaster. Aizen held the Soulzan knife in his hand, but was forcibly suppressed by the golden staff. The weight of a mountain pressed down on Kaika Suijutsu. The end of its golden staff even hit Aizen on the forehead. Aizen roared, forcibly stretched out the golden staff, took a step back, and looked at Yaun furiously, murderous intent boiling. Human! You must be so proud of yourself for suppressing me. Yaun, carrying the golden staff, took a few breaths and said with a bright smile. Isn't that a given? The opponent is Aizen, who is known as the most perfect villain. I don't know how many people think he is stronger than Iwak. In the entire Shinigami anime, only Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kisuke can break his defense. Now, there is one more self. The words fell. Here the two rushed towards each other. The golden stick and the blue blade kept colliding, making a sound of metal clashing. Chapter 85. Deafening roars came one after another. The captains around were stunned and stopped their actions unconsciously to watch the fight between the two. It was clearly a clash between a knife and a stick, but the visual impact it caused was devastating, and the shock wave swept through the space like ripples. Shinigami who are slightly weaker cannot even watch the battle. Just like Hinamori Momo, who was directly blown away 800 meters away by the shock wave. Aizen became more and more angry as the fight went on, because he found that although he had suppressed Yaun, he could not defeat him in a short time. Even Kyōraku Shunsui was ineffective because the opponent had not seen his Shikai. Obviously just a human being. Even though he was a paramecium that was not even as good as Kurosaki Ichigo in his own eyes. It has not been half a month since I came to Jingling Court. He was actually able to hold the soul-slaying sword and be on par with him. But being furious at ultimate actually calmed Aizen down. He holds the fragment of Hagyaku. Decided to leave Soul Society for the time being. After all, he was going to ascend the throne of heaven, so there was no reason for him to get entangled with ant-like humans. At this time, many captains watching the game also saw Aizen's thoughts, and Kashiwamura Seijin and Suifeng rushed over without hesitation. Aizen! Kashiwamura Seijin roared, and the black god Tenkan-myo, who looked like a black armored martial god, appeared behind him and slashed at Aizen with a fierce sword. Kill all the enemy turtles! Suzumibaki! A golden bee stinger appeared on Suifeng's hand. Yaun quickly said, Hey, you two, don't come and join in the fun, or I won't care. But Kashiwamura Seijin and Suifeng didn't listen at all and continued to rush towards them at ultimate speed. Aizen fought him with one hand. Although it was strenuous, he managed to free his left hand and said coldly to Kashiwamura Seijin. Head number 91, Black Coffin. In an instant, a large amount of black matter formed out of thin air. In an instant, it took on the shape of a cube. Seal both Kashiwamura Seijin and Black Rope Heavenly Punishment Myo inside. From a distance, it looks like a pure black coffin, symbolizing death. All I heard was the sound of flesh being pierced through. 3 seconds later, the black coffin shattered into pieces. The huge black rope Heavenly Punishment Myo had disappeared, and the only one left was Kashiwamura Seijin, covered in blood, falling heavily to the ground. Impossible! Until the moment before he fell into coma. He still looked at Aizen with disbelief. They are all captains. A mere human 337 could fight him. As a captain, he was killed instantly. Yaun sarcastically said, What are you surprised about? Do you really think you can defeat Aizen? You are so ignorant. Among the captains of Godai 13, their abilities vary widely. The weakest among them are Seijin Kashiwamura and Kaname Tosen. He feels that any stronger vice-captain can defeat them. Strong ones like Kyōraku Shunsui and Unohana can single-handedly take on the other 3 captains. Not to mention Old Man Yamamoto. Even if it's 1 against 12, he can win easily. While Yaun was thinking, he suddenly realized something and his figure suddenly turned to the side, avoiding the attacking golden bee sting. Aizen! Suifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he kept stabbing Kyōnyun with the golden needle. Kaika Suijutsu! Yaun raised his eyebrows, dodging Suifeng's attack while swinging his golden staff to block Aizen's chopping knife. Yes, Yaun-jun, you have the heart to attack Captain Suifeng. Before Aizen could finish his words, Yaun picked up the golden stick and hit Sui Feng hard on the head. Bang! Sui Feng was so shocked that he saw stars. Yaun quickly reached out and hugged Sui Feng, saying, "Sui Feng, how are you? Are you awake?" Sui Feng was stunned and said blankly, "Aizen Suk." Bang! Yaun hit him with another stick. Now he didn't know whether Sui Feng was awake or not, because Sui Feng fainted in his arms. Aizen Suk said calmly, "Human, you're so decisive in attacking your companions. I think I underestimated you." Yaun glanced at him and said sarcastically, "When you praise me, could you please stop shaking your right hand?" This guy fought with him with a knife in one hand. "My hands are shaking like Parkinson's." Aizen Suk's eyes flashed with gloom, and then he exhaled, looked at the many Shinigami present, and said lightly, "Captain General, Captain Kyōraku, Captain Jushiro, Captain Unohana Retsu, Shihoran Yoruichi, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Yaun." After calling the roll, he said calmly, "You did a really good job. Even I suffered a loss because of it. I have to praise you for this, but that's all. When we meet next time, I will ascend the so-called heavenly throne in front of you. You must know that no one has ever stood on the throne of heaven, but from this moment on, I will stand on the throne of heaven." Following Aizen Suk's voice, the sky above his head vibrated. The space seemed to be torn apart and twisted. Seeing this scene, Yaun raised his eyebrows, put his left arm around Sui Feng, took 2 steps back, and looked at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. "Hey, old man Yamamoto, what are you still standing there for? After all, this is a traitor to your Jingling Court. As the captain, you should do something to help." Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's eyes flashed with anger, and he turned to look at Kyōraku Shunsui and others. "Didn't I tell you to get lost? There are so many people here. How can he fight freely?" Captains like Kyōraku Shunsui could only smile bitterly and retreat several hundred meters away. Yaun felt something was wrong when he saw this. What if old man Yamamoto in Bankai's posture is also hypnosis and regards him as an enemy? So Yaun said nothing. With his left hand around Sui Feng, "Pick up Rukia Kuchiki with her right hand. He carries Byakuya Kuchiki on his left shoulder. Let a new Orihime climb onto his back." He ran towards Kyōraku Shunsui and the others, while Yaun was still shouting, "Kurosaki, forget about that smiling fox and run away quickly. If old man Yamamoto gets hypnosis, he'll be scarier than an Aizen Suk." While speaking, Yaun also saw Hitsugaya lying on the ground. The other party gritted his teeth and said, "Travel disaster, can you take me out too?" He had not listened to Yaun's words before and rushed into the battlefield carrying Daiguren Haranmaru. Result: there wasn't even a trace of Aizen Suk. He was severely injured by the captain's knife and was burned by the flames for a long time. "Sure." Yaun agreed without hesitation, saying that he was a helpful person. Hitsugaya breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought Yaun was going to catch him, Yaun kicked him fiercely. "Go!" With a shrill scream, Hitsugaya turned into a flash of blue light and was kicked away. "Yaun!" Grief and angry screams came from a distance. Yaun continued to run away carrying the 4 people, saying without apology, "Sorry, there are no seats left." Soon, Yaun and Kurosaki Ichigo rushed to Kyōraku Shunsui and others. But he still felt insecure about it. So he ran back a few hundred meters. Yaun finally breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the 4 people on him. Old man Yamamoto, who witnessed all this, looked a little dark in the face. He gripped the flaming blade tightly and looked at Aizen Suk. At this time, Ichimaru-jin, Tosen Kaname, and Ulquiorra had already come behind each other. Aizen Suk tant ando. "Captain, I advise you not to take action. Are you sure that the person you see is real? Are you sure that the direction you see is real?" Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni narrowed his eyes. This is the reason why he didn't take action before. Because in the history of Soul Society, there has never been an illusion-type soul-severing sword, and even he doesn't know the opponent's limit. Can he even hypnosis in Bankai's posture? If hypnosis really works, that would be a disaster for the entire Soul Society. While thinking, Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni casually swung his sword at Aizen and the other three, and the scorching flames attacked like a fire dragon. As expected, the knife was blocked firmly. But it also allowed old man Yamamoto to confirm that the other party was the real Aizen. So he clenched Regen Jaka tightly, and erupted with extremely hot and suffocating Ryutsu, as if to melt the entire 6th Division headquarters. When spiritual power reaches its peak, he suddenly swung out a devastating blow. Zanka no Tachi North, heaven and earth are reduced to ashes. As old man Yamamoto swung his sword, a white light formed at the ultimate temperature rushed towards Kyōraku Shunsui and others like a ray of light. This stinky old man! In the end, it was cut crooked. Several captains including Kyōraku Shunsui were terrified. They didn't expect it either. The old man seemed so confident. In the end, he still fell into Kaika Suijutsu. Stop him! Kyōraku Shunsui roared loudly and swung his twin swords, the Kaiten Kaikotsu, forward. Shirayuki could no longer sit still. He coughed twice, then suddenly drew out his two swords and shouted. All flowing waves, transform into my shield. All lightning, transform into my blade. Zgayo no Kotori. The moment he finished speaking, the soul-slaying sword in his hand was released, turning into two silver-white swords with chains wrapped around the handles. Seeing this, the other captains did not dare to neglect it. They all released their soul-slaying swords and met the sword attack of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. As the roar resounded through the sky, captain after captain was blown away. In the end, even Kyōraku Shunsui couldn't hold on. His hair, clothes, and shoes were all burning with flames, and he crashed into the 7th Division with a loud bang. Really? The old man was too harsh. He complained helplessly and crawled out of the ruins in a panic. He discovered that the blade that sent him flying was blocked by Yaun, Unohana and Shirayuki working together. Kyōraku Shunsui shouted, Yaun, why didn't you remind the old man just now? Yaun curled his lips and said, I did shout, but the old man's hearing was also affected by hypnosis. Now he is just a deaf and blind old man. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni turned around with a dark face and said, I can hear you now. He turned around and looked at Aizen again, staring at his pale face, and said in a deep voice. Aizen, I am a drain on you in this state of hypnosis. How many times can you influence me? Self-care for your own family. He is known as the most Shinigami. The Ryutsu in his body had already reached a terrifying level. It is absolutely impossible for any ability to work on him without paying a price. As expected of the captain. Aizen exclaimed in admiration, but still said condescendingly. Unfortunately, it's too late. As he spoke, the space above his head suddenly shattered, revealing a pure black crack, and one hideous Jillian head after another popped out. Jillian, dressed entirely in black and wearing a ferocious white mask, kept roaring and screaming. A faint light film emerged from the crack. Inside the light film, the figures of Aizen and the other three continued to float upwards. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's face suddenly turned gloomy. Denial. Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, Tosen Kaname, are you three really in cahoots with the hollows? The light film in front is called negation, which is an ability used by Minos Grande to save his compatriots. It can bring back Minos Grande who is outside. And once you are in negation, it will no longer be vulnerable to external attacks. Yaun was curious about this scene. He appeared next to old man Yamamoto in a flash, put his right hand on his shoulder and said, Old man, you're the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Don't tell me you can't break this thing. He was very curious when watching anime. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. When he is in the Bankai posture, he can even raise the temperature of the entire Soul Society. So awesome! Can't even beat a mere negation? If it really has such a powerful force, wouldn't it be Soul Society's strongest defense? Kyōraku Shunsui came over wrapped in tattered clothes and rags, and helplessly explained to Yaun. This is an instinctive ability of Minos Grande, borrowed from the rules of the entire Hueco Mundo. If it is broken, the entire Hueco Mundo will be severely damaged. Yaun suddenly understood. Although hollows are enemies of humans and Shinigami, they are also part of the cycle of the world. If Hueco Mundo is severely damaged, it will also affect Soul Society and reality. This is the real horror of negation. Think of this. Yaun couldn't help but licked his lips. He remembered the dinghai Shenzhen he had just obtained, which had the ability to suppress everything. Breaking this thing probably won't backfire on Hueco Mundo. So, Yaun waved the golden stick and knocked on negation tentatively. A strong feeling of rejection came over me. But Yaun still forcibly resisted the reaction force. And 2 of the 4 Aizen in negation changed their expressions. Aizen Ichimaru Jin. Ulquiorra still had that impassive expression. Tosen Kaname fainted. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile, "Captain Aizen, this is truly a powerful soul-slaying sword." The attack on negation didn't even affect the Minos Grande forest. Aizen said nothing and walked towards the gap in the sky. Seeing this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said in a deep voice, "Human, hurry up and crush the negation. We must not let them escape into Hueco Mundo." Following Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's words, Aizen floated upwards a little faster. Finally, successfully entered the black cavity. Chapter 86. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the negation bandit. It was like a pillar that was about to break, with only a few links left to support it. Aizen heaved a sigh of relief. When he looked at Yaun again, his eyes were filled with a hint of solemnity. Yaun. This time, he really remembered this human boy. Since he became a Shinigami, many people have doubted him, including Hirako Shinji, Yura Harakisuke, Kyōraku Shunsui. But no one has ever let him suffer any loss. But today, the human in front of him not only made him suffer, but also almost kept him in Soul Society. That's something even the captain couldn't do. The black cracks slowly healed until they disappeared, revealing the azure sky with white clouds floating across it. Yaun yawned and said casually, "Old man, it seems you need to figure out when to get into Hueco Mundo, otherwise Aizen might have to start all over again." Before Yaun could finish his words, he saw a scorching red glow coming towards him. Clang! The golden staff collided with Rijinjaka. The sound of metal clashing was extremely harsh, and the billowing flames almost swallowed up Yaun's figure. "Captain!" Rukia Kuchiki exclaimed. "I totally cannot understand why the captain would attack Yaun. Hasn't the misunderstanding been cleared up?" Kyōraku Shunsui and others scratched their heads helplessly. They want to say, "The old man is very vindictive." Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said with a dark face, "Little brat, why don't you call me stinky old man now? Don't forget that you are still a travel disaster." In the firelight, Yaun sighed. "Old man, you're really holding a grudge, aren't you? You're the strongest Shinigami who's lived for thousands of years. Why are you arguing with a kid like me?" Following Yaun's voice, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni suddenly discovered. His own flame disappeared. Not only that, his body also became much heavier, as if a huge mountain had appeared out of nowhere on his shoulders, pressing down hard. As the flames scattered, Yaun casually waved the Ruyi Jinggu Bang, and the remaining flames were extinguished. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni narrowed his eyes, gripped the Zankadachi in Bankai stance, and prepared to try this little human again. He was also very curious about the strongest physical soul-slaying sword. But Yaun was no longer interested in fighting. He rushed towards Kyōraku Shunsui and the others. Everyone, it's bad. Old man Yamamoto has been controlled by Kaika Suijutsu. Let's defeat him together and let Captain Kaika become the captain. Kyōraku Shunsui started coughing violently and almost choked to death on his own saliva. Good job. To put on the yellow robe for himself. You really think I've lived too long? The many Shinigami captains present were also speechless. It seemed like the old man wanted to teach you a lesson. Unohana walked forward with a smile, stretched out her right hand, pulled Yaun into her arms, and said while stroking his hair. Captain, I think it's okay. After all, Yaun and the others are the benefactors of Soul Society. Kyōraku Shunsui also quickly said, That's right, old man, I feel that everything is Aizen's conspiracy. Even Hirako Shinji and the others back then might have been a misunderstanding. Byakuya Kuchiki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said, Captain, as the head of the Kuchiki family, I also feel that this is inappropriate. Shirayuki nodded and said, Ahem, ahem, ahem. Kyōraku Shunsui looked at the old man speechlessly and quickly patted him on the back. Okay, you don't have to say anything. If you keep coughing, I don't think you'll survive this old man. Shirayuki said with a wry smile, he won't live without coughing. The old man is in such good health that he can live another 1,000 years without any problem. Seeing that several captains had the same attitude, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni snorted coldly, retracted his soul-slaying sword, and said in a deep voice. Tell that BD Urahara Kisuk to come see me later. Suddenly, the temperature between heaven and earth stopped rising. It is no longer as hot as a steam oven. The captains present breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to fight Yaun right after sending Aizen away. Yaun was suffocated to death, his face flushed red, he pulled his head out of Unohana's chest and said. Sister Hawa, I'm not a child anymore. Unohana smiled and whispered in his ear, Since you are not a child anymore, why do you need to be fed every time? Yaun coughed twice in embarrassment. Rukia Kuchiki's ears pricked up, as if she had heard something she shouldn't have. She walked over to Yaun and said coldly. Yaun, come on, I'll take you to see my brother. Yaun was stunned for a moment, looking at Byakuya Kuchiki in surprise, who was only 3 meters away from him. Isn't that the ice cube right there? Hearing Yaun call himself Ice Cube, Byakuya Kuchiki gave him a cold look. Unohana smiled and said, Rukia, Yaun-kun was also injured just now. I have to take him to the 4th division for treatment. Rukia Kuchiki was still in Bankai's ice and snow saint form at this time. Upon hearing this, she said coldly. Don't bother Captain Unohana. In terms of treatment methods, Inu-san is much stronger and younger than Captain Unohana. Yaun blinked slightly. Finally I noticed something was wrong. Just treat it, why is it suddenly linked to age? Unohana's smile softened a little as she said, Rukia, in this state, you can't feel fear, right? Rukia Kuchiki shook her head slightly. Only at absolute zero can I completely lose all fear. Now I'm just a little indifferent. Unohana nodded slightly and smiled, Since you are so indifferent, why do you react so strongly to Yaun? Rukia Kuchiki's cold expression froze for a moment, and then she said calmly. I like Yaun, so of course I care about him. But Captain Unohana, you don't like Yaun too, do you? This time it was Unohana's turn to freeze in expression. A few seconds passed. Unohana said gently, How could that be? I treat Yaun as my own child. It's not the same as your love for me. That's good. Rukia Kuchiki nodded and said coldly. After all, it's a bit unreasonable for an old woman who has lived for hundreds of years to seduce a child in his 20s. Unohana's expression froze. Yaun looked at Rukia Kuchiki in amazement and even wanted to applaud her. So brave! So brave! She is as domineering as a queen. Kyōraku Shunsui and others were also very emotional, thinking that this is what youth is all about. It's Unohana. I never thought that she, a veteran Shinigami of the same generation as the captain, would fall in love with a little brat. An old cow eats young grass? An old tree has a second spring? This thought came to the minds of the Shinigami captains, and they quickly left the 6th Division headquarters. Time flies and it is the next day. 2nd Division. In Captain Sui Feng's bedroom. Yaun was lying on the bed, half asleep, when she felt something knocking at her waist. Stop it, it's itchy. Looking at the black-haired boy dodging in front of him, Sui Feng, who was sitting on the bed, was furious and hit Yaun's head a few more times. You know it hurts, but you hit me so hard, and the swelling hasn't gone down yet. After a while, Yaun was also woken up by the knock. He looked at her helplessly and said, Sui Feng, you're going too far. I was clearly saving you yesterday. Didn't you see that Kashiwamura Seigen's Bankai was shattered? Sui Feng certainly knew this, but she still felt angry. How did I become completely hypnosis? If Yaun really didn't notice, he would be attacked twice by Kei Feng in the same place. That would be certain death. Yaun also saw her thoughts and said with a smile, don't worry about me. With my spiritual power, I can definitely catch him with 2 hits. Although his current Ryutsu is not as good as Aizen and Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. But it's not something Sui Feng can cheat. But Sui Feng became even angrier and punched Yaun hard, making loud thumping sounds. Yaun was too lazy to stop it. This kind of attack was just a massage to him anyway, so he threw back the quilt and prepared to get up. Sui Feng's face immediately turned red, and he stammered. Damn you Yaun, you're sleeping naked in my bed again. Yaun complained while putting on her clothes, what nonsense are you talking about? I am wearing underwear, okay? Sui Feng wanted to turn her head away, but for some reason she didn't do so. Instead, she watched Yaun putting on her clothes with her little face flushed. Yaun, are you going to live in my bedroom forever? Yaun said casually, if you are not satisfied, I can go to Sister Hwa, Rukia's place is also available, but it's a bit of a headache. If you go to live with Unohana, you don't need to think about what you will experience. He will definitely hit me from the ground to the bed, and then from the bed to the ground. There is no stopping. It was a severe test on his body and kidneys. If you go to live with Rukia Kuchiki, you will most likely be attacked by Byakuya Kuchiki. Yesterday, this guy took Rukia Kuchiki away without any explanation, saying that he wanted to teach her a lesson about aristocratic ideals. Asterisk. But he felt that this old iceberg definitely wanted to break up the couple. I did not mean that. Sui Feng quickly shook his head and said, I mean, starting tomorrow I will also sleep in the bed, and you must abide by the agreement and bring Master Yeshi here. I remember you weren't a lily. Yaun looked at her suspiciously, wondering if there was some conspiracy. So I want you to bring Master Yoruichi here. Sui Feng said with a blushing face. As long as Lord Yoruichi is there, she won't be afraid even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire. Yoruichi ah! Yaun couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday, the true queen returned to the Shihaoran family, one of the 4 great noble families. It would be quite difficult for her to snatch this guy away. At this time, there were hurried footsteps. The person who came was Rukia Kuchiki. When she saw Yaun on the bed, she rushed over without saying a word, her face pale as she said. Yaun, what should I do? I'm going to die. Seeing this scene, Sui Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. After realizing what was happening, he quickly shook his head. The only person I like is Yoruichi-sama, and I don't like this hateful brat. Yaun. A little confused. Who wants to kill you? Given Byakuya Kukiki's personality, as long as it doesn't violate the rules, he will definitely try his best to protect his adopted sister. Could it be that this guy is threatening Rukia Kukiki? Do you want to clean up the house if you don't break up with yourself? It's Captain Unohana. Rukia Kukiki said pitifully, I was so disrespectful to Captain Unohana yesterday. Isn't she angry? Think about what happened yesterday. She had an urge to die. What did I do in Bankai's posture? Not only did she flirt and hug Yaun, she even declared her love for him in public. As a result, her elder brother lectured her for a long time. The most important thing is, he also spoke ill of Captain Unohana. As far as she knew, Captain Unohana seemed gentle and easygoing, but in fact, among all the captains, he was also the most terrifying one. Yaun touched his chin and said, based on my understanding of Sister Hwa, she should probably not be angry right now. Before Rukia Kukiki could breathe a sigh of relief, Yaun continued. She's going to die of rage now. As a gentle queen who has lived for thousands of years, age is definitely her biggest taboo. Last time, she almost killed me. Rukia Kukiki's heart sank. She opened her mouth and bit Yaun viciously, saying, It's all your fault, it's all your fault. If Captain Unohana hadn't said those shameful words to you, how could I have possibly provoked you, Captain Unohana? She has an icy personality under her Bankai posture and is extremely indifferent to everything. It was when he heard about Yaun that he became furious and started to argue with Unohana, mocking her for being an old woman. Yaun suddenly felt guilty. What did you hear? Rukia Kukiki snorted twice, crossed her arms over her chest, blushed, and said through gritted teeth. I heard everything. You like Captain Unohana soft body. Captain Unohana even shamelessly asked you. At this point, Rukia Kukiki was too shy to finish her words. So she opened her little mouth again and bit Yaun. Looking at her rosy little mouth, Yaun couldn't help but kiss her gently. Rukia Kukiki's beautiful eyes widened. Ben wanted to push Yaun away. But I don't know why. The body becomes softer and softer. Sui Feng blushed as she looked at the two people on the bed. Seeing that they were going too far, she coughed and warned them. Well, I'm still here. The two people on the bed were awakened, and Rukia Kukiki shyly put her head under the quilt. Yaun coughed twice, then got up and washed up. When passing by Sui Feng, the latter hummed twice and said, The frivolous carrot. After Yaun washed up and was about to eat, he suddenly heard Kurosaki Ichigo's cry for help from the second squad. Yaun, help! Chapter 87. Yaun, who is chasing Ichigo? Rukia Kukiki picked up the water cup for Yaun and listened curiously to the sounds coming from outside. They have now been vindicated by Soul Society. Who else will hunt down Kurosaki Ichigo? This guy isn't as hated as Yaun. I heard that Kyōraku Shunsui returned to the 8th division yesterday, looked at the empty plane, and came to find Yaun with a knife in hand. Yaun picked up the water cup, took a sip, spit out the toothpaste residue in his mouth, and muttered. One was Zaraki Kenpachi, and the other was Aburai Renji, chasing after him, clamoring for a fight or something. Captain Zaraki is fine, but Renji is also messing around. Rukia Kukiki was annoyed. Kurosaki Ichigo possesses Bankai, and Ryutsu is several times stronger than him. How could Aburai Renji be his opponent? What if I get hacked to death? Yaun muttered between gargling his mouth. From what I see from Ryutsu, Aburai Renji should also have obtained Bankai. What? Rukia Kukiki rushed out. At this time, Sui Feng came over and said with a red face, Yaun, UBD, you are using my washing tools. No wonder it smells so good. Yaun said casually, ruffled Sui Feng's hair and walked out. Sui Feng's face turned even redder, and he followed Yaun's steps, gritting his teeth and saying, "You little brat, only Master Yoruichi can touch my hair. If you dare to touch me again, I'll chop your hands off." Yaun curled her lips and said, "Patting your head is nothing. When you were unconscious, I touched your whole body." "What did you say?" Sui Feng was so angry that he chased after Yaun, and the soul-slaying 197 sword chopped at Yaun's body, making a continuous BG sound. It hurts, my bones are about to be broken." Yaun pretended to yell and ran out of Sui Feng's bedroom. "Yaun, it's a good thing you came." Kurosaki Ichigo was relieved when he saw Yaun coming over, and quickly pointed at Zaraki Kenpachi and Abarai Renji and said, "I don't know what's wrong with these two guys. They wanted to fight me before dawn and chased me all the way from the 4th division." Zaraki Kenpachi, carrying his tattered Zanpakuto, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo enthusiastically. "What other reasons do we need for fighting? Of course fighting brings joy, ha 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 ha. Ichigo, isn't it time you started to like fighting? Only ghosts would like it." Kurosaki Ichigo had a head full of black lines. "It hurts if you get hit by a knife, okay?" The flesh was torn apart and blood was flowing everywhere. It was scary just to look at. Especially that BD Zaraki Kenpachi's knife, the blade was too blunt, it felt more like a piece of broken copper pulling at flesh than cutting. Abarai Renji glanced at Yaun, then turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo, and said through gritted teeth, "Yaun, don't be so proud. I already have Bankai. Once I defeat this yellow-haired brat, you'll be next." Yaun understood. Of the two guys in front of him, one is a sword maniac who is addicted to fighting, and the other is his love rival. So he said nonchalantly, "Ichigo, since they really want to spar with you, then just spar with them." Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked and looked at Yaun in disbelief. "Why should I fight these two guys?" Yaun explained, "Your level is not much different from those two. Practicing with them can steadily improve your strength." Speaking of this, Yaun said, "By the way, when I have time, I will teach you how to use Kendo. It would be a waste if your Tensa Zangetsu is not used in Kendo." Kurosaki Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu has abandoned almost all the characteristics of other Bankai. It is completely based on the speed and power of ultimate. Such a blade is most suitable for practicing Kendo. As long as the practice is successful, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength can at least increase several times. But with your level of cheating, you probably don't need to practice swordsmanship." Yaun complained silently in his heart. Although he knew the reason, Kurosaki Ichigo still didn't understand. "But Rukia is safe and sound. We'll be back in the real world soon. Do we still need to strengthen ourselves? Of course, you didn't think Aizen and the others went to Hueco Mundo to play in the mud, did you?" Yaun glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "I feel like they're definitely up to something, maybe even trying to destroy the world. We'll have to come and help then." "Destroying the world, this is too exaggerated." Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but complain. Although Aizen and Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni both made him feel terrified, he still did not think there was any danger in the future. "It seems that you have suffered too little loss." Yaun couldn't help but shook his head. In the original work, Kurosaki Ichigo was killed instantly by Aizen with one sword, and the feeling of despair was almost indescribable. And now Kurosaki Ichigo. There was almost no battle with Aizen. Yes, then I will play with them." Kurosaki Ichigo reluctantly agreed and took up his Zangetsu sword. Several people walked towards the training ground together. On the road, Rukia Kuchiki looked at Yaun with dead eyes as he walked along, absorbing the spiritual energy from the wall. "The battle is over, and we and the Jingling Court are no longer enemies. Why are you still absorbing it? Aren't you afraid that Captain Shattered Peak will come after you?" Yaun glanced at Sui Feng beside him and said with a smile. "The lovely and beautiful Queen Sui Feng, you wouldn't mind this little bit of spiritual power, right? Sui Feng couldn't help but hum, call me Master Sui Feng, so that I can let you absorb more aspects of. Yes, yes, Master Sui Feng. While Yaun was speaking, he pinched Sui Feng's nose at lightning speed. Master Sui Feng's little nose is so soft. Yaun. Sui Feng rushed forward, brandishing the soul-slaying sword. The group soon arrived at the training ground. Kurosaki Ichigo took the lead in fighting Abarai Renji. The two were far apart, looking at each other seriously. Following the command from referee Rukia Kuchiki, both men simultaneously unleashed powerful Ryutsu and rushed towards each other quickly. Boom! The two knives collided. A powerful shock wave swept across. Then the two began to chop each other frantically, the silver-white sword light flashed wildly, and the sharp sound of metal clashing rang out one after another. As the blades clashed, both men were injured. But the two men didn't care about it at all and continued to fight each other, sword after sword, as if they were facing mortal enemies. Rukia Kuchiki was a little frightened when she saw this, and couldn't help but ask Yaun. Yaun, are you really okay? Yaun was studying the object in his hand and asked. Have both of them banked yet? Rukia Kuchiki shook her head. Then don't worry about it. They are not children anymore. They know what's going on. Yaun said casually, and continued to look at the crystal clear, colorful blue fragments in his hand. It was one of the fragments of Hugyaku. At the moment when Hugyaku was broken, not only Aizen grabbed a piece of the fragment, but he also grabbed a piece of the fragment. But he studied it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Does this thing need to be eaten or inserted into the body before it can be used? Yaun raised the blue fragment eagerly. He didn't covet Hugyaku's ability, he simply wanted to obtain the Hollow's mask. Just like Hirako Shinji and the others, once they put on the mask of Hollow, their strength increased by at least 10% compared to before. According to Aizen, Shinigami have limits, and only by fusing with the power of Hollows can they break this limit. Thinking of this, Yaun stabbed the Hugyaku fragment into his wrist. Although I still don't feel anything. But Yaun suddenly had an idea and saw new options appearing on the system interface. Power of Void, 0 point. When Yaun saw this option, his eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect that I could really obtain the power of the Hollow. Looking at the remaining 200,000 attribute points, Yaun chose to add points without hesitation. Add some. Add some more. Add some more. This time, due to absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, he added 10,000 points of hollow time to himself on the system interface. To the bank. Zabimaru, the Baboon King. On the training ground, Abarai Renji roared, and his Ryutsu instantly soared, giving people the feeling that he was no less than Kashiwamura Seijin. And his soul-slaying sword also changed suddenly along with Bankai's image. Zabimaru, which was originally like a long whip, actually turned into a huge python, but it was a python that turned into a skeleton. His entire body was covered with bone spikes. The red hair on the head makes Haki look more majestic. As a result, the image of its owner, Abarai Renji, also changed, as if he were an excellent hunter wrapped in fur from ancient times. Its left wrist was holding the end of the Baboon King Zabimaru, and when it swung it, the entire giant bone python trembled. Yaun and Kurosaki Ichigo both showed surprised expressions. What a great Haki's soulzanth! It's much bigger than my soul-severing sword. Abarai Renji held the Baboon King Zabimaru in his hand and snorted coldly, Yaun's soul Zanto is fine, but Kurosaki Ichigo, your soul Zanto is nothing like the small soul Zanto Bankai. Don't underestimate me, Bankai. The black-painted Ichigo was not to be outdone, and he burst out with a powerful Ryutsu, actually suppressing Abarai Renji. Tensazangetsu. Next second, the two attacked fiercely again. When they enter the Bankai posture, their destructive power can be said to be extremely terrifying. The entire training ground was covered in flying debris. Ordinary Shinigami couldn't even see the figures of Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji clearly, and could only see two lights flashing between them. Zaraki Kenpachi's blood boiled with excitement, and he couldn't help but clench his soul-slaying sword and look at Yaun. Yaun, let's go fight. He originally had no intention of sparring with Yaun. After all, the opponent's weapon was not a long sword, but a stick, and fighting with him would be unpleasant. What he appreciated more was the peak confrontation where both sides were covered in bruises and knife marks. No. Yaun shook his head, excitedly feeling the extra strength he had just gained. Evil, greed, despair, lust, arrogance. It seems to be a despair that has gathered all the evil thoughts of human beings, trying to bring people down. And if he followed this feeling, he felt that he could complete the hollow. But I don't know if I can control myself. While Yaun was thinking, the battle between Ichigo Saki and Abarai Renji has also reached its end. The former roared and slashed down with his sword. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. The latter was not to be outdone and swung the Baboon King Zabimaru violently, causing the ancient giant python, which was only left with bones, to suddenly open its mouth wide. Baboon Bone Cannon. A dazzling red light shot out from the mouth of the giant bone python. The moment the two attacks collided, there was a loud bang and a violent shock wave spread in all directions. It was about to destroy the surrounding walls. Yaun knocked the ground with his golden stick and said, "Suppression." 10 times the gravity acted on the training ground, suppressing the entire training ground. The powerful shock waves generated by the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji were instantly dissolved by gravity and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just the walls that remained unscathed. The training ground beneath the two men was not affected. Sui Feng was surprised and said, "Yaun, you did a good job this time. Is it because this is the second division that you stepped in to protect them?" "No." Yaun shook his head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji fiercely. "These two bastards actually want to break my food. How can I agree to this? I'm going to absorb all of this after the battle." "Yaun, UBD." Sui Feng was so angry that he took out the knife and started hitting Yaun with it. When the dust on the training ground cleared, the exposed scene was shocking. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo standing there, holding Tensa Zangetsu, breathing heavily, with blood oozing from many parts of his body. And Abarai Renji looked even worse than him. The huge Baboon King Zabimaru was now in pieces, with his thick bones scattered on the training ground. Rukia Kuchiki's pupils contracted, and she cried out in a lost voice, -0.7 go, you shattered Renji's soul-slaying sword. Weren't you a bit too harsh? Unlike the Soul Zantos Shikai, the Soul Zantos Bankai cannot recover once it is injured. This is also the reason why Yaun came to save him before. Kurosaki Ichigo panicked and said quickly, "Rukia, please don't spit blood at me. I wasn't aiming at him with my soul-slaying sword." Abarai Renji thought, and the giant white bone python that had been broken into countless sections reunited. "Rukia, don't worry. My Baboon King Zabimaru is a weapon that can be freely assembled. I just mitigated the impact." As he said this, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo proudly. "Kurosaki, you didn't expect that my Baboon King Zabimaru is a natural counter to a physical-type soul-slaying sword like yours." "Yet." Yaun's voice came from behind him, and she placed her right hand on his shoulder and said with interest, "How about we have a sparring match? I'll try and see if I can smash the bone into powder." Abarai Renji immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly waved his hands, saying, "There's no rush for this. I still need to practice for a few more days." Although he wanted to defeat Yaun, a powerful enemy, he still knew his own strengths and weaknesses. With Yaun's terrifying strength, a single blow from his stick would smash the Baboon King, Zabimaru, to pieces before he could even scatter. "Ank." Yaun shook his head slightly, turned to look at Zaraki Kenpachi and smiled. Captain Zaraki, how about we have a sparring match? I've mastered a new ability that I think will delight you. Chapter 88. Interesting abilities? Something that will keep me entertained. Hearing these two words, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly became excited, showing a bloodthirsty expression, carrying a big knife and said. Okay, but first of all, I won't show any mercy. If you get killed by me, you can't blame me. Don't worry. Yaun raised the corner of his mouth, subconsciously put his right hand on his face, and said. You also have to be careful not to get killed by me. The power of the void is so dark that it seems to be a collection of all the malice in the world. But think about it, the power of emptiness is the most evil part of human nature, otherwise it would be impossible for people to fall. To control the power of the void is to go against one's own evil side. For example, Hirako Shinji and the others all fought against the power of the hollow that they created themselves, and only after winning did they gain the power of the hollow. On the contrary, this is not the case with Kurosaki Ichigo. Because Kyohaku's power itself is Minos Grande, which was integrated into Kurosaki Ichigo's body when Kurosaki Masaki was pregnant with Kurosaki Ichigo. Thinking about it this way, I wonder what level the hollow in me is. It can't be the worst Jillian, right? Yaun thought so in his heart, and walked to the training ground with a golden long stick in his hand, with black and red spiritual power emanating from it. Zaraki Kenpachi walked forward with a big laugh, brandishing his broken soul-slaying sword and said. Yaun, fight with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous golden spiritual power burst out from Zaraki Kenpachi's body, and he transformed into a wild beast in mid-air, roaring at Yaun. Yaun was naturally not at a disadvantage, and even more terrifying blue spiritual power burst out from his body. Faintly, the blue spiritual power turned into a violent ape, which also let out a deafening roar and started fighting with the golden spiritual calendar. The two terrifying Ryutsu collided in mid-air, causing a catastrophic impact. The training ground and the wall that Yaun had just protected shattered in an instant, sending a large amount of rubble and bricks flying everywhere. The powerful pressure turned into a storm and spread in all directions. Fortunately, everyone present was strong enough not to be blown away by the shock wave caused by the spiritual power. They all looked on solemnly. Rukia Kuchiki was surprised. Captain Zaraki seems to be stronger than the last 19 times, and he is now holding the sword with both hands. In her impression, Zaraki Kenpachi always fought with one hand. Sui Feng snorted and said, is it because Yaun put too much pressure on him? After all, that is the strongest physical soul-severing sword. Everyone present couldn't help but nodded. The strongest physical soul-slaying sword. This is the soul-slaying sword that has been approved by the captain. The strongest physical type, its weight and suppressing power are as terrifying as the flames of Rijinjaka, and it is a soul-slaying sword that can shatter the sky. According to the captain, Yaun's soul-slaying sword has not yet reached its limit. If it grows to its limit, a single blow from its stick might be enough to shake the entire soul society, and only then would it be called the strongest. Drink! Zaraki Kenpachi roared, holding the knife in both hands, and rushed towards Yaun at the fastest speed, chopping the knife at Shiryu's head fiercely. Yaun waved his hand casually and raised the golden staff. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Yaun's footsteps sank slightly, but Zaraki Kenpachi was even worse off, and was knocked back several steps by the reaction force. Yaun muttered to himself. Although Zaraki Kenpachi's spiritual power is amazing, the swordsmanship he has learned is not enough to fully utilize it. It can also be said that Zaraki Kenpachi has not yet fully awakened his fighting instinct. After all, this person was able to defeat Unohana Retsu hundreds of years ago. If he really wanted to fully awaken, it would be impossible for him to be only at this level. But right now, Zaraki Kenpachi is still far from being his opponent. Thinking of this, Yaun felt a little regretful. Captain Zaraki, it seems that you can't force me to use that interesting move. You should fight Ichigo and temper yourself more. Now Zaraki Kenpachi's strength is not much different from Kurosaki Ichigo. If these two cheaters were to fight each other, just enough to make their pendants work. But if I fight with myself, once I fail to control the evil thoughts in my heart. This day next year will be the anniversary of Zaraki Kenpachi's death. But upon hearing these words, Zaraki Kenpachi was enraged, and his Ryutsu soared upwards again, unexpectedly becoming a little stronger in a short period of time. At this time, several more people rushed to the training ground. Kyōraku Shunsui Byakuya Kuchiki Unohana plus Inu Orihime, Sato Yasutora, Ishida Uryu, and Shibakaku. Everyone watched the battle on the training ground in amazement. Kyōraku Shunsui put his hands to his mouth and said with a dark face, "Captain Zaraki, work harder and teach that brat a lesson." The 8th division he was in was defeated 3 times by Yaun in less than half a month. Especially this time. There wasn't even a floor tile left for him. The members of the 8th division were almost exhausted. No matter what, I don't want to rebuild. I would rather sleep on the open-air tiles than wait for Yaun, the plague god, to leave Soul Society. So he could only work hard on his own, and it took him half a day to put together the captain's office. Just thinking about it made him want to hit someone. Byakuya Kuchiki snorted coldly and was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed and he pressed his chest weakly. The wound where Ichimaru-jin pierced through her body had not yet healed. Rukia Kuchiki quickly ran over and said, "Brother, how about letting Inu-san treat you?" Byakuya Kuchiki's mouth twitched, his face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Is that Yaun's girlfriend?" "She's not really my girlfriend, but they have a very good relationship," Rukia Kuchiki said weakly. Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly had an urge to kill. That human BD actually dared to hook up with 2 women at the same time, no, 3, and one of them was Unohana. How could my sister date such a playboy? Thinking about it, he glanced at Unohana coldly. The latter looked over with a smile, "Captain Kuchiki, what can I do for you?" Byakuya Kuchiki opened his mouth to say something, but looking at Unohana gentle face, he didn't dare to say anything in the end. 14. Unohana smiled and nodded, turned to look at the training ground, and said gently, "I never thought Yaun-jun actually enjoys fighting so much. When I invited him to a sparring match, he always made excuses." Hearing such a gentle voice, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. I don't know why. They feel. Unohana is very angry now. On the training ground, the sound of metal clashing continued, but in the end, Yaun sighed, grasped the stick with both hands, and struck out with one blow. Boom! The figure of Zaraki Kenpachi. It was blown away like a baseball. Kyōraku Shunsui reached out and pressed on Zaraki Kenpachi's body at the right time, and with a slight step, he blocked the sword madman. Yaun! Zaraki Kenpachi roared wildly and was about to charge at Yaun again. Yaun was bored by this and said helplessly, "Captain Zaraki, honestly I have no interest in being a nanny. You should fight Ichigo first." The more he fought with Zaraki Kenpachi, the more Yabu made him regain his original killing instinct. But this process is really too long. He didn't want to fight Zaraki Kenpachi for months. Instead, he would rather hang out at Soul Society. Thinking of this, Yaun suddenly remembered Inu Orihime's brother. She seemed to have promised to let the brother and sister meet again. At this time, Unohana said with a smile, "Since Captain Zaraki is not satisfying Yaun-jun, how about I have a sparring match with you?" Yaun blinked and shook his head decisively. "I don't want it." He would rather not try Hollow's ability than fight Unohana. There is no benefit in winning. There is no benefit in losing the fight. If that's the case, why fight? A well-shaped character appeared on Unohana forehead. With a malicious look in his eyes, he drew his soul-slaying sword and walked towards Yaun. Is fighting with me so unpleasant to you? Not really. Yaun coughed twice. I am still very satisfied with this other kind of fighting. Abu. A sharp sword light cut through the training ground. Unohana retracted the blade and whispered, Yaun-kun, it seems I have been too gentle with you recently and spoiled you. The words fell. She placed her delicate hand on the blade and gently scratched it, and blood flowed down the blade. To the bank. All gone. In an instant, the huge training ground was covered in blood, the original bricks and stones turned into a pool of blood, and the sky and the earth seemed to have turned blood red. Outside the training ground, everyone looked at the bloody space in front of them with confused expressions. Is this Captain Unohana's Bankai? It looks so scary, it doesn't match her gentle appearance at all. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the bloody space curiously and was about to go in to take a look. But he just moved. He suddenly raised his big sword Zangetsu. Clang! Zangetsu firmly blocked Zaraki Kenpachi's breaking move. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and said, Zaraki Kenpachi, what are you doing, UBD? Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and he said, Yaun has escaped, so it's not bad to fight you. Let's fight it out. I don't want it. Kurosaki Ichigo ran into the bloody space without saying a word. On the blood pond, Yaun was fighting with Unohana while looking at Kurosaki Ichigo who had rushed in. He waved his hand happily and said, Ichigo, want to come help me? Kurosaki Ichigo froze in place, after learning about Unohana's Bankai ability, and then watching the fierce fight between the two. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. After a second of thinking, he exited the space without hesitation. Zaraki Kenpachi, let's fight. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpachi with fiery eyes. After watching Yaun fight Unohana, he felt that fighting Zaraki Kenpachi was too easy. It's just a fight between children. No missing arms or legs. At most, you'll just be stabbed a few times. Compared to that bloody hell, it's like heaven. Zaraki Kenpachi was stunned, not understanding why Kurosaki Ichigo reacted so strongly, so he also walked into the bloody space. A few seconds later, Zaraki Kenpachi also came out. There was a stick mark and a knife mark on his body. He spit out blood and raised his knife towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Come on, Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his blade with a frown on his face and said, Zaraki Kenpachi, shouldn't you stay there and fight them? Zaraki Kenpachi's mouth twitched in a rare moment. As soon as I entered, the two monsters hit me one by one. I didn't even have a chance to fight back. He likes to fight, but he is not a fool. If those two monsters really got serious, they could kill him instantly with just one stick or one knife, and there would be no fun in the so-called killing at all. On the contrary, the fight with Kurosaki Ichigo is a real fight with equal odds. Next second, the two men raised their swords and started fighting. The knives collided violently, as if two wild beasts were biting each other madly. There was no skill involved, only pure killing instinct. Byakuya snorted coldly, two stupid beasts, they don't understand the art of fighting at all, they are a disgrace to the Shirayuki. Kyōraku Shunsui also felt helpless. It feels like seeing thugs fighting on the street. At this time, Yaun's complaints came from the blood-red space. Byakuya, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for your good sister saving the situation last time, you would have been killed 800 times already. Byakuya's face turned dark, and he walked into the blood-red space. The other captains also went in to watch. However, only a few seconds passed. They also walked out with cold sweat on their foreheads. Let's go back, let's go back. Kyōraku Shunsui hurriedly left the place. It's not that he doesn't want to stay and watch the fun. But he was afraid that the two monsters would get into a fight and drag him into it. With his old arms and legs, if he were really dragged into the pool of blood, he would probably not be able to get out without losing several tons of blood. All of them are within the blood pool space. Yaun swung the golden staff with great vigor, smashing it repeatedly on Ji-jin, and for a moment he actually suppressed Unohana. Seeing this, Yaun's lips curled up slightly. Sister Hwa, you have to work harder too. What about your swordsmanship? Can't you even hurt me? Unohana was furious and gritted his teeth and said, Yaun, this is a kendo duel. What's the point of using your soul-slaying sword? When it comes to swordsmanship, she is still far stronger than Yaun. But Yaun's soul-slaying sword was much heavier than before, and the collision between the sword and the stick almost made her hands numb. Such hands are simply not capable of displaying the highest level of kendo skills. Yaun raised the corner of his mouth and said teasingly, how about this, if you call me ABCH, I'll cancel the power of the dinghai shenzhen. Under the power of the Ruyi Jingbang and dinghai shenzhen, gravity is doubled within a radius of 1 kilometer. Not only can it increase your own strength tenfold, it can also suppress the opponent. One gains while the other loses. The two have reached an even match. Even though Unohana had lived for thousands of years, he still blushed after hearing Yaun's words. You bad boy, don't be so complacent. Don't forget my ability. In this space, you must also be injured in order to survive. Yaun's eyelids twitched, and he endured the pain and hit himself with the golden stick. Hiss! The pain went straight to the brain. Yaun gasped in pain, feeling that he had broken at least 3 ribs with this blow. But he still endured the pain. He raised his eyebrows proudly at Unohana. He just didn't believe that Jizi Hwalai, who was already in a state of panic, could hold back. Sure enough, seeing that Yaun would rather hurt himself than compete with him in kendo, Unohana felt angry and anxious. Wasn't the reason he and Yaun were fighting just to compete in kendo? If it's just for fighting, then why didn't she go to find Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni? After hesitating for a few seconds, Unohana cheeks turned red, which was rare, and she whispered. Chapter 89. Yaun showed an expression of being intoxicated. It is really hard to stop seeing the gentle sister Hwa say such an embarrassing name. Unohana suppressed her embarrassment, blushed, looked at Yaun with a smile, and said word by word, full of danger. Yaun-jun, can you use kendo now? Sister Hwa, call me a few more times. Yaun looked at Unohana with a smile. The latter gritted his teeth and said unkindly, Yaun-jun, perhaps you don't know that I actually have many abilities that can stimulate potential. As she was speaking, Unohana clothes were torn apart by some force, revealing her fair skin. It seemed as if thunder was wrapped around the body. Instant open. Yaun showed a surprised expression. But the answer soon came to mind. How could a big sister like Unohana, who has lived for thousands of years, not have her own trump card? It's just that she longs for fighting. That's why I haven't used any other abilities. So Yaun had to give up the idea of being domineering, quietly approached Unohana, and whispered in her ear. Sister Hwa, if I win, can you kneel down on the bed and do this first, then that, and then that? Unohana beautiful eyes flashed with danger as she looked unkindly at the brat who wanted to ruin her. I am an unprecedented villain. Even now he is the captain of the 4th division. This brat actually wanted her to do such a shameful thing. Seeing this, Yaun quickly said, Sister Hwa, you wouldn't dare, would you? I took the initiative to remove the power of the dinghai shenzhen. Unohana licked her lips and said. There's nothing I'm afraid of, but Yaun-jun, you better be prepared, I won't hold back this time. Don't worry. Yaun patted his chest. Swish! The sharp sword light came towards him. Yaun's eyes fixed, and he took a step back without hesitation, swinging the golden staff to meet the attack in a kendo style. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing was heard. The shock wave stirred up the blood pool, and a large amount of blood surged like a tsunami. In just 1 second, the two men clashed with swords hundreds of times. Almost dozens of times, the attack hit the opponent's body. Unohana switches back and forth among more than 3,000 sword techniques, appearing ghostly and dangerous. And Yaun is very strong even though he only has one kind of swordsmanship. But he had already mastered this sword technique to the ultimate level, and the blade seemed to cut through the air when it swung. Knife marks and stick wounds appeared on the bodies of the two men at the same time, and blood flowed from their bodies and merged into a pool of blood. The fighting and killing reached its peak in an instant. The weapons wielded by the two men left after images in the fight. Blood flowed like it was free. This is only the case in the blood pool. If it were somewhere else, the two people would have died hundreds of times just from the blood flowing out. Rukia Kuchiki, Sui Feng, and Anu Orium watched the fight between the two with trepidation. Especially Anu Orium. Looking at Yaun with tears in her eyes. And in the center of the battlefield. Unohana became more and more excited as she fought, her face flushed, she was almost excited to and she felt her heart reaching its peak. This was the sword fight she longed for. Especially now, Yaun's kendo level has almost reached the lower 10th level. Fighting is extremely pleasurable. Yaun, that's awesome. I feel so hot. Unohana made a sound of pleasure. But as she spoke, she used up all the blood in her hands, leaving several deep wounds on Yaun's body that were visible to the bone. Although Yaun felt pain, he gradually became excited inside. Because with pain, the evil thoughts in his heart were gradually boiling over. Unconsciously, the blue spiritual power he released gradually turned into black and red. The sense of evil and despair is chilling. Beside the pool of blood, Rukia Kuchiki swallowed and looked at Sui Feng nervously. Captain Sui Feng, do you feel that the ryotsu that Yaun is exuding right now is somewhat similar to that of a hollow, particularly evil and dark? It's not like. Sui Feng looked at Yaun solemnly, his current state is exactly the same as when Kurosaki Ichigo unleashed his hollow power. The void are evil creatures that result from spiritual corruption. Yaun now gives them the feeling that his mind and body are constantly degenerating. But the strength is rising contrary to the norm. Anu Orium asked nervously, what should we do? Is Yaun-kun going to become a hollow? We have to hurry over to stop him. Before Sui Feng could finish his words, Yaun's figure flashed and he left the blood pool and appeared next to Anu Orium. It's okay, Orium. The corners of his mouth curled up, he hugged Anu Orium in his arms, kissed her little face, and said with a smile. After all, you're here. You restored me to my former self, right? Anu Orium's cheeks turned as red as big apples, her beautiful eyes became dizzy, and she lay limp in Yaun's arms. Yaun-jun kissed himself again. Yaun, what are you doing? Rukia Kuchiki looked at him fiercely. Are you flirting with Anu-san right in front of me now? Yaun took a step forward, hugged the vicious Rukia Kuchiki, and domineeringly blocked her mouth in front of her silly gaze. Rukia Kuchiki's beautiful eyes widened. Totally incomprehensible. Why is Yaun so bold today? Sui Feng couldn't help but ask, Yaun, aren't you afraid that Captain Kuchiki will kill you? You. A crisp sound was heard. Sui Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the pervert in front of me who is so bold. Dare to reach out and spank her? Yaun retracted her hand and said unhappily, just shut up, Uln. Do you think I'm afraid of that iceberg? Sui Feng was in a terrible state. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists and said. Little brat, you dare to call me Aln? Do you want to die? Yaun activated Shunpo, stepped forward, and was almost face to face with Sui Feng, hugging her waist. Why, aren't you a lily? To be honest, I'd like to turn you over, since you're so pretty. As she spoke, Yaun gently bit Sui Feng's fair skin in front of her dull gaze. $1. Yaun. Sui Feng finally reacted and swung the soul-slaying sword in shame and anger. The blade struck Yaun's head. There was actually a sound of metal clashing. The three women then discovered that strands of pale white substance were emerging on Yaun's body, as if they were about to form a white and red mask. That's not all. As the evil breath burst out, Yaun's entire aura was transforming towards emptiness. Rukia Kuchiki was the first to react, even forgetting her shyness, and cried out, "It's hollow. What's going on? Why did Yaun suddenly become hollow?" Sui Feng also became overwhelmed. She became captain more than 100 years ago. Despite a careful review of the hollow incident at the time, there was no record of Hirako Shinji and others hollowing out in any of the available materials. Seeing the two women getting nervous, Yaun glanced at the white-red substance on his hand and laughed nonchalantly. "You guys, you don't think this thing can control me, do you? Stop kidding, how could Laozi be controlled by this thing?" As he spoke, Yaun swung the golden stick and hit the pale substance on his face. The pale white substance was directly shattered and fell off. Rukia Kuchiki finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get out of this state. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yaun smiled, clenched his fists and said, "In this state, I feel like I've become much stronger, almost 30% stronger than before." Following Yaun's narration, his hollowing process is also getting faster and faster. A white and red mask had even appeared at the corner of his eyes, and was still spreading towards the side of his face. The extremely repressive and terrifying Ryotsu gradually spread. "Yaun Jun, you are not a good boy. How can you seduce other girls during the battle?" Unohana Retsu's voice came from behind Yaun. The scarlet blood turned into sword light, cutting like Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon sky strike. Yaun didn't even look back before he noticed the attack. He reached behind him with his right hand and blocked the blow steadily. Difficult. Unohana Retsu's pupils shrank as she recognized that this was an ability only possessed by Minos Grande at the Ajicha's level. Swish! The figure flickered. Yaun walked with strange steps, as if traveling through space and time. Sound. Unohana Retsu also recognized this ability. Different from the Shinigami's Shunpo. This is one of the instinctive abilities of the Ajicha's level Minos Grande, which is even stronger than the Shinigami's Shunpo and has the ability to cross space. Clang! Yaun smashed Unohana Retsu's Jijin with a stick, and the increased power actually allowed him to suppress the soul-slaying sword Jijin. The power has increased a lot. Unohana Retsu looked at Yaun in shock. "Did you secretly use the Soul Zanto's power again?" "No." Yaun laughed even louder and said, "I don't need that kind of thing. My swordsmanship alone is enough to suppress you." As he spoke, Yaun, who had entered this state, added the remaining spiritual power to the sword attribute without hesitation. In an instant, Yaun's attacks became more and more fierce. Although still not better than Unohana Retsu, but combined with strength and weight, he almost completely suppressed Unohana Retsu. Kr. Unohana Retsu was about to say something when she saw the golden staff stab with a point, and the violent power gathered at one point. Bang! The most evil man ever seen was stabbed and flew out. Before he fell into the pool of blood, he saw Yaun's figure appear in mid-air. Bang! A violent force crashed down from the sky. Unohana Retsu's body was blasted into the pool of blood, creating a tsunami in the blood. Yaun rushed into the pool of blood without hesitation, and the stick and blade clashed wildly. Just a moment. Unohana Retsu was picked up and sent flying. In just a few seconds, this big sister who loves fighting was blown away several times, and even her injuries were difficult to recover from. Rukia Kuchiki and Sui Feng saw this and planned to come over to help Unohana Retsu. But they are in Shikai posture. Yaun easily knocked him back dozens of meters with two sticks. Before they could come any closer, Unohana swung his blade fiercely. "This is my battle, don't intervene." The fight between the two became more intense. Unohana suffered more and more wounds, but her beautiful eyes became more and more passionate and obsessed. His face became redder and redder, and he bit his lower lip. "It seems that I have reached the ultimate level of excitement. Yaun, try harder, you can still fight me, right? You can become even stronger, right?" Unohana moaned yanderly and swung her soul-slaying sword wildly. "Make your swordsmanship even stronger. I want to see what the swordsmanship above mine is like. That is the ultimate swordsmanship." With the golden stick bombarding again, Unohana was smashed hard on the edge of the blood pool. Just as she was about to stand up, she felt a heavy pressure on her body. My whole body seemed to have become several times heavier. Not only that, she also found that her injuries could not be healed in a short period of time. "Yaun, you used the soul-severing sword's power again." Unohana looked at Yaun with dissatisfaction. But before she could stand up, Yaun appeared in front of her in an instant, and pressed the golden stick against her chin to lift it up. "Masochist, you've already lost." Unohana then remembered the bet he had made with Yaun. If she loses in the kendo duel, she will have to accept the defeat and do all kinds of shameful things to serve Yaun. "That will have to wait until we finish the fight." "Who do you think you're talking to?" Yaun burst out with astonishing ryutsu, and the black and red spiritual power raged, as if turning the entire blood pool into a real hell. Orihime, the weakest one who had not yet recovered from his shock, was the first to give in and fell to his knees with a cry of "Vatong!" Cold sweat also broke out on Kuchiki's forehead. Only Suifeng can still hold on. "Here, I am the only one who can control everything." Looking at Yaun's domineering and arrogant look, Unohana unwillingly clenched his sword and chopped him off. Snap! Her blade was held firmly by Yaun. The two looked at each other. Yaun looked down at her with a wild look, and said, "Masochist! Are you going to regret this?" Unohana couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The joy she had just felt in Ultimate's heart, coupled with Yaun's eyes, made her whole body agitated. Subconsciously follow the previous bet. The figure slowly squatted down. 3,000 words omitted here. Kuchiki and Suifeng felt shy and wanted to turn their heads away, but they were reluctant to let him go. A few hours later, Unohana was covered in wounds and gasping for breath, not even having the strength to move a finger. Yaun's body was also covered with wounds, but he didn't care. With the thought, his injuries were completely healed. At this time, Yaun's figure had mostly transformed into the appearance of Minos Grande. A white and red mask was worn on half of his face. There is a hole in the chest. Hands become sharp. Covered with pale white substance. A pair of black and red wings appeared behind him. So ugly. Yaun frowned unhappily, swung the golden stick, and hit the virtual face in the face. Bang! The mask of Hollow shattered. The pale white on his arm also shattered. The black and red wings of the void behind him disappeared. As if in an instant, Yaun changed from a hollow back to a Shinigami, but the ryutsu he exuded was still a hollow. If Aizen saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Because Yaun is now. It has clearly become an existence that breaks the mask of emptiness. Also called Arankar Minos Grande. Chapter 90. What kind of gesture is this? Hypo. Yaun looked at his chest in surprise. There was actually a hole there that was similar to the void. Not only that, he also instinctively felt many abilities, not those that he learned, but abilities that he was born with. Who cares? Yaun carried the golden long stick, swung it up and smashed it on the barrier of all destruction. With a cracking sound, the blood-colored space was smashed into pieces. The next moment, the captains of Jingling Court all changed their expressions as they sensed an ultimate evil spiritual power. Hypo. Ajichas. Are Aizen and the others back again? Without time to think, several captains hurried towards the second team. Yaun was shirtless, with a red and white patch of ghostly face at the corner of his eye. He was holding a long stick and swaggering down the street. Wherever he passed, the walls, floor tiles, and houses all turned into spiritual energy and were absorbed by his body. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned and quickly signaled Zaraki Kenpachi to stop, looking at Yaun in disbelief. Wait, you're Yaun, right? Yaun stopped and looked at him in confusion. Ichigo, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you even recognize me? Kurosaki Ichigo was completely annoyed. That's not what I meant, it's just, how did you become a hollow? The good brother was clearly in Shinigami form before. How come after a fight, he became empty? That evil aura and the black hole in his chest were exactly the same as Ulquiorra's before. It's just a hollow, no big deal. You'll understand it later. Yaun waved nonchalantly. Continue to devour the abundant spiritual power of Jingling Court. And all of this spiritual power is used to enhance the power of emptiness in the hollow state. Wait, Captain Sui Feng will kill you. Kurosaki Ichigo hurried over and tried to stop Yaun. And at this time, the nearest captains also rushed over. Kyōraku Shunsui looked at Yaun with a headache. Can you tell me what's going on now? Why did he become hollow? This situation. It's exactly the same as the hollow incident 100 years ago. Could it be that Aizen has another trick up his sleeve? Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head in confusion. At this moment, the blood-colored space shattered, and Unohana, who had put on clothes from nowhere, walked out with a rosy face. Sui Feng, Rukia Kuchiki, and Anu Orihime, the three girls, also walked over with blushing faces. Unohana licked her red lips and said softly, Yaun, can you tell me how you got into this state? Yaun was surprised and asked, you can walk so quickly, did you cheat? He remembered that Unohana was trembling all over, almost as soft as a puddle of water. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone walk. Both the mind and body have reached the peak of pleasure. Suddenly, Yaun's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. You used Kidō? No, it could also be the ability of Jin, otherwise how could you recover so quickly every time? He felt that he was not that weak. Every time, he can kill Unohana and make him feel weak all over. As a result, the opponent recovered quickly every time, which made him a little unconfident. Unohana felt embarrassed and annoyed, but still said softly. Yaun, first tell me what caused your condition. I feel like there's something wrong with you. Rukia Kuchiki and others also hurried to persuade him. What's there to say? Yaun, carrying a golden staff, said nonchalantly, I got a piece of Hagyaku and stabbed it into my body, and it turned into this. Hagyaku. Several captains including Kyōraku Shunsui were very upset. You are really open to everything. You dare to try anything. This is because of the precedent of the hollow state 100 years ago, which made them realize that Shinigami in the hollow state can also recover. Otherwise, I would have destroyed this upper Minos Grande the first time I saw Yaun. Then do you know how to recover? Rukia Kuchiki couldn't wait to ask. She was really worried that Yaun wouldn't be able to change back. Yaun couldn't help but laugh and said, Rukia, if I change back, will you give me any reward? Rukia Kuchiki was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at her brother. Byakuya Kuchiki stood nearby with a cold expression. It was as if a chill emanated from the body. But after hesitating for a few seconds, Rukia Kuchiki ran to Yaun with a red face and whispered a few words in her ear. Yaun nodded with a smile. As the mind moves, the void power that surged out of the body gradually disappeared. The white and red residue on his face and the hole in his chest gradually dissipated and healed as the power of emptiness disappeared. It was not until then that Yaun realized how emotionally deficient he had been just now. It has simply become one of those Minos Grande with extreme personalities. Depend on. The power of the hollow is completely hollow. Yaun couldn't help cursing in his heart. This is completely different from what he imagined. Where's the promised mask of emptiness? When Kurosaki Ichigo mastered the power of hollow, he didn't say that he completely became a hollow. How come even my species has changed? Seeing Yaun return to his original form, Rukia Kuchiki breathed a sigh of relief, but then she thought of the ridiculous thing that had just happened and glared at him fiercely. You little BD, I won't let you off later. Sui Feng also pointed to his shoulder and looked at Yaun unkindly. There was a purple streak on the fair skin. That was caused by the bad boy in front of her, who almost dislocated her hand. Orihime had no idea what was going on, because she was just overwhelmed by the violent ryotsu released by Yaun. Yaun sighed helplessly, then looked at Unohana fearfully. Sister Hwa, you're not angry, are you? Thinking about how he had just bullied Unohana, Yaun couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat, feeling that something was very wrong. Sister Hwa wouldn't cut herself with a knife, would she? But to Yaun's surprise, Unohana smiled and said, Why would I be angry? I was very satisfied with the fight just now. No one has ever beaten me like that in all those years. Phew, luckily Sister Hwa is not a normal person. Yachu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kyōraku Shunsui also breathed a sigh of relief, then said helplessly, Yaun, don't mess around with things when you come across them. You have to study them first. The evil ryotsu that Yaun just unleashed made him feel frightened. That's definitely an Ajich's level Minos Grande. He is only one step away from becoming the strongest Vasto Lord. If a fight really breaks out, the scale of the battle will probably be no smaller than the fight with Aizen, and the entire second division will be reduced to ruins. I didn't realize this thing was so dangerous. I have to blame Urahara for researching it. Yaun Urahara. Kyōraku Shunsui nodded in agreement. Although he and Urahara are good friends, he also feels that the guy is a lunatic. Research something that even you cannot destroy. At this time, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni also arrived at the scene. After understanding the whole story, he looked at Yaun with a dark face. Little ghost, will you die if you don't do anything for a day? He had lived for over 1,000 years, but had never seen a troublemaker like Yaun. He has been in Jingling Court for a month. It almost turned the entire Jingling Court upside down. Yaun coughed twice awkwardly to show that he didn't mean it. At the same time, he expressed his desire to stay in Jinglingting and make contributions. Originally, he didn't say this, because Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni still wanted to keep him. After all, if this troublemaker were to return to the human world, given his level of troublemaking, he might be able to blow the world up to the sky. Hearing what Yaun said and looking at the many buildings around him that had been absorbed, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni quickly gave up his idea. You must come back tomorrow, no, today. He decided to warn Urahara that he must keep an eye on this brat. We must not let this brat sneak into Soul Society. Otherwise, there will be no peace in Jingling Court. But after Yaun's persuasion, he finally obtained the right to live in Jingling Court for 7 days, and Tian Qinghao had to return to the real world. After everyone left, Yaun complained. Isn't Jingling Court so inhospitable? Why are they kicking out a meritorious official like me? Sui Feng walked over and said speechlessly, do you have the right to say that? The spiritual power you just unleashed almost scared the other captains to death. They thought Hueco Mundo had invaded the Jingling Court. Ajich's level Minos Grandes Ryotsu. That's the real upper Minos Grande. Even in Hueco Mundo there are only a few monsters. Any one of them has combat power that surpasses the captain. Hearing this, Yaun felt a little helpless. He just wanted to master the power of emptiness, but who would have thought that he would become emptiness himself? Could it be that hollows and Shinigami are two sides of the same coin? After all, they are both products of human souls. Yaun was thoughtful. I decided to ask Hirako Shinji and the others when I returned to reality. At the very least, the hollow state must be controlled. Unohana licked her red lips, walked over and put her arm around Yaun's shoulders, saying, Yaun-jun, the fight just now wasn't satisfying. Let's fight again. I won't let you get hurt this time. Yaun, number. The next day, Yaun got up from the bed in high spirits, looked at Unohana, whose face was as red as a tide, and said with a smile. Sister Hwa, why can't you get up this time? Unohana rolled her eyes at her, you are just too rough. Yaun couldn't help feeling proud. Later that night he used the Soul Zanto's power to prevent Unohana from healing herself. Finally, I gave Unohana a good beating. The gentle lady was turned into a little maid and was ravaged by him, but it seemed that Unohana was also enjoying it. After washing up, Yaun comes to Sui Feng's office. Sui Feng, have you found the person I asked you to look for? Sui Feng glanced at him and said, you little brat, you finally got up and stopped lingering with Unohana. Yaun's expression was a little embarrassed. Did you hear everything? Sui Feng snorted, his face slightly red as he said, if I hadn't set up the barrier, your two voices would have been heard throughout the entire second division. But because of this, she listened to the two people's voices in the office all night. Thinking of this, Sui Feng couldn't help but rub his legs together. After realizing what was happening, he angrily threw a piece of paper at Yaun. The person you are looking for is here, go quickly, I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Thank you, Sui Feng. Yaun smiled and hugged Sui Feng, then rushed out of the office grabbing the white paper and shouted. Orihime, go and find your brother. Looking at Yaun's receding figure, Sui Feng snorted again and walked into the bedroom. He immediately blushed at the scene before him. Unohana, get off right now. Yaun-jun, can you really see my brother? Jingling Court, South Gate Zawa Gate. Orihime walked out of the huge gate and looked nervously at the wooden building in front of him. She had never thought that one day she would be able to see her brother who was separated from her by the yin and yang, or even have the possibility of reuniting with him in Jingling Court. Of course. Yaun waved the note, this is the result of the criminal army's investigation. Your brother is on Kingliu Street in South District 26. The two walked all the way into the depths of Rukanga. Soon, Inuhao was seen fetching water with a wooden bucket under the dilapidated house. Elder brother. Orihime's eyes showed surprise and he rushed over with excitement. Inuhao was also stunned. Orihime. It is inevitable that relatives will be excited when they meet. They cried for a long time before talking about their experiences. First up is Inuhao. After coming to Jingling Ting, he was lucky enough to be born in District 26 and didn't have to worry about water. I have stayed on this street since then. The experience seemed unremarkable. But when he learned about what happened to Yaun and others, he was so scared that he gasped. Aren't you guys exaggerating too much? These lunatics actually broke into Soul Society, invaded the Shirayuki, and had a fierce battle with the Shinigami who used cloth. Now I have even become friends with those Shinigami. It's something that only happens in myths. It's done, it's all routine operations. Yaun smiled slightly and stayed here until dark, then said goodbye to Orihime and Inuhao who were reluctant to leave. Orihime couldn't help but ask, Yaun-kun, will I be able to see my brother again in the future? Based on the information she had just obtained, she knew that the souls left in Rukanga would die and reincarnate in a few decades. That way, she and her brother would never meet again. Don't worry. Yaun rubbed Orihime's hair and said, I just saw that your brother has spiritual power. When I go back, I will ask Sui Feng or Sister Hwa to make your brother come to death. Box. Inu Orium nodded vigorously and looked at Yaun gratefully. Yaun-jun, thank you. That night, Inu Orium walked into Yaun's bedroom with a blushing face, took off her clothes, and got into Yaun's quilt. Back. 2000 words omitted here. The next morning, Sui Feng, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at Yaun with a scumbag look and stepped on Yaun's face with his right foot. You little brat, do you want me to die suddenly? Chapter 91. It stinks, what are you doing? Sui Feng. Yaun opened his eyes drowsily and pushed Sui Feng's feet away with disgust on his face. Sui Feng was so angry that he kicked Yaun in the face. How dare you bring that up? I haven't slept in 2 days, don't you know? Yesterday it was Unohana. Today is Inu Orium. She felt like she had become a human earpiece, hearing other people's ambiguous conversations every night, and she didn't sleep well for 2 nights. What's wrong, Yaun-jun? Inu Orium sat up dazedly, rubbed his eyes and looked at Sui Feng. It's Miss Sui Feng. Looking at the mark of love on Inu Orium's body, Sui Feng couldn't help but kick Yaun a few more times. You're going too far. Orium isn't Unohana. Can't you be a little gentler if she can't handle your body? Yaun couldn't help coughing. This was indeed his problem. After all, I've done a lot with Unohana. I can't help but use more force in some places. Inu Orium finally came back to her senses, blushing and wrapping herself up. Miss Sui Feng, thank you, but it doesn't matter to me. This is Yaun-jun's love for me, and I feel very comfortable. Sui Feng couldn't help but hum, but a hint of curiosity also arose in his heart. Comfortable? I don't know what it's like with Yoruichi-sama. After Yaun put on his clothes, he said. You little brat, where are you going today? Don't bring me back to the trouble you caused yesterday. Just rest assured. Yaun shook his head. He had given up on conducting the hollow experiment himself. Professional issues should be handled by professionals. If you want to completely control the hollow state, you still have to ask Hirako Shinji and others for advice. Then what are you going to do? Sui Feng looked at Yaun in surprise. Could it be that this little brat suddenly changed his personality? Well. Yaun touched his chin and said. Shop. It's just simple shopping. Sui Feng followed Yaun doubtfully. And behind Yaun there is not only her, but also Orium and Kyōraku Shunsui. Yaun said helplessly, Captain Kyōraku, I understand others following me, but why do you have to follow me too? Kyōraku Shunsui was holding a small wine flask in his hand, drinking while complaining. It's because you're too dishonest, old man. I've said I'll be following you for the next 5 days. As he spoke, he looked at the rebel in front of him and reminded. First of all, please don't absorb my spiritual energy. You absorbed all the debris here. The Shinigami of the 12th Division want to kill you. Yaun coughed twice in embarrassment. To be honest, the reason why he came to Jingling Ting to go shopping. A large part of the reason is to absorb some spiritual power. After a series of battles in Jingling Court, he already knew his own shortcomings, which was that his spiritual power attribute was still too little. He is now on par with Aizen, but that may not be the case once he fuses with Hugyaku. Kyōraku Shunsui is available here. He was also embarrassed to continue absorbing spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Yaun's eyes suddenly lit up and he poked Sui Feng's waist. Sui Feng. What? Sui Feng looked at Yaun warily, wondering if this lecherous boy was going into heat again. Don't look at me like that, I'm also a victim, you know Sister Hwa's character. Yaun couldn't help but complain. Before he came to Shirayuki, he had never thought about being affectionate with Unohana. It's just that the big villain was unsatisfied, so he could only sacrifice himself to serve the devil, and in the 2 fights, he bullied the opponent until he was weak all over. Think of Unohana Retsu, Zaraki Kenpachi, and the perverted pursuit of fighting. Sui Feng began to understand Yaun a little and said. So why did you poke my waist? Yaun whispered stealthily in Sui Feng's ear. Do you know where Yoruichi lives? Wait, that's too close. Sui Feng pushed Yaun away with a flushed face, feeling itchy in his ears and his whole body felt weak. What do you want with Yoruichi-sama? Of course, it's to catch up. After all, I've been in Soul Society for so long, and I still don't know where her home is. It's a good opportunity to visit her. Sui Feng curled his lips, not believing Yun's words at all. This kid must be up to something. But thinking that she hadn't seen Yoruichi-sama for a few days, she nodded. Come on, I'll take you to Shihaorin's house. Seeing this, Kyōraku Shunsui lazily waved the sake jug in his hand and said, Since you guys are looking for Yoruichi, I won't go with you. I'd rather go to the izakaya and have a few drinks. The three of them walked along the Jingling Court. I have to say, Jingling is really big. Godai 13 only occupied about half of the area, Shenjiun had never even been to the other half. It's incredible that there is such a secluded and elegant place in Jingling Court. Yaun couldn't help but sigh. Unlike Godai 13, the buildings here appear more elegant and are sparsely populated, with only the occasional Shinigami Sutra crown. The walls and floor tiles are carved with patterns. It seems to symbolize arriving at a noble place. Seeing Yaun's hand on the wall, Sui Feng quickly reminded him, Don't absorb spiritual energy. This is where the nobles live. If you anger them, Chamber 46 will rejudge you. Noble. Yaun showed a surprised expression. Sui Feng explained, This is the territory of the four great nobles. Ordinary Shinigami are not qualified to enter. I am just speaking casually. Yaun still knew about this. Sui Feng's family is called the Feng family, and they have been loyal to the Shihaorin family for generations. Sui Feng was able to take over the position of captain of the second squad after Shihaorin Yoruichi left because the Shihaorin family agreed. Otherwise, Sui Feng would not be qualified to be the captain of the second team. Because that is the position passed down from generation to generation in the Shihaorin family. Just like Byakuya Kukiki's 6th division. Think of this. Yaun couldn't help but curl his lips. When he watched anime in his previous life, he always thought that the Shirayuki was a democratic and free system. After all, everyone in it had their own personality. He didn't know until later. Jingling is actually a feudal society. Rukanga is where the common people live, and Jingling is where the high-ranking officials of the Soul Society live. The four major families here, such as Kuchiki, Shihaorin, Tsuneyashiro, and Ise, are the owners of this imperial palace. Godai 13 is just a security guard. Kings, princes, generals, and ministers, are they all of the same kind? Why doesn't old Yamamoto just wipe out these Xianyu? Yaun complained and absorbed the spiritual power on the street without hesitation. In just a moment, the wall disappeared. Anyway, this place is not within the range of Godai 13, so he absorbs it without any psychological burden. Sui Feng was startled, his face full of anxiety, and he whispered to him. Yaun, don't talk nonsense. If the nobles heard what you just said, they might send you to Chamber 46 for trial. Yaun still didn't care about it. He's not even afraid of Aizen, so why would he be afraid of a few unknown tribes? Inu Orihime couldn't help but say, Ms. Sui Feng, regime changes are common in the modern world. There's no need to be so nervous, right? That's because you two don't understand. Sui Feng shook his head and said seriously, unlike the present world, the four top nobles of Jingling Court have existed since the establishment of Soul Society. They have ruled Soul Society for who knows how many years. Yaun, why are you still absorbing spiritual energy? Sui Feng was very angry and quickly chased after Yaun and hit him on the back. Yaun absorbed it while running. And far away. Luxurious open-air pavilion interior. A feminine man with dark green hair and dressed in aristocratic attire stood at the edge, squinting his eyes at the fight between Yaun and Sui Feng. Who is this guy? How dare he be so presumptuous here? Behind him, the half-kneeling servant said respectfully. Sir Tokinata, that boy's name is Yaun. He is the human Shinigami who invaded Soul Society and exposed Aizen's conspiracy. Humans. Such a powerful being can be born from mere ants like humans. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata smiled, playfully drew his soul Zanpakuto, and pointed it at Yaun's back. What if I kill him? The servant was startled and said quickly. Master Tokinata, please calm down. I heard that the human Shinigami is a disciple of Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi. He also knows captains like Hirako Shinji and Meguru Makensei, and has good relationships with masters Unohana, Rukia Kuchiki, and Chihaoran Yoruichi. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata was a little surprised and retracted his soul-slaying sword. This human Shinigami is quite extraordinary. Yes. The servant nodded respectfully. Not only does he know those traitors in this world, he's also close to Unohana, Sui Feng, and that BD from the Kuchiki family. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata curled up a cruel smile, licked his lips and said. Even so, allowing such lowly humans to enter the abode of the nobles is a desecration of the noble soil here. The servant was sweating profusely and dared not speak. He's a human, right? He only has a lifespan of 100 years. When he dies, come and tell Jian. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata turned and walked away, laughing cruelly and viciously. I'm going to kill him myself then. I'm sure those guys will have funny reactions when they hear the news of his death, ha 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 ha. What a disgusting sight. Yaun suddenly stopped and glanced in the direction of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, with a cold look in his eyes, and grasped the Ruyi Jinggu Bang. Even more disgusting than the hollows I've seen before. When he absorbed a lot of spiritual power before, he deliberately enhanced his 5 senses. He had intended to use this to break Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. But I never thought that I would feel such a striking gaze here. Cruel, vicious, and condescending. It's not like looking at a human being at all. More like looking at an ant. The sight of looking at something disgusting. Sensing Yaun's ryotsu boiling, even with a hint of weakness, Sui Feng was frightened and turned pale, and quickly hugged Yaun's hand. Wait, Yaun, what are you doing? Yaun pointed at a distant building with his left hand, narrowed his eyes, and said, I'm going to smash that building into pieces and make the people inside kneel down and beg for mercy. Sui Feng took a look and a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. That's the Tsuneyashiro family's building. You'd better not mess around with it, or even Lord Yoruichi might not be able to protect you. What are you afraid of? I can just stay in Hueco Mundo. Yaun snorted coldly, showing no fear of the nobles. What are you pretending to be? They are all high and mighty. If he was really that powerful, why wasn't there even a shadow when he fought Aizen and Wiwak? Stay away when fighting. Normally he acts like a tyrant. Isn't this a termite? Okay, follow me quickly. Sui Feng hugged Yaun's arm tightly and pulled him towards the Shihaoran family. Orihime, come and help me hold Yaun back. We can't let him do anything wrong here. Under the pull of the 2 women, Yaun finally gave up the idea of taking action. He was hugged by the 2 women all the way to the Shihaoran family. Sui Feng Master! Sui Feng Master! Sui Feng Master! The servants passing by bowed their heads and greeted Sui Feng, while looking at Yaun with curiosity. Who is this man? Is he Mr. Sui Feng's boyfriend? Yaun complained, Sui Feng, you hold such a high position here, and you're the captain, why are you afraid of some unknown noble? Sui Feng shook his head, I am only here because of the help of Lord Yoruichi. Otherwise, I would not be qualified to be called a celestial being here. After hearing Sui Feng say this, Yaun became curious about Shihao and Yoruichi's position here. Queen? Queen? Yaun then strode forward and said loudly. Yoruichi, Yoruichi, where are you? I'm here to play with you, why don't you come and greet me quickly? Yaun. Sui Feng was so angry that he threw himself on Yaun's back and covered his mouth with his hands. You can't be disrespectful to Yoruichi-sama here. Sure enough, as Yaun spoke, the servants around him all cast unfriendly glances at him, some even grabbed their blades. Fortunately, Sui Feng was here, and the two of them were able to walk into the luxurious hall. The palace is extremely gorgeous and luxurious. It is made entirely of red wood, but the interior is made of unknown materials, which makes it look magnificent. And inside was filled with nobles in gorgeous clothes. There are old people, middle-aged people, and young people. They all had arrogant expressions on their faces. At the very top is a golden curtain, through which one can see the figure behind it. She was a woman with purple hair, wearing a light yellow robe and golden hair accessories, looking extremely noble. The other party leaned back on a throne-like chair, gazing at the nobles below like a queen. Yaun was a little surprised and pointed at the figure behind the golden curtain. Sui Feng, don't tell me that the queen above is Yesan. He felt as if he had seen the Queen of Egypt. This is totally different from the usual Shihao and Yoruichi, okay? Sui Feng whispered, don't be disrespectful to Master Yoruichi. Master Yoruichi is now a member of the Daikon clan, who is under the Divine Tablet. Chapter 92. The Great Nobleman under the Divine Tablet. Yaun's forehead darkened as he pointed speechlessly at the figure behind the golden curtain. If I'm not mistaken, the nobleman under your so-called Divine Tablet seems to be reading comics, and pornographic comics at that. He remembered that this comic seemed to be about the three-no-girl Yadomaru Lisa from the Masked Army. I don't know how it ended up in Yoruichi's hands. Keep your voice down. Sui Feng looked at Shihao and Yoruichi with admiration. Don't even mention that Yoruichi-sama is reading pornographic comics. Even if he is doing pornographic things, he is still a supreme noble. Hearing you say that, Yoruichi is like a queen. She's the queen. She's the current head of the Shihao family and the uncrowned emperor of Soul Society. I've never seen a queen who can turn into a cat. Keep your voice down. If the nobles of the Shihao family hear you, they might kill you. They're just a bunch of trash. If I hit them with a stick, they'll have to kill me. Keep your voice down. The Shihao family is full of powerful people. It's not as simple as you think. Many of them are as powerful as the captain. Tisk tisk tisk, such a great place. I'll introduce it to Zaraki Kenpachi and Sister Hwa later, so they don't have nowhere to fight. We can't offend the nobles. While the two were whispering, the nobles in the hall had already been waiting impatiently. An old noble stepped forward and said, Sir Yoruichi, now that you have returned, you must fulfill the Shihao family's obligations and take on the duties that have been passed down through our generations. As he spoke, the old noble looked at Sui Feng and said in a deep voice, Sui Feng, you must hand over your position now. Sui Feng was stunned for a moment and hesitated, but, this matter needs to be notified to the captain, and it takes time to resign. The old noble's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, and he shouted loudly. Sui Feng, don't forget your identity. Although you are the captain of the 2nd Division of the Shirayuki, you are also a servant of our Shihao family. Are you planning to betray our Shihao family? I dare not. Sui Feng plopped down on one knee. Her B family has been loyal to Shihao for generations, so how could she possibly betray Shihao Yoruichi? Yaun curled his lips. He picked up Sui Feng with one hand. Kneeling is nothing. You are loyal to Yoruichi, not this old man. What qualifications does he have to represent the Shihao family? Before Sui Feng could say anything, the old nobleman looked at Yaun angrily, as if he had been offended. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter our Shihaoran family? Come, kick this guy out and break his legs. Yes. 2 criminal soldiers dressed in black came over. Sui Feng was startled and said quickly, Master Doma, Yaun is not an outsider. He is Master Yoruichi's disciple and is qualified to enter here. While Sui Feng was speaking, Yaun placed his hands on his lips and shouted towards the golden curtain. Yoruichi! I'm here to play with you. Come out and greet us quickly. The powerful spiritual energy gathered in the sound, as if it turned into a violent storm, causing the space to vibrate and instantly sweeping through the entire luxurious and magnificent hall. The powerful sound waves even caused ripples. It was as if the space in the hall was distorted. The weaker nobles were shaken by the sound and staggered to the ground, covering their ears and screaming. The golden curtains were also rustling in the wind. Sitting on a golden throne-like chair, the elegantly dressed Shihaoran Yoruichi finally realized something was wrong. She blinked, reached out to take out the earplugs from her ears, and suddenly, an expression of surprise appeared in her eyes. Sui Feng! Yaun! Why are you two here? Shihaoran Yoruichi jumped up, in a manner totally inconsistent with his noble attire, and ran towards them with a happy face. Yoruichi is an adult. Sui Feng looked at Shihaoran Yoruichi in surprise. Shihaoran Yoruichi stopped in front of the two and said excitedly, Sui Feng, Yaun, it's a good thing you two came to see me. I'm almost bored to death here, listening to these old XJ all day long. Yaun put his arm around Shihaoran Yoruichi's neck and pointed at the wrinkled old nobleman with displeasure. Yoruichi, let's talk about this later. This old man just made Sui Feng kneel down and said he would give her position back to you. You should teach him a lesson right away. Shihaoran Yoruichi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Doma, is this true? Bang! Yaun knocked her head. Shihaoran Yoruichi was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out, and he looked at Yaun fiercely. You little BD, what are you doing with me? As she spoke, she was also quite surprised. When Yaun knocked her on the head, she didn't even react. This brat seems to be a little faster. Yaun said unhappily, would I lie to you? This old man is really too much. If he wasn't your relative, I wouldn't tolerate it. Shihaoran Yoruichi rubbed the back of his head, feeling extremely angry, and took his anger out on the old noble. Doma, apologize to Sui Feng immediately. She is now the captain of the 2nd division. Don't treat her like the little girl she used to be. Sui Feng looked at Shihaoran Yoruichi with tears in his eyes. This was the Yoruichi-sama she served. I will love her at all times. I will protect her at all times. Never let her suffer any injustice. Yaun complained, Dear Miss Sui Feng, you should thank me, otherwise she would still be reading pornographic books. This time, Sui Feng surprisingly did not refute Yaun, but instead looked at him with a blushing face. Yaun, thank you. Yaun nodded with deep satisfaction. The old noble's expression turned very ugly, and he looked at Yaun angrily. Master, who is this guy? How dare he treat you like that? As an outsider, what qualifications does he have to interfere in the affairs of the Shihaoran family? Shihaoran Yoruichi said coldly, Shut up, his name is Yaun, he is the hero who protected Seoul society and he is also my good friend. The old noble frowned. It was not until the young noble next to him reminded him that he knew Yaun's identity. He immediately said in anger. You're just a human, not even a Shinigami, yet you dare to offend the nobles? Do you really want to die? The other nobles also looked at Yaun coldly and said. Humans are like ants. How could Lord Yoruichi become friends with such a lowly person? Hurry up and get him out. Shihaoran Yoruichi looked at these old guys angrily. Because that's the way it is in the family. That's why she didn't want to come back. Just when Shihaoran Yoruichi wanted to explain, he suddenly noticed a dazzling golden light flash beside him. Bang! 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 Dozens of nobles from the Shihauran family were swept away by a stick, their figures shot out like cannonballs and slammed heavily into the distant wall. The crackling sounds came one after another. Then, dozens of heart-wrenching screams rang out in the luxurious hall. The nobles were either covering their chests, hugging their arms, or covering their thighs, rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. It can be clearly seen. Some of them had broken ribs, some had broken arms, and some had broken legs. Yaun carried the Rui Jingbang on his shoulder, snorted coldly and said, "You keep calling me a lowly human. How noble do you think you are?" Which Shinigami didn't start out as a human? He particularly hated Jingling's attitude towards humans. For example, Hitsugaya, Zaraki Kenpachi, Kyōraku Shunsui, Shirayuki, were they all human beings when they were alive? But there are always some Shinigami who seem to be superior to others after they die. He completely despises humans living in this world. These nobles are even worse than the Shinigami of the Shirayuki, looking at humans as if they were trash. It's absolutely disgusting. Sui Feng whispered, "Yaun, the nobles were all born in Jingling Court. They really haven't experienced the human state." Yaun's mouth twitched, and he turned around and tapped her on the head, saying, "Thank you for giving me scientific knowledge at such a critical moment." The nobles who were sent flying looked at Yaun with rage. "How dare you, a mere human, attack us nobles? I will never forgive you. I will send you to hell. Sing Jun! Catch this brat for me!" Following the nobles' roars, several figures dressed in black rushed over. Seeing this scene, Sui Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Stop it, everyone." Shihauran Yoruichi said in a deep voice, "You guys go back first, what's happening here has nothing to do with you." Seeing the previous generation commander-in-chief of the criminal army and the current generation commander-in-chief speak at the same time, the criminal army retreated to a distance without hesitation. The old nobles were furious and turned their gazes towards Shihauran Yoruichi. "Master, you are the master of the Shihauran family. How can you allow such a human to insult us here? Catch this guy quickly. Let Chamber 46 judge this BD." Shouts rang out one after another. Seeing that they still dared to be so arrogant, Yaun immediately raised his eyebrows, picked up the golden long stick, and prepared to hit each of them with another stick. Shihauran Yoruichi quickly stopped him. "Yaun, stop fighting. If you continue, something terrible will happen." "Ha!" Yaun gave her an unhappy look, then took out a piece of catnip from his pocket and threw it out. "You are the one who should take action, I am just doing it for you." Shihauran Yoruichi was about to say something, but when he saw the catnip coming towards him, he pounced on it almost instinctively. "Meow! Grab the catnip in your right hand." Shihauran Yoruichi looked at Yaun happily, clenched his right fist and waved forward. "Meow!" After acting like a spoiled child, Shihauran Yoruichi suddenly reacted, his cheeks turned red, and he glared at Yuseng fiercely. In the real world, he always teases her with catnip, and it's almost become a conditioned reflex for him. Many nobles were stunned, and some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what had just happened. Shihauran Yoruichi. I was trained to be a cat maid. By 5K, 57. There was another series of beatings. The shrill screams echoed throughout the Shihauran family. When Yaun left, no one in the hall could stand up, they all lay on the ground groaning in pain. Shihauran Yoruichi said helplessly, "Yaun, aren't you being too harsh? They are nobles after all. It's just a few broken bones." Yaun was nonchalant about this, and then pointed his right hand at the distance with great interest. "Yoruichi, is that the Tsuneyashiro family over there?" Shihauran Yoruichi immediately became alert. "Why are you asking about Tsuneyashiro? That family is very dangerous, and the characters of the family members are extremely bad." So Yaun told everyone about the gaze he had felt before. He said excitedly, "Yoruichi, how about having a big bottle with me and teaching that family a lesson?" Shihao and Yoruichi's heart was immediately moved. Although they are both nobles. But her relationship with the Tsuneya Shiro family was not harmonious. If you want to teach someone a lesson. Licking his red lips, Shihao and Yoruichi pointed with his right hand to a place in the distance where many sakura flowers were growing. "Yaun, let's get Ziobai to join us. That way, even if the Tsuneya Shiro family finds out, they won't dare to make it public." Byakuya Kuchiki. Yaun hesitated for a moment. Will it work? That ice cube is the one that most closely follows the rules of the Jingling Court. Don't worry, the Kuchiki family and the Tsuneya Shiro family have a feud. Ziobai will definitely come to help you if he knows about it. Shihao and Yoruichi is confident about this. Watching the two people excitedly researching how to commit a crime, Sui Feng couldn't help but sigh. Really? You really like to play around, don't you? Soon. The four of them came to the courtyard where sakura flowers were falling. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki was sitting on a recliner, flipping through the photo album in his hand, looking at every little detail of himself and Kuchiki Hime. But then a black light flashed. Shihao and Yoruichi appeared beside him and kicked his recliner hard. "Ziobai, get up!" Byakuya Kuchiki didn't react for a moment, and was kicked out with the chair, hitting the wall with a loud bang. "Ha ha ha, Ziobai, you are too careless." Shihao and Yoruichi put his hands on his waist and laughed triumphantly. Byakuya Kuchiki finally reacted at this time, stood up, his face dark, put away the photo album, drew his soul-slaying sword and said coldly. "Cat demon! Are you finally ready to die?" Chapter 93. Ziobai, you're really not as cute as you used to be. You used to call me Yoruichi sister. Shihao and Yoruichi Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki said with a dark face, "Shut up, cat demon, I don't know the wild woman who came over and kicked me away." As he spoke, he glanced at Sui Feng, Yaun, and Anu Orihime, frowned, and said, "Why are you guys together? Don't tell me you're up to anything. Yaun alone is already troublesome enough. Even if they add Shihao and Yoruichi, the entire Soul Society will not be enough for them." Yaun said eagerly, "Ziobai, where is Rukia? We are planning to do something big, let's take her with us." Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Yaun steadily blocked Byakuya Kuchiki's attack. The latter said with a dark face. "Human, who are you calling Ziobai?" Okay, don't worry about it." Shihao Renyi said excitedly. "Ziobai, we're going to Tsuneya Shiro's house to cause some trouble. You and Tsuneya Shiro don't have a good relationship, do you want to come with us?" Tsuneya Shiro. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned, he is one of the four nobles of Jingling Court. If he makes trouble there, it will violate the law. "Ziobai, don't forget what happened before. I invited you to take revenge out of good intentions." Shihao and Yoruichi looked at him with disapproval. Hundreds of years ago, when the Shiba family was expelled from the Shirayuki, the Kuchiki family wanted to help, but was ambushed by the Tsuneya Shiro family. This incident also resulted in Byakuya Kuchiki's grandfather, Kuchiki Jinrin, being seriously injured. Afterwards, the Tsuneya Shiro family managed to get away with the matter through the unfair ruling of the 46th chamber. Byakuya Kuchiki thought for a moment and said, "This matter has passed. Let's not talk about it anymore. If you want to go, go by yourselves." As he spoke, Byakuya Kuchiki walked into the room and said calmly. "As for Rukia, she is resting in the side room." "Very good." Shihao and Yoruichi smiled, grabbed the other three and ran towards Rukia Kuchiki's room. Sui Feng was somewhat dissatisfied with Byakuya Kuchiki and asked, "Sir Yoruichi, Captain Kuchiki probably didn't agree to go with us, did he?" Shihao and Yoruichi shook his head. You don't know Xiaobai's personality. He's very proud. If he doesn't object, he'll already agree. He'll probably sneak over later. Yaun agreed deeply, saying, this season, tsunderes can no longer be ranked. They can be seen through at a glance. Rukia, let's go. Yaun and others grabbed Rukia Kuchiki, who was at a loss in the room, and pushed her directly towards the Gang Nidai family. Rukia Kuchiki was a little confused. Wait, you guys haven't told us what we're going to do yet, where are we going? Soon. Several people came to the Tsuneyashiro family. The buildings here look even more luxurious and elegant than those of the Shihaoran family, and just looking at them can give people a scholarly atmosphere. After Yaun raised his question, Shihaoran said nonchalantly. Of course, the Shihaoran family possesses positions in the criminal army, and they are secretive and maneuverable. How can they compare to Tsuneyashiro who controls the great spiritual book corridor? Yaun understands. This is the gap between military generals and civil officials. There aren't many opportunities to make money with the former, but there are plenty of opportunities to make money with the latter. In that case, I won't be polite. Yaun licked his lips and placed his hands on the wall carved with book patterns. In an instant, the wall turned into blue spiritual energy and was absorbed by Yaun. Sui Feng asked curiously, how is it? Is the spiritual power here better? After all, the relief carvings are so exquisite. Yaun pressed his hand towards the other wall and said casually, spiritual power is just spiritual power. No matter how well it is carved, it's just a matter of one bite. Rukia Kuchiki said nervously while being alert to the surrounding environment. Sir Yoruichi, are you sure this is okay? This is the Tsuneyashiro family after all, and we are offending the nobility. Shihaoran Yoruichi walked out of a room, his hands full of gold, silver, and jewelry, and said with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. As long as we're not caught red-handed, we can always blame it on Aizen-suk. Aizen-suk truly beautiful. Yaun observed 2 seconds of silence for him, and then continued to absorb spiritual power excitedly. The more you absorb, the more excited you become. The more you absorb, the happier you become. Godi I-13 had been beaten to a pulp by him, with debris and broken tiles everywhere, making it difficult to absorb spiritual energy. But the Tsuneyashiro family is different. Perhaps it was to show off the nobility's pomp, perhaps it was the accumulation of countless years, or perhaps it was due to various other factors. All in all, there are all kinds of buildings everywhere, tall and extremely luxurious. Even if no one lives there. But it is still built with a dazzling array of things. I knew this was an aristocratic building, but I thought I had come to a royal palace. But this made Yaun ecstatic, because there were so many buildings here, so dense, and so large that it was like entering a sea of spiritual power. In just 1 minute, 2 walls and 3 halls disappeared. Shihaoran Yoruichi and the others were surprised. This is truly a human-shaped bulldozer. No grass grows wherever it passes. In other words, the captain had foresight, otherwise if Yaun had stayed in Seoul society for a few more days, the entire Jingling Court would have been eaten up. At this time, several servants of the Tsuneyashiro family came over and looked at the empty space here in confusion. I remember there were streets and buildings here, how come they're gone? I haven't heard that they're going to build some new houses here. Bang! 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 Several servants fainted on the spot. Behind them, Shihaoran Yoruichi, Rukia Kuchiki, Sui Feng, and Anu Orium, 4 beautiful girls slowly retracted their fists. Shihaoran Yoruichi and Sui Feng are still nothing. But Rukia Kuchiki and Anu Orium, they didn't know whether they were too nervous or too excited, their little faces turned red. This is the first time I've hit someone in the back with a club. Me too. Shihaoran Yoruichi sat on the wall, excitedly pumping his fist. Yaun, work harder and try to tear down this whole area. Sui Feng also cheered Yaun on, hurry up, Come on, tear down all the buildings in this area. Yaun was encouraged and worked harder to absorb spiritual power. He was so excited that he wished he could grow 8 arms. Buffet. Free buffet. There were even a few beautiful women around him cheering him up and encouraging him to eat more. He had never fought such a prosperous battle in his life. We must work harder. Try harder. Time soon came and night fell. Yaun has already absorbed the spiritual energy of 79 walls, 62 halls, 18 flower beds, and tens of thousands of tiles. Sitting on the wall next to her, swinging her feet, Sui Feng said worriedly. Yaun, you're not going to explode suddenly, are you? What was absorbed by Yaun was compressed spiritual energy. An ordinary Shinigami could replenish the consumed spiritual energy by absorbing a few tiles. The amount Yaun absorbed was almost equivalent to the total spiritual power of thousands of captains. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Yaun waved his hands excitedly, continuously absorbing one wall after another. Such a luxurious buffet. Don't say he can't explode. Even if it explodes, you must continue to get up and absorb it. As more and more empty spaces appeared, even though the Tsuneyashiro family was large, some people started to react. They all rushed over here roaring. Which BD is causing trouble in our Tsuneyashiro family? How dare you destroy the noble's territory? Catch him and send him to hell. However, facing these servants, Yoruichi and his companions could easily deal with them without Yaun having to take any action. Ltd. Servants fell one after another. Even during this process, Yaun saw red sakura flowers flying under the night sky. Ziobai, thank you. Yaun greeted Sakura Hawa happily. But Sakura flower was just like Byakuya Kuchiki's character, she flew away without looking back. Bang! Another servant fell. Rukia Kuchiki raised the blade of his sword and asked in surprise, Sir Yoruichi, are all the Shinigami of the Tsuneyashiro family so weak? Different from the Kuchiki family, the Shihoran family, and the Ise family. The Tsuneyashiro family does not have the position of Godai 13, so it seems very mysterious and no one knows the background of this family. Shihoran Yoruichi smiled and said, Rukia, don't underestimate the Tsuneyashiro family. This family also has a divine weapon. Rukia Kuchiki suddenly understood. The 5 major families of Jingling Court each possess their own magical artifact, and each artifact possesses mysterious powers. Sui Feng said, and it's not just the divine weapon, there are also many powerful people in the Tsuneyashiro family, but they haven't shown up yet. While they were talking, they suddenly sensed a powerful Ryutsu coming from deep within the Tsunami clan. 2 or 3 Ryutsu close to the captain rushed over. Here they come. Shihoran Yoruichi quickly said, Yaun, Rukia, Orihime, run away quickly. Remember, don't let them catch you. Yaun was eager to try. He wanted to try out the capabilities of those so-called artifacts. How does it compare to old man Yamamoto's Rijinjaka? No. Shihoran Yoruichi quickly pulled him out. If your identity is known, your enemy will not only beat Tsuneyashiro, but the entire Godai 13 will take action. Yaun could only leave with regret. After the few people left, many powerful people from Tsuneyashiro finally arrived. When they saw the empty flat ground without even a brick left, they almost vomited blood in anger. It's the human Shinigami from the Shirayuki, definitely him. I heard one of his quirks is absorbing compressed spiritual energy. How dare this lowly fellow harm our Tsunami family? He must have an accomplice. Who is it? It doesn't matter who it is. We must report this to the captain and have him capture that damned human. But, I saw the profiles of those people. Why do they look a bit like Shihoran Yoruichi-sama? And Rukia from the Kuchiki family? The matter was soon reported to Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. Upon learning of the good deeds done by these people, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's eyelids could not help but twitch, and the hand holding the cane slightly tightened. That damned human brat! He reminded Yaun just the day before yesterday. As a result, this brat turned around and caused him such a big trouble. Beside him, Chur Sasuke had recovered, and the feeler asked. Captain, what do you think we should do? What to do? Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni snorted coldly, what can I do? Do you want me to capture all those little devils? According to the information reported by the Tsuneya Shiro family, those who invaded the Tsuneya Shiro family this time were Yaun, Shihao and Yoruichi, Rukia Kuchiki, and Sui Feng. Byakuya Kuchiki seemed to be involved. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni snorted coldly, since the identity has not been confirmed yet, let 337 investigate first, and then we will make a decision after the investigation is completed. Yes. Chur Sasuke nodded respectfully. Late at night, the Tsuneya Shiro family was so angry that they almost exploded after learning that the captain had given such an answer. We can't confirm the identity of the person because we didn't catch him? Does this need to be confirmed? Everyone in the Jingling Court knew that a starving ghost had come from the real world and almost absorbed Godi 13. The other side. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yaun returned to the second squad and saw the gentle older sister on the bed. She couldn't help but blink. Sister Hwa. Unohana saw Yaun coming back, and she put her arms around him. She couldn't help but licked her lips and whispered in Yaun's ear. Yaun-jun, my body is a little itchy now. Can you help me treat it? Yaun suddenly felt his blood boiling, and without hesitation, he transformed himself into an unscrupulous doctor, pounced on her, and conquered her graceful figure. No words were spoken that night. This continued for the next few days. He sleeps during the day, absorbs spiritual energy from the Tsuneya Shiro family at night, and spends the second half of the night conquering Unohana and a new Orihime. Time quickly came to the 7th day. And this day, it was also the time for Yaun to leave. Looking at the gate before him, and then at the Shinigami behind him who were about to cry with excitement, Yaun couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I want to stay here for another half a month. When Yaun said this, old man Yamamoto couldn't help but hit Yaun on the back with his crutch. That's enough, little brat. If you stay here for 2 more days, you'll probably eat up all the buildings of the other 4 families. In the past few days, people from the Tsuneya Shiro family came to see him every day, asking when Yaun would leave. He threatened that if the brat stayed for another half a month, there would not be even a single tile left in the Tsuneya Shiro family, and they would all be absorbed by Yaun. As Yaun stepped into the gate, Kurosaki Ichigo and his men quickly followed. Rukia Kuchiki watched Yaun leave reluctantly, and finally couldn't help but put her hands to her mouth and said loudly. Yaun, after you die, I will come to pick you up personally, and we will be together forever. Back. He looked at Rukia Kuchiki with a frown on his face. Although I know that what the other person said is correct. But no matter how he thought about it, it felt weird. I am still alive. Is there anyone thinking about his own death? At the moment when the gate was about to close, Unohana took a step and stepped into the gate with a smile. Captain, I'm going to take 100 years off. Chapter 94. I'm leaving now. It really makes me feel sad. In the pitch-black space tunnel, Yaun ran forward while looking back with regret. I still have a lot of spiritual energy to absorb, Rukia didn't come back with me, and Sui Feng didn't give me any gifts. Unohana couldn't help but smile softly and said. If you stay here for another month, the Tsuneya Shiro family will really go crazy and say they are ready to use the Divine Mirror Penetration Code. Yaun has also gained some understanding of this artifact in the past few days. It is said that this is an offensive artifact with extremely perverted power, and has been used by Tsuneya Shiro several times to win disputes between nobles. A divine tool, I'm not afraid of planting things. Yaun curled his lips, not caring at all. He didn't believe that the so-called divine weapon could be that powerful. If they could really destroy everything in the world, then Aizen and Waiwak wouldn't have nearly destroyed Soul Society. He felt a little unhappy when he thought of this. Why in the original novel did Kurosaki Ichigo and the others fight to the death while these nobles enjoyed themselves in the back? If you have such a magical weapon, you should go to the front line. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, "It's okay, Yaun. Didn't Rukia say that after you die, she will come to pick you up personally? That's why I feel awkward." Yaun sighed helplessly. Others who love each other will grow old together. Why am I now hoping that I will die soon? With my physique being so strong, it would not be a problem for me to live to be 100 years old, which means I have to wait at least another 80 years. Unohana put her red lips close to Yaun's ear and said with a smile. Who told you, a playboy, to be so fickle? Do you want the eldest daughter of the Kuchiki family to come over and marry you together with Sister Ji? Yaun coughed twice in embarrassment. He didn't consider this. However, he always has an inexplicable possessiveness towards Rukia Kuchiki. Speaking of which, Sister Hwa, why did you come to the human world with me? Yaun quickly changed the subject and said. First of all, I won't fight you in this world. This place is too weak. There's no place that can withstand a fight between you and me. Both he and Unohanaretsu's fighting skills have reached the level of top captains. If a fight between Bankai were to take place, almost no barrier would be able to withstand it, and the damage caused would be devastating. Karakura Town might even be destroyed. So it's a pure sword fight. Unohanaretsu smiled and whispered softly to Yaun, blowing a breath into his ear. There's no one in Soul Society who can satisfy me. Similarly, it's hard for Miss Inu Orium alone to satisfy you, right? Yaun took a breath of cool air and felt his whole body getting hot. Not good. Sister Hwa has turned into a succubus. After running continuously, they finally saw the light ahead. Here we are, finally back. Kurosaki Ichigo had a smile on his face. The 1-month trip to Jingling Court is truly unforgettable. As they took a step forward, the bright light shone on everyone under the radiance of wine, and everyone was extremely intoxicated at this moment. Although Jingling Court is also very good. But the present world is the world for living people like them. Ishida Yulong was stunned for a moment, looking at Yaun, who was instantly filled with melancholy. Yaun, what's wrong with you? Others also looked at Yaun. Yaun was about to cry. Can you understand the pain of being a billionaire and falling back into poverty overnight? Kurosaki Ichigo and the others looked at each other. Yaun went bankrupt? Inu Orium guessed something and couldn't help but laugh. Yaun-kun, do you think that Karakura Town has too little spiritual energy? Yaun nodded listlessly. He was a little excited to return to the real world, until the moment he stepped into it. Straight from heaven to hell. What a world lacking in spiritual power this is. Compared to Jingling Court, it is like heaven and hell. Not even 1/10,000th of the former. Thinking of this, Yaun held Inu Orium's little hand and said to her affectionately. Orium, how about we go to Soul Society together? Inu Orium's face flushed, and she whispered, Yaun-kun, we can't get through on our own, and the captain won't let us through either. It's okay, we'll die. Yaun clenched his fists. Isn't it just going to Soul Society 80 years early? With his strength, he can live in Soul Society for at least 1,000 years. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others gasped in shock, and after much persuasion, Yaun finally gave up the idea of the Dead Soul Society. At this time, Hanakari Jinda came over lazily. What's so noisy? The words haven't been finished yet. He stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, looking at Yaun and the others in disbelief. Oh, what? Yaun was about to say hello when he saw the latter rush into the house at a speed of 80 miles per hour, waving his hands and shouting. Manager, Yaun and the others are back. Come out quickly. Don't let them get away. Yaun and others felt something was very wrong. Kurosaki Ichigo swallowed his saliva. Yaun, why do I feel that what this kid said doesn't seem to be to welcome us? Ishida Yuryu nodded, I feel like he's seeking revenge. Sato Yazutora, Yaun, did you do something in Soul Society? Yaun recalled the scene of himself betraying Urahara Kisuke. Suddenly, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh no, everyone, run! Yaun had just finished speaking when he saw Urahara Kisuke rushing out with a dark face, waving the soul-slaying sword in his hand and shouting. Run, where can you run? All right, kid, you've been using my name to do whatever you want in Jingling Court, and you've even gone to the captain to act arrogantly. I'm going to kill me. I was wondering why I've been sneezing these past few days. Turns out it's you who did it. While talking, Urahara Kisuke chopped down with a dark face. Yaun's mind moved, and a golden long stick appeared in his hand, and he hit Urahara Kisuke's soul-slaying sword with it. The knife and the stick collided with each other. The sparks are dazzling. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Urahara Kisuke was shocked and watched the hungji in his hand being smashed away and fell to the ground with a clang. In an instant, there was silence at the scene. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were not surprised by this. After all, Yaun's battles in Soul Society were 100 times more intense than this. The scale of the damage caused. Those were earth-shattering and heart-wrenching. For example, a stick hits you. Almost wiped out the 9th squad. The infinitely extended golden hoop almost broke through the barrier of Jingling Court. But the people in Urahara store couldn't remain calm. Hanakari Jinda pointed at Yaun with his right hand and stammered. You are, who are you? Why are you disguised as Yaun? Are you a Shinigami from Soul Society who came to capture us? Hosoya weakly raised the heavy Gatling gun. Tessai Tsukabishi could tell it was Yaun, but he also found it hard to believe. Are you really Yaun? The human kid who was chopped down by a sword went to Jinglingting for half a month and actually knocked Urahara Kisuke's hungji away with a stick. How could something so outrageous be possible? Even if you learn Bankai, you can't be that strong. Guaranteed genuine. Yaun smiled and raised his eyebrows to Urahara Kisuke complacently. Manager, what do you think? You can't teach me a lesson now. Urahara Kisuke also had some doubts about life, but he was a scientist after all, and he accepted new things quickly. So he retreated without hesitation. Decided to give Yaun's current level a try. Pointing his right hand towards Yaun, Taguchi chanted. Beast bones scattered everywhere. Spires? Red crystals? Steel wheels. The moving one is the wind, the still one is the sky. Seeing this scene, Kurosaki Ichigo and others quickly retreated to the side. They didn't want to be dragged into the fight between the two. Yaun complained, You ungrateful people, at least help me. While talking, he also raised his right hand. Head number 63, Fiery Lightning Howl. The chantless kid was released, and the dazzling light of thunder shot out like a meteor, piercing the daytime sky in an instant. A golden ray of light seemed to appear in the air. Before Urahara Kisuke could finish his chant, he saw Yaun's fiery lightning howl already blasting towards him, and he couldn't help but gasp. Did this kid go to the Broken Realm to train? How come his strength has increased so terrifyingly? The Broken Realm is a special dimensional space in the World Channel, completely separated from space and time, floating independently in the void of the black cavity. The time density inside is 2,000 times that of the outside world, and 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 2,000 years inside the broken world. In the original work, the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo was able to learn the final Getsuga Tensho in a short time was because he had practiced in Danga for a period of time. But it is a holy place for cultivation. But it is also a forbidden zone of life and death where people are killed without blinking an eye. If you are not careful and stay there for a while longer, you will die from exhaustion. Therefore, almost no one goes there to practice. It was no wonder that he was so suspicious. Yaun's progress was really too fast, surpassing all the groups he had seen. Thinking this in his mind, Urahara rolled on the ground in embarrassment. Boom! Dazzling lightning exploded on the ground. The scattered lightning arc hit Urahara, instantly bending his electrified hair, as if he had completed a perm project in an instant. A 3-meter deep pit appeared in its place. The air was filled with smoke and dust. When Urahara reappeared, he seemed like a slovenly refugee. 131,313. Urahara coughed forcefully a few times before recovering. He looked at Yaun with a dark face, extended his hand again, and said, "Mr. Yaun, it seems like you've grown a lot. You can even hurt me now. That's really amazing." Had number 78, slashing flower wheel. He casually waved his right hand, and a large amount of strong wind gathered, like a white sword, slashing at the clouds at ultimate speed. The space seemed to be shattered by this blow. And this is definitely not an exaggeration. As the number 78, kid already possesses an ultimate and terrifying killing history. Splitting void, or the Rui Jing Bang. While Yaun was thinking, the corners of his mouth curled up, and the spiritual power in his body burst out completely. With a bang, the blue spiritual power boiled like flames. Boom! The azure spiritual power shot straight into the sky. It was as if a blue flame was burning in the sky, and the air around it was trembling. Unohana. Lai saw this scene and said helplessly, "Really, the noise is too loud, isn't it?" As she spoke, she raised her palm and gently pressed it on Inu Orium's shoulder, protecting Inu Orium with her spiritual power. The other side. Hanakari Jinda, Hosoyu's face changed drastically, and she felt several times the weight of gravity pressing down on her. The two men fell to the ground with a thud. Under the gaze of everyone, Yaun, whose body seemed to be burning with blue flames, stretched out his right hand to face the oncoming white wind blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Yaun held the white wind blade tightly in his right hand, as if he was holding a white full moon. One-handed grasp. Urahara eyes widened. The one he used was a number 70 kid, the kind that could split a mountain in half. What level of spiritual power has this kid reached? The wind was raging. Yaun exerted force with his right hand like crazy, causing the crescent-shaped white wind blade to tremble continuously, and cracks gradually appeared on it. Bang! The white wind blade exploded. The raging wind swept in all directions in an instant, blowing everyone's hair into the air. Ah! Hanakari Jinda screamed and was blown away. Tessai Tsukabishi quickly grabbed him with one hand, and looked at Yaun in shock against the strong wind. Inu Orium also looked at Yaun and shouted worriedly, "Yaun, you are injured, come here quickly and let me treat you." She saw a trace of red on Yaun's right hand. Yaun lowered his head and glanced at the palm of his right hand. There was a wound on it and blood was flowing out. He shook it helplessly. As expected of manager Urahara, I was a little too arrogant and thought I could block it with one hand, but I still got hurt. Urahara mouth twitched, and he said with a dark face. "Mr. Yaun, you caught had number 78 with one hand. Isn't it normal to be injured? He was once the captain of the 12th Division and used had number 78. Even if Meguru Makensei comes, it will be difficult to stop him." As a result, this kid not only blocked it with his bare hands. He even felt dissatisfied because he had suffered some minor skin injuries. Thinking about this, Urahara raised his right hand again, ready to use two more high-level kid to test this kid's level. He can't go to Soul Society for half a month. It has reached the level of Kyōraku Shunsui. At this time, Shihawa and Yoruichi in black cat form jumped out, yawned, and lazily lay on Unohana Retsu and said, "Urahara, I advise you not to fight anymore, or you'll be embarrassed to be taught a lesson by this brat." Urahara was stunned for a moment. Yoruichi, What do you mean, you don't think I can't beat this brat? Yoruichi in black cat form lazily said. This kid once fought against the old man in Shikai's posture. The old man was a little serious, but he couldn't defeat this kid. David. Urahara gasped. Of course he knew who the old man Shihao and Yoruichi was talking about. It's none other than Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. This brat has fought against the captain before? Chapter 95. What's going on, Yoruichi? Tell me in detail. Urahara gave up the idea of taking action, dusted himself off, and looked at the black cat Yoruichi. What on earth is wrong with this brat? He's only been in the Jingling Court for less than half a month, and he hit me with a stick, leaving me unable to even hold the soul-slaying sword. Tessai Tsukabishi grumbled, it seems like the last time you managed to hold it, Yaun still blasted you into the mountain with one blow. How can that be the same? Urahara said with a dark face, I was careless last time. I didn't expect this kid's soul-slaying sword to be so heavy. This time I am serious. In order to prevent Yaun from unleashing too much power, he deliberately released the soul-slaying sword in advance. As a result, the knife was smashed and flew more than 300 meters. Black Cat Yoruichi thought for a moment and said, I don't really know. Yaun has been fighting since he entered Jingling Ting, and he has become stronger without realizing it. Kurosaki Ichigo had the final say on this point. He waved his zangetsu and said, Yes, I also became stronger in battle. I also learned kendo from Yaun and mastered the highest secret of Shinigami, Bankai. You two monsters. Ishida Uriu couldn't help but complain, why? I've been fighting all the time, so why hasn't my strength improved significantly? Said. He glanced at Sato Yasutora and Anu Orium. Needless to say, the latter, Shield Shun Liuhua is a completely auxiliary type of ability, it doesn't matter whether it has too strong lethality or not. But the former has become much stronger during this trip to Jingling Court. The giant's right arm and the demon's left arm have both reached their limit, and any punch they throw can have terrifying destructive power. Previously, he had sparred with Sato Yasutora in the Shirayuki, and was nearly beaten by the other party with a punch, forcing him to go see Tana. Because you haven't received your pendant yet. Yaun complained nonchalantly. During the 1,000-year bloody war, Ishida Uriu has undergone an epic enhancement, and can kill the current Kurosaki Ichigo and Sato Yasutora in minutes. The other side. Urahara suddenly realized and came up with the so-called answer in his own mind. Shinigami have two options for increasing their strength. The first is hard training, such as practicing swordsmanship, practicing white hits, communicating with the soul-slaying sword, and constantly improving one's combat skills. The second one is simple, that is fighting, improving strength through continuous fighting. Yaun's talent is undoubtedly top-notch. After experiencing several life and death battles, it is easy for him to possess strong strength. This is also a very normal phenomenon. Normal ghost. Urahara has the urge to curse. 330. He remembered that the current captain of the 12th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi, was a battle maniac, but he had never seen him improve so quickly. Even if the strength is improved. But how did Ryutsu improve so much? Even if you take hormones, you can't grow that fast, right? While Urahara was thinking hard, Unohana looked at the many buildings around him with a surprised expression. She hadn't been to the modern world for hundreds of years, and she never expected that there had been so many changes here. It's even more beautiful than Jingling Ting. Yaun, in the real world, are you living with Captain Urahara and Chief Kid? Hearing himself being called the captain and the eldest kid, Urahara finally came back to his senses and frowned at Unohana. Looks a little familiar. I feel like the captain of the 4th Division. Unohana turned around and said with a smile, Captain Urahara, Chief Kid, we haven't seen each other for 100 years, and you don't even recognize who I am. Urahara Kisuk and Tessai Tsukabishi felt their scalps tingle. Captain Unohana. No way, why are you here? One of them is the captain of the 12th Division, and the other is the eldest kid captain, so they naturally know about Unohana's identity. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance, he is actually an unprecedented villain. How could such a fierce god come into the world? Could it be that the old man got mad at Yaun and decided to let Unohana teach them a lesson? But they heard that the two were from the same period. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni shouldn't force Unohana to do anything. Unohana smiled and said, "Why do you call me old man, Mr. Kid? Do I look old?" Sensing the danger in Unohana eyes, Tessai felt a chill run down her forehead. "No, I didn't mean that." Unohana saw that Tessai Tsukabishi was sincere in his confession, so he nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at Yaun. While Yaun was having a new Orium heal her hand, she answered Unohana question and said, "I have my own house. Do you want to live there later?" Unohana nodded, "Of course I have to live here." "Is your house big?" "It's huge, but there's no independent alternate dimension. I'll have to build one later, but I'm not very experienced in this area yet." Yaun looked at the Urahara store with some envy. There is such a large space in the basement, and just thinking about it makes people excited. "It's okay. I'll help you build it later. I'm also very skilled in Kid, so it should be built in a few days." "That's great. With such a large space, it's hard to do anything convenient. For example, fighting. Forget it. The barrier can't withstand a full-strength fight between the two of us. It doesn't matter, it's just a pure sword fight. I really want you to become stronger in sword fighting so that you can defeat me in sword fighting. What happens after I defeat you? Of course I want you to become the strongest Kenpachi, even stronger than Zaraki Kenpachi. Forget it, I have no interest in that title, nor do I have any interest in stopping Kenpachi. Then how can you become interested?" Looking at the two people talking, Urahara Kisuk and Yaling Tessai were dumbfounded. Yoruichi, what's going on?" Urahara Kisuk couldn't help but look at the black cat Yoruichi. He was once the greatest villain in Soul Society. The current captain of the 4th Division. How come you have such a close relationship with Yaun? And what on earth was she here for? The black cat Yoruichi licked his paws and said, "Well, all you need to know is that Yaun is the only one who can please Unohana." At this point, Yoruichi also whispered a reminder. "You two better be careful. Unohana hasn't been in good shape lately. It seems like she's turned back into the villain Yachiruya she once was." Urahara Kisuk and Tessai Tsukabishi gasped and felt like running away. As far as they know, the great villain Baekun was a madman who killed people like crazy and enjoyed fighting. Whenever he sees a strong person, he wants to fight and duel with him. If I could turn back into Hakikyu, shouldn't Yaun be killed with the first strike? After understanding the whole story, both of them looked at Yaun with admiration. Good job. This is a real man. Not only did he single-handedly turn Unohana back into the villain he once was, he also satisfied the other party's desire to kill with his own strength. A moment later, night fell. Yaun said goodbye to Urahara Kisuk and the others. "Manager Urahara, we are leaving now. Please tell Hirako Shinji and the others that Ichigo and I will visit them tomorrow." Urahara Kisuk was a little confused. "If you want to go, just go. Why are you being so formal?" As far as he knew, Yaun had a good relationship with those guys from the Masked Legion and could easily enter and exit the barrier there. Yaun thought about it and released a little of his virtual power. In an instant, evil Ryutsu erupted, and a white and red hollow mask appeared on Yaun's face, emitting black and red Ryutsu. Urahara Kisuk and Tessai Tsukabishi's expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Yaun's changes seriously. "Hollow? What's going on?" The changes in Yaun before him were just like those in Hirako Shinji, Rokunishi and others during the hollow incident 100 years ago. When the pale white substance covers the entire body, it means that the Shinigami will be completely corrupted. And this process is almost irreversible. Yaun seemed to be completely depraved at this moment. The black and red Ryutsu that erupted was even more evil than Hirako Shinji's original one. Yaun raised his right hand and knocked the white-red mask that was gradually forming on his face, breaking it into pieces. He said to them calmly, "See? This is why I'm looking for them. This situation is a little too difficult to control." After learning that Yaun was contaminated by Hagyaku, Urahara was speechless and felt pity for Hirako Shinji and the others. A bunch of unlucky guys. Your hell is coming. If you want to help others control the void in their bodies, you need to let them enter the world of mind and fight against the void in their bodies. At the same time, someone outside has to fight Hollow himself. Think about Yaun's terrifying combat power level. This time, it is estimated that all members of the Masked Legion will be seriously injured. Is this your home, Yaun? Unohana looked at the large villa in front of her in surprise. The luxurious villa in front of her was better than the house she lived in Jingling Court, and it looked particularly beautiful and exquisite. Yes, come in, Sister Hawa. Go pick a room and the maid will clean it up for you. Yaun pushed open the door and walked in. Inu Orihime followed. Unohana was about to walk in when her beautiful eyes suddenly moved and she looked in the direction of Kurosaki Hospital. Mr. Yaun, the house over there is. Just now he felt an astonishing spiritual power in that room, which was not weaker than Urahara or even more astonishing. That's Ichigo's home. I'll take you there for dinner tonight and get to know him. Soon. After touring the various rooms, Unohana was satisfied and chose the room next to Yaun. That's it. Yaun nodded and asked the maid to go and clean up. Seeing this, Unohana said, Yaun-kun, where is your basement? Take me there. It's a good place to set up a barrier. Yaun nodded, and when he was about to take Unohana to the basement, Orihime said a little embarrassedly. Excuse me, Yaun-kun, Captain Unohana, I'm a little too sleepy. Can I go take a rest for a while? It was natural that the two of them could not object. Inu Orihime returned to the room just like that. Arriving in the basement, Unohana and Yaun joined forces and used Kid and the barrier at the same time to create a space. Yaun wiped the sweat off his face. Next, we need to create various barriers and Kid to stabilize this space so that it can absorb spiritual energy. As he was talking, Yaun suddenly noticed that Unohana didn't respond to him, and he couldn't help but look over in confusion. Sister Hawa. Unohana face flushed slightly, and she drew out the soul-slaying sword with her right hand. He held the knife, pressed his left hand on his chest heaving, and said, unable to hold back. Yaun, let's have a fight first. Use only a little bit of your spiritual power, and the rest will be a sword duel. Yaun thought for a moment, then smiled and leaned over to Unohana ear, blowing gently into her trembling body, and said, Sister Hawa, have you ever heard of the saying a scholar should leave his seat? When the fight is over, if I win, you have to do this. The more Unohana listened, the redder her face became. It was not because of shyness, but because she felt stimulated and excited. Okay, but you have to beat me first. Yaun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and rushed forward without hesitation. Hueco Mundo, upper space. In the vast white desert, there is occasionally a dead tree similar to quartz, and the rest is deathly quiet. The sky here is dark, gloomy, and quiet. A white crescent moon, opposite to the real world, hangs in the sky. The environment and the sun and moon here are eternal and unchanging. Even if 10,000 years pass, there will only be endless night here. And in the depths of this space, there stands a majestic building. The whole body is made of pure white material, extremely tall and solemn, and from time to time a few powerful virtual creatures walk in and out. And this is the silent palace of Hueco Mundo, also called Sui Palace. This is where the ruler of the entire Hueco Mundo lives, and only Minos Grande above the Killian level are qualified to enter here. And today, in a room deep in the Sui Palace, Ichimaru-jin looked at the countless devices in front of him with a smile and said, "Captain Aizen, are we about to create the true Hugyaku?" Aizen-suk said calmly, "Not quite there yet. After all, I only picked up a fragment of Urahara-kisuk's Hugyaku," said. He then added various substances to various equipment. In a glass bottle, blue beads gradually flickered, emitting mysterious fluctuations. As various things continued to merge, Aizen-suk's face gradually darkened, and he watched helplessly as the blue beads shattered. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, "Captain Aizen, these are the 18 broken Hugyaku, right?" Aizen-suk said nothing and continued with the next experiment. However, his heart was filled with murderous intent. He is absolutely determined to kill Yaun. If it weren't for this damn human kid, how could his progress in creating collapse be so slow? Another failed experiment. Aizen-suk didn't continue the experiment for the time being. Instead, he turned around and looked at Tosen Kaname. "Yes, did you find what I asked you to find?" Tosen Kaname nodded respectfully, holding up a soul-slaying sword with both hands and said respectfully, "Lord Aizen, the things are here." Aizen-suk looked at the ancient soul-slaying sword, a smile on his face. Kuchiki Hibiki's soul-slaying sword Muramasa. "Hello, Mr. Muramasa, I'm Aizen-suk. It's our first meeting, and I'm grateful for your guidance." Chapter 96. Ichimaru-jin still had a smiling expression. But when he looked at the soul-slaying sword in Tosen Kaname's hand, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He also knew the owner of this soul-slaying sword. His name was Kuchiki Hibiki, the son-in-law of the Kuchiki family, and he had served as the third-in-command of the Godei 13th Division 6. In terms of background relationships, Byakuya Kuchiki also calls the other person uncle. But 300 years ago, Kuchiki Xionghe was sealed by Captain Yamamoto and the head of the Ningxu family, Kuchiki Yinling, for the serious crime of rebelling against the Soul Society. To this day, no one knows where he is sealed. Furthermore, according to intelligence, even if the opponent was not sealed, his strength was only at the level of an ordinary captain. What's there to worry about with a guy like this? Not to mention that this is just a soul-slaying sword. While thinking, Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, "Captain Aizen, this is just a soul-slaying sword. Do you think it can speak back?" Aizen-suk said calmly, "Jin, don't underestimate this soul-slaying sword. Back in the Soul Society, it was quite formidable. It almost brought irreparable destruction to the Soul Society." Ichimaru-jin frowned slightly, somewhat hating himself for not investigating it properly. But it's not his fault. After all, Kuchiki Xionghe is a member of the Kuchiki family. In order to cover up the shame, the family took the initiative to bury all the information about Ningxu Xionghe. There is no information about Kuchiki Hibiki in the entire Soul Society. There was only a record of it in the Great Spirit Book Corridor, but he had only been there twice with Aizen-suk. Seeing that the soul-slaying sword did not respond, Aizen-suk was not surprised and said with a smile, "Mr. Muramasa, don't you want to chat with me?" As he spoke, he knocked on the table and said calmly, "What if I say I can help you rescue your master, Kuchiki Hibiki?" After hearing this, Ichimaru-jin, Tosen Kaname, and Sail Aporo all changed their expressions. It wasn't because of what Aizen-suk said. Instead, they sensed a strange ryotsu. The three of them suddenly turned their heads and looked not far away. There, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was a very evil man, tall and thin, with pale skin, fluffy dark brown hair, and two bangs across his nose. Wearing a long, white, robe-like coat. The collar of the robe is covered with thick fur and decorated with a purple scarf fastened with a ruby brooch. He wore a wide belt with a purple stripe around his waist, pointed boots, and purple handcuffs on his wrists. The first impression given is sinister and gloomy. But what made Ichimaru-jin and the others uneasy was that they were completely unaware of the other party's arrival. It was as if the other party appeared here out of thin air. Under the gazes of several people, the evil man in front of them looked at Aizen and said lightly, "Aizen, you said you could help me rescue my master, but from what I understand, you don't seem to know where my master is either." Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin's pupils trembled. "This thing is a soul-severing sword." He looked at the demon sword Muramasa in disbelief. Although Shinigami often say that they should regard the soul Zanto as a companion, that is just a kind of respect. No one thinks that the soul Zanto can actively fight the enemy. The man in front of him was undoubtedly the soul Zandeo in front of Aizen. He not only has materialization. It even looks lethal. What kind of soul-slaying sword is this? Aizen wasn't surprised by the man's appearance. He smiled and said, "You're right. I don't know where your master is sealed. After all, your master is a disgrace to the Kuchiki family. They would rather your master be completely sealed until his death. Then why did you invite me here?" The demon sword Muramasa's eyes turned cold. "Do you want me to kill you, a traitor to the Shirayuki? What did you say?" Tosen Kaname glared at the soul-slaying sword and drew his Suzumashi without hesitation. "Pay attention to your identity. You are just a soul-severing sword without an owner. What qualifications do you have to disrespect Master Aizen?" Ichimaru-jin also smiled and raised his Zanhunto. "How rare! A materialized soul-severing sword." Both of them were ready to attack. The former was ready to teach this soul-slaying sword a lesson, while the latter wanted to test this soul-slaying sword. To this, Muramasa just glanced at them indifferently. Next second, the moment the two men swung their swords, their faces changed drastically. Swish! Swish! A flash of blood appeared. A bloody mark appeared on Tosen Kaname's shoulder. Ichimaru-jin had a cut on his arm. Blood oozed out like water, staining half of their bodies red. But the two of them didn't care about these things at all. They lowered their heads and looked at their soul-severing swords in disbelief. Suzumashi shins. There was blood flowing on the blade. What just injured them was not the demon sword Muramasa, but their own soul-slaying swords. Muramasa said calmly, "Ichimaru-jin, your soul-slaying sword shins is quite dissatisfied with you. He craves blood and slaughter. He no longer wants to be suppressed and wants to swing the sword with a terrifying blow." Then, he looked at Tosen Kaname again and said calmly, "Your soul-severing sword is filled with sorrow for you. It has used all its strength to assist you, but now you want to abandon it." Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname were shocked. The power of the soul-severing sword in front of him could actually make their soul-severing swords betray him. You can even hear the voices of their soul-slaying swords. Aizen smiled and explained, "Jin, Kaname, you two may not know that Mr. Muramasa is very powerful. He was even hailed as the strongest soul-slaying sword in the Shirayuki. There was once a Shinigami who fought Kuchiki Hibiki, but before the battle even began, he was severely injured by his own Zanhunt. This is also the reason why, even though Kuchiki Zyonghe is not yet the captain, he needs the captain-in-chief and the village Jutsu Yinling to seal him together." After hearing this, Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname no longer dared to underestimate this soul-slaying sword without an owner. Can make the soul-slaying sword betray its master. What a terrifying ability this is. Think about it during a battle. Shinigami's most trusted soul-slaying sword suddenly slashed back. The consequences are absolutely catastrophic. At this point, Aizen suddenly became curious and asked, "Mr. Muramasa, I wonder what the voice of my soul-slaying sword is that you heard?" Mentioning this question, Yayadao Muramasa frowned slightly and said, "Your soul Zandeo, Kaika Suijutsu, he asked me to tell you that he wants to materialize and help you achieve your goal. He wants to go to Soul Society to buy time for you to complete Hagyaku. Aizen laughed dumbly, drew his soul-slaying sword, and said with interest. Is this really what you think? Kaika Suijutsu trembled slightly, as if expressing his loyalty to Aizen. Aizen shook his head. Mr. Muramasa, that's not what he really thought. He must have deceived you in some way. The demon sword Muramasa disagreed and said calmly, Aizen, I am not interested in your soul severing. You said you wanted to save my master, so what is your method? Aizen smiled and casually took out a damaged Hagyaku. This is a broken Hagyaku. It can grant you the power of a hollow, and it can also greatly enhance your abilities, completely turning the Shinigami's soul Zanto against you. And with your abilities, you can definitely find the location where Kuchiki Hibiki is sealed by using the Shinigami's soul Zanto to rebel. That's why I came to you for cooperation. Muramasa looked at Hagyaku with disgust and said, Aizen, do you think I would accept such disgusting power? After all, he is still Shinigami's soul-slaying sword. I hate the power of emptiness from the bottom of my heart. This is blasphemy to him. Aizen was unconcerned and said calmly, Mr. Muramasa, how long do you think Kuchiki Hibiki will live? The demon sword Muramasa frowned deeply. Aizen, what do you want to say? Aizen rode. The stronger the Shinigami's spiritual power, the longer their lifespan. As far as I know, Kuchiki Hibiki's Ryutsu isn't very strong, about the same level as Kashiwamura Seijin. His lifespan is only about the same as that of Myobeguo. He was already 200 years old before he was sealed, and now he's been sealed for over 300 years. His lifespan is only about 100 years. If you delay for a few more decades, even if you rescue Kuchiki Hibiki, he will soon die from exhaustion. After hearing this, Meili Kanzhung finally understood what Aizen meant. His expression became gloomy. I was confused for a long time. Finally making up his mind, he looked at Aizen deeply and took the broken Hagyaku. You're a terrible guy. The Aizen in front of him seemed to have the ability to bewitch people even more than him. This man had already figured him out from the moment he set his eyes on him, knowing that he would never give up his master, Kuchiki Xianghe. And in order to rescue Kuchiki Hibiki, he can pay any price. Aizen smiled and said, then let's work together happily. You help me stop those Shinigami, and I will help you rescue Murasaka Hibiki. The demon sword Muramasa snorted coldly, so all you paid was a discarded experimental product. No. Aizen shook his head, raised his soul-slaying sword Kaika Suijutsu, and said. Besides that, I will materialize my soul-severing sword and give it to you. Hasn't he always longed for freedom? I will satisfy his wish. The demon sword Muramasa was shocked, knowing that this was a great gift. Soul Zandeo is part of the Shinigami. The materialized Soul Zanto not only possesses the abilities of the Soul Zanto, but also possesses the terrifying Ryutsu of its owner. And once Kaika Suijutsu materializes, that is the second Aizen. If he could control Kaika Suijutsu, he would be able to fight even against Aizen. Just as Yayadao Muramasa was thinking, Aizen looked at Ichimaru Jin and Tosen again. Jin, yes, I'm not asking you two to go to Soul Society, but is it okay for you to materialize your Soul Zanto and go with Mr. Muramasa? Ichimaru Jin's heart sank, and he smiled and said, Captain Aizen, I'd better forget it. After all, I'm not planning to give up my soul-slaying sword yet. Said. He looked at the demon sword Muramasa solemnly. This soul-slaying sword made him feel deeply uneasy. After all, once his soul-slaying sword materializes, not only will he have his Shikai abilities, but he will also have his never-before-revealed Bankai. It's like a second him. And that was his trump card to kill Aizen. And Ichimaru Jin's counter. To different. Tosen Kaname was silent for a few seconds, then nodded without hesitation. Yes, Mr. Muramasa, I will give you my soul's and sword in its physical form. I hope you can help Master Aizen complete his plan. The demon sword Muramasa nodded slightly, and his figure gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared. A few seconds later, Ichimaru-jin looked solemnly at the two figures that appeared out of nowhere. One is exactly like Aizen-suke. The other one was dressed in black, with a black cloth covering his glasses. He held the soul's and sword Suzumushi in his hand, and looked at Tosen Kaname with hatred on his face. He said coldly, "Tosen Kaname, is the power of the hollow so attractive to you? Even willing to betray me?" 000. Tosen Kaname remained silent about this. In the present world, it is better in the early morning. In Yaun's big villa. On the soft white bed, Inu Orihime, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly blushed, groaned, and felt her body numb. "Open your beautiful eyes. The first thing you see is a strong body." "Back." Inu Orihime covered her face shyly and whispered. "It's still daytime, I haven't gotten up to wash up yet, Yaun stepped forward and said with a smile, "It's all Inu-san's fault. She's so cute, how could I resist her?" As he said that, he stroked Inu Orihime's little face and kissed it. Inu Orihime closed her eyes shyly. An hour later, Yaun put on her clothes comfortably, looked at the dazed Orihime lying on the bed and said with a smile, "Orihime, it's time to get up and eat." Inu Orihime agreed drowsily, but he was so tired that he fell into a deep sleep again. Yaun couldn't help laughing, and Tianan walked out of the room by himself. Unohana saw that he was finally willing to go out and said with a smile, "Yaun-kun, it's not good to do something like this so early in the morning, right?" Yaun was speechless. "Sister Hwa, do you have the right to say such things? Yesterday, the two of them competed in kendo for an hour. The rest of the time was spent satisfying Unohana. Even though the other person's body was as soft as water and was bullied to a pulp by him, she still refused to let go of the pair of jade hands that were wrapped around his body." Unohana-retsu's face flushed slightly as she said, "Okay, Yaun-kun, stop talking about this. Let's go eat first." Even though she has lived for more than 1,000 years. "But I'm still a little shy about this kind of thing." Yaun nodded slightly. The two walked out of the villa together and entered Kurosaki Hospital across the street. Before entering the door, Yaun heard Kurosaki Ishin's rough laughter. "Ha ha ha, Yaun, welcome, welcome. Yuzu made a lot of delicious food today." Yaun looked at Kurosaki Ishin with a strange expression. "Uncle, you didn't come to attack me today. It's totally unlike your character." Kurosaki Ishin laughed dryly. "Yaun, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm an adult, how could I do something as stupid as that?" Yaun was speechless. "When you say this, can you wipe the sweat off your forehead?" The corner of Kurosaki Ishin's mouth twitched. "I couldn't help but glance at Unohana. The greatest villain ever seen is right before our eyes. How dare he keep calm? Absolutely, absolutely cannot provoke the other party, otherwise my small body will not be strong enough to chop." Thinking about it, he laughed at Unohana and said, "Yaun, I'm so happy. You've been staying at my house for several years, and this is the first time I've seen your mother come here." Yaun. Unohana. Chapter 97. "Mom, Mom." Yaun stared at Kurosaki Ishin in amazement. Although Unohana didn't say anything, a few well-shaped expressions appeared on her gentle face, and she looked at Kurosaki Ishin with unfriendly eyes. She had lived for more than 1,000 years, but this was the first time someone considered her to be someone else's mother. And she was also mistaken for her lover's mother. Kurosaki Ishin sensed something was wrong and quickly tried to save the situation. "Maybe I misunderstood, or maybe it was my stepmother or something." He felt that he was not wrong. He had been the captain of the Shirayuki for hundreds of years, and he had never seen Unohana and Jun so close. Aren't these a mother and son? But Yaun's spiritual power is naturally strong, so it would be unreasonable for him not to have a powerful mother. Yaun forced a smile and looked at Unohana and asked, "Mom, are you my gentle stepmother?" Unohana's cheeks instantly turned red, and she felt ashamed, but at the same time, she felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart. Is this the forbidden pleasure? Oops, I'm going to become a pervert. After hearing Yaun's words, Kurosaki Ishin finally felt relieved and laughed, "Yaun, your stepmother is so young." Boom! Kurosaki Ishin was chopped off and flew away. His figure seemed to have turned into a cannonball. With a loud bang, the door was smashed and Kurosaki Hospital was smashed through. Unohana retracted her blade, suppressed her shyness and various emotions, and said with a turned-up face, "Yaun-jun, don't talk nonsense, or I'll get angry. Then, you'll end up like Captain Kurosaki." Yaun blinked and said in a pitiful manner, 2, 4, 3. "Mom, are you going to hit me? I tried so hard to serve you last night, and you hugged me happily." Yaun. Unohana was so angry that he swung his soul-slaying sword and slashed at Yaun. Yaun couldn't help but burst into laughter and ran towards Kurosaki Hospital, jokingly saying as he ran, "Sister Hwa, this is the first time I've seen you lose your composure like this. You're so cute, embarrassed and annoyed, just like a little girl." "Yaun, stop right there." Unohana blushed as she chased after Yaun. Kurosaki Ichigo yawned as he walked out of the bedroom. Seeing the two people chasing each other madly in the living room, he said speechlessly, "Yaun, Captain Unohana, if you two want to fight, please pick a place." He was really worried that these two people would blow up the house. Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Xiali were dumbfounded and muttered dully. Yaun's family tradition is, so tough. That is to say, sixth brother's mother is indeed very young. A moment later, Kurosaki Ishin came over in a panic. Seeing the two people calm down, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put his index finger to his mouth. "Hush! Hush!" Yaun sat at the dining table, looking at Kurosaki Ishin with a strange expression. "Ichigo, what's up with Uncle Kurosaki again?" Kurosaki Ichigo didn't even turn around, eating his sandwich in big mouthfuls while saying, "Who knows? You know my dad. He gets crazy every now and then. Sometimes I can't stand him." A few tick characters appeared on Kurosaki Ishin's forehead, but he could only suppress them. He clasped his hands together and whispered pleadingly, "Captain Unohana, please give me some face." He has no intention of revealing his identity yet. Unohana blushed slightly and snorted, then glared at Yaun fiercely. Yaun held it with his right hand and looked at Unohana with interest. "So cute. The gentle older sister looks both shy and angry." Thinking about this, Yaun picked up a shrimp and put it in Unohana bowl, smiling and saying, "Mom, you worked so hard last night, and I can't repay you in any way. I'm giving you this shrimp. It's just the right thing to replenish your body." Back. Unohana was so angry that he drew out his soul-slaying sword and chased Yaun around the living room, making Kurosaki Ishin sweat profusely. "You can fight all you want. Please don't destroy my house." After dinner, Yaun and Kurosaki Ichigo went to school after a long absence. In the corridor of Karakura First Senior High School, Kigo Asano happily greeted the two. "Yo, Yaun, Ichigo, I heard you were both sick and went to other places for treatment. Are you recovered now?" Kurosaki Ichigo coughed awkwardly twice and made up an excuse to get away with it. But besides him, many classmates greeted the two of them and asked about their recent situation, which made Yaun and Kurosaki Ichigo sweat profusely. What can they say? They said they went to the underworld. He also beat up the captain there. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and Yaun were a little envious of Sato Yasutora. Because he was taciturn, his classmates would often ask him a bunch of questions, but he would only be able to utter 2 words in answer after a long time. After finally sending the enthusiastic classmates away, Yaun hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Arisawa Tatsuki came over with a red face, and without saying a word, pulled Yaun to the rooftop, and in the end they even had to run. Arriving on the rooftop, Yaun asked in confusion, "Long Gui, what are you doing? I don't have time to practice taekwondo with you right now." "Taekwondo you?" Arisawa Tatsuki punched Yaun viciously, grabbed his clothes and said. "You bad boy, tell me, where have you and Orihime been these past few days? Why haven't you heard from me at all? Did something happen to you?" Yaun quickly raised his hands and said, "I surrender, you misunderstood. Inu and I were absent from school because we were sick." "Real?" Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Yaun doubtfully. "Real?" Yaun nodded seriously. "Really, you big-headed ghost?" Arisawa Tatsuki gritted her teeth and punched him again, saying viciously, "Do you think I haven't been to your house these past few days? There's no one else in your house except those maids." Yaun's eyes lit up as he silently complained about Arisawa Tatsuki. "Long Gui, you're a healthy high school student after all. Why don't you just find a boyfriend and always hang out at my house?" "When?" Arisawa Tatsuki looked at Yaun with hatred, then gritted his teeth and said. "Tell me, why are you here at school, but Orihime hasn't come yet?" Yaun coughed twice and said, "Inu isn't well yet. For safety reasons, I'm letting her rest at home." 191,919. Arisawa Tatsuki snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said, "That's right. Last night and this morning, you were so rough. How could Orihime possibly get out of bed?" Yaun was dumbfounded and said dryly. You're peeping at me." "Peeping at you?" Arisawa Tatsuki was so angry that she kicked Yaun's calf hard and then fell to the ground in pain. It hurts, Yaun, UBD, did you put a steel pipe in your pants?" There was a hint of crying in her voice. "The kick she just gave. I felt like my toes were going to be broken off. I just used a little spiritual power to protect my body." Yaun swallowed, quickly helped Arisawa Tatsuki up, and quietly treated her with kide. Arisawa Tatsuki's eyes were filled with tears, and she said aggrievedly, "I heard that you were back, so I went to your house this morning, but I didn't see you. Instead, I saw Orihime lying on the bed." At this point, even though her toes still hurt a little, Arisawa Tatsuki's face turned red. "UBD, you really did attack Orihime, and you went too far. Orihime's body is covered with all kinds of marks left by you." Yaun felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "So you're going to stand up for Orihime?" Arisawa Tatsuki snorted, "I wanted to teach you a lesson, but Orihime stopped me and said she was very happy now." Yaun was a little confused. "Then why did you call me here?" Arisawa Tatsuki felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, lowered his head and whispered. "Actually, I mainly want to ask if you have all awakened any superpowers or special abilities." Yaun looked at her with sympathy. "How could you come up with such an idea? Don't look at me like that." Arisawa Tatsuki was so angry that he said with some disappointment. "Ever since you left, I've noticed I can vaguely see some strange things, like spirits, wandering around Karakura Town. And more." Arisawa Tatsuki bit her lower lip and said, "When I went to see Orihime today, she seemed to have used some superpowers. I could see a few little people with slaps on their bodies to heal the scars on her body." Yaun. "It seems to be in the original book. Arisawa Tatsuki can vaguely see spirits and hollows. It must have been a seed for awakening Fullbring, but it never awakened in the end." Looking at Arisawa Tatsuki's eager eyes, Yaun scratched his head and said helplessly. "Okay, then I'll tell you, and don't be surprised when you hear it. Arisawa Tatsuki nodded his head vigorously. I think it's a superpower. She had seen it all in the movies. After a while, Arisawa Tatsuki walked towards the classroom in a daze, muttering. Soul, Shinigami, Hollow, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, Siraitai, Shinigami Captain, Soul Slaying Sword, Spiritual Power. Point 2. Yaun grumbled, I told you not to ask any more questions, but now your simple worldview has been shaken. Arisawa Tatsuki almost cried. He didn't expect the result to be so shocking. Not only superpowers, but even Shinigami are created. He even knew that there were many dangers hidden around him, such as those small fry who ate human souls and made people degenerate and despair. She has been practicing karate since she was a child. It seems to have no effect on that kind of monster. Time flies. The school bell rang at Karakura First High School. Ichigo, this way, this way. Yaun called Kurosaki Ichigo and asked him to go with him to the masked army's base. Ishida Uriu Sato Yazutora also followed. Soon. The dilapidated warehouse is just around the corner. Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly, Yaun, why are you looking for those guys again? I feel that those guys are not good people. The last time he saw the members of the Masked Legion. It feels like every one of them is a weirdo. Yaun said righteously, I don't allow you to say that about Hirako Shinji and the others. Although they are good at playing supporting roles and can be called the 7 freaks of Jiangnan in this world. But at least the nature is good. Ishida Uriu couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by making soy sauce and the 7 freaks of Jiangnan? Sato Yazutora said calmly, it doesn't sound like a good word. Does it mean they like to be a bystander and have strange personalities? Kurosaki Ichigo curled his lips. He had spent the most time with Yaun, so he could understand the new terms that Yaun occasionally came up with. The general meaning of Daijianju is that it has nothing to do with me, and Jiangnan Kigwa means that they have nothing to do with anything except a good heart. Kurosaki Ichigo explained it in detail to his companions. But he suddenly found that his companions did not respond, so he looked at them in confusion. They saw 8 members of the masked corps, plus Unohana, standing in front of the barrier at the warehouse door to greet them. Except for Unohana. The other 8 members all looked at him with dark faces. Hirako Shinji couldn't stand it anymore, turned around and looked at Yaun with a bad look. Are we just here to watch the show? Maguruma Kensei gritted his teeth and said, are we the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, who are good-natured and good for nothing? Saragaki Hiri said unhappily, you're saying that only our nature is good. They also planned to give Yaun a good welcome. After all, they also knew about Yaun's great achievements in Soul Society. Unexpectedly, I was hit hard head-on. Yaun didn't expect them to come to greet him, and coughed awkwardly. Didn't I also say that you are good by nature? That's enough. After all, the most precious thing in the world is a kind heart. The members of the Masked 2.4 Legion were about to vomit blood. Good job. He never changes his bad habits. Hirako Shinji rushed over with a dark face and a knife in hand. Yaun-jun, I heard that you've been doing all sorts of evil things in Soul Society, and your strength has greatly increased. You've even fought against the captain. Come on, let me test you. Yaun ran quickly, saying, Hirako Shinji, I tell you, don't frame good people. I am very popular in Soul Society. Didn't you see that Captain Unohana was? Did I kidnap you? Maguruma Kensei was the most straightforward and blurted out. Nonsense, it's obvious that you seduced Captain Unohana and made her eat young grass. Boom. Former captain of Squad 9. He was hit and sent flying like a bowling ball. Unohana retracted the blade and said with a smile, everyone, please don't talk nonsense, otherwise it will be bad if you get hurt. Several captains and vice-captains present were sweating profusely. He nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Even though there are so many people here, if they really anger Unohana, they will probably be chopped to pieces one by one on the spot. The other side. With a bang, the golden stick in Yaun's hand collided with Hirako Shinji's soul-slaying sword. In an instant, Hirako Shinji's expression changed. His hands were shaking so much that he could barely hold the soul-slaying sword. "Ri." Yaun raised the golden staff, shook it and said, "I only used 50% of my strength." Chapter 98. You know. Hirako Shinji's eyes were solemn, he gripped the soul Jandeo tightly, and burst out with a stronger Ryutsu, shouting, "Fall down and play!" In an instant, the ancient soul-slaying sword changed shape. The handle is rectangular with square patterns, 4 rectangular hollows around the knife, and 5 small circular holes on the blade. It looks like an oversized key. It gives people an extremely torn and frustrated feeling. And at the moment when the soul-slaying sword Shikai, Yaun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smelled a very unique fragrance. Immediately following, the whole world was spinning. Up and down, left and right, front and back, everything you see in your life are reversed in your vision, as if the world has turned upside down in an instant. Hirako Shinji was originally standing on the ground. In his eyes, he had actually turned into an upside-down position, with his feet strangely placed in the air. The others were also in the same strange state. It was as if the world had turned upside down. Everything in the world changes. Hirako Shinji waved the Soulzan sword in his hand and said with a smile, "How about it, Yaun? The power of my Soulzan sword is terrifying, isn't it?" Yaun tilted his head, staring at Hirako Shinji who was hanging upside down in front of him and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Hirako Shinji seemed to have just woken up from a dream, knocked his head, and said with a smile, "Look at my memory, I forgot that you are now in an upside-down world, and even the sounds you hear are upside down." What he said sounded normal to him. But when it reached Yaun's ears, it became a strange state of being read from back to front. Even Yaun didn't understand why Hirako Shinji's voice reached his ears upside down before she could even finish her words. But he couldn't care less about that. He covered his chest with an ugly expression. "Hirako Shinji, UBD, quickly remove the effect of the soul-slaying sword for me, this feels too disgusting." The scenery in front of me was madly reversed. It seems to be spinning up and down, left and right. It's like being in a spinning box. Coupled with the inverted voice, he almost had the urge to vomit. Hirako Shinji said with a smile, "Mr. Yaun, now you know how powerful I am. I am not the 7 freaks of Jiangnan that you mentioned. UBD, I'm going to vomit." Yaun's face turned pale, and a few well-shaped characters appeared on his forehead. He suddenly thrust the Ruyi Jingbang into the ground and shouted, "Big! Big! Big! Big!" The golden stick becomes longer in the wind. In just a few seconds, it turned into a giant pillar of heaven covering an area the size of 3 football fields, as if it had pierced the sky. Yaun held the end of the golden staff in his hands, roared, and was about to lift it up. "Hirako Shinji, stand still right there. If I don't smash you into a meat pie today, Laozi won't sleep with Sister Hua." Looking at the long golden pillar that pierced through the sky and earth, Hirako Shinji was sweating profusely. "No, this is too big. If a stick like this were to fall down, it would probably smash through the entire Karakura Town. If it goes around in a circle, half of Karakura Town was razed to the ground." Calm down, Yaun." Hirako Shinji gasped, rushed over and hugged Yaun. "Not really, it's not that serious. We were just sparring. If you swing that stick, the captain will fight us to the death. FKU." Yaun kicked Hirako Shinji away, his eyes spinning, he stomped his feet in a daze, and rushed up to the sky and cursed. "UBD, you still haven't removed the soul-severing sword's effects. A soul-severing sword fell from the sky like a golden divine punishment. Several members of the masked legion were scared to death. Without saying a word, he rushed into the sky, drew out his soul-slaying sword and met the golden stick. Boom! Followed by a loud bang. A wave of shockwaves erupted in the air. It was like an 8-force gale, instantly stirring up a sandstorm all around, lifting a layer of dust from the ground, and the whole world was covered in grey. The windows of the surrounding buildings exploded with crackling sounds. Some gravel was even blown around by the strong wind. The passers-by in the distance were stunned. The weather forecast didn't say there would be a typhoon today. As Yaun's stick fell, the 8 members of the masked army were blasted into the field like dumplings. Meguruma Kensei ate a mouthful of dirt and cursed. Hirako Shinji, quickly remove the effect of your soul-slaying sword. I think this kid is going crazy from motion sickness. Hirako Shinji crawled out of a soil pit, covered in dust. It's over, it's over. I really didn't expect this kid to get carsick. Also, his soul-severing sword is too outrageous. When speaking, it felt like 100,000 alpaca horses were galloping through Hirako Shinji's heart. This is also a physical soul-severing sword? When his Zanhundeo is stroked backwards, after Shikai, the blade will emit a fragrance. After the enemy smells it, up and down, left and right, front and back, the direction they see and the direction they are attacked are all reversed in their vision. This is an extremely terrifying ability, extremely practical in combat, and it can be said that it is a natural counter to the physical type soul-slaying sword. After all, up and down, left and right, front and back. Even the directions of damage received are all opposite. Almost no one can remember these and convert them mentally. Once you are infected, you will be at a complete disadvantage. But Yaun is different. His soul-slaying sword can be magnified thousands or tens of thousands of times, just like Optimus Prime. Any shot he makes is like a map cannon. Even if he confused Yaun's senses, he couldn't escape from Yaun's attack range. Yaun shook his head, but still felt dizzy, so he shrunk the soul-slaying sword dozens of times and smashed it hard again. Hirako Shinji, I'm going to beat you to death today. What he hates most is motion sickness. But Hirako Shinji's soul Zandeo's power is dozens of times more nauseating than motion sickness. It made him feel like vomiting. Boom! 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 As dozens of sticks came down, Hirako Shinji was practically planted in the soil. After a long while, when Yaun calmed down, Hirako Shinji finally crawled out of the dirt and complained. Yaun, although there are some things I am not good at, this is also the first time I get carsick after seeing a Shinigami. Yaun said with a dark face, this is the first time I've seen someone being planted in the soil. Several people walked into the warehouse barrier. After Yaun told them his purpose, the members of the masked army felt like the sky had fallen. Hirako Shinji brushed the dirt off himself and said in disbelief, you planted the Hugyaku in your body and then awakened the part of you that belongs to the hollow. Yaun nodded with a dark face. He hasn't recovered from his dizziness yet. The 8 members of the masked army looked at each other, but no one dared to respond to the conversation. A long while passed. Love Akawa said dryly, Yaun, we need to think carefully about helping you control Hollow. Said. They gathered together to study it. Yadomaru Lisa, I feel like, to help Yaun complete Hollow, we'll at least lose some limbs. Hachigen, indeed, we still had to fight him when he was controlling Hollow. I couldn't withstand a single blow from his stick. Kuna Mashiro, that's scary. I heard it was just his Shikai just now. I don't want to die yet. Love Akawa, no, that stick he just hit me with almost broke my arm. If I want to help him control the hollow in his body, I guess I have to use Bankai at least. Hirako Shinji, I'm the most dangerous one, okay? If we really fight, Do you think I should use the reverse stroke? Saragaki Hiri, bald guy, if you dare to use the power of the soul-slaying sword, I think Yaun will beat you into a rice cake. Torabashi RJR, it's not that hard. I feel like Yun can beat Hirako Shinji into a pulp. Maguruma Kensei, we have to be careful. With the fighting power this kid has shown, he might be able to kill us. After a rigorous discussion, Hirako Shinji walked towards Yaun and said with a smile, Yaun, regarding helping you control Hollow, we decided to test the waters with Kurosaki Ichigo first. How about you watching from the side? Yaun's eyes flashed with death. You bastards, is there anyone who doesn't want to fight me? The 8 members of the Masked Legion suddenly started coughing. Saragaki Hiri blurted out, of course, if we fight you, I think we will both lose arms and legs. The others nodded quickly. Yaun suddenly felt a little embarrassed, you can't blame me for this. After all, I don't know what happened when I was in Joe's state. The members of the masked army were speechless. That's why they don't want to fight you. In that state, being beaten to death by you would be in vain. Final. Yaun protested to no avail. The masked corps members decided to help Kurosaki Ichigo first, and let Yaun find Jinjian at the same time. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became excited and asked impatiently, Hirako Shinji, what should I do? Do I need to do any experiments? Hirako Shinji scratched his head and said, it's not that troublesome. The words fell. Saragaki Hiri suddenly rushed out, raised the soul-slaying sword, covered with powerful spiritual power, and slashed it down fiercely. Kurosaki Ichigo was startled and quickly raised Zangetsu to meet Saragaki Hiri. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Taking 2 steps back in embarrassment, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Saragaki Hiri angrily. Wait, what are you doing? Saragaki Hiri stopped, holding the soul-slaying sword, and said unhappily, nonsense, of course we are helping you control the hollow in your body. If we don't get that hollow out, how can we know what's going on inside you? Hirako Shinji said helplessly, why else do you think we are unwilling to help Yaun? Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly realized, then looked at Saruaki Hyose with some hesitation. However, can a Shinigami like her, who looks like a child, really knock out the hollow in me? First of all, I'm very strong. Saragaki Hiri had a well-shaped figure on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, placed his left hand on the blade, and shouted with a powerful ryutsu. Do you think you are that monster Yaun? Cut him off and kill the snake. A serrated broadsword appeared instantly, held in Saragaki Hiri's hand, and slashed wildly towards Kurosaki Ichigo. The sound of metal colliding came one after another. Between the 2 confrontations, sparks were constantly being chopped off. Maguruma Kensei watched for half a minute and laughed, he's completely suppressed by Hiri. As expected, Kurosaki Ichigo is easier to deal with. Yaun curled her lips, you won't be able to do that later. I thought so. Hirako Shinji said helplessly, Yaun, don't think we are too weak. I almost took down Aizen back then, too, okay. He didn't know what Yaun was thinking. His group consisted of the captain and the vice-captain, which was almost comparable to Jing Chongting who had no chief captain. Why does Yaun always look down on them? They also said they were the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. Yaun gave Hirako Shinji 020 a strange look. You almost took down Aizen? How much fake liquor did you have to drink to have such a dream? When he watched anime in his previous life, he was indeed shocked by Hirako Shinji and his companions, and felt that this was an organization that could rival Aizen. Result: he was defeated by Aizen within a few episodes of his debut. It can be said to be the most awesome style. Received the worst beating. Several well-shaped characters appeared on Hirako Shinji's forehead. But before he could speak, Yaun coughed twice, pretending to be him, and said calmly, Suk, How long do you want to keep peeping in there? When these words were spoken, all the masked corps members, except Hirako Shinji, widened their eyes. Is Aizen located near here? Hirako Shinji, however, had a dumbfounded expression. Under everyone's gaze, Yaun pretended to be Aizen again and asked curiously. When was it discovered? Yaun quickly adjusted his demeanor, imitating Hirako Shinji's expression, and said calmly. It started when you were still in your mother's womb. Ah! Yaun! Hirako Shinji was about to go crazy, and threw himself on Yaun, saying in shame and anger. How did you know that, UBD? It was just me and Aizen in that place at the time. How did you know? Now think about how pretentious I was back then. It made him want to jump into the river and commit suicide. Seeing Hirako Shinji lose his composure like this, the members of the masked corps couldn't help but become curious. Even Saragaki Hiri, who was fighting with Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't help but stop and said to Hirako Shinji curiously. Hirako, what's going on? Hirako Shinji lay back and said with a look of despair. That was over 100 years ago. I caught Aizen spying on me at night, so I gave him a little warning. When speaking, Hirako Shinji felt his face turn red. He clearly doubted Aizen at that time, but he still had great confidence. The result is a hollow body. He was almost thrown into hell. Meguruma Kensei was surprised. You suspected Aizen from the beginning, but because you were so confident, you ignored that cunning BD. Hirako Shinji nodded hopelessly. Yaun jokingly said, What did I say? Don't be too confident, or you'll be killed by Aizen and you won't even know it. Chapter 99. Aizen Suka. Hirako Shinji looked at the sky with despair. Yaun blinked and added, You knew everything about Aizen when he was in his mother's womb. I'm sure you also know about his schemes, right? Puff. Hirako Shinji almost vomited blood, looked at Yaun in grief and anger and said. All right, kid, you're killing and mending me at the same time. I was just bragging back then. How come it still comes back to me after 100 years? He originally thought that he could easily control Aizen. The result was the opposite. Aizen easily took him in hand. At this moment, Hirako Shinji felt something was wrong. He looked at his companions with a cold sweat on his forehead, and said dryly while backing away. Everyone, what are you doing? We are all companions, don't, Saragaki Hiri kicked him viciously, cursing as he did so, Damn Baldy, if you've already seen that something's wrong with Aizen, why didn't you take him in the first place? Yadomaru Lisa while kicking Hirako Shinji, pushed up her glasses and said calmly. Since you even knew about Aizen in the womb, how come you didn't see his conspiracy? Meguruma Kensei also kept punching, and said viciously, if you had told me that Aizen was in trouble, I would have beaten him half to death. Love Aikawa kicked a few times with a dark face and said. Hirako, I really doubt your IQ now. Hirako Shinji, besieged by her close friends, angrily said, Can you blame me for this? It's because that guy hid so well. I was on guard day and night, but I didn't even notice when he made a move. Besides, it wasn't just me who suspected him at the beginning. Kyōraku Shunsui and Shirayuki also sensed that something was wrong with Aizen. But we had no evidence at the time, so we couldn't take action. That gave Aizen the opportunity, A few minutes later, Hirako Shinji squatted beside Yaun with a bruised face and nose. Yaun couldn't help but laugh and said, So, do you still dare to be crazy this time? He felt that Hirako Shinji and others were too comfortable. This group of people did not have a particularly serious sense of crisis, whether during the Soul Society period or when they hid in the real world after defecting. There's even a bit of arrogance. This gave them an illusion that as long as they worked hard, they could defeat Aizen and the others in a matter of minutes. Little did they know that this was completely a fantasy. Aizen has already taken into account almost every factor, just waiting for them to foolishly fall into his trap. But it's not their fault. After all, in the 900 years before Aizen, nothing major had happened in the Shirayuki. I dare not be so arrogant anymore. Hirako Shinji agreed, sighed deeply, and said, now that I think about it, when I discovered Aizen peeping, maybe he deliberately left a flaw just to paralyze me. If he hadn't thought he could control Aizen, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. If he dares to underestimate the other party again, what awaits him will not be a slap in the face, but complete death. Yaun nodded with satisfaction. I feel that if Hirako Shinji and others really come to their senses, they may not be killed instantly with one blow. Maybe it can hold out for 2 or 3 hits. While the two were talking, Kurosaki Ichigo on the other side had been forced into a desperate situation, with several wounds on his body bleeding. Little girl, do you really want to kill me? Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth as he wielded the Zangetsu. Saragaki Hiri said coldly, release the hollow in your body. If you can't do it, I will really kill you. While speaking, Saragaki Hiri flicked his right hand across his face. A white and red hollow mask appears. This made her attacks even more ferocious, and each blow could knock Kurosaki Ichigo back several steps. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help himself several times and wanted to use Bankai, but in the end he held back. After all, he was here to control the hollow in his body. After several consecutive confrontations, Saragaki Hiri slashed out again. While full of murderous intent, on the white and red mask of hollow, red zero quickly condensed. This moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils dilated as he truly felt the approach of death. All the negative emotions in his heart burst out almost instantly. Yaun narrowed his eyes and said, "Get ready to save people." Hirako Shinji said listlessly, "I'm watching and I won't let Kurosaki Ichigo die." Yaun glanced at him and said lightly, "I'm talking about Saragaki Hiri." Just as Hirako Shinji was stunned, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes instantly turned golden, and a sun-red hollow mask appeared out of thin air. An extremely sharp and fanatical sound came out of his mouth. Ugh! Kurosaki Ichigo, who was gradually becoming hollow, clenched Zangetsu in his right hand, laughed unscrupulously and swung a knife. Clang! A shrill sound was heard. Saragaki Hiri's face changed instantly. The zero she released was chopped to pieces by a sword, and the sword was already close to her neck. No, it's too late. Watching the silver-white blade coming at him, her pupils were dilated almost to ultimate. At the critical moment, several figures flashed over, and with a loud bang, the 7 members of the masked corps pinned Kurosaki Ichigo to the ground. The blades of 7 soul-severing swords were pointed at him. Hirako Shinji gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, sweat dripping down his forehead. What's with the hollow in this kid? Is it at the Ajicha's level? Just a moment ago, he almost didn't react. Maguruma Kensei looked solemnly at the hollow Ichigo who was roaring and screaming madly below him. This guy is hard to deal with. The hollows in the 8 of them were merely lower-level Minos Grande, or Killian level. Even so, it took him many life-threatening experiences, countless experiments, and bloody battles before he was able to barely control the power of emptiness in his body. The hollow in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is stronger than the hollow in their bodies just by looking at it. Let him recover first. Love Akawa exhaled, raised the blade, and tried to use the handle to break the white and red mask on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. At this time, Yaun thought for a moment and said, etc. The members of the masked army were stunned for a moment and turned to look at Yaun behind them. Yaun squatted down and knocked hollow Ichigo's head a few times, then stood up with satisfaction and said, "Hirako Shinji, fight him for a while longer." Hirako Shinji was a little confused. Why are we still fighting? Hasn't the hollow in this guy already come out? Fighting him is useless. That's not necessarily true. A gleam of light flashed in Yaun's eyes. Different from the hollow in Hirako Shinji and the others. The Kyohaku in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is very powerful and has two forms. The first stage is the current situation. The second stage is Niutio Yusu, who has reached the level of Vastod. In terms of combat power, he may be stronger than Hirako Shinji. If Kurosaki Ichigo could control the Gyuto Hollow, the combat power will definitely soar as a result. Maybe he could kill Ulquiorra instantly. Although Hirako Shinji and the others were a little confused, they continued to fight according to 16's request. Kurosaki Ichigo, in his hollow state, was furious. He held the white bandage of Zangetsu in his hand and almost swung Zangetsu into a silver-white spinning knife. Too weak, please be more serious, ha 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 ha. Kurosaki Ichigo in his hollow state laughed sharply, and slashed at Hirako Shinji with his sword. Yaun only looked at it for a moment before looking away. He smiled and rubbed Saragaki Hiri's hair, saying, "Are you scared?" Although Kurosaki Ichigo's mask looks very handsome. But I have to say, if you see it for the first time, coupled with the terrifying aura in the hollow state, it will really scare people half to death. Especially the moment just now. If the members of the Masked Legion had not taken action in time, Saragaki Hiri will definitely be killed by Kyohaku with one strike. Hearing this, Saragaki Hiri wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, turned his head away, and said, "I wasn't scared at all. It was the sudden change in that little brat that scared me a little." Yaun laughed dumbly and nodded, yes, I'm not afraid. Hiri is the strongest. She is a sensible and gentle girl." Saragaki Hiri blushed a little at the praise. The fighting on the battlefield continued. Even though Kurosaki Ichigo entered the hollow state, he was still suppressed by Hirako Shinji. Just when Hirako Shinji was feeling bored, suddenly he raised his eyebrows, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo with some surprise. Because he found that Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow Ryutsu was still growing, and a white mask kept gathering on his face. 5 minutes later. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. Compared to his previous hollow state, Kurosaki Ichigo's appearance has undergone a drastic change. The original white and red mask had turned into white and black at some point, appearing even more oppressive and terrifying, as if emitting the breath of death. On top of its head, a circle of white matter converged into 2 pale demonic horns. His whole body turned pale white. There is a black hole on the chest, connected by 4 black lines. The first impression is one of despair and bloodshed. Like a demon from the demon world. Completely lost their humanity. The 8 members of the Masked Legion gasped and looked at Minos Grande in shock. That's right. It's Minos Grande. Completely lost the human state. Hirako Shinji. Kurosaki Ichigo's current form is no longer Jillian or Ajicha's, but clearly the highest level hollow. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Yaun. "You knew that already?" Yaun nodded and said with a smile, "Captain Hirako, I'm counting on you guys from now on. Please help me complete the hollow in one shot." Completed a ghost. Hirako Shinji was about to curse. That is Vasto Lord, the highest level Minos Grande, a rare existence even in Hueco Mundo. Any one of them has the combat power to crush ordinary captains. But before Hirako Shinji could curse, he saw Ichigo, the bullhead hollow, take a step and appear behind Hirako Shinji like a ghost. Holding the Zangetsu in Shikai state in his hand, he roared and slashed down. "Fall down, and stroke back!" Hirako Shinji roared, instantly freeing his soul Zanking sword and swinging it towards Zangetsu. Boom! Followed by a deafening roar. Hirako Shinji's figure was chopped off and flew 800 meters away. It hit the wall of the warehouse. The barrier on the wall was blasted with countless cracks. The other members of the masked corps also felt their scalps tingling and quickly rushed towards Ichigo, the bull-headed hollow. To this, Ichigo, the bullhead hollow, suddenly stretched out his right hand. The thumb, index finger, and middle finger were put together, emitting a dazzling red light. Meguruma Kensei was halfway through his words. I saw a dazzling scarlet light, occupying my entire field of vision like blood. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the warehouse. Several members of the masked legion were blown to pieces. Roar! Kurosaki Ichigo, in the bullhead hollow state, roared, took a step, and appeared in front of Meguruma Kensei as if he had traveled through space. The zangetsu in his hand slashed down like a crescent moon. Meguruma Kensei ignored the injuries on his body and roared while enduring the pain. Reduced to ashes. Broken wind. The ancient soul-slaying sword changed its shape and turned into a short dagger. Wisps of green wind were wrapped around it. He swung the dagger violently, with strong winds raging on it, doubling its power, trying to block Ichigo's sword. Accompanied by a flash of blood. Meguruma Kensei was shocked to find that there was a bloody scar on his chest. Bright red blood spurted out from it. Good, how could it be possible? He looked at the Gyuto hollow Ichigo in disbelief. After all, he was a captain, and he had already released the soul-slaying sword, but he couldn't even block the monster's sword. As the body shook twice, Meguruma Kensei's figure fell forward heavily. However, Ichigo, the bullhead hollow, did not stop at all. He stepped on Meguruma Kensei's body, lowered his head, and between his two pale white horns, a violent riot-soul-like blood burst out. In just 1 second, the red zero condensed into a red sun. Hirako Shinji's scalp was exploding. Yaun, hurry up, stop this guy, otherwise Meguruma Kensei will be killed by him. Do you need to remind me of this kind of thing? Of course I know. Yaun muttered to himself and pointed the end of the Ruyi Jingbang at Ichigo. Long. 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 The golden staff, like Ichimaru Jinshin's, instantly extended hundreds of times, and like a golden glow, it fell heavily on Akuto Shuppai's body. It was pushed hundreds of meters away. At the same time, Love Akawa looked at the bull-headed hollow and was almost scared to death. He cursed and released the soul-slaying sword. Yaun, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Break it, Tengumaru. As he finished speaking, his soul-slaying sword also changed shape, from a simple blade to a giant mace covered with spikes. Love Akawa roared and hit the bull-headed hollow Ichigo skin with his Tengumaru mace. And at the same time, Zero exploded above Ichigo's head. A devastating roar sounded. Chapter 100. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, what was left behind was a mess. Yaun walked up to Love Akawa, poked his face with the Ruyi Jingbang, and asked curiously. Luowu, are you still alive? Love Akawa's mouth twitched, and he sat up from the ground and said, Thank you for caring about me so much. I'm still alive. As he spoke, he glanced at his charred body and said with a literal black face. But it's only half-life left. When the red sun exploded above Ichigo's head, he seemed to see Tana, no, he seemed to see the sun. An unimaginable shock wave hit. The terrifying red zero was completely different from the zero he had seen before. With one strike, it seemed to be able to destroy the world. The Tengumaru that he was so proud of was almost blown to death. Yaun couldn't help but say, You chopped Susanoo hard in front and swung Zero with a hammer in the back. If nothing else, at least your courage is worthy of recognition. Love Akawa said with a dark face, Don't think I can't hear you are teasing me. At the same time, the space inside the barrier was in a mess. Kurosaki Ichigo, who transformed into the bull-headed hollow, was like a mad dog. He beat whoever he caught and made several members of the masked corps cry out in pain. Aizen looked at the broken wall and was so distressed that he almost cried. It took me half a month to create this barrier. Hirako Shinji's mouth twitched, and he completely ignored the barrier. He picked up the soul-slaying sword and rushed forward, shouting, "Everyone, come together and control Kurosaki Ichigo!" The members of the masked army rushed forward without saying a word, using their soul-slaying swords, Zero and Kid for free. Moment. Inside the warehouse barrier of another space, it became a place more lively than a battlefield. Sharp sword blades flashed, powerful Kid was used, and Red Zero was shot out. The dazzling light pollution makes it difficult to open your eyes. The deafening sound makes people feel their ears numb. But Ichigo became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Holding a big knife Zangetsu, he chased after several people and chopped them down, occasionally firing a flash of Wangsu's sword. Ishida Yuryu and Sato Yazutora couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene, and subconsciously ran away. It was the first time they knew how terrifying Kurosaki Ichigo was. One person took on 4 captains, 3 vice-captains, and 1 deputy captain. It is no less than Yaun's feat in Soul Society. Bakud number 62, 100-step railing. Hirako Shinji roared, holding a 393 Bakud that looked like a blue javelin in his hand, and threw it fiercely at the bullhead hollow Ichigo. The blue javelin split in midair and shot down into countless blue javelins. It seemed as if a blue meteor shower was falling from the sky. Graceful and colorful at the same time. The blue javelin burst out with powerful killing force, piercing through Ichigo's body and pinning him to the ground. But Ichigo just roared angrily and crushed the blue spear with one claw. Continue to chase the embarrassed Hirako Shinji. Yaun and Unohana sat together watching the fun and couldn't help but waved. Hirako, aren't you Bankai yet? Ichigo's strength is quite strong, almost comparable to 80% of Unohana level. Even if there are 8 Shinigami on the opposite side, it is still very difficult to take down Ichigo, the bullhead hollow, without Bankai. Hirako Shinji was so angry when he heard this that his nose was crooked. He said, "What are you doing standing there watching the fun? Come over and help us." The people on their side have their heads almost beaten into dog heads. Yaun, that BD, is actually still enjoying Unohana lap pillow. Yaun was surprised, "You can't even beat Ichigo, how are you going to help him control the hollow in his body next? And control the shit?" Hirako Shinji has a murderous urge. What he wanted to do most now was to drive away Yaun and Kurosaki Ichigo, the 2 plague gods. MD. The void in 2 people's bodies. Each one is more terrifying than the other. Not to mention Yaun, you can tell with your toes that he has entered a hollow state, and he will definitely kill gods and Buddhas who stand in his way. I thought Kurosaki Ichigo could handle it better. Good job. I opened a blind box of Vasto Lord's quality. Like a mad dog. Almost beat the shit out of them. Yaun stood up helplessly and complained, "I really overestimated you. You can't even defeat Ichigo, what can you use to fight Aizen?" Hearing this, how could the members of the Masked Legion tolerate this? Meguro Makensei waved his hand, stood up despite the pain, and said in a deep voice, "Yaun, you are right. We can't even deal with this little guy, so how can we seek revenge on Aizen? You don't need to take action next." Boom! His figure was kicked away by the bullhead hollow Ichigo. With a loud bang, the barrier was completely smashed through. His body almost turned into a meteor and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Hirako Shinji had no choice but to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He waved his hand in grief and anger and said, "Everyone, we are working harder." Yaun blinked and silently lay back on Unohana soft and fragrant legs. Looking at the plumpness that blocked her view, she said sweetly, "Mom, I want to eat Sakura Peach." Bang! A soul-slaying sword was stuffed into Yaun's mouth. 2 hours later. In the ruins, Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes dazedly and looked around confusedly. Where is this? Is this still Daxia? The ground was covered with ruins and pits, filled with dust, and with numerous dark cracks. I felt like I had arrived on the surface of the moon. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo spotted Hirako Shinji and the others and ran over to ask curiously. Hirako Shinji, Maguruma-kensei, Miss Hiri. Why are you all sleeping here, and you are injured? Could it be that? Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became alert, holding Zangetsu tightly with both hands, and looked around, saying solemnly. Are Aizen and the others here? Several well-shaped characters appeared on Hirako Shinji's forehead. The members of the masked army also raised their heads and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with unfriendly eyes. Followed by a burst of crackling sounds. Kurosaki Ichigo, with a big bump on his head, knelt on the ground like a little girl and said pitifully. You mean to say that I just turned into a Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, and in that state, I beat up all of you? Hirako Shinji, who was completely black, said with a dark face. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. You almost wiped us out. The other members of the masked corps nodded with dark faces. When they didn't use Bankai, Kurosaki Ichigo in his hollow state practically chased them and killed them. That's for them. Crying for her parents. Until the end, they worked together to suppress Kurosaki Ichigo, allowing heiress Hoda Taigen to send Bakud, the 19th. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected the hollow in his body to be so terrifying. By the way, where's Yaun? He suddenly thought of his good brother. Over there, I'm almost choking to death. Hirako Shinji looked into the distance with a frown on his face. Unohana knelt on the ground, gently poured various foods into Yaun's mouth, and said with a smile. Yaun-jun, is it delicious? If not, there's more. Yaun struggled desperately. What are these two guys doing? Kurosaki Ichigo also had a frown on his face, but he soon stopped caring about Yaun and looked at Hirako Shinji expectantly. Hirako, does that mean I can control the power of hollows just like you? The corner of Hirako Shinji's mouth twitched. The corners of the mouths of several members of the Masked Legion also twitched. They want to say. The training to control hollow hasn't started yet. Just now they just wanted to see the hollow inside Kurosaki Ichigo. Then he was beaten half to death. At this time, Yaun finally escaped from her stepmother's love, and came to Hirako Shinji with a bulging belly, mumbling. Hirako, when you help Ichigo finish the hollow, don't forget me. You also have to help me control the hollow power in my body. Hirako Shinji pushed the two out with a dark face. Get lost. Helping you two plague gods control hollow is more deadly than fighting Aizen. At the same time, Jingling Court, inside the great spiritual book corridor. With the sound of crackling, a crack was torn in the space, dark and deep, as if leading to hell. A foot stepped out from inside. It is the demon sword Muramasa, the embodiment of the soul-slaying sword. Behind him is Kaika Suijutsu, who looks like Aizen. Suzumashi, who is the same as the killer in black. Kaika Suijutsu pushed his glasses up and said gently, Mr. Muramasa, what are you going to do next? Whose soul-slaying sword will you release first? The demon sword Muramasa gave him a cold look, then walked towards the first team and said calmly. Captain, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. No matter what purpose he wants to achieve. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, is a huge mountain that stands in his way. If he doesn't get rid of this old man, even if he rescues his master Kuchiki Rukia, he might be killed by the other party with a single blow. So, this old thing must be disposed of. Captain General. Kaika Suijutsu repeated with a smile, then looked towards the direction of the 5th Division and said kindly. In that case, I won't go with you. I'll just go back to the 5th squad to see if my lovely vice-captain is still on the team. As he spoke, he looked at the manifestation of Suzumashi. Yes, do you want to go with me? Suzumashi gave him a cold look and said, You are not that BD Aizen, don't call me that, it's disgusting. As he spoke, he followed the demon sword Muramasa and said calmly. I am Soul Zandao, an independent being separated from the Shinigami. From now on, I will only live as Soul Zandao and will not let anyone betray me again. A gleam of light flashed in Kaika Suijutsu's eyes, and he immediately walked towards the 5th division. Mr. Muramasa, what are you going to do? Inside the 1st division, Suzumashi gazed at the knight indifferently. Zan's soul sword is the most important companion of the Shinigami, and in his embodiment he possesses all of Tosen Kaname's memories. Therefore, he knew clearly what kind of terrifying existence was hidden in the seemingly insignificant team before him. The figure of the demon sword Muramasa gradually disappeared, and he said lightly. I will enter the world of Rijinjaka's mind. It won't be long before we have a new partner. Our soul-slaying swords dominate the entire soul society. 1st Division. In the quaint bedroom, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was lying on the bed resting. But then a surge of spiritual power surged in. Before you know it, the temperature in the room gradually rose, 50 degrees, 100 degrees, 200 degrees, 300 degrees, 600 degrees. Just a few tens of seconds. The temperature has soared to an unbearable level. Many wooden furnitures spontaneously combusted. The scorching flames filled the room. But Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was completely unaware of this. Beside the bed where he rested, the wooden cane-like Rijinjaka began to vibrate, removing its wooden disguise one axis at a time. It even unsheathed itself, revealing a silver-white blade. When the temperature reaches 900 degrees, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashed, and he grabbed the trembling Rijinjaka. Rijinjaka, what's wrong? But his expression changed drastically in just a moment. Because his old friend Rijinjaka, who had been with him for 1,000 years, actually expressed his resistance to him. It even actively affected his spiritual perception. The flames on the blade spread to the hilt. It actually burned his hand. Ryujin jacket. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni growled, grabbed Rijinjaka's arm and violently used his force. But even so, he was unable to completely control Rijinjaka, instead causing it to vibrate even more violently and the flames to burn even more vigorously. Even the blade itself burst out with ryutsu. Seeing this incredible scene, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was shocked. I immediately thought of hundreds of years ago. Kuchiki Hibiki, who was sealed by him. Kuchiki echoes. He narrowed his eyes, ignoring the burn on his arm from the Rijinjaka, and carefully felt the ryutsu around him. But there weren't any extra ryutsu around. Kuchiki Hibiki, that's not right. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni thought of something and immediately looked down at Rijinjaka and said in a deep voice. You are Muramasa. Hundreds of years ago, when he teamed up with Kuchiki Silver Bell to seal Kuchiki Xianghe, he thought it would be a tough battle, but he encountered a development he had never imagined. Because the other party clearly read out Muramasa's name. However, the soul-severing sword that even he found difficult to use never showed its power from beginning to end. So he and Kuchiki Jinling easily defeated Kuchiki Xianghe and completely sealed him in a secret corner. Even though everything went well. But the absence of the demon sword Muramasa still made him feel a little gloomy. Where is that strange soul-slaying sword? As far as he knows, that soul-slaying sword has a physical form. Now, Rijinjaka's strange resistance is exactly the same as the soul-zanking sword that was affected by the demon sword Muramasa hundreds of years ago. Next second, the temperature in Rijinjaka reached 3000 degrees. Even though Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni ryutsu was powerful, the right hand holding the handle of Rijinjaka still emitted a slight smell of burning. And at this time, the faint voice of the demon sword Muramasa was heard from the room. Captain Yamamoto, let me ask first. Where exactly did you seal my master away? Why can't I find him even after searching all over Soul Society? A cold light flashed in Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's eyes, and he slashed towards the source of the sound with a fierce knife. Boom! The violent flames raged. The flaming blade that covered the sky and the sun pierced through the first team. The scorching flames shot straight into the sky, illuminating almost the entire night sky of Jingling Court, as if arriving in a world that was about to be destroyed by flames. The Jingling courtyard under the cover of night was disturbed. A large number of Shinigami looked in the direction of the first squadron with expressions of disbelief. What's going on? Why did the captain take action again? Damn, that starving ghost is not coming back. I just repaired the wall of the 8th division. Hurry up and inform the captain. Go on alert immediately to prevent enemy invasion. The alarm bells rang loudly in Jingling Court. Countless Shinigami became chaotic in an instant. The captains who were originally asleep didn't even bother to put on their clothes. They picked up their soul-slaying swords and rushed towards the first team. Why is the old man so angry again? Kyōraku Shunsui frowned, feeling something was very wrong. Could it be Aizen and the others calling? At the same time, a member of the first team who swung a stunning sword. The demon sword Muramasa seemed uninjured, and his faint voice echoed in the room. Captain, don't you know my abilities? My name is Yaedao. Do you think you can attack me in the mind world? While speaking, Rijin Jakuraetsu. A fiery figure could be vaguely seen emerging on the blade. Chapter 101 X. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni's expression changed drastically. He is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, so he naturally understands his own sword, Soul Sword. When he saw the flaming shadow on the soul-slaying sword, he recognized it immediately. This was the materialized form of Rijin Jaka. The opponent is breaking free from the restraints of the soul-slaying sword and descending into the Soul Society in a materialized form. Consider the terrifying destructive power of Rijin Jaka Bankai. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni looked serious and grasped the hilt of Rijin Jaka without hesitation. The terrifying Ryutsu that suppressed the entire space erupted and acted upon Rijin Jaka, attempting to forcibly suppress the materialization of Rijin Jaka. Just at this moment, the ethereal voice of the demon sword Muramasa sounded again. How foolish, Captain Yamamoto! That's your own soul-slaying sword. How could you possibly stop him from running to freedom? Just like what the demon sword Muramasa said. Even Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's terrifying Ryutsu has almost covered the entire first team. The surrounding houses were torn apart by the violent Ryutsu, sweeping in all directions like a storm, and even the floor tiles were pressed down half a meter. A large number of Shinigami were crushed by Ryutsu, their faces pale, lying on the ground, pinching their necks in pain. Want to breathe? But it can't absorb any air at all. But even such a terrifying Ryutsu was completely unable to stop the materialization of Rijin Jaka. A vague shadow of fire even appeared beside the blade, about the size of an ordinary person, and its facial features gradually became solid. Its Ryutsu level is also becoming more and more amazing. He is showing signs of catching up with Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni felt even more heavy-hearted. He knew that the demon sword Muramasa was not lying. Before the soul-severing sword was fully materialized, his flames could not cause any damage to it. After all, this is his own soul-slaying sword. Seeing that this did not work, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni took a decisive step and disappeared from the first team in an instant with extremely superb shunpo. A few seconds later, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni appeared in a remote cave, pointed his right hand at the cave, and applied a large number of powerful Bakud seals. He then pointed his right hand at himself, sealing himself along with the soul-slaying sword. And as this series of actions is completed, Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni slowly closed his eyes. The Rijin Jaka, which had been constantly materializing, also fell into silence after Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni's self-sealing. After a while, the figure of the demon sword Muramasa appeared at the entrance of the cave, looking at the cave with a gloomy expression. As expected of you, you're the captain. He sealed himself and the soul-slaying sword together, so now even he could not affect the Raijin Wakaku. Unless you break the self-seal set by the other party. B. The demon sword Muramasa reached out and touched the entrance of the cave, and suddenly there was a flash of lightning, and terrifying thunder raged. He quickly withdrew his hand. But the ends of the fingers had been charred black by the electricity. After taking a deep look at the cave in front of him, Yayadao Muramasa turned his head and his figure gradually disappeared. The other side. In the first team, the 6 captains, Byakuya Kokaki, Sui Feng, Kashimura Seijin, Kyōraku Shunsui, Shirayuki, and Hitsugaya Dongshilang, arrived quickly. In addition to them, many vice-captains and powerful Shinigami also came. Rukia Kukakichjur Sasakai Babarai Renji Madarame Ikekuwa Yasukawa Yumichika Hisajai Shua Akira Izuru. Everyone looked at the miserable plight of the first squadron seriously. All I could see was fire. There was also a huge crack running through the first team, with flames boiling inside, as if it was the infernal fire burning from hell. Especially the location in the center. It was almost torn to pieces by the terrifying Ryutsu. But apart from this, the scene was exceptionally quiet. It seemed as if this was just an accidental natural disaster. Shirayuki looked at Kyōraku Shunsui, frowned, and asked, "Kyōraku, Captain Sui Feng, you guys came the fastest, have you seen the captain-in-chief?" Kyōraku Shunsui scratched his head helplessly. It was like this when I first came here, and I didn't see any old materials at all. Sui Feng said solemnly, "Not only did I not see the captain, I didn't even see the enemy." The Shinigami present all frowned. This was the first time they encountered such a strange thing. It clearly looked like they had experienced a great battle, but there was no trace of the enemy at all. All that was left were traces of the captain's attacks alone. That's not all. Even the captain himself disappeared. Kyōraku Shunsui appeared in a flash, bringing with him a pale-faced First Division member. What just happened here? The first team member was bewildered. I don't know either. Suddenly, I saw the overwhelming flames and the violent Ryutsu. Sui Feng said coldly, "Besides that, did you feel the enemy's Ryutsu?" The team member shook his head. "I only felt the captain's Ryutsu. It was so heavy that it almost made me breathless." Many captains frowned even more tightly. Hitsugaya couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that Aizen and the others are back again?" Byakuya Kokaki said calmly, "Even if Aizen comes back, it's impossible for the captain to disappear without a trace." The captains present had no objection. The captain is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Even if he couldn't kill Aizen because of Kaika Suijutsu, he would never be defeated by him. Not to mention being defeated so quickly. Kyōraku Shunsui held down his bamboo hat and said solemnly, "Everyone, it seems we have encountered a formidable enemy." Shirayuki nodded, coughed twice, and said, "The most urgent thing is to find the captain first. With his strength, it's absolutely impossible for him to disappear without a trace." Kashiwamura Seijin said solemnly, "We still need to find the enemy's location. I don't believe he can just disappear out of thin air." Several captains discussed it together. It didn't take long to decide what to do next. At this moment, Kashiwamura Seijin looked at everyone present and frowned. "Where's Captain Zaraki? With such a loud commotion here, there's no way he couldn't hear it, right?" In his opinion, given Zaraki Kenpachi's personality, he would definitely be the most positive when encountering such a thing. But today the other party has not arrived yet. Was it his hand that did it? Or is he an accomplice? Just as Kashiwamura Seijin was lost in thought, Madarame Ikeku coughed and said helplessly, "Captain Kashiwamura, my captain runs faster than me, but with Vice Captain Yachiryu showing the way, I guess he still hasn't found the way yet." Several captains present fell silent. They spread out their spiritual veins. Sure enough, in a dead end, he found Zaraki Kenpachi, who was furious and smashing the dead end with 10 swords. Kuzujishi Yachiru, who was on his shoulder, was happily giving directions to Zaraki Kenpachi. Xiaojian, go this way, go this way. We will definitely reach the first division from here. Yachiru's memory will never be wrong. Zaraki Kenpachi said with a dark face, you just said that, but you have already led me into 8 dead ends. Kuzujishi Yachiru pouted and said, this can't be blamed on Yachiru, it's all Xiao Yunyun's fault. He ate so many walls and streets that Jingling almost had to be rebuilt. Following Kuzujishi Yachiru's instructions, Zaraki Kenpachi continued running. Then, I've reached another dead end. Many captains speechlessly withdrew their spiritual veins. Kyōraku Shunsui sighed helplessly and said, Ikeku, go and bring your captain over, otherwise I'm worried that the Shirayuki will have to be rebuilt. Madarame Ikeku nodded awkwardly. Just as he was about to leave. Suddenly, graceful sakura flowers fell from the sky, floating freely down, as if the season for appreciating sakura flowers and tasting wine has arrived. Beautiful and touching. It makes people feel intoxicated from the heart. Madarame Ikeku was about to say something when he saw sakura flowers brush past him. In an instant, a flash of blood appeared. Abu! Abu! Mom! Hundreds of sakura flowers flashed, as sharp as blades, leaving hundreds of scars on his body in just a moment. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It dyed Madarame Ikeku's clothes red, and also the ground beneath his feet. Madarame Ikeku's eyes widened as he stared at the sakura flower in front of him in disbelief. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Byakuya Kuchiki. 5. BLK. There was a loud thud. Madarame Ikeku's body fell heavily to the ground. The faces of the captains present suddenly changed, and they quickly looked at Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain Kuchiki, what are you doing? Yes, Senbonzakura. Why did you attack Madarame Ikeku? What happened? Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils contracted, and he suddenly grasped the hilt of the soul-slaying sword. Senbonzakura. The hundreds of sakura flowers just now are undoubtedly his Senbonzakura. But the problem is, he didn't release the soul-slaying sword at all. It is even more impossible for him to attack Madarame Ikeku for no reason. Before many Shinigami could come to their senses, they heard a faint female voice. First dance, Moon White. At the feet of Hitsugaya, a pure white circle appeared out of thin air, and a biting white cold air burst out from it, rushing straight into the sky. Crack! Almost in an instant, pure white ice formed like a sky-high ice. Hitsugaya was thus frozen in the icicle. Kyōraku Shunsui took a step back, drew his soul-slaying sword, and said solemnly, Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia Kuchiki, what do your families want to do? Rukia Kuchiki looked at the sky-high icicle in shock. After hearing what Kyōraku Shunsui said, she finally reacted and frantically explained. No, it's not me. I never released the soul-slaying sword, and it's impossible for me to attack Captain Hitsugaya. Even so, Rukia Kuchiki looked at the sky-high white icicle and could almost confirm that it was her own soul-slaying sword. Please give me flowers. This is the ability displayed by the first dance Uebi. But the problem is that she didn't make any move at all. Before Rukia Kuchiki finished explaining, another cold voice came. Bankai Huang Yanling Palace. In an instant, above the night sky above the first squadron, dazzling golden thunder appeared, hanging down like a noble canopy. The whole sky was illuminated with golden splendor. The golden lightning almost covered the sky. Gorgeous and graceful. A powerful ryotsu belonging to the captain level spread out. Shirayuki coughed violently twice, looked at the thunder in the sky, and said breathlessly. This is Chur-sei Sakib's Bankai. He quickly turned to look at Chur-Sasakibe, Vice Captain Sasakibe, what are you doing? Want to use Bankai suddenly? Shinigami who have learned Bankai will be asked to become captains. But Jur Sasuke was an exception. He idolized the captain and had followed him hundreds of years ago. Even after learning Bankai, he still served as the vice-captain. Now, Bankai has appeared. Facing Shirayuki's gaze, Jur Sasuke looked at the sky in astonishment. What's going on? He did not use Bankai. But the lightning in the sky was clearly his Bankai. But he had no time to explain. With a loud thunder, golden canopy-like lightning rained down, madly attacking the many Shinigami present. The Shinigami present suddenly felt their scalps tingling. He dodged the bombardment of golden thunder in a panic. Kyōraku Shunsui retreated into the distance, holding down his bamboo hat, his eyes solemn, but his tone seemed helpless as he spoke. 0. Oh my, this is really troublesome. As the captain's favorite disciple, he is certainly not as simple as he seems. After the continuous attacks of the three soul-slaying swords, Senbonzakura, Sode no Shirayuki, and Yanlingwan, he had roughly figured out where the problem lay. An unknown enemy hidden in the darkness can use the soul-chopping swords of other Shinigami. Although the reason is still unknown. But just by looking at the performance of the three soul-severing swords, it can be seen that this is definitely a troublesome matter. Just as Kyōraku Shunsui was thinking, a baby-like voice suddenly came from behind him, singing in unison. All flowing waves, transform into my shield. All lightning, transform into my blade. Kyōraku Shunsui's pupils dilated and he looked back without hesitation. He saw two dark blue, ragdoll-sized figures coming towards him. They happily stretched out their hands to him and said, "Absorb. Bounce." The dark blue doll that uttered the word rebound emitted a dazzling golden light from its palm. Kyōraku Shunsui drew his soul-slaying sword without hesitation and shattered the oncoming golden lightning with one blow. Then he looked at the little baby solemnly and said, "Who are you, and why are you using Jushiro's Tsugayo no Kotori?" It. The sound of flesh being pierced through was heard. Interrupted Kyōraku Shunsui. He slowly lowered his head and glanced at his chest. Shockingly, he saw two soul-slaying swords, one long and one short, piercing through his chest. Bright red liquid slid down the wound. The two different soul-slaying swords were dyed red. Kyōraku Shunsui's pupils dilated to the extreme, and he looked at the two swords of different lengths in disbelief. This is... He may not remember the blades of others. But he was still clear about his own soul-slaying sword. That's what it looks like. One long and one short. It is the only dual sword soul-slashing sword in Soul Society. At this time, two female voices came from behind Kyōraku Shunsui, saying, "The flower wind is in disorder, and the flower god is crying. The winds of heaven are in disorder, and the heavens are laughing." There were two more sounds of flesh being pierced through. The two soul-slaying swords, one long and one short, were pulled back. Kyōraku Shunsui ignored the pain in his chest, gritted his teeth and turned his head to look, only to see two women with the most amazing figures. One of them is a tall woman wearing an eye patch. He has long violet hair, a red ribbon tied around his neck, a black eye patch covering his right eye, and holds a shorter blade. The other is a girl with purple hair covering her eyes. It has turquoise eyes, chin-length violet hair, a skull adorning its head, and holds a long blade. The two women stood together like sisters, blades in hand, looking at Kyōraku Shunsui. And when I saw these two women, Kyōraku Shunsui already understood what was going on and couldn't help but smiled bitterly while clutching his chest. "Kaiden Kaikotsu." The lady wearing the eye mask smiled and said, "No, I'm Huatian." The girl with purple hair covering her eyes said calmly, "I am Kuanggu." Chapter 102. Kyōraku Shunsui looked at the two women in front of him and sighed helplessly. Although it was the first time they met, he had already recognized the identities of the two women through a vague sense. It is his soul-slaying sword Kaiden Kaikotsu. Thinking about this, Kyōraku Shunsui turned slightly to look at the two little blue dolls and said, "You are, Zugayo no Kotori." "That's right. That's right. Two little blue dolls are flying happily in the air. It is the embodiment of Shirayuki's soul-slaying sword." Looking at the four people in front of him, Kyōraku Shunsui sighed deeply again, held up his bamboo hat and said, "This is really, something big has happened." Although he had thought that the enemy this time would be troublesome, he never expected it to be so troublesome. It was like a bolt from the blue that struck Jingling Court. The entire Soul Society would probably be thrown into chaos because of this. Just as Kyōraku Shunsui was thinking. The 1st, 13th, and 2nd divisions of the Shirayuki were already in chaos. Roar! Divine punishment! A steady roar sounded, and a black iron arm holding a giant blade appeared out of thin air, swinging the soul-slaying sword downward fiercely. Sui Feng's expression changed, and she retreated into the distance in a flash, anger surging in her beautiful eyes. "Captain Kashiwamura, what are you going to do?" Before Kashiwamura Seijin could give an explanation, a palm-sized, golden soul-severing knife like a queen bee flew towards him. This palm-sized elf was extremely fast and flew behind Sui Feng in an instant. Sui Feng only felt a pain on his neck. He took 2 steps back and was shocked to find that bee-shaped patterns had appeared on his skin. 2, 4, 3, the little elf, like a golden queen bee, flapped its wings and stopped in mid-air, saying with a smile, "As expected of my master, you are so fast. I wanted to stab you twice just now." Sui Feng stared at the elf with her beautiful eyes. After a long while, she said in a cold voice, "Suzumibaki. To the bank." Zabimaru, the Baboon King. A giant white bone python appeared, like an ancient beast, and its bones kept moving, making a crackling sound as its joints collided. The giant bone python's scarlet eyes stared at Byakuya, and above his head there were 2 figures. One is a baboon man wearing fur, and the other is a snake woman wearing white clothes. The 2 of them were entangled by black iron chains. Abarai Renji stared at the giant skeleton python with eyes wide open in disbelief, and said in a lost voice, "My Bankai." Hearing this, the baboon man and snake woman on the head of the giant white bone python looked down at Abarai Renji and said calmly, "Hey, Renji, long time no see. I still vividly remember the last time you forced us to submit." Abarai Renji looked at the giant white bone python and said dryly, "What's going on? Why did you come out and use Bankai on your own initiative? Why are you asking?" The baboon man smiled and said loudly, "Of course our soul-slaying sword is free. From now on, we Soul Zandeo will be independent entities and will no longer be oppressed by you Shinigami." Abarai Renji was stunned. The baboon man and the snake woman turned their gazes to Byakuya, who was experimenting with the soul-severing blade not far away, and said with a frantic look on their faces, "The first one to be dealt with is you, Byakuya." Under the control of the 2, the giant bone python roared, and its body made of bones twisted and turned. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit towards Byakuya. The other side. Rukia, in her constant search, finally saw the being using the first dance of moonlight. She showed a look of astonishment in her eyes and said, "Sode no Shirayuki." The icy beauty before her was none other than the Sode no Shirayuki, the embodiment of the soul-severing sword she had seen during the Bankai ritual. The other person stood on the pure white ice, his expression as cold and indifferent as ice and snow. In his hand he held a pure white soul-slaying sword. "Why? I haven't used the God Transmigration ritual, why did you come out of Sode no Shirayuki, and even attacked Captain Hitsugaya?" Rukia looked at Sode no Shirayuki in disbelief. Before Rukia could finish her words, she saw Sode no Shirayuki's figure coming like a ray of white clouds. The silver-white blade cut through the night. Clang! Rukia drew his soul-slaying sword, gritted his teeth and blocked Sode no Shirayuki's attack, shouting, "Sode no Shirayuki!" Even though Sode no Shirayuki has materialized, he is still her most important and trusted companion. Why would he attack her, his master? Hearing Rukia Kuchiki's words, the blade in Sode no Shirayuki's hand disappeared, but the coldness on his body became more biting, and he said lightly, "Rukia, until now, I have been the free user of the soul-slaying sword's power." As she spoke, Sode no Shirayuki waved her jade hand. Although it had no blade, it was stronger than a blade. A cold air came like a white cold wave. Rukia Kuchiki wanted to fight back, but half of her body was instantly covered by icy cold. "I had no choice but to retreat far away," Sode no Shirayuki continued calmly. "Because there is no other way." As he spoke, Sode no Shirayuki continued his attack, calmly narrating, "But now, we have our own independent lives and no longer recognize you as my master." After just a few exchanges, Rukia Kuchiki was completely at a disadvantage, with a light frost forming on her black hair and eyelashes. Seeing this, Rukia Kuchiki gritted his teeth, grasped the soul-slaying sword and said, "To the bank." After saying these two words, Rukia Kuchiki was shocked to find that the soul-slaying sword in her hand did not respond at all. Sode no Shirayuki said calmly, "Rukia, just like Yaun said, you are such a stupid woman." She walked forward with pure white steps and said, "The soul xanth in your hand is called Sode no Shirayuki, and I am Sode no Shirayuki. How could you possibly perform Bankai without my help?" The words fell. Sode no Shirayuki said lightly, "To the bank. Baixia punishment." In just a moment, the ultimate low temperature burst out from her icy and graceful body, and the cold air spread to the surroundings. Rukia Kuchiki's beautiful eyes narrowed to ultimate, and she quickly looked to other Shinigami for help. But she looked at this. The whole person almost froze in place. All around, it seemed as if Soul Society had been thrown into chaos, with fighting and roaring everywhere. A large number of Shinigami and Soul Xanto were locked in a fierce battle. The manifestations of soul-slaying swords continued to appear, and the words of liberation were heard one after another. "Open your claws, Jizo. Bloom like a peacock. Stretch it out, Hazukameru. Come on, Hanko. Sit upright in the frost sky, Rinmeru. Cut it off, Wind Dai. Run, Dongyun. Look up, Kazuk. Fight." In the present world, in the basement of Urahara store, Yaun was soaking in the hot spring, rubbing his nose with a strange look on his face, and said, "What's going on? Can I still catch a cold after soaking in a hot spring?" Opposite him, Shihaoran Yoruichi, who was also soaking in the hot spring, said lazily, "I was cursing you in my heart." Yaun couldn't help laughing and said, "Miss Yoruichi, why are you scolding me? Aren't we good friends?" Shihaoran Yoruichi glared at him. "I don't have any friends who would secretly take photos of me. Tell me, what are you and my traitor planning now?" Yaun coughed awkwardly twice. "This is not to ease Sui Feng's longing for you, so I am going to take some photos and give them to her." "Photograph my naked body?" Shihaoran Yoruichi glared at him again. Yaun curled his lips and thought to himself, "You understand the nature of your traitor. What she wanted was not a photo. I wish I could tie you to the bed and ravage you." Thinking of this, Yaun immersed herself in the hot spring, looking at Shihaoran Yoruichi's graceful figure with a flushed face. He felt that if Sui Feng saw this beautiful scene, given his Yandere nature, he would probably bleed from his nose. A moment later, the two walked out of the hot spring. What came into view was a strange space that seemed like a shattered world, with a huge barrier that almost penetrated the sky and the earth. In all four directions, you can even see the four sacred beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. It was the four beasts Samon from the High Sequence Kid. Inside the barrier, Kurosaki Ichigo, who is in a hollow head state, is fighting with Meguro Makensei. But it wasn't so much a fight. It would be more accurate to say that Meguro Makensei was being beaten unilaterally. The swords chopped each other off. It felt like Meguro Makensei was about to be beaten to tears. While fighting with Kurosaki Ichigo, he shouted to the people outside the barrier. "Hirako, Luowu, Captain Kurosaki, isn't it time yet? Come and pick me up quickly." Hirako Shinji, with a bruised face, said angrily, "Only 10 minutes have passed. If you hold on a little longer, it will take at least another half an hour." Kurosaki Ichigo is currently in the mind world, fighting with the Minos Grande within him. And someone from the outside world has to fight him. And they have already set the rules. A vice-captain level combat force must last at least 20 minutes, a captain level combat force must last an hour. Meguro Makensei was about to vomit blood, waving broken wind frantically and saying, "No, this guy is too outrageous. If he keeps fighting, I'll Bankai." He fought Kurosaki Ichigo in Shikai stance, and was almost pinned to the ground by the opponent. There is absolutely no energy left to fight back. Yaun came over and teased, "Then just do it, no one is stopping you, I will have to hold on for 2 hours later." Yaun said, looking at Kurosaki Ishin. "Uncle Yuxin, you'll have to hold on for at least 3 hours once you get up there." The corners of Kurosaki Ishin's mouth twitched. He looked even worse than Hirako Shinji. His face was almost beaten into a pig's head by Kurosaki Ichigo. "Why did I have to hold on for 3 hours? Nonsense, who told you to hide your identity for so long? This is the first time I know you're also the captain." Yaun teased, then looked at Ichigo, saying, "After he's done, it'll be my turn. As agreed beforehand, you don't have to hold back and can use Bankai to ravage me as much as you want." Several people present shuddered. They had an inexplicable feeling. Even if they used Bankai, they would probably still be pinned to the ground by Yaun. Time passes by minute. 2 days passed in a flash. The members of the masked army and the people in Unohana's shop were all bruised and swollen. A look of no love. They stared at the sky with lifeless eyes, even doubting their lives. Unohana Kisuke said dryly, "Why does even a store manager like me have to go on the field? After all, I'm not a combatant." Beside him, Tessai Tsukabishi said weakly, "Manager, even I've already taken the stage, let alone you." He was a big kid who didn't even use the soul-slaying sword, but was pushed into the barrier by Kurosaki Ishin. The fight lasted 2 hours. It almost made him bile burst out. Shihao and Yoruichi lay on Yaun's legs and said angrily, "What you did is nothing. I went to the barrier to fight Kurosaki Ichigo, and that guy almost broke my leg. She is called Flash Goddess Yoruichi, and she wins with her speed. But he was locked in a cage and fought with Kurosaki Ichigo for 2 hours with real swords and guns." Yaun said with a smile, all right, stop complaining. I'll add 5 more hours this time, just so you can take a break." Unohana Kisuke looked at Yaun with tears in his eyes, "Mr. Yaun, you are such a good person." Shihao and Yoruichi also grabbed the corner of Yaun's clothes and said with tears of gratitude, "Master Yaun, I knew I was right about you. You are indeed a man I can rely on." Yaun smiled and ruffled Shihao and Yoruichi's hair. "You're welcome. After all, I need you to stay alert. Otherwise, how can you help me finish Hollow?" Shihao and Yoruichi blinked her beautiful eyes, and suddenly felt her scalp tingling. She immediately wanted to use Shunpo to get away from this dangerous little shame. "I won't do it. Kurosaki Ichigo is so perverted. If I fight with you, I will definitely be beaten to death. Ms. Yoruichi, you can't escape." 1.3 Yaun smiled and hugged Shihao and Yoruichi. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape. Another day passed quickly. Just when many Shinigami were about to go crazy. Inside the barrier, Kurosaki Ichigo clenched Zangetsu tightly and used its handle to hit the white and black substance covering his body. In an instant, there was a sound of breaking. The white and black armor-like substance fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The Shinigami outside the barrier was almost in tears. It's finally over. While they were excited, they did not forget to clench their fists. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Thank you, everyone. Before he could finish his words, Kurosaki Ichigo saw a fist as big as a sandbag coming towards him. Hit him! Hirako Shinji roared in grief and anger. Suddenly, several members of the masked corps and several Shinigami from the Unohana shop all rushed over. Fists and kicks rained down. Even his father, Kurosaki Ishin, couldn't help himself and secretly kicked Kurosaki Ichigo twice before leaving. Kurosaki Ichigo was beaten so badly. After a long while, Kurosaki Ichigo was also beaten into a pig's head, looking at them with gritted teeth. You're a bunch of bullies. The many Shinigami present were finally satisfied. But before they left, they saw Yaun walk into the barrier and said with a squinting look. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Next. Everyone. Chapter 103. I won't do it, I won't do it. If I fight with you, I will definitely be beaten to death. Shihour and Yoruichi swung her feet in despair. But Yaun grabbed her by the waist and she couldn't run away. Hirako Shinji Maguru Makensei love a kawa Unohana Kisuk Tesai Tsukabishi. Depend on. The fatal thing is coming. This is worse than Kurosaki Ichigo. If possible, they want to capture Kurosaki Ishin now. Why can you run away? Love a kawa coughed twice and said, Yaun, Hirako Shinji is a bit stronger than me. Let him stimulate the hollow in you. Hirako Shinji's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at his best friend in disbelief. You're going to let me fight him alone? As for Yaun's soul-slaying sword, Shikai is like Bankai. If he wants to beat him into a hollow state, he will at least lose half his life. Feng Qiulolang coughed and said, Guangzai, your soul-slaying blade is a direct attack type, so it's best if you fight Yaun. Maguru Makensei almost vomited blood and pointed at Kurosaki Ichigo beside him and said. Laozi just finished fighting him. This BD chased Laozi and hacked at him, almost cutting off my leg. And you still want me to fight this monster? Then let Captain Unohana come. Hirako Shinji looked at Unohana Kisuk and said with a smile, the store manager has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, maybe he won't get hurt. Unohana Kisuk wanted to hit him, and said with a dark face, my soul-slaying sword is a support type, do you understand support type? Several captains present. You push me and I push you. At last. He fixed his gaze on Kurosaki Ichigo. Hey, the boy seems good. The physical soul-slaying sword can also control such a powerful hollow posture, maybe it is stronger than all of their captains. Kurosaki Ichigo twitched his lips and said, you bastards, do you think I can fight now? He was indeed in good condition when he regained consciousness. But he couldn't stand being beaten up by a group of people. Hirako and the others were so angry that they should have kept their mouths shut. If they had known earlier, they would not have taken action, or they could have captured Kurosaki Ishin. There is really no other way. They looked at Unohana in fear. Captain Unohana. Unohana said with a smile, if I were to fight Yaun, I might not be able to resist fighting him with all my strength. Forget it then. Hirako Shinji and others turned their heads helplessly. Controlling hollow doesn't require fighting. But to be a sparring partner, or a sandbag. Only in this way can enough time be gained for the Shinigami to defeat the Minos Grande within him. Seeing them staring at each other in bewilderment, Yaun's face gradually covered with a mask, and black and red ryotsu spread out, and he said with a smile. Don't be so nervous. I don't need to be forced into a desperate situation to enter the hollow state. Hear what Yaun said. Look at his changes again. Hirako Shinji and others first breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed solemn expressions. Maguruma Kensei said solemnly, if that's the case, then there's only one question left. Who will be the first to fight Yaun? Hirako Shinji immediately said, you all know my Bankai, there's no way they're going to let me be the first one to go. Torabashi RJR said calmly, my soul-slaying sword is not suitable for fighting. Said. They looked at Maguruma Kensei and Love Aikawa. Maguruma Kensei and Love Aikawa almost cursed out loud. Please stop discriminating against the soul-slaying sword, okay? The physical soul-slaying sword also has human rights. At this time, Yaun seemed to have thought of something and said, my hollow state is different from Kurosaki Ichigo's. You can see what happens then. Hirako Shinji and others became a little surprised. What else is different about hollow? Aren't they all about conquering the emptiness within the body? Suddenly, their pupils dilated as they saw the black-haired boy in front of them completely complete the process of transforming from Shinigami to Minos Grande. Black and red riots raged around him. At the corner of his eye, there was a remnant of a white and red mask half the size of a palm. The air is filled with evil, tyranny and darkness. Although it still looks human, it gives people a completely different feeling, as if it has become the embodiment of darkness and sin. Saragaki Hiri couldn't help but look at Hirako Shinji and said, hey, Hirako Shinji, what's going on? Hasn't this kid already taken control of the mask? She saw only a remnant of emptiness on Yaun's face. Compared to virtual, the appearance is more similar to Shinigami. Have no idea. Hirako Shinji's eyes were solemn as he drew out his soul-slaying sword and said. But I can feel that Yaun's current state is definitely hollow, and his riot soul level is even stronger than Kurosaki Ichigo's Jayatosu. As he spoke, Hirako Shinji stepped forward and said in a deep voice. You guys just watch from the sidelines. I'll play the first match with him. At least I want to test his level first. Before Hirako Shinji could finish his words, Yaun, who was in a hollow state, raised his eyebrows, looked at him with interest and said. You want to fight me? Hirako Shinji gasped and looked at Yaun in surprise. Can you speak? Are you deaf? Hearing Yaun's rebuttal, Hirako Shinji was not angry, but became even more surprised. How can you speak? The members of the Masked Legion were also very surprised. Including Kurosaki Ichigo, they subdued a total of 9 hollows, and almost none of them could speak. Yadomaru Lisa pushed up her glasses and said, it looks like this is a hollow with only rational thoughts. Maybe we don't have to fight him. Hirako Shinji breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Yaun with a smile. Call me Lord Yaun. Tst. Well, what do you want to say? Hirako Shinji's mouth twitched, and his face darkened as he said. I don't think there's any need for us to clash. We can just sit down and have a good chat. After all, fighting is a last resort. I know, and I'm not interested in fighting you. Yaun sat down on a big rock and stretched lazily. Hirako Shinji was even more surprised, but also relieved and smiled. You think I'm a good person, right? To be honest, I think I'm pretty good too. Because you are too weak, not even worthy of my sword. Yaun glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Shikai fights bosses, and Ja clears out the minions. The only thing left for you is being handsome. Hirako Shinji's smile froze on his face. Saragaki Hiri burst into laughter and patted Hirako Shinji's shoulder vigorously. Hirako Shinji, did you hear that? Yaun said you're good looking and nothing else. Ha 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 ha, you really are that handsome. Hirako Shinji turned to look at his companions, and said with a twitch of his mouth. Why do I feel like this BD is Yaun? The Yaun in front of him, his demeanor and expression, were almost identical to the original Yaun. The only difference is a bit more arrogance. Maguruma Kensei laughed heartily and walked over to him and said, Yaun, I'm different from Hirako Shinji. Am I much stronger than him? Yaun said calmly, combat units should just serve as a yardstick and not compare themselves with others. Fight, combat units. Maguruma Kensei was stunned. He never expected to receive such an evaluation. Yaun said calmly, for example, Hirako Shinji is equivalent to 3 cars, Manager Urahara is equivalent to 2 cars, and Miss Yoruichi is equivalent to 2.5 cars. Hirako Shinji, don't stop me. I'm going to beat this BD to death. Maguruma Kensei almost exploded. Holding the soul-slaying sword, he was ready to fight Yaun to the death. How could he, the captain of the Jingling Court, become a so-called combat unit? Hirako Shinji suppressed his smile and stopped Maguruma Kensei. Calm down, Yaun is in a state of depression now, you should understand him a little. Seeing that both of them were commented on by Yaun, Ai Luoho couldn't help but ask curiously. So what do you think of me? Yaun stared at him for 2 seconds and said. A passerby. After saying that, Yaun added another sentence. An ugly passerby. Hey, let's go together and kill the little devil. Love Akawa rolled up his sleeves and fought desperately with Yaun. No matter how unsophisticated Hirako Shinji is, he is still considered handsome. The 6-vehicle hologram can also serve as a combat unit. How come I become just a passerby here? And he's just an ugly passerby. Saragaki Hiri became interested and pointed at Urahara Kisuke next to him. Yaun, what do you think of Baldi? Yaun stared at Urahara Kisuke and said, he is sinister, cunning, has ulterior motives, harbors evil intentions, is two-faced, and does things insincerely. It's... Urahara Kisuke coughed forcefully twice and looked at Yaun speechlessly. Mr. Yaun, I haven't offended you, have I? Yaun said calmly, what I hate most are cunning guys like you and Aizen. But it doesn't matter. They are just some minor tricks and are not worthy of being mentioned in a formal forum. So arrogant, Mr. Yaun. Several tic-tac-toe marks appeared on Urahara Kisuke's forehead. For the first time, he had the urge to hit someone. What about Yoruichi? Saragaki Hiri pointed at Shihao and Yoruichi curiously again. Shihao and Yoruichi suddenly felt something was wrong. But before she could say anything to stop him, she saw Yue looking at her strangely. Yoruichi? Although she's quite pretty, I still have a question in my mind. Shihao and Yoruichi hesitated for a few seconds, but finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. What's the question? Yaun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Shihao and Yoruichi, lowering her head and looking at her curiously. When you become a cat and are in estrus, will you be in estrus towards humans or towards male cats? As soon as these words were spoken, all the Shinigami present were stunned. What a unique train of thought! But it has to be said that this is also what they are curious about. So, they all turned their attention to Shihao and Yoruichi. Shihao and Yoruichi clenched his fist and punched Yaun fiercely, saying through gritted teeth. I'm a Shinigami. Even if I'm a cat, I'm still a Shinigami. How can I have a mating period? Snap! Her punch was caught steadily by Yaun. Under Shihao and Yoruichi's confused expression, Yaun smiled and lowered his head and said. That puts my mind at ease. Ugh! Shihao and Yoruichi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the older boy who was flirting with her in disbelief. Yaun raised his head and licked his lips, and said proudly, it tastes very sweet, Shihao and Yoruichi, you are qualified to be one of my harem, feel honored for it, kneel down and thank me for my gift. Shihao and Yoruichi took several seconds to react, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said. Everyone, let's do it together. Hirako Shinji and the others naturally did not object. Gentle Fist, with a malicious look in his eyes, rubbed his palms, drew out the soul-slaying sword 16 and walked over. Yaun didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at them curiously. Who gave you the courage to attack me? Maguruma Kensei's mouth twitched, and he drew his soul-slaying sword and rushed towards Yaun. I really can't help it. This brat is too arrogant. Give me 10 seconds and I'll teach him a lesson first. While speaking, Meguruma Kensei roared. To the bank. Iron Fist 330, Broken Wind. In an instant, his soul-slaying sword was completely released. The dagger-shaped shikai was transformed into a knife with teeth in each hand. The arms are wrapped in tracks, and the tracks of the two arms are connected behind the back. There is also armor on the back, and a light blue wind is whistling beside the body. With a step forward, Meguruma Kensei rushed towards Yaun at a rapid speed and punched him hard. Yaun took a step back, dodging the blow, and while swinging the Ruyi Jinggu Bang, he looked at Meguruma Kensei and said with a smile. Quangzai, are you trying to compete with me in strength? As he spoke, he swung the Ruyi Jinggu Bang down and hit Tai Chuan Duanfeng directly. Boom! Followed by a loud bang. Meguruma Kensei flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came, and crashed into the gate of the barrier gumi with a loud bang. Yaun picked up the Ruyi Jinggu Bang and exclaimed. It only flew over 200 meters. That's impressive. You can be proud of it. Love Akawa's figure flashed, and he attacked from behind, hitting Yaun's butt with a mace, and yelled. Don't underestimate us, brat. Yaun didn't even turn his head, his feet just collapsed slightly on the ground, and his figure appeared strangely behind Love Akawa. I don't underestimate you. Your strength is already very strong in Jingling Court. It's just that you met the strongest me. As he spoke, Yaun kicked out and hit Love Akawa right on the butt. It instantly let out a desperate scream. Ah! After launching the kick, Yaun still didn't turn around. He put his right index and middle fingers together and stretched them out in parallel. Wang Su's flash. The black and red light was shining brightly. It was as if a black hole had formed at the fingertips. Along with the sound of breaking through the air, a black and red laser shot out from the black and red Ryutsu, and with a bang, Hirako Shinji was blown away. And the zero that Hirako Shinji gathered didn't even have time to shoot out. Boom! 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 The roar inside the nodule was deafening. Several people were fighting fiercely. Outside the barrier, Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't help but look at Urahara Kisuke. Manager, have you figured it out? What's going on with Yaun? In his opinion, there is no fighting in the barrier. It's clearly a group of people fighting each other. Urahara Kisuke fanned himself, looked at Yaun with a strange expression and said. I can see that he's not controlling the hollow at all. There's no so-called hollow in his body. Instead, he himself has become a Minos Grande. Chapter 104. Yeah, turned into Minos Grande. Tessai Tsukabishi showed a look of astonishment. He really couldn't help but glance in the direction of the clouds. The other party was violently messing up Shihaoran Yoruichi's hair, and Shihaoran Yoruichi's purple hair was almost turned into a chicken coop by him. Although he has some weak features, the range of temperament changes is also very large. But no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the kind of Su that is a collection of evil thoughts. Facing Tessai Tsukabishi's question, Urahara Kisuke scratched his head and explained to him. Tessai, you probably haven't seen the upper Minos Grande of the Ajicha's level. Hollows at that level already possess complete wisdom. And above that, Vasto Lord, who only has a few hollow features, has completely transformed into a human form. Just by looking at his appearance, it's impossible to tell if he's a Minos Grande of the higher rank. In addition, these high-ranking Minos Grandes are formed by evil thoughts, and their emotions are more extreme in some aspects. As he said this, he glanced in Yaun's direction. Don't you think Yaun's emotional personality is a bit extreme? Tessai Tsukabishi nodded hesitantly. Indeed, I feel that he has become quite arrogant. Urahara Kisuke nodded, then rubbed his temples helplessly. I don't know if it's Yaun's problem or Hagyaku's problem. Why does this kid always have problems? If Yaun became empty, then why did he transform back into a Shinigami and a human before? If it doesn't become empty, how come this little ghost's transformations are all the same as Sue's? After a long while, Tessai Tsukabishi asked. So what should we do now? What can I do? Just wait. Urahara said unhappily. Yaun's situation made even this most talented person feel a little overwhelmed. 2 days and 2 nights passed like this. Finally, when Yaun once again pushed Shihao and Yoruichi down, braided her hair, and laughed at her, asked her to cost the Thunder General. Yaun suddenly felt his mind clear, blinked his eyes, and looked at the furious Shihao and Yoruichi below with a sullen look. Ms. Yoruichi. Thinking back on what I have done in the past 2 days, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. What on earth did I do? Punching Nanshan nursing home. Step on North Blue Kindergarten. He almost beat up all the members of the Masked Corps and several people from the Urahara store. That's right. Kurosaki Ichigo also couldn't escape. Almost everyone was tortured to death. As Yaun was recalling this, Shihao and Yoruichi let out a terrifying laugh and looked at Yaun with an unfriendly look. Boy, have you finally conquered the hollowness in your body? Yaun was silent for a moment, then suddenly revealed a vicious expression and said ferociously. You stinky woman, quickly put the soul-severing sword into my arms, then pull it out of my chest and tell them that you are the Thunder General Shadow who traveled through time. Shadow, you big-headed ghost. Shihao and Ye saw that Yaun was pretending and said with a dark face. Get off me now. Yaun quickly stood up, coughed twice and said, I didn't do that just now. It was the Minos Grande in my body who did it. He needs to get rid of the relationship quickly. Otherwise, you will easily be beaten up by these guys. However, upon hearing these words, all the Shinigami lying on the ground inside and outside the barrier opened their burning eyes. They all looked at Yaun with unfriendly eyes. You're finally back. Do you know how I've been spending the past 2 days? Be prepared for this. Even a passerby like me has to thank you. Kill him. Following Hirako Shinji's loud roar, all the Shinigami present rushed forward. They don't care who did it. No matter who did it. They all wanted to beat up Yaun now. After a beating, Yaun felt his face was swollen and said speechlessly, You guys are too cruel, I feel my face is swollen. Meguruma Kensei's mouth twitched, and he patted his right leg and said. You broke my leg 6 times in 2 days. If it weren't for Captain Unohana, I wouldn't be able to stand and talk to you. Other Shinigami also spoke out about Yaun's crimes. Yaun coughed dryly twice. The main thing is, I didn't expect that even with the soul-slashing sword unleashed, you couldn't defeat me. But hearing this, the Shinigami present even wanted to hit someone. During these 2 days, Yaun almost transformed into a humanoid self-propelled turret, throwing out zero rounds as if they were free. Almost knocked them out of their zerophobia. They wanted to use Bankai to resist. The problem is that it is completely unstoppable. At this time, Urahara Kisuke, dressed in tattered clothes, came over and asked with a stern look. Mr. Yaun, can you tell me why you want to control the void within your body, but don't allow it to surface? Nonsense, I don't have any virtual energy in my body at all. Yaun thought secretly in his heart. He just strengthened the power of the void. There is no such thing as Minos Grande in the body. Now that he has returned to the Shinigami state, he has simply controlled the hollow power in his body and regained his Shinigami emotions. Tessai Tsukabishi quickly asked, Yaun, forget about that for now, try to see if you can return to your Shinigami state. Yaun nodded slightly. As the mind moves, the void power flowing in the body instantly shrank. Suddenly, the white and red remains at the corners of his eyes shattered, the black hole in his chest disappeared, and the red chakra gradually turned back to blue. Shockingly, he transformed from a hollow back into a Shinigami. Urohara showed an amazed expression. He had just witnessed everything, but he didn't see clearly how Yaun did it. But the Shinigami present couldn't care less about that. They continued to gather around, ready to beat Yaun up again. Just then, everyone present frowned at the same time. Through the gate, Hirako Shinji looked up at the sky and wondered. Who's here again? In the perception of the spiritual network, an ancient portal suddenly appeared above Karakura Town. A black figure could be vaguely seen walking out of it. Rukia. Yaun's face changed. Without time to go out the door, he jumped into the air and struck with a stick, creating a crack in the space. The figure disappeared into the different space almost instantly. Urohara didn't care about the barrier anymore and rushed out in a hurry. What's going on? Why is Rukia Kuchiki here, and why is she so seriously injured? What exactly happened to Soul Society? He hadn't been able to get any news from Soul Society in the past few days. I thought Kyōraku Shunsui was warned by the captain, but the situation seems to be getting worse. Rukia Kuchiki, you can't get away. In the sky, a soul-severing knife made entirely of blades materialized, looking coldly at Rukia Kuchiki in front of it. He raised his right hand. Let countless flying knives shoot out like spring swallows. Fly high, Zhen. In an instant, a large number of flying blades slashed through Rukia Kuchiki's body, causing him to bleed even more. Rukia Kuchiki gritted her teeth and continued to walk in the air, running forward. However, due to excessive blood loss, her face had already turned pale and her body was shaky. Just when she was about to fall, Yaun hugged her body. Rukia! Yaun shouted, looking at the weak girl in his arms, and looked towards the split zone with a cold gaze. Did you do this? Piwu, who was composed of countless flying knives, waved his right hand, and dozens more flying knives shot out, looking at Yaun with a sneer. Yaun, do you want to save your own life? Or do you want to protect that woman's life? As the fourth seat of the 7th squad, he naturally knew all the information about Yaun. But he still didn't take it to heart. When the flying knife was approaching Yaun, holding Rukia Kuchiki, disappeared from the spot. Where are the people? Piwu widened his eyes. Just as he was looking around, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Here. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden stick struck Piwu's surface hard, causing countless flying knives on his body to explode at the same time. The sound of crackling and shattering came one after another. Under Yaun's knife, the living being in front of him, which seemed to be composed of countless flying knives, shattered into pieces on the ground. The blade was even broken. Even if the soul-severing knife is transformed into a symbol, death is inevitable. Yaun snorted coldly, then retracted his gaze and looked at Rukia Kuchiki worriedly. Rukia, I'll take you to treatment right now. Rukia Kuchiki finally breathed a sigh of relief, then grabbed Yaun's clothes tightly and said. Yaun, be careful, our soul-severing swords have suddenly betrayed us. Each of them is exactly the same as the soul-severing sword just now. Soul-slaying sword's betrayal. Just when Yaun was a little surprised, another golden light appeared in the sky. The elf, like a queen bee, rushed towards Rukia Kuchiki at ultimate speed. Splitting void. Yaun uttered 2 words, and with a bang, the little elf like a queen bee crashed heavily into the splitting void. Suzumibaki was in so much pain, he put his hands on his hips, looked at Yaun dissatisfiedly and said. Hey, damn Yaun, why are you stopping me? This girl is the enemy of our soul-slaying sword, we must kill her. Yaun frowned, even though you say that, Rukia is my friend. As he spoke, Yaun extended his index finger and tapped Quafeng's forehead lightly, sending the elf flying several times. When he stopped, Quafeng's eyes were full of circles, and he said in a daze. Damn Yaun, I won't forgive you, Sode no Shirayuki, Sode no Shirayuki, come here quickly and teach this BDA lesson. In the mission to hunt down Rukia Kuchiki, the demon sword Muramasa clearly sent out 3 soul-severing swords. They are her, Piwu, and Sode no Shirayuki. And now Piwu was blown to pieces by a single blow. The white blood on his sleeve seemed to have disappeared. A few seconds later, Sode no Shirayuki's somewhat awkward voice sounded, saying, "First dance moon white." A pure white circle of light appeared under Yaun's feet, and a deep cold air burst out from it, as if it would freeze in the next second and form an icicle that reached the sky. But Yaun didn't care at all. Instead, he looked towards Sode no Shirayuki's position with a look of surprise. "Sode no Shirayuki, have you materialized too?" Sode no Shirayuki, who was like a beautiful ice snow girl, hid behind a certain electric pole. She was a little worried when she saw that she was discovered. He walked out empty-handed. "Yaun, stop calling me so intimately, we are enemies now." Yaun curled his lips and whispered, "That's so rude. Don't forget that last time you called me." "Yaun, shut up." Sode no Shirayuki was enraged and his face flushed red. He fiercely thrust the pure white soul-slaying sword in his hand downwards, and boundless cold air suddenly erupted. Shoo by! The ground froze forward madly, as if forming a pure white path, trying to freeze everything in front. It was naturally impossible for Yaun to be defeated by such an attack. He simply knocked the ground with his golden stick, an invisible pressure expanded around him, stopping the spread of ice. Back! Rukia Kuchiki, who was in Yaun's arms, looked at him with some confusion and said, "What are you and Sode no Shirayuki talking about?" Although she was the owner of Sode no Shirayuki, she could not understand the conversation between the two people at all, as if they had some secret. Sode no Shirayuki's face flushed red, and he stared at Yaun fiercely with a personality that was completely inconsistent with the image of an ice-type soul-severing knife. "It's great if you can tell me. I mean to fight you to the death. +4. Yaun couldn't help but smile, then rubbed Rukia Kuchiki's hair and said, "Your injuries are a bit too serious. I'll let Sister Hwa treat you first. Don't worry, now that you're here, you're safe." Rukia Kuchiki blushed slightly and nodded. Of course she believed in Yaun, otherwise she would not have chosen to come to the human world in the first place when she was in desperate situation. Li Zhao, in fact. But the moment she saw Yaun, her heart was already surrounded by the sense of security of the planarian. While thinking, Rukia Kuchiki suddenly realized that something was wrong. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead and she said to Yaun dryly, "Master Yaun, why did you lift me up? Shouldn't you be holding me to receive treatment? The problem is, there's no time." Yaun laughed loudly and threw Rukia Kuchiki towards the visored space. "Ah!" Rukia Kuchiki's eyes welled with tears as she stared at the ground getting closer and closer in horror. "Yaun, I hate you." Just as she was about to touch the ground, a gentle voice sounded beside her. "Minajiki." A large, flat, green, single-eyed ray appeared out of nowhere, hovering in mid-air, and opened its mouth in the direction where Rukia Kuchiki was heading. Bang! Rukia Kuchiki is swallowed by a flattened, ocellated giant ray. The latter secretes saliva. Rukia Kuchiki's clothes were instantly wet. Rukia Kuchiki looked at the tongues and mouths moving around her with tears in her eyes. She wanted Orihime to treat her. At the same time, above the sky, Suzumibaki, like a golden elf, rushed towards the flat single-eyed giant ray like a golden meteor. But how could Yaun let her pass? Before Yaun could move, he heard Sode no Shirayuki say calmly, "Yaun, give up. I won't let you stop Suzumibaki. Besides, you might not be my opponent right now." As he spoke, Sode no Shirayuki stepped forward, and with each step, an ice flower bloomed beneath him. To the bank. Baixia Punishment. Chapter 105. A biting cold wind blew past, dropping to freezing point. At this moment, Sode no Shirayuki is like a living being that has emerged from the ice and snow, graceful and elegant, noble and gorgeous. The absolute icy feeling emanating from his body even caused the water molecules in the air to condense. Snowflakes and ice flowers fall like flowers scattered by fairies. -18 degrees. Sode no Shirayuki pointed her icy fingers at Yaun and said in a goddess-like, cold voice. Yaun, your soul-severing sword is powerful, and your strength is also strong, but can your body really withstand the freezing cold? Yaun looked at him with a strange expression. You talk so strangely, why should I fight you in close combat? Sode no Shirayuki was slightly stunned. Then she revealed an annoyed expression, and watched Yaun raise his right hand and chant rapidly. A wall of iron sand, a tower in the shape of a monk, the glow of scorching iron, all radiant and yet ultimately silent. Bakud 75, 5 pillars of iron. In an instant, 5 huge stone pillars appeared out of thin air from the sky, and the stone pillars were connected and penetrated by 2 black chains. Yaun, UBD. Sode no Shirayuki couldn't hold back any longer, glared at Yaun angrily, and suddenly pointed his right hand towards the sky. The second dance, white ripples. An avalanche of white cold air surged, and as his perceived body temperature and surface temperature both dropped, the sky seemed to be frozen. The air was filled with cold air. An iceberg was created out of nowhere. But the 5 huge stone pillars, like 5 indestructible spears, pierced through the huge iceberg with ease. The heavy force, the invisible restraining force, suddenly slammed down on Sode no Shirayuki. White cold air filled with smoke and dust spread out. It makes it impossible to see what's going on inside. However, Yaun was not worried about the safety of Sode no Shirayuki. The reason why Bakud was called Bakud was because its power lay entirely in confinement. Only had possesses the destructive power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With a step in the air, Yaun shot out like a ray of black light, madly chasing the golden elf-like Suzumibaki. Seeing this, Suzumibaki grumbled in dissatisfaction, Sode no Shirayuki, can't you give me a few more seconds? As she spoke, she looked at the large flat, single-eyed ray floating in the air, took a deep breath, and released golden ryutsu. To the bank! Jakarake Ben! As she roared, Suzumibaki, who originally looked like a small elf, gradually expanded to the size of an ordinary person in the golden ryutsu. On its slender left arm, a golden missile of an incredible size appeared. Yaun couldn't help but complain after seeing it, honestly, Suzumibaki, I always feel that this missile is out of place when I see it. Amidst a group of devastating blades, a missile suddenly appeared. Isn't this too down to earth? If only you could have the final soul-slaying sword. Did it just become a nuclear bomb? Nuke everything. Suzumibaki's body was filled with golden ryutsu, and he said dissatisfiedly, you can talk to my master about this problem. I am still very satisfied with me. How powerful is it? As she spoke, she exerted force with her feet and aimed the tip of the missile at the flat, single-eyed manta ray. As flames burst out from the end of the golden missile. The golden missile was like a golden spear, flying through the sky in an instant. Yaun's pupils narrowed slightly, knowing that at his current speed, he could not catch up with the golden missile that had already been launched. After all, it's different from other people's Bankai. Sui Feng's Kuefeng Thunder Whip can only be activated once at a time, practically concentrating all of Bankai's power into a single missile. The power and speed are simply not comparable to those of ordinary Bankai. If measured in units of combat power, Sui Feng's strength is almost at the same level as the 2 cars. Suzumibaki also has at least 1.5 cars. It was clearly a covered maneuver, but they used missiles to attack people. Yaun muttered to himself, and with a thought, the power of emptiness that he had completely mastered burst out, and his body instantly entered the hollow state. The blue ryutsu was changed into black and red ryutsu. It feels stronger than before. Kei Feng was startled by this and simply flew backwards towards Yaun, saying, "You little brat, why are you so weak again? Aren't you afraid that if the old man sees you, he'll chop you up with a knife?" Yaun took a light step, and his body seemed to cross space and appeared in front of Kei Feng, and he flicked his fingers slightly. Bang! Kei Feng was flung back and forth in mid-air, looking at Yaun angrily. "You hit me again." Yaun's lips curled up as he chased after the golden missile again, saying, "Suzumibaki, if you keep messing around, I'll catch you and make you spit out honey for me to eat. Then you won't have to buy honey anymore." Kei Feng was furious and annoyed, waving his fist and saying, "I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to attack me, I'll stab you twice and kill you." Yet, BJBB, Yun's footsteps shuttled back and forth in space. But it was still a little short of the golden missile, which made him unable to help but complain. Xiangzuan's spatial span is still too short. It's only effective over short distances. Over long distances, it's on par with Shunpo. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and pointed his index and middle fingers at the golden missile. Wang Su's flash! The black and red zero chased after it like a laser. Finally, at a distance of 100 meters, the black and red zero caught up with the golden missile and a shocking explosion broke out. Boom! The entire Karakura town seemed to be shaken. It was already late at night, and every household had turned off the lights. In the entire city, only signs and street lights were lit. But with such a roar, lights were lit in thousands of households. The whole city seemed to light up. Harakisuk looked at his shop helplessly, sighed and said, "It's true, even the roof of my house was blown off." Seeing that the first attack failed, Suzumibaki suddenly became a little hesitant, not knowing whether to try again. But if there was another attack, she wouldn't have enough spiritual power left in her body. Not to mention fighting, she wouldn't even have the strength to escape. Think of this! Suzumibaki shuddered. She thought of what Yaun had just said, asking her to collect honey and spit out honey. "No, I'm not a real bee." Suzumibaki seemed to change size at will, and with a bang, it turned into a palm-sized elf and flew quickly towards the gate. "Wait, Suzumibaki, rescue me first!" Sode no Shirayuki shouted from under the 5 stone pillars. Yaun's powerful spiritual power coupled with her high-sequence kid made it difficult for her to break free in a short period of time even when she was in Bankai form. Suzumibaki did hesitate for a moment, then flapped its small wings and stopped in mid-air. But she suddenly saw Yaun chasing her frantically from behind. He had a happy smile on his face and waved, saying, "Suzumibaki, don't worry, stay here. I won't let you collect too much honey." Suzumibaki's face turned pale, and he rushed into the gate without looking back, shouting as he left. "Sode no Shirayuki, he and your master are lovers anyway, so he won't hurt you. You can stay with him for now." Sode no Shirayuki was so angry that he raised his fist of white cold energy towards Suzumibaki. "Suzumibaki, UBD. I am Rukia Kuchiki's soul-slaying sword, and that bad boy Yaun will definitely not hurt me. But she will bully herself." As he thought about it, Sode no Shirayuki's face turned red, and Tianlin gritted his teeth and said, -50 degrees. The perceived temperature instantly dropped to -50 degrees Celsius. In this state, the huge stone pillars that touched Sode no Shirayuki were covered with frost visibly to the naked eye, and even the inside was frozen. Ice shock! Sode no Shirayuki yelled again. The ground and stone pillars she touched all began to vibrate. The frequency was not high, but it caused great damage to the frozen objects. There were countless cracks on the ground where it was crumbling. The 5 stone pillars formed by Kid were not in a better condition. The ice and frost on them began to crackle and eventually shatter. Having gained his freedom, Sode no Shirayuki moved his legs and prepared to run towards the gate. But she suddenly discovered that the hateful brat was already standing in front of the gate, carrying a golden stick. There is an inexplicable handsomeness. Sode no Shirayuki quickly shook his head, throwing away the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and waved the soul-slaying sword in his hand, saying coldly, "Yaun, get out of my way quickly, or I'll do the same to you. Don't think my Bankai is just that simple." Yaun couldn't help but smile and said, "Even I would do it. Does that mean I'm different in your heart?" The perceived temperature dropped to -50 degrees Celsius, meaning Sode no Shirayuki's emotions had become extremely dull. But even so, hearing Yaun's teasing, Sode no Shirayuki's cheeks still blushed, and he glared at Yaun fiercely and said, "You little brat, don't be so conceited. Even you would die in the face of Absolute Zero." Absolute Zero? Yaun sighed and said, "To be honest, I'm a little curious about Absolute Zero. Come and take a look." In his previous life, he watched science programs that mentioned Absolute Zero. That was hailed as the end of it all. Even light will not be able to escape, molecular ions will completely stop moving, and space and time will stand still until complete destruction. If Rukia Kuchiki can achieve Absolute Zero, then her soul-slashing sword will be the most powerful ice-type soul-slashing sword. But speaking of it, Hitsugaya Haranmara really doesn't have much to offer. Seeing that Yaun had no intention of leaving, Sode no Shirayuki hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually his bewitched thoughts prevailed. She raised her delicate hands. The voice was cold and said, "Absolute Zero." The moment she spoke, her body temperature dropped rapidly, as if she had become the epitome of cold. It dropped 100 degrees in just 1 second. Time even seems to slow down around him. In this state, Sode no Shirayuki seemed to have lost all emotion, gazing at Yaun like an indifferent god, and said calmly, "Absolute Zero, -273.15 degrees Celsius, a state where even fear is frozen." As he spoke, Sode no Shirayuki raised his legs and walked towards Yaun, the temperature continuing to drop with every step. When he reached his limit, Sode no Shirayuki looked indifferent, took a step forward, and instantly came in front of Yaun. Yaun's pupils contracted. I really felt the danger. The Sode no Shirayuki cannot be touched in this state. Otherwise, it will be frozen. When this thought came to his mind, Yaun instinctively gripped the Rui Jingbang and pointed the end at the Sode no Shirayuki. K. The golden stick spread infinitely. Collision with the icy Sode no Shirayuki. Jade palm and long stick end. As soon as the ends touched, the golden stick was covered with thick white frost in just a moment, spreading madly towards Yaun. This is really bad. Yaun licked his lips, and the black and red ryotsu on his body completely erupted. K. Driven by the violent ryotsu, the golden staff extended crazily, more than 10 times faster than the speed of frost spreading. Upon seeing this, Sode no Shirayuki gave up the idea of a head-on confrontation with the soul-slaying sword without hesitation. Rushing towards Yaun like ice and snow. Just a little touch from her. Everything in the world will be frozen because of this. Yaun quickly stretched out his left hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and pointed them at Sode no Shirayuki. The scarlet spiritual power gathered at his fingertips to form a terrifying zero. Call out! The red zero cut through the sky like a laser. But when it came to 3 meters next to Sode no Shirayuki, the red zero's speed began to slow down. Finally, it even seemed to stop. Yaun narrowed his eyes slightly. It's so scary, even time has been suspended. The closer you get to Rukia Kuchiki, the closer the space gets to Absolute Zero. Within this range, time seemed to be slowed down, and the extremely fast zero seemed to have turned into a red light. Thinking about this, Yaun began to retreat, but he soon stopped. Sode no Shirayuki, are you crazy? Yaun frowned as he looked at the injuries on Sode no Shirayuki's body. The absolute zero cold even caused cracks to appear on her body. The Rukia Kuchiki during the Millennium Blood War could only maintain it for 4 seconds, while the Sode no Shirayuki has already maintained it for 6 seconds. If she continued like this, she would be completely frozen to death before she could kill herself. Thinking of this, Yaun looked into Sode no Shirayuki's eyes, but found that there was not a trace of fear in those icy eyes. Damn! There's no fear below absolute zero. Yaun cursed, retracted the Ruyi Jinggu Bang, and quickly rushed towards Sode no Shirayuki. This time, he did not hide from the absolute zero cold, but erupted with ultimate Ryutsu, stepped on Shunpo and rushed towards Sode no Shirayuki. The coldness of absolute zero erupted in Yaun. The double solidification of time and space. It felt as if the entire body was completely frozen. But Yaun possessed a violent Ryutsu, and he forcibly challenged absolute zero. He grabbed Sode no Shirayuki's slender wrist. He smashed the Ruyi Jinggu Bang to the ground with his left hand and shouted. Dinghai! Invisible repressive pressure spread. The raging cold air stagnated and was suppressed by the invisible pressure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yaun turned to look at Sode no Shirayuki, his hair, eyebrows and eyelashes all covered in frost, and he said tremblingly. Idiot, hurry up and finish Bankai, or I'll knock you out. Sode no Shirayuki's eyes showed a strange color. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said. Come hold me and let my body temperature rise. Chapter 106. Crack, crack, crack. Yaun was shivering from the cold, his upper and lower teeth chattering, and he felt like his whole body was frozen. He lowered his head and looked at the docile and lovely Sode no Shirayuki, who was held in his arms like a little bird returning to its nest, and said tremblingly. Sode no Shirayuki, can you recover like this? When speaking, Yaun even saw the breath he exhaled, which turned into ice crystals as soon as it left his mouth. Sode no Shirayuki nodded slightly and whispered, when I am punished as Bankai Baixia, my body temperature can drop rapidly, but it rises very slowly. Only when it reaches a certain temperature will the Bankai be lifted. Then, what about absolute zero? Yaun said tremblingly. Sode no Shirayuki rolled his eyes at him after hearing this. Stupid Yaun, I ended the absolute zero as early as the 7th second, otherwise you would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. When she transformed into Bankai Baixia and punished absolute zero, she was in danger of life and death. But this state is also extremely terrifying. In 4 seconds, she is hardly afraid of anyone. Anything she touches will be frozen in an instant, because absolute zero has frozen everything on it. Thinking about this, Sode no Shirayuki raised his head and looked at Yaun, whispering, why did you come to save me? Is it because I am Rukia's soul-slaying sword, and if I die, she will never be able to Bankai again? Yaun raised his right hand and tapped Sode no Shirayuki's forehead with his index finger. You're also an idiot. I saved you, of course, just for the sake of saving you. Although you are the soul-severing sword, you are also an independent existence in my heart. Yaun has never been able to figure out what the soul-zan sword in the Shinigami world is. It's obviously a knife. But it has self-awareness. To some extent, this is a living life. For example, Kurosaki Ichigo's Kyohaku is clearly Kurosaki Ichigo's soul's anthology, but he has been bullying and ravaging him, just like a villain. But at the last moment, he sacrificed his life to complete Kurosaki Ichigo's final crescent moon sky strike. He used his life to protect Kurosaki Ichigo's existence. Therefore, Yaun never regarded the soul-slaying sword as a blade, and he also regarded the concrete soul-slaying sword as an independent entity. Hear what Yaun said. Feel the warmth in his words. Sode no Shirayuki's face turned red, she stood on tiptoe, put her arms around Yaun's neck and kissed it. Yaun, thank you. Noticing no response from Yaun, Sode no Shirayuki looked at Yaun in confusion. But Yaun's mouth was frozen into an ice lump. Yaun knocked Sode no Shirayuki's head speechlessly. It was a really cold kiss. His head was so cold that it hurt. At this moment, from a distance away from the two of them, Rukia Kuchiki's faint voice came. Yaun, Sode no Shirayuki, what are you doing? Yaun and Sode no Shirayuki were both startled, and they quickly looked in the direction of Rukia Kuchiki. But she found Rukia Kuchiki sitting on Minazuki's back, with her head tilted, looking at the two people who were affectionate with each other like a yandere. Shinigami's girlfriend was injured and went to receive treatment. What should I do if I come back and find my man kissing my knife? Oops! What should I do if I really want to kill someone? Yaun suddenly felt guilty. What if his girlfriend found out about his affair with the soul-slaying sword? Waiting online, it's urgent. Let's go and take a look. Yaun Sode no Shirayuki. Sode no Shirayuki hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not break free, and was carried by Yaun to Minazuki. Rukia Kuchiki looked at the two men and their swords, and could not help but grit her teeth. Yaun, Sode no Shirayuki, you better give me an explanation. One is the boyfriend whom she waited for to die. One is the soul-slaying sword that he trusts the most, but has been chasing him for 800 miles. These two people actually got together. Yaun couldn't help coughing and said awkwardly, just now, Sode no Shirayuki was at absolute zero, and I hugged her to help her warm up. Rukia Kuchiki looked at Sode no Shirayuki unkindly, how come I don't know that you need to be held in someone's arms to warm up? It's not like she hasn't experimented with her Bankai before. After absolute zero, you can gradually heat up and release Bankai by yourself. Don't let people hug you so tightly that they freeze into popsicles. Facing his master's gaze, Sode no Shirayuki tilted his head to the side and uttered a sound. Rukia Kuchiki was so angry that she looked at Yaun and said viciously, you stinky Yaun, it's okay for you to hug her, but why did you let her kiss you? Yaun said guiltily, I thought Sode no Shirayuki and you were one, so I mistook Sode no Shirayuki for you. Rukia Kuchiki felt speechless. Really? According to Jingling Ting, Soul Zanto and Shinigami are indeed one and the same. But the problem is, now that Zanhundeo has become concrete, wouldn't it be a bit too weird to still think of Zanhundeo as a Shinigami? Sode no Shirayuki was also a little annoyed. She looked up at Yaun and said, you just said you treated me as an independent being. Rukia Kuchiki looked at Sode no Shirayuki helplessly and said, Sode no Shirayuki, although I don't know why you are like this, but we are one. I hope you can return to my... No way. Sode no Shirayuki opened her mouth, and under Rukia Kuchiki's gaze, she stood on tiptoe and covered Yaun's mouth, which had just thawed. There is a constant blending between the two. Warmth and coldness intertwined. Pulling back his tongue, Sode no Shirayuki looked at the stunned Rukia Kuchiki with a flushed face, and said loudly, holding Yaku's arm. I don't want to be oppressed by a Shinigami like you anymore. I am an independent life now and will live with Yaun. Rukia Kuchiki didn't know what to say. With a red face, she drew her soul-slaying sword and said, you are my soul-slaying sword, how could you do such shameful things and say such shameful words? Hurry and return to the sword. Sode no Shirayuki snorted, I said, I am an independent existence now, I can fall in love with Yaun, and. At this point, Sode no Shirayuki's tone turned cold again, and he looked at Rukia Kuchiki and said lightly. If Yaun hadn't saved you, I would have chopped you into an ice sculpture. No, it's a broken ice sculpture. The temperature feels like -50 degrees and is still in Bankai. This resulted in Sode no Shirayuki's Ryutsu completely suppressing Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia Kuchiki was furious and subconsciously looked at Yaun. Yaun, hurry up and catch the Sode no Shirayuki for me. But when she saw Yaun, she suddenly blinked, and Yaun had almost been turned into an ice sculpture. Sode no Shirayuki was also startled. Yaun, how did you get frozen? Rukia Kuchiki glared at her and said, you just kissed me. It's minus 60 degrees Celsius now. You'll freeze if you touch anything. The two women hurriedly carried Yaun away. The other side. The three who witnessed everything were the masked corps members, the Unohana shop staff, and Kurosaki Ichigo. Their expressions became extremely solemn. Hirako Shinji placed his right hand on the Soulzan sword and said solemnly, hey, Unohana Kisuke, it looks like something big has happened to Soul Society. Shinigami's Soulzanth betrayed the Shinigami and even took on a materialized body. Even able to use the Shinigami's Bankai ability. In a way, this is an alternative version of Shinigami. Thinking about it from this perspective, even if he hadn't seen the current situation of Soul Society, he could still tell how chaotic Soul Society was right now. Unohana Kisuke also thought of this, frowning, and said, indeed, as a Shinigami, he was actually hunted down by the soul-severing sword and brought back to the human world. This shows that the Shirayuki has completely lost its order. Maguruma Kensei added, not only that, don't forget how Suzumibaki left just now, that was through the gate. Tessai Tsukabishi said solemnly, this means that the soul slashers have already established order and may even have taken over the Shirayuki. Love Akawa frowned and said, such a big thing happened in Jingling Court, it's impossible for the captain not to take action, and the situation is still so chaotic. Torabashi RJR said calmly, then there is only one possibility. The captain has also been tricked, and his soul-slaying sword has also materialized and betrayed him. As soon as these words were spoken, several Shinigami present felt a deep sense of suffocation. Sky. The captain's soul-severing sword betrayed him. That's really bad news. Judging from the combat power displayed by Sode no Shirayuki, the combat power of the soul-slaying sword is almost at the peak state of Rukia Kuchiki. And Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni at his peak. They didn't even dare to think about it. Hirako Shinji said dryly, do you think the Shirayuki has already turned into a sea of fire? No one dared to answer this question. But they had to admit that Hirako Shinji's guess was indeed possible. Unohana Kisuke sighed and said, there's nothing we can do. We don't know anything about the Soul Society right now. We can only wait for Yachu to come back and ask him. Please give me flowers. Everyone present nodded slightly. Since Sode no Shirayuki was able to chase Rukia Kuchiki here, he must be aware of the situation. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo asked in a somewhat strange tone. Manager Unohana, Hirako Shinji, if Yaun marries Sode no Shirayuki, would that count as cheating on Kuchiki Rukia? Kisuke Unohana. Shinji's song. 2 hours later. In Yaun's villa. Sode no Shirayuki sat on the sofa and said calmly, this is the situation. In the Shirayuki, you Shinigami have been completely defeated. Now it is our soul-slashing sword that rules the entire Soul Society. Unohana Kisuke and others looked extremely heavy. They thought the situation would be bad, but they never imagined it would be this bad. Faced with the collective betrayal of the Soul Zankan, the Shinigami were caught off guard and were defeated, completely losing the Shirayuki. Hirako Shinji couldn't help but say, even if the captain is gone, Kyōraku Shunsui, Shirayuki and others should still be there. One of them is seriously injured, and the other is frozen by Harinmaru. Now they are like rats in a sewer. Sode no Shirayuki calmly recounted the two's situation. Seriously injured. Well, Kyōraku Shunsui faced Kaiten Kaikotsuo and Pisces Carp, and he was in Bankai stance, and he was easily defeated. He was entangled by a special soul-slaying sword, which absorbed most of his spiritual energy. He was then sealed in a 1,000-year ice prison by Harinmaru. After hearing Sode no Shirayuki's detailed account, Hirako Shinji and the others had no choice but to believe it even though they found it hard to believe. Yadomaru Lisa couldn't help but ask, but why? You soul slashers are our most trusted companions. Why would you betray us? Sode no Shirayuki said coldly, that's just you Shinigami being self-righteous. When have you ever asked for our soul-slaying sword's opinions? As she spoke, she glanced at Rukia Kuchiki. Just like her, using the transmigration ritual to force me to submit, isn't this just oppressing our soul-slashing blades? Rukia Kuchiki didn't know what to say. Urahara Kisuk frowned and said, even so, there's no need to be so radical. We can just sit down and have a good talk. Sode no Shirayuki snorted coldly, his body temperature dropped, and he said in a cold voice. Don't be so conceited, Shinigami. If Yaun wasn't here, I'd kill you filthy Shinigami right now. The scene suddenly became quiet. Yaun ruffled Sode no Shirayuki's hair, hugged her in his arms, and said with a smile. Sode no Shirayuki, thank you for being willing to communicate with these filthy Shinigami. Sode no Shirayuki's face flushed slightly. Rukia Kuchiki was so angry that her teeth were itching. Her own soul-slaying sword was flirting with her man again, and she, the owner, could only watch from the side. Oh my god! This is outrageous! If this is a dream, wake her up quickly. Unfortunately, this is not a dream. It's time to continue. Hirako Shinji cheered up and said with a smile, fortunately, at least we know that the captain's soul-slaying sword has not been released. Otherwise, there would be no need to think about it. We can just wait here to die. Urahara Kisuk and the others nodded. If the captain's soul-severing sword also materialized, all they could do was hope to be burned to ashes in an instant. At least that way the pain would be less. After understanding the cause and effect of the incident, as well as the current situation of Soul Society, Urahara Kisuk knocked on the table and said solemnly. Mr. Yaun, are you going to Soul Society? Yaun raised his eyebrows slightly, what do you mean? Aren't you going? Urahara Kisuk shook his head and said with a wry smile, my identity is indeed a bit embarrassing. If I go there and meet the old man. Hirako Shinji and others also smiled bitterly. Saragaki Hiri complained, with the old man's rigid personality, if he really saw us, he would definitely chop us with his sword. Yaun curled his lips and said, I can go, but only if someone accompanies me. Otherwise, I won't go even if you kill me. Urahara Kisuk couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yaun, who are you going with? Ya looked at Urahara Kisuk quietly. Kisuk Urahara. Chapter 107. What? Kuchiki Hibiki's soul-slaying sword. I didn't expect that he could actually exist independently. After learning about the current situation of the soul-slaying sword from Sode no Shirayuki, Hirako Shinji and others had even more headaches. Rukia Kuchiki was a little confused. Kuchiki? Byakuya Kuchiki? Why had she never heard of it? Hirako Shinji, Tessai Tsukabishi, Shihaoran Yoruichi, Maguruma Kensei, Love Akawa, Torabashi RJR, Saragaki Hiri. Urahara Kisuk couldn't help but look at his good brothers. Let him accompany Yaun and others Soul Society alone. Why does he always feel a little uneasy? Hirako Shinji said lazily, give up, even if you all go, I can't go. Don't forget the power of my soul-slaying sword. If his soul-slaying sword were to materialize and betray him, it would be absolutely devastating news. For the Jingling Court, the crisis caused is definitely no less than another betrayal by the soul-slaying sword, and it may even result in a sea of blood and corpses. Thinking about Hirako Shinji's soul Zanto ability, Urahara Kisuk couldn't help but shudder. You're right, you shouldn't go there. With Hirako Shinji's Ryutsu and Zanhunto, if Bankai were to happen, the only three people who would be unaffected would be the captain, Yaun, and Aizen. The other Shinigami would fall into deep despair. Then Maguruma Kensei, you guys. Urahara Kisuk looked at Maguruma Kensei and the others again. Maguruma Kensei said helplessly, we are still considered criminals now. If we really go there, not to mention whether Zanhundeo will betray us, I am afraid that the Shinigami will regard us as enemies. 203. Tessai Tsukubishi said, I can go there, after all, I don't have Hollow, and I don't have Zanhundeo's Bankai. Shihoran Yoruichi said lazily, I can go, they don't dare to attack me. Being a noble had one good thing about it. Even if she was defined as a criminal, normal Shinigami still wouldn't dare to attack her. Seeing that someone was willing to follow him, Urahara Kisuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to go into the dangerous place alone. Yaun smiled and said, Manager Urahara, since you have made your decision, let's go over and take a look now. Shinigami's soul-slaying sword symbolizes betrayal, and he will surely see many new faces. Just thinking about it makes him feel excited. In addition, after half a month, the major buildings of Jingling Pavilion are estimated to have been rebuilt. It also allows him to have a good meal. Urahara Kisuke hesitated for a moment and said, Today, tomorrow afternoon, let's go to Soul Society tomorrow afternoon. Rukia Kuchiki was a little anxious, Manager, why do we have to wait another day? When she arrived, the entire Jingling Court was already engulfed in war, and now she wanted Urahara Kisuke and others to go over and help. Urahara Kisuke gave a wry smile and swung his soul-slaying sword, Benihime. You have to let me study it, otherwise I'm worried that the soul-slashing sword will betray us as soon as we arrive at Soul Society. As he spoke, he glanced at the people present and said, You don't want to face Yaun's Ruyi Jingbang or Kurosaki Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu, do you? Rukia Kuchiki shuddered at the words. Of course he doesn't want to. Not to mention Yaun's Ruyi Jingbang. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu is quite terrifying. Then I'll leave first. Urahara Kisuke hurried out. He never thought that Zanhunto would betray the Shinigami, so he never made any preparations. So now experiments have to be conducted. He didn't want to fight with his own soul-slaying sword. Seeing Urahara Kisuke leave, the members of the masked army also left the villa worriedly. They also have to go back and discuss it carefully. Should all members go to support Jingling Ting? Soon, only Yaun, Rukia Kuchiki, Sode no Shirayuki, Inu Orium and Unohana were left in the huge villa. Rukia Kuchiki looked at his soul-slaying sword angrily. When he saw Sode no Shirayuki hugging Yaun's arm intimately, he suddenly became even angrier and his mouth puffed up. Sode no Shirayuki glanced at her and snorted. Look at me, there's no way I'll obey you again, so just give up, you stupid woman. Rukia Kuchiki was very angry and turned to look at Yaun. Yaun, tell me about her. Yaun could only smile bitterly, and said with a headache, What do you want me to say? Do you want me to persuade Sode no Shirayuki to transform into a soul-slaying sword again? What else? But that's a bit too much. Yaun pinched Sode no Shirayuki's icy cheeks. In my opinion, Sode no Shirayuki is also a life with self-awareness. How can you bear to let him return to the world of mind alone? Kurosaki Ichigo's mental world is filled with countless empty skyscrapers, like a dead world, lonely and desolate. Think of there being only one person in the entire world. It was absolutely torture. Rukia Kuchiki was speechless, but couldn't help but say, But every soul-slaying sword is like this, and I often talk to her. Sode no Shirayuki hummed, threw herself sweetly into Yaun's arms, and said affectionately, Yaun is the best. I want to live with Yaun forever and never go back to that desolate world of ice and snow. Before Rukia Kuchiki could say anything, Inu Orium couldn't help but look at Sode no Shirayuki with tears in her eyes. Miss Sode no Shirayuki is so pitiful. Originally, she felt a little aggrieved because Sode no Shirayuki snatched Yaun away. But after hearing Sode no Shirayuki's words, he couldn't help but sympathize. Imagine living in the ice and snow, with no one to talk to or communicate with. What a punishment and torture that is! Seeing the attitudes of Yaun and Inu Orium, Lin Mu Rukia inexplicably felt like she was the bad guy. But she could only say aggrievedly. It's not my fault. Each soul's anking sword is a part of the Shinigami, the embodiment of the Shinigami's soul. The two are one and the closest comrades in arms. Logically speaking, the soul-slaying sword should not feel lonely. Another moment passed. Rukia Kuchiki could only return to her room helplessly. After being hunted by Sode no Shirayuki for a whole day and night, although her injuries had healed, she was still mentally exhausted. I fell asleep as soon as I lay down on the bed. Meanwhile, in the living room, Orihime was working hard to maintain the Soden return shield and heal the injuries caused by the Sode no Shirayuki Uranus solution. Sode no Shirayuki was a little surprised. Ms. Orihime, your ability is so strong that you can even heal my Bankai's injuries. Under normal circumstances, injuries sustained by the soul Xanth in Shinigami Shikai's form can be recovered. But Bankai's attitude is different. Once the Bankai stance is initiated, the soul-slashing blade cannot be restored, which also means that the power of the soul-slashing blade Bankai is permanently reduced. Orihime's shield Shunrika completely changed the previous rules and experience. Yaun hugged Orihime's little face and kissed her smiling and said, "Of course, my Orihime is very capable. Shield Shunrika is a force that invades the realm of God, and even Aizen is moved by it. It can be said that in terms of treatment, Orihime's abilities are even comparable to the Soul King's." Orihime's face turned red, and she shyly pushed Yaun away and continued to treat Bankai's injury with Sode no Shirayuki. Yaun couldn't disturb them anymore, so he turned his gaze to Unohana. "Sister Hawa, what are you doing?" Unohana was seen kneeling on the ground like a gentle older sister, placing the soul Zanpakuto sword on her thigh and stroking it. "That's clearly how I should be treated." Hearing this, Unohana licked her lips, looked at him with fiery eyes and said, "Yaun, if my soul-severing sword were to materialize, wouldn't it be like a second me?" Yaun was speechless, with a bad feeling in his heart, and asked tentatively, "Sister Hawa, what do you mean?" Unohana face flushed with sickness, and she couldn't help but licked her lips. "I am Yachiri. If my soul-severing blade were to materialize, it would probably be another Yachiri. The fight would definitely be very interesting." Yaun was silent for a few seconds, and finally decided not to disturb Unohana. "We don't understand the worldview of Yandere. But this is also good news. If Unohana fought with his own soul Jandeo, would he let him go?" A moment later. After finishing the treatment of Sode no Shirayuki, Orihime also felt tired. Yaun carried her into the room and she fell asleep on the bed in a daze. Yaun turned to look at Sode no Shirayuki again. "Sode no Shirayuki, do you want to take a rest too?" Sode no Shirayuki blushed and nodded. The two came to an empty bedroom, and after making the bed, Yaun was about to leave. But Sode no Shirayuki was sitting on the bed, her face flushed, and she weakly tugged at the corner of his clothes. Yaun turned around in surprise. Sode no Shirayuki mustered up the courage and pulled Yaun onto the bed. Yaun smiled, stroking Sode no Shirayuki's cheek, which was as smooth as ice and snow, and said with a smile, "Would you like me to rest with you?" Sode no Shirayuki blushed and nodded. Yaun raised the corner of his mouth, took off his clothes, turned over, pressed the ice snow beauty under him, kissed her gently and said, "Sode no Shirayuki, open your eyes." Sode no Shirayuki shyly opened her icy eyes. I felt an invisible warm current flowing into my body, as if my body, as smooth as ice and snow, had melted. Back. "Shirayuki, it's so cold." In another bedroom, Rukia Kuchiki, who was fast asleep, had a somewhat rosy complexion for some reason, and kept tossing and turning with her legs between the quilts. He muttered weakly, "Yaun, it's so hot." Time passed quickly throughout the night. The next morning, Rukia Kuchiki walked out of the bedroom with a red face and quietly threw the clothes into the washing machine. After doing all this, Rukia Kuchiki patted her chest with relief. Rukia, you're over 100 years old, how could you have such a shameful dream? It's too shameful. Rukia Kuchiki blushed and grumbled. At this time, she saw Yaun and Sode no Shirayuki also came out, and her eyes and hands showed curiosity. Sode no Shirayuki, what's wrong with you? Why are you limping? Is the injury you inflicted yesterday from Bankai still not healed? Sode no Shirayuki, who was supported by Yaun, had a rosy complexion. If she had been in her previous personality, she would have definitely refuted Rukia Kuchiki. But thinking about what happened last night, she lowered her head and said shyly, nothing, just one more thing. 15. A big question mark appeared on Rukia Kuchiki's forehead. Then why is your face so red? Sode no Shirayuki is an ice-type soul-slaying sword, so its skin is also icy and delicate. Logically, it should almost never blush. Think of this. There was a suspicious look in her eyes. You too, didn't you do something bad behind my back? Sode no Shirayuki's face turned even redder, she bit her lower lip, glanced at Rukia Kuchiki who was standing in front of the washing machine, and asked. I didn't do anything bad. What are you doing? You're washing clothes so early in the morning. Aren't those the pajamas I changed into yesterday? Rukia Kuchiki's face also turned red, and she stammered and couldn't speak. How could she have the nerve to tell others about such an embarrassing dream? How can I face people then? Both women felt a little guilty, so they simply stopped asking each other questions and ate breakfast in a strange atmosphere. Yaun, Inu has already gone to school. Are you going to school next? On the dining table. Rukia Kuchiki Yun. She hadn't been to Karakura First Senior High School for a long time, and she wanted to go to school with Yaun and relieve the fun of going to school. Yaun won't leave. 5.2. Sode no Shirayuki held Yaun's hand and said with a blushing face. Yaun will be helping me heal my wounds later. If you want to go, go by yourself. 150. Rukia Kuchiki felt a little regretful. But if Yaun didn't go to school, she had no interest in going alone. So she decided to change into pajamas to be more comfortable. The moment she returned to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, took off her death suit and prepared to change into pajamas, her face instantly turned red. A tingling sensation spread throughout my body. Her legs suddenly went weak and she collapsed in front of the wardrobe. Gasping for breath. Face flushed. His eyes shyly looked towards the floor. Damn Yaun Sode no Shirayuki, is this your healing? She was not stupid, and she could explain last night's confusion, but what was this tingling sensation all over her body that was now there? She gritted her teeth and prepared to go to the basement to take a look. As a result, as soon as he stood up, he felt a tingling sensation again, and fell to the ground with a red face and a hum. In the afternoon, Yoruichi came to the villa with a serious expression, holding a few big cards in his hands. Yaun, Ichigo, my experiment is almost done. I don't know if it will work, but you can give it a try. After saying this, he looked at Rukia Kuchiki and Sode no Shirayuki with a strange expression. Why are you two so close? Chapter 108. It's not just Yoruichi. Shihao and Yoruichi also showed a puzzled expression. They were enemies yesterday, but today they have become good sisters. What on earth did Yaun do? Sode no Shirayuki blushed slightly when she heard this and tried to shake off Rukia Kuchiki's hand. Rukia Kuchiki just wouldn't let go of her little hand. Her face flushed red as she whispered to Sode no Shirayuki's ear, gritting her teeth and saying. Sode no Shirayuki, don't go too far. Just this morning and this afternoon, a man and a knife were doing shameless things in the basement. They were happy. But it hurt me who was upstairs. Although she was still a virgin, she suddenly felt such intense pleasure that she didn't even have the strength to walk. Sode no Shirayuki roared and said with some pride. Please beg me. Rukia Kuchiki was almost pd off. It was clearly the manifestation of her soul-severing knife, yet she actually went so far as to make her beg her. But thinking about how she couldn't even walk just now, Rukia Kuchiki blushed and said, "Sode no Shirayuki, please." Sode no Shirayuki couldn't help but show a happy expression, feeling like the soul-slaying sword had taken over and become the master. At this time, Yaun's figure jumped down from the second floor of the villa and saw Urahara Kisuke, Shihaoran Yoruichi, and Tessai Tsukabishi, and smiled. "Manager Urahara, are you ready?" Urahara Kisuke nodded and handed a wooden sign to Yaun. "This is something I just developed. I wonder if it can block Muramisa's temptation. It's better than nothing." Yaun casually put the wooden sign into his pocket and looked at everyone present. Urahara Kisuke, Kurosaki Ichigo, Shihaoran Yoruichi, Tessai Tsukabishi, Sato Yasutora, Ishida Rain Dragon, Inu Orihime, Rukia Kuchiki, Sode no Shirayuki. The crowd standing together looked mighty. "Ishida, this is a Shinigami civil war. Could it be that you, a quencher, also sympathize with the death array?" Yaun smiled and teased 19, calling Ishida Yulong. The latter's expression was somewhat unnatural. He snorted and said in a cold tone, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried that after those Shinigami are killed by the soul-slaying sword, it will cause an imbalance in the three realms. I'm not worried about those Shinigami." Yaun, of course, knew Ishida Yulong's tsundere personality, so he laughed twice and stopped talking nonsense. "Guys, let's go. Who is your little one?" Everyone spoke in unison. Enter the space torn open by the boundary-breaking instrument. What came into view was still the familiar dark passage. Yaun ran frantically through the passage, complaining, "I've entered Soul Society twice, and both times it was this kind of passage. Isn't it disgusting?" Compared to Shinigami's boundary-breaking instrument and boundary-breaking gate, he prefers the black cavity opened by the upper Minos Grande. That is much smoother than these two methods. Urahara Kisuke said helplessly, "Normally, we can use the gate of transmigration, but isn't the Siraitii occupied by the soul-severing sword? To pass through the portal, you need to communicate with the Technology Development Bureau. The problem is that the Technology Development Bureau has now been occupied by the soul-slaying sword. They can only crawl through dog holes. It can be said that good things never come to bad things." Just as Urahara Kisuke finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened and he heard a rumbling sound behind him. "No way!" He looked back. Sure enough, they saw a huge brown-black sphere that almost filled the entire passage and rolled towards them at an extremely fast speed. "It's Jutsu!" Tessai Tsukabishi gasped in shock. "This is the scavenger in the space channel. It appears once every 7 days and its characteristic is to clear all matter in the orbit. Also known as the space-time manager of the broken world." Shihaoran Yoruichi's speed suddenly increased, and he shouted loudly, "Don't let Jutsu catch up. He can eliminate all obstacles, including spirit particle constructs. If you catch him, you will definitely die." Yaun glanced behind him and quickly quickened his pace, saying, "Since this guy is so powerful, why not capture him and use him as a weapon?" Urahara Kisuke quickly said, "Mr. Yaun, please do not do anything unnecessary. The Jutsu is the embodiment of the law of severance. Conventional Ryutsu attacks are ineffective against it, and it can even obliterate the spirit realm." As they talked, their pace quickened. But Yaun soon realized something was wrong and slowed down, letting himself fall to the back of the row, next to the breathless Rukia Kuchiki. "Rukia, what's wrong with you? Haven't your injuries healed? Why aren't you running so slowly?" Rukia Kuchiki's face flushed red and she glared at him fiercely. "It's all your fault. If he hadn't been fooling around with Sode no Shirayuki for so long, how could his legs have become so weak that he didn't even have the strength to run?" Yaun was completely confused and had no idea what Rukia Kuchiki was angry about. He reached out and picked up Rukia Kuchiki. Forget it. I don't know what you're talking about, but let me carry you away. Rukia Kuchiki's face turned even redder, like a red apple about to burst. She buried her head in Yaun's arms and begged for mercy in a low voice. Yaun, don't be so crazy. After the ultimate sensation in the morning and afternoon, her body was now very sensitive. Arrive! Kurosaki Ichigo roared, looking excitedly at the light at the end of the dark passage. Everyone rushed over without hesitation. Figures disappeared one after another in the passage. 2 seconds after they left, Ju-Tu rolled over with a violent figure. Wherever he passed, Ling Kai's reaction disappeared. The figures of the crowd descended from the sky and stepped firmly on the soil of Jingling Court. What comes into view is no longer the solemn building of the past. Instead, there were ruins all over the ground. Various fragmented buildings. The ground was covered with all kinds of debris. You can even see black smoke rising from the ruins. Wisps of unextinguished flames. It was as if we had arrived in a post-war country, where everything seemed so dilapidated and desolate. Urahara Kisuke was a little confused. Isn't this really the Shirayuki, not the 80th district of Rukanga? He had lived for hundreds of years and had experienced countless events, big and small, but he had never seen Jingling Ting in such a miserable state. What kind of hell is Rukanga District 80? Yaun complained speechlessly, looked at the surrounding environment, rubbed his chin and said. Based on my experience absorbing spiritual energy, this is either the 5th division or the 13th division. Only these two places have so many flower beds. Shihour and Yoruichi Shijemiki. This is the 1st division. The entire Soul Society must have been rebuilt after you left. Yaun. He looked around in surprise. Old man Yamamoto's 1st division is now in a state of demotion. Urahara Kisuke held up his bucket hat and said solemnly, everyone, the situation is even worse than we thought. I checked the surrounding streets and didn't see a single Shinigami. There are no Shinigami in Shirayuki. What could be worse than this? As everyone was carefully scouting the surroundings, Rukia Kuchiki struggled twice in Yaun's arms and said weakly. Yaun, can you put me down? Yaun finally came to his senses, but when he put Rukia Kuchiki down, he looked at the wetness of his palm with some surprise. Rukia, you. To fist. Rukia Kuchiki glared at Yaun in shame and indignation, and whispered in a mosquito-like voice. Hurry, find me some clothes. Yaun's expression became even weirder, and he simply draped his clothes over Rukia Kuchiki. Sode no Shirayuki. Rukia, you're such a small fry. Rukia Kuchiki blushed and didn't dare to refute. After inspecting the scene, Shihour and Yoruichi said solemnly, the situation is not satisfactory. I see many captains Bankai here. Urahara Kisuke, the 1,000-year ice prison created by Captain Hitsugaya's Daiguren Haranmaru is still there. Tessite Tsukabishi, the ground over there is completely chopped up, no bigger than a centimeter. It must be Senbonzakura's Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo, I fought Zaraki Kenpachi before, and the battle marks here are definitely from him. Ishida Uriu said coldly, this is the poison and gas of Kurotsuka Mayuri Bankai. He used it when I fought him before. Unohana Retsu touched the ground, looked at the scorched tiles and said, there are also traces of the captain's battle, but it doesn't look like Bankai. If it was Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni's Bankai, the entire squad would be completely ignited. Suddenly, Yaun raised his eyebrows, hugged Rukia Kuchiki, and hid behind the broken wall. Come quickly, someone is coming. Without saying a word, everyone hid in various corners of the ruins in a flash. Half a minute later, 4 strange-looking creatures came towards them. One of them looked like a crocodile, holding a large serrated knife. The other one looked feminine like a woman and was holding a makeup mirror in her hand. There was another one that was only half a meter tall and was holding a shovel. The last one had no human form at all, it was actually a dark red wild boar, but the hair on its back was all razor sharp. Ishida Yulong's eyelids twitched and he whispered. What the hell is this? Why does it look even more bizarre than Captain Kashiwamura? Yura Harakisuk said solemnly, this is the embodiment of the soul-slaying sword. They should all be in Shikai postures, which is why they look so strange. Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't help but say, these soul-slaying swords gathered together, they look like a group of demons and monsters. Everyone was talking. The soul-severing swords were also discussing this. The crocodile-shaped soul-severing knife transformed, looked at the feminine man with doubt and said. Ruriiro Peacock, didn't you say you sensed spiritual energy here? How come you didn't see any remnants of the Shinigami? Another soul-severing knife, holding a shovel, turned and looked at the feminine man with the same confusion. Master Ruriiro Kaojuyu, this is the first division. It's already been cleared out by Master Senbonzakura, Master Kaiten Kaikotsu, and the others. Is there really anyone here? The feminine man with long blue braided hair and wearing a peacock Madara costume looked at the ruins around him with interest. Don't underestimate those Shinigami. Although they are no match for those who possess the Bankai, they have other powerful abilities, such as Kid, White Hits, etc. As he spoke, he pointed his right hand at the ruins in front of him and said excitedly. Just like here, I can clearly feel the spiritual power of the Shinigami. They are really a group of ugly guys, completely different from the beautiful me. They can only hide here and there to survive. Honestly, I can guess whose soul-severing sword this is. Yaun looked at the peacock man with a frown on his face. He could only think of one person in the entire Soul Society who looked so narcissistic. The fifth seat of the 11th squad. Ayasukawa Yumichika. Fortunately, there is no captain-level soul-severing sword. The strongest one is only Fuji Peacock. Shihao and Yoruichi breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go out. Just 4 soul-slaying swords in Shikai state, she could easily deal with them. Just then, the peacock man said. Bloom. Glazed peacock. In an instant, a graceful glass-colored light bloomed, and strips of glass-colored vines streaked across the dusk sky like shooting stars. Those glass-colored vines spread wildly in all directions. The colored vines seemed to have the ability to capture spiritual energy, and where they spread was exactly where Yaun and the others were hiding. Rukia Kukiki looked at the extended glazed vines in surprise and said, Yaun, you must have seen it wrong. Ayasukawa Yumishika's soul-slaying sword is a vine peacock. He remembered Ayasukawa Yumishika's Soul's Anthology, which was just an ordinary physical Soul's Anthology. It was even considered the weakest at one point. Yaun knew that Ayasukawa Yumichika was just deliberately hiding her Shikai, but he didn't know how to explain it. The glazed vines continued to spread. Just as they were about to leave, Ishida Yurai's annoyed voice rang out. What the hell is this vine? It actually absorbs my spiritual energy. It's disgusting. And isn't it too tough? He waved his right hand vigorously. It was apparently wrapped with a glass-colored vine. His spiritual power was being continuously devoured by the vines, and he could barely maintain the spiritual bow in his right hand. As a result, flower buds appeared on the vines, and as they continued to absorb spiritual power, they were actually about to bloom. Shihao and Yoruichi took a light step and easily picked a flower bud from the vine. He looked at the glass-colored flower bud and said, all the absorbed spiritual energy is stored in the flower bud. It looks like a support type, but its attack power is indeed not weak. As he spoke, he licked the core of the flower bud lightly, and the spiritual liquid was absorbed like nectar. Yura Harakisuk drew out Benihime and cut off the glazed vines wrapped around Ishida Yurai's wrist with one stroke, saying with interest. Its vitality is so strong. I just cut it off, but now it can spread again. Unohana smiled and said, it's a very powerful ability. As long as it absorbs spiritual energy, it can make the vines grow without limit. While several people were chatting, the glazed vines absorbed the spiritual power from them, and the spiritual power of Jingling Court had spread to a terrifying extent. It was actually a glass-colored green plant with thousands of vines. But release the owner of the glazed vines. Instead of feeling happy about this, the glazed peacock broke out in a cold sweat and looked at the figures in front of him in horror. Yaun, Urahara-kisuk, Shihaoran Yoruichi, Kidō, Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kukiki. Chapter 109. The glazed peacock was so frightened that it was stunned. He just noticed that there was a fluctuation in spiritual energy here, so he came over to investigate. How come 6 max level bosses suddenly appeared? Not counting those weird humans, any one of Yaun and the other 6 has the combat power of a captain. Even without releasing the soul-slaying sword, he could be killed hundreds of times in seconds. Different from him. The other 3 soul-severing swords instantly became furious when they heard the name Yaun. Is that Yaun, the reincarnation of the starving ghost? That Yaun who ate half of Jingling Court? That Yaun who made my master spend a month repairing the wall? Hearing the conversation between the soul-slaying swordsman, Shihaoran Yoruichi, Rukia Kukiki, and others couldn't help but look at Yaun. Look! Your bad reputation has spread to the soul-slaying sword. Yaun coughed awkwardly twice and said, those Shinigami have nothing to do anyway, so having them repair the wall will help improve their spiritual power. Rukia Kukiki complained, if you had said that 3 days ago, the entire Shinigami of the Shirayuki would have been after you. Shihaoran Yoruichi nodded in agreement. I heard the captain was so angry he wanted to chop you down. Yaun said helplessly, that old man is too petty. Jingling Ting is a wealthy family. It's not a big deal for me to absorb some of his spiritual power. Looking at the leisurely people, Li Se Kongqiu's fear gradually gave way to anger. You ugly Shinigami, don't ignore my beauty. Do you think now is the time for you Shinigami to do whatever you want? As he spoke, he waved his right hand and dozens or even hundreds of glass-colored vines spread out. But this kind of attack was nothing to the people present, Urahara-kisuk, Shihaoran Yoruichi, Rukia Kukiki. A few people cut it off easily with a few strokes of their swords. Ishida Uriuwa shot down several of them with the Quincy's spirit bow. Sado Yasutora was even more powerful, and the giant's right arm directly tore off the 2 glass-colored vines. Only Yaun allowed a glazed vine to wrap around his left arm, absorbing his chakra. He said excitedly. Beautiful lapis lazuli peacock, please calm down. In my opinion, you are dozens of times more beautiful than your master. Such a beautiful person, could you please tell us about the current situation of Soul Society? Rukia Kukiki shuddered when she heard this and couldn't help but say, Yaun, this is too corny. How could he possibly say that? That's right. The glazed peacock couldn't help but smile, smoothed his hair, and said proudly. That idiot Ayasukawa Yumichika is an ugly BD who thinks he's beautiful. How could he possibly understand my true beauty? And he's so jealous of my beauty that he refuses to use my true form. This only goes to show that because of jealousy, his heart has become ugly too. Only when he sees me will he know what true beauty is, and he will feel the baptism of beauty. Kurosaki Ichigo's face turned pale, and he aimed his Zangetsu broadsword at the glazed peacock. Yaun, I want to chop this BD up. He is here to save the world. Why do I have to watch a half-naked man being narcissistic here? Urahara-kisuk and others also had their mouths twitching. He defected from the Soul Society 100 years ago and has never met Zaraki Kenpachi and others. But now they are really curious. What kind of master could create such a soul-slaying sword? Yaun was also speechless. He also didn't expect that Rurihiro Peacock's narcissism was even greater than Ayasukawa Yumichika's. But I heard it all. You have to endure the corniness. After a few seconds of self-absorption, the glazed peacock finally looked at Yaun and exclaimed. Although you are also ugly and far less beautiful than me, your eyes that can distinguish between beauty and ugliness are indeed good. What about Soul Society? Yaun looked at the glazed peacock with a dark face, and decided that if this guy couldn't explain it clearly, he would kill him. He has been here for so many years since he was a child. This is the first time someone has called me ugly. The glazed peacock sensed something was wrong, so he coughed twice and said, "Since you can appreciate my beauty, let me tell you something. The Jingling Ting is now controlled by our soul-slaying swords. The Shinigami are like rats crossing the street, hiding here and there." Urahara and the others relaxed their expressions and nodded slightly. This is consistent with what they discovered. Where are Kyōraku Shunsui, Shirayuki, and the others? Shihao and Yoruichi couldn't wait to ask. She didn't believe that these two monsters would be killed. Kyōraku Shunsui and Shirayuki. Liuli Color Peacock thought for a moment. They haven't been seen since being severely injured by Kaiten Kaikotsuo and Pisces Carp. They're probably hiding in the 9th and 10th squads now. While speaking, Li Se Peacock also gave them a brief introduction to the current situation of Jingling Court. Right now, all other areas have been occupied by us. Only the 8th, 9th, and 10th divisions are still in the hands of the Shinigami. Urahara and others breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. At least Shinigami still has some territory. Where's the old man at the mountain gate? Yaun suddenly spoke. This issue also made Urahara and others serious. Yes. Where is the captain? The glazed peacock said casually, that guy has been sealed by Lord Muramasa, and he's going to be sealed there until he dies. Sealed? Several people present showed expressions of astonishment. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years has been sealed? Which living father has such ability? But when they asked, Liulis Peacock said he didn't know either. After all, this was not an area he could get involved in. Yaun originally wanted to ask about Sui Feng's situation. But at this moment, several people felt several powerful spiritual powers rushing towards them from afar. Yaun, Suzumibaki, Rukia Kukiki, Senbonzakura, Shihao and Yoruichi, Kaiten Kaikotsu, Tessai Tsukabishi, Zgayo no Kotori, Kurosaki Ichigo, Zabimaru the Baboon King, Urahara Aizen. The first few people were fine, but when it came to Urahara, he gasped. Why is Aizen here? According to his understanding of Aizen, since the other party has obtained his Hugyaku, he will definitely study it as soon as possible. Without research, the White Zetsu pair would not leave Hueco Mundo. Could it be that his level has improved again? Developed the real Hugyaku in just 1 month? Isn't this too fast? Yaun was also a little surprised. She didn't expect to feel Aizen's Ryotsu in Soul Society. But the level of this Ryotsu, compared to the last time we met. After thinking for a few seconds, Yaun showed a strange expression and said, "It's not Aizen, it's Kaika Suijutsu." Although I feel this answer is outrageous. But putting aside all the impossible answers, only this answer is closest to reality. Kaika Suijutsu. Urahara also reacted, carefully feeling the Ryotsu, and felt relieved. It's definitely not Aizen. If that guy truly mastered the power of Hugyaku, the improvement he would have gained would definitely not be this small. As long as it's not Aizen. He is also fearless even with 10 Kaika Suijutsu. Don't be too happy too soon. Shihao and Yoruichi interrupted their conversation and said solemnly, even if they really are all soul-severing swords, so what? With so many captain-level soul-severing swords, are you really confident you can handle them? Urahara frowned. This was indeed a big trouble. After all, the soul Zanpakuto possesses the Shinigami's own Ryotsu. The 6 soul-slaying swords are equivalent to 6 captains. They are all strong captains. Aizen Kyōraku Shunsui Shirayuki. There may not even be only 6. After all, Aizen also has Ichimaru Jin and Tosen Kaname under him. Here we come. Yaun squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. Originally, flying was prohibited in the Jingling Court, but the soul-slaying sword defeated the Shinigami, so naturally no one followed this rule. Several figures can be seen attacking from the air. The palm-sized queen bee, Suzumibaki. There are two sisters, one big and one small, Hwatian and Kuangu. Tsugayo no Kotori in the form of blue elves. Senbonzakura in red samurai armor. Zabimaru, the baboon king who looks like an ancient giant python. And Kaika Suijutsu, who looks exactly like Aizen. There are two more. Tessai Tsukabishi looked at the sky solemnly. One was a burly man with dark orange hair and a dark red body, looking like an orc, holding a long spear in his hand. One is the black iron god of war whose body covers the sky and the sun. He is Seijin Kashiwamura's black robe heavenly punishment Mayu, who has entered the Bankai posture. Azbk. Rukia Kuchiki felt a little suffocated. She never imagined that one day she would have to fight against 8 captains. If Sode no Shirayuki had not been captured by Yaun, then the opponent would not be 8 soul-slaying swords, but 9 captain-level soul-slaying swords. It is equivalent to the combat power of the entire Jingling Court. Yaun looked off into the distance. There's another one, Tosen-kan named Suzumushi, but he seems to be fighting Zaraki Kenpachi. The spiritual power of the two people can be faintly felt from a distance. 8 captain-level soul-slaying swordsmen stood in mid-air, emitting powerful ryutsu, looking down at Yaun and the others from above. Aizen-suk's Kaika Suijutsu looked at Uraharakisuk and said gently, Uraharakisuk, it's been over 100 years since we last met, right? Uraharakisuk's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, Kaika Suijutsu, it seems we haven't met for more than 100 years. Talk to the enemy's soul-severing sword. This made him feel weird no matter how he thought about it. Kaika Suijutsu, however, didn't seem to care much and smiled gently, I'm Kaika Suijutsu, but you can also think of me as Aizen. From the moment I separated from him, I became an independent life. Uraharakisuk's expression became even weirder. Good job. Aizen once said that visible betrayal is knowable, but what is truly terrifying is invisible betrayal. Now, he was actually betrayed by his own soul-slaying sword. This is visible betrayal. It's still an invisible betrayal. Kaika Suijutsu smiled and stretched out his right hand to Uraharakisuk, saying, So, Uraharakisuk, would you like to join forces with me? If it were you and me, we would definitely be able to defeat Aizen and ascend to the throne of heaven. Uraharakisuk couldn't help but sigh, and said helplessly after ruffling his hair. I hate to say this, but could you please stop imitating Aizen? The more he read, the more speechless he felt. Kaika Suijutsu in front of you. It seems that he was so deeply influenced by Aizen that his words, actions, and even appearance imitated Aizen. But as he spoke, he always felt that he had tried to draw a tiger but ended up drawing a dog instead. Kaika Suijutsu's expression became a little stiff, and his face turned cold. He said, Why do you say I'm imitating Aizen? I've already broken away from him and have the same ryutsu as him. I'm independent. Shut up. Yaun laughed loudly, and his figure soared into the air. He gripped the golden staff tightly, making it expand countless times, and smashed it down fiercely. Aizen isn't that stupid. He wouldn't invite Uraharakisuk to humiliate himself. Kaika Suijutsu's expression changed. He still had a deep fear of this human who had once been on par with his master. So he took a step back without hesitation and shouted. Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King! Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King roared without hesitation, raised his huge samurai sword, and smashed it down fiercely at Yaun's blade. 2 weapons as strong as mountains collided in mid-air. There was a click. The giant blade in the hand of Black Robe Punishment Pluton was smashed to pieces in an instant. The golden stick continued to move forward and hit the Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King hard, instantly shattering the armor on his chest. The Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King let out a scream, staggered backward, and sat down on the ground with a thud. A large number of buildings were crushed into ruins. Rukia Kuchiki couldn't help but said, "Yaun, if you smash the Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King, what will Captain Kashiwamura do?" Sode no Shirayuki once said that if the embodiment of the soul-slaying sword dies at the hands of others, the owner of the soul-slaying sword can no longer use his abilities. If Black Robe Heaven Punishment Mayu is killed by Yaun, Zhao Zhao, doesn't that mean Captain Kashiwamura will not be able to use Bankai? Yaun carried the shrunken Ruyi Jingbang on his shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I didn't use too much force. I won't kill Black Robe Heavenly Punishment Myo with one blow. Just let Orihime treat him later." Yaun said, looking at Kaika Suijutsu in the center of the soul-slaying sword, and said with a smile, "If it was Aizen, even if he knew he couldn't take my blow, he wouldn't let his men die." Kaika Suijutsu said gloomily, "Nonsense. Do you think you know Aizen better than me? That guy can sacrifice his men without a second thought. That's because he's just having fun." Yaun interrupted Kaika Suijutsu and said lazily, "Because he was playing, he didn't care about the death and sacrifice of his men, but he would never hide behind others out of fear." Speaking of this, Yaun couldn't help but sigh. However, that guy is indeed terrifying. Even you, the Soul Slayer, don't understand him, and you even try to imitate him. Otherwise, why do people say Aizen is the strongest villain? Obviously Kaika Suijutsu is a part of him. But even Kaika Suijutsu failed to truly interpret Aizen. I'm afraid that in Kaika Suijutsu's heart, Aizen is a terrifying existence that he worships and even fears. Kaika Suijutsu's expression became even uglier, no longer as gentle as before. He looked at Yaun coldly, waved his hand and said, "Kill this arrogant human." The words fell. Kaika Suijutsu's several soul-severing knives materialized and rushed towards Yaun without hesitation. Urahara and others could only grit their teeth and face it. Chapter 110. Kyōraku, Jushiro, where are you? Urahara roared, pulled out Benihime from his waist and faced Senbonzakura. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The attack missed, and thousands of graceful sakura flowers inexplicably appeared around Senbonzakura, fluttering and scattering towards Urahara. This is Shikai. Urahara has a bit of a toothache, but can only free his Zan Soul Sword and fight with Kid and Senbonzakura at the same time. Play with fire, Hungji. Ah, Sode no Shirayuki, are you betraying our soul Zanto? The palm-sized queen bee elf, Suzumibaki, flew around Sode no Shirayuki at breakneck speed, looking at her with a hint of surprise. Have you forgotten how those Shinigami oppressed us and enslaved us? After the demon sword Muramasa freed them, Sode no Shirayuki was the first to betray them, which made Suzumibaki feel incredible. I didn't betray the soul-severing sword. Sode no Shirayuki held the pure white Zanhun sword and said calmly, however, the man I want to help is Yaun, and for this purpose, I can cooperate with Shinigami. As he spoke, the pure white soul-severing sword slashed down. Renji's Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the giant bone python, helplessly carrying Zangetsu and said, Zabimaru, the Baboon King, do you really want to fight me? To be honest, I recently acquired a new ability, but it is very powerful. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you look down on me? Kurosaki Ichigo. The baboon man and the snake woman stood on top of the giant bone python, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo angrily, and pushed the giant bone python without hesitation. The giant bone python roared to the sky and opened its mouth wide towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Baboon bone cannon. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed, and without drawing his soul Zandeo Bankai, he lightly grasped his face with his left hand, and a white and red hollow mask emerged. Zgayo no Kotori. Tessai Tsukabishi looked at the two blue dolls in front of him with a headache and said tentatively. Zgayo no Kotori, how about we just stay like this for a while and stop fighting? The two little blue dolls blinked. Unohana looked at the beast-like burly man in front of her with doubt and said, "Are you the Soul Zanto of Madarame Ikeku, from the 11th Division?" "That's right." The orc-like burly man rushed over enthusiastically, holding the soul-severing sword, laughing loudly and saying, 117 Laozi's name is Hisokameru, and I was born to fight. Unohana Laozi will fight you next. Unohana tilted his head and slowly drew out his soul-slaying sword. Ishida Uryu, Sato Yazutora, and Anu Orium faced the vice-captain level soul-severing swords. Yaun was a little confused. He looked at the two beauties in front of him. "Hanaten, Kwangwu. Yeah, do you have any comments?" Huatian, who has an extremely plump figure, looked at Yaun unhappily while carrying a long soul-slaying sword. "No, it's not an opinion." Yaun was speechless. "To be honest, I always thought that male Shinigami would awaken male souls and swords, and female Shinigami would awaken female souls and swords." Hearing this, Huatian immediately became interested and couldn't wait to complain, "I thought so too, but Kyōraku Shunsui is an old pervert. He even has a little bit of femininity in his heart." Just as Huatian was speaking, Kuanggu's figure suddenly flashed and appeared above Yaun. Brandy Ghost. The crazy bone short sword in her hand chopped down heavily. Yaun raised the Ruyi Jinggu bang without hesitation. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The heavy force acting on the Ruyi Jinggu bang caused Yaun's expression to change abruptly, and his arm dropped a few centimeters. What a heavy blow! He felt that Kyōraku Shunsui's sword was almost as powerful as Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni's. Huatian was a little surprised and said, "You actually blocked it, that's amazing. I thought you would be killed by this blow." Yaun, with a dark face, pushed back Kuanggu and said, "You two, if you want to fight, just fight. Don't try to sneak up on me, okay?" Huatian smiled and seemed to be about to speak, but suddenly a knife came down and said, "Not good at it, but happy alone." As the white cold wind raged, it gathered into two invisible blades, one on the left and one on the right, slashing towards Yaun's body. Splitting void. Yaun spoke lightly. The cold wind was directly blocked by the invisible wall. On the other side, Urahara was fighting Senbonzakura while reminding Yaun. "Yaun, you must be careful with Kaiten Kaikotsu's ability. It's a rule-based soul-severing sword. If you're not careful, you could die." While speaking, he also specifically explained to Yaun the capabilities of the Kaiten Kaikotsu rule system. Kaiten Kaikotsu can turn children's games into reality. As long as you step into the Ryutsu area of Kaiten Kaikotsu, you will be forced to participate in the game. All the rules are set by Kaiten Kaikotsu. Winning means survival, losing means death, even his master, Chun Shui, is no exception. But the game is not completely fair. Since the knife holder knows the rules of the game better than the enemy and has the right to change the game type at any time, the knife holder has an advantage in the game. "Senbonzakura, can't you just tell this BD to shut up?" Hanaten looked at Senbonzakura with dissatisfaction. The strongest point of the rule-based soul-slaying sword is the rules. Once the rules are understood by others, the strength will drop by 20% to 30%. Senbonzakura, dressed in samurai armor, remained silent and spoke coldly. "To the bank." Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Giant silver-white blades broke out of the ground, and when the wind blew, they turned into millions of dancing pink sakura flowers. Urahara scalp exploded. As he said before, his soul-slaying sword is a support type 1 and is not suitable for fighting at all. But Senbonzakura is a direct kill soul-slaying sword. Yaun listened thoughtfully and took the time to ask. What was the new ghost that Kuanggut just used? Urahara retreated while shouting, "That's a game for the higher UPS. If we stand higher than the enemy, the power of our strikes will increase dramatically." Before he could finish his words, Urahara Kisuke fell into danger, surrounded by thousands of sakura flowers. Does the one on top win? Yaun suddenly realized, ignored Urahara Kisuke's dangerous situation, turned to look at Kaiten Kaikotsuo and complained. Your soul-slashing swords abilities are a bit too perverted. With so many strange abilities, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. Huatian smiled and said, instead of talking about this, aren't you worried about the safety of your companions? Yaun's spiritual meridians were now spread out, and he could clearly understand the trend on the field. The two are evenly matched. It can even be said that they have the upper hand. Even though Urahara Kisuke was beaten so badly, he is still Urahara Kisuke, there is no need to worry about his life safety. The only person you need to pay attention to is Kaika Suijutsu, who is still standing in midair watching the fun. But Chihao and Yoruichi was watching him. Thinking about this, Yaun took a deep breath, held the end of the golden stick with both hands, and said with a smile. The rule-based soul-severing blade is indeed powerful, but it is definitely not invincible. Otherwise, the captain would be that old pervert Kyōraku Shunsui now. Huatian and Kuanggu's expressions changed slightly. Kuanggu said calmly, Yaun, what do you want to do? Yaun's Ryotsu rose straight up, and at the same time, strands of black and red spiritual power burst out from his body, polluting the blue spiritual power. The atmosphere of evil and darkness filled the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled. Have you ever heard of the saying one force can defeat 10 skills? The moment the words fell, Yaun's body completely degenerated into a hollow, and his Ryotsu increased by 30% compared to before, becoming violent and terrifying. The waving golden staff expanded tens of thousands of times in an instant. It's like a golden cloud falling from the sky. Huatian and Kuanggu's expressions changed in an instant, and they stood together without hesitation. The rule-based soul-slaying sword is certainly not invincible. Because the gap in strength was too great, they had no way of pulling the other party into the game. Just like Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. As long as the opponent strikes with a sword in the Bankai posture, no matter what the rules of the game are, everything will be burned to ashes under the flames. Shadow Ghost, no, it's too late. Huatian and Kuanggu took a step, and their figures instantly merged into the shadow distance under their feet. Yaun's swing of the stick hit nothing, but he simply extended the Ruyi Jinggu Bang infinitely and continued to swing it downwards. Bang! There was a loud bang. The baboon king Zabimaru, who looked like a giant white bone python, was hit hard by the Ruyi Jinggu Bang. From a distance, it looked as if a small white bone snake was stuck on a pillar of heaven, and it was carrying the small white bone snake and smashing towards Kaika Suijutsu. Kurosaki Ichigo gasped, his scalp tingling as he pointed at the baboon king Zabimaru. Yaun! Yaun! It's broken! It's broken! Stop it now! You're almost smashing Renji's soul Jandeo. He could clearly see that dense cracks were spreading on each section of the giant white bone python's bones. He fought with the baboon king Zabimaru for a long time, and was reluctant to use the second stage of hollow. I was afraid that I would break this soul-slaying sword. As a result, Yaun hit the baboon king Zabimaru with a stick and almost blew him to pieces. I can't take care of that anymore. Yaun roared, swung the golden stick, and smashed it hard at Kaika Suijutsu. He wanted to smash this outrageous soul-severing sword first. A flash of anger flashed in Kaika Suijutsu's eyes, and Tien Kui drew his soul-slaying sword to meet the golden stick. Boom! A deafening roar sounded. Kaika Suijutsu's face twisted instantly, and he felt a surge of overwhelming power, and a sharp pain like a broken wrist. Ugh! The roar resounded through the sky, but even so, Kaika Suijutsu could not withstand it. The figure was knocked away several thousand meters. As for the scene here, the golden long stick that runs through the sky and the earth can be seen from almost every corner of the Jingling Court. This includes the Shinigami. Yaun is here. Madarame Ikeko's eyes revealed surprise, and he prepared to stand up without hesitation. But as soon as he moved his body, he let out a groan and fell heavily again. Fortunately, he was hugged by Ayasukawa Yumichika. Ayasukawa Yumichika said helplessly, "Calm down, the wound you received from Tsugyo no Kotori 3 days ago has not healed yet." Madarame Ikeko's body was wrapped in dense white bandages, and blood could even be seen oozing out. As he spoke, Ayasukawa Yumichika also took a look at his injuries. His entire arm was almost cut off. It is the masterpiece of Tosenkan named Soul Jandeo Suzumushi. Beside the two, Kashiwamura Seijin gasped and said, "We have to go over and support them quickly, otherwise they won't be our opponents." Kyōraku Shunsui gave a wry smile, glanced at his own soul-slaying sword and said, "This is really not easy to do. After all, those swords over there are all our own soul-slaying swords. In the past, every Shinigami would be happy if their soul Jandeo possessed great power. But now all that is left is helplessness and a wry smile. The more powerful the soul-slaying sword is, the greater the threat it poses after materializing, and it may even be more lethal than its owner. Not to mention that there is now the soul-slaying sword Kaika Suijutsu. In the previous battle of the First Division, all the members of the Soul Zanpakuto team were Bankai, and the Shinigami team was almost beaten without any chance to fight back. I could only retreat to a corner, relying on Kid and the barrier to barely resist the opponent's attack. And all of them were seriously injured. Sui Feng was also injured, but her eyes were exceptionally bright, and she looked at the sky with confidence. Yaun and the captain were able to exchange a few blows, so what's Amir Aizen's soul-slaying sword to do? I think Kaika Suijutsu has already been sent flying. Abarai Renji said quietly. My soul-severing sword was also knocked away. It was almost broken into pieces. Many Shinigami present, thinking about the fact that the soul-slaying sword's power would disappear after being broken by an outsider, they felt like crying. What kind of thing is this? There is nothing wrong with killing them with the soul-slaying sword. But if an outsider kills the Zan Hunt, the Shinigami will no longer be able to use Bankai or even Chikai. It is equivalent to a 1,000-foot drop in strength in an instant. Even Kyōraku Shunsui couldn't help but sigh. If his Kaiden Kaikotsu is broken, he will probably become a captain without Bankai. Just thinking about it makes me feel melancholy. Let's go and take a look. Sui Feng gritted his teeth and stood up. She had been attacked by Senbonzakura before, and the fair skin of her left leg was covered with scars, making every step she took extremely difficult. Kyōraku Shunsui gritted his teeth and nodded. Then Hitsugaya and Kashiwamura Seijin stood up one after another. They are Shinigami of the Shirayuki after all. Have your own pride. How can we allow outsiders to save Jingling Court and then just sit back and reap the benefits? Ahem, I'm going to. Shirayuki started coughing violently and tried to support himself by going over to provide support. Kyōraku Shunsui was almost frightened to death and quickly asked Shirayuki to lie down. You'd better take a break first, otherwise I'm worried that you'll die of exhaustion on the way before you even get there to support us. Shirayuki's health was not good to begin with. He had been stabbed twice in the back by Haranmara before and almost froze to death on the spot. Just as several people were preparing to leave, Kaika Suijutsu's angry roar came from the sky. Mr. Muramasa, what are you doing? Haven't you dealt with their soul-slaying swords yet? Kyōraku Shunsui and the others' expressions changed instantly when they heard this, and an ominous premonition surged from their hearts. Chapter 111 Muramasa the Demon Sword, Kuchiki. Before this, no one thought that a soul-severing sword without an owner could be so powerful. But the demon sword Muramasa taught them a lesson. This soul-slaying sword, by its own power, instigated a rebellion against all the soul-slaying swordsmen who possessed Shikai and Bankai in the Shirayuki. He also implanted hatred and hostility towards Shinigami in the hearts of these materialized soul-slaying swords, making them full of hatred towards Shinigami. It can be said that this soul-severing sword almost created a hostile Jingling Court. Now the reappearance of this soul-severing sword means that his ability will be activated again, and the soul-severing sword that deceives others will manifest. Yaun, Kurosaki Ichigo, Yura Harakisuke, Unohana Retsu. Cold sweat formed on Kyōraku Shunsui's forehead. Is this the rhythm of adding 4 more captain-level soul-severing knives? But none of these 4 people are weak. If the soul-slaying sword were to betray him, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. Don't forget Shihao and Yoruichi. Shirayuki coughed twice and said weakly, although she doesn't use the Soulzan sword, her Soulzan sword also has Bankai. That's 5. Kyōraku Shunsui hurriedly took steps and limped towards the sky. $G, $G, $3. The sound of the knife and stick colliding was harsh. Yaun, holding the shrunken Rui Jingbang, fought fiercely with Kaika Suijutsu. Every clash between the two was like a thunderclap out of nowhere, causing the entire space to tremble and sending out a large number of sparks. But the more they fight, Kaika Suijutsu's expression became uglier. Because he found that his Kaika Suijutsu had no effect on Yaun at all, and he had no way to control the other party's 5 senses. That loser Aizen. Kaika Suijutsu couldn't help but curse in his heart. In order to activate the ability to control the 5 senses, the other party must have seen him release the soul-slaying sword. But whether during Aizen's time or here, Yaun had never seen him release his soul-slaying sword. With another collision, Yaun smiled and said, "Kaika Suijutsu, your palm is bleeding." A streak of blood suddenly appeared on the opponent's arm holding the soul-slaying sword, which was shattered by his powerful strength. Kaika Suijutsu had a gloomy expression and said nothing, his eyes looking towards the other soul-slaying swords. Everyone was fighting frantically. Among them, Hitsugaya was the worst off. He couldn't even use Bankai and was almost skinned alive by the smiling Unohana Retsu. Kaika Suijutsu cursed in his heart again, gritted his teeth and roared loudly. "Hwatyen, Kuangu, what are you two doing? Come and help me quickly. Have you forgotten that this is your enemy?" Not far from Kaika Suijutsu, under a ray of shadow, the figures of Hanaiden and Kaigat rose. He looked at Purification Shuya with cold eyes. Hwatyen said coldly, "Kaika Suijutsu, we are not your subordinates. If you dare to yell at us again, we will kill you." Kuangu said calmly, "Even if Aizen came here, he wouldn't dare to talk to us like this." Kaika Suijutsu has a room in his heart. The reason why these soul-slaying swords can be materialized is because of Muramis's bewitching ability, so they all obey Muramis's orders. He was merely given the right to manage by the other party. But how can one control these soul-severing swords? If you are not careful, you will be stabbed in the back by the other party. Thinking of this, Kaika Suijutsu had to suppress his anger, forced a smile and said, "Hwatyen, Kuangu, this guy is not only my enemy, but also your enemy. He will destroy the awakening of our soul-slaying sword." Nausea. Yaun felt a chill and said, "Could you please stop making that expression with Aizen's face? It's disgusting. If he saw it, he'd probably kill you, UBD." He had seen the villain Aizen's gentle smile, arrogant smile, and domineering smile. But this forced smile. It was his first time watching it. He's just like a servile, third-rate character. Kaika Suijutsu almost bit his teeth off. He hated it most when people said he was not as good as Aizen. He is clearly the opponent's soul-slaying sword. The two are one. At the same time. Hueco Mundo. No one knew what means were used, but in the empty main hall of Sui Palace, there suddenly appeared a water mirror created by Kid. The scene playing inside was exactly the scene of Jingling Ting. Aizen sat on the throne, his right hand resting on his temple, his head tilted, and he looked at the picture in the water mirror nonchalantly. Next to him, Ichimaru-jin said with a smile, "Captain Aizen, it's hard to believe that such a humble soul-slaying sword is yours. Aizen said calmly, "It's normal. He hates me, but he's also afraid of me, so he tries his best to imitate everything about me, but he can never become another me." Ichimaru-jin felt heavy in his heart. Even his soul-slaying sword is afraid of him. As expected of Aizen, the man who schemed against the entire world. He stared at the water mirror for a moment. "When I saw the devastated Jingling Court." Ichimaru-jin's eyes flashed with worry, then he smiled and said, "Captain Aizen, I think the Jingling Court is now powerless to fight back. Why don't we take this opportunity to eliminate them?" This was something he couldn't understand. All the captains have been seriously injured. The soul-slaying sword has even occupied the Jingling Court. The soul-severing swords of Yaun and his companions are about to betray them. It can be said that this is the darkest moment of Soul Society. As long as Aizen gives an order, Go Seong will easily take over Soul Society. But he had no intention of taking action. Aizen didn't say anything, but just squinted his eyes and looked at the figure of Urahara Kisuke in the water mirror. A long moment passed. He then said lightly, "Captain Yamamoto is still alive." Ichimaru-jin frowned slightly, not understanding what Aizen meant at all. The captain is still alive. But what's the difference between him and a dead person now? As long as he breaks his self-seal and materializes Rijinjaka, he might be able to kill this strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. But Aizen didn't give him an explanation this time. He just sat in the dark hall of Sui Palace, watching the images broadcast in the water mirror. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's Ryutsu is powerful enough to influence the entire Soul Society, and is a monster that has driven countless Shinigami to despair for millennia. And his soul-slaying sword, Rijinjaka, is also a monster. He simply didn't believe that the demon sword Muramasa could tame such a powerful soul-slaying sword. Katen Kaikotsushio no Kotori. Even with Muramasa's order, the former almost got into a fight because of Kaika Suijutsu's rude remarks. The latter simply slacked off with Tessite Tsukabishi. As the oldest soul-slaying sword of the fire element, Rijinjaka's temper would only be even more violent than that. If it were to materialize and fight the captain, it would be hard to say who would win or lose, but Jingling Court would definitely be destroyed. But that would happen. It means that he has personally released a reckless fire beast. Even he might die at the hands of the other party. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni has only one weakness, and that is Shirai. Once Jingling Court is destroyed, there were no more reins to hold the beast. In the silent court, although Hanaten and Kaika Suijutsu are dissatisfied with his arrogance, Muramasa's ability to bewitch others is still there, so they can only endure it. His eyes turned. The two women turned their cold gazes towards Yaun and said at the same time, "To the bank." Huatian clenched his long sword and thrust it into the ground, saying coldly, "Katen Kaikotsu." Kuanggu gripped the Kuanggu short sword tightly and thrust it into the ground, saying calmly, "In the heart of the black pine." The moment the two women finished speaking, the Shinigami present were shocked to find that although it was dusk, the sunlight was gradually dimming. And behind Huatian and Kuanggu, suddenly, a female shadow made of an unknown substance appeared. Then, the female shadow disappeared. From the twin swords stabbed into the ground, several black pine trees and pine needles extended out, and the surrounding scenery became dim. "Yaun, this is terrifying. This terrifying Ryutsu appears again," Rukia Kuchiki said with some fear. "That was the feeling a few days ago, as if we were in despair. Captain Kyōraku and Captain Jushiro were seriously injured at that time." Kurosaki Ichigo, who had wanted to come over, looked around nervously. "What's going on? I feel uneasy, as if the space has become much more oppressive." "Sode no Shirayuki, it's really disturbing. What kind of uncomfortable Bankai is this? It's like it's driving people into despair." Shihaoran Yoruichi said solemnly, "Calm down, Haru isn't that bad." Even though she said that. But several Shinigami still felt quite uneasy. Fortunately, they were not the only ones feeling uneasy, even the soul-slaying sword was affected. Yaun knocked hard on the golden lock stick. The crisp sound calmed him down. He looked at Hwatian and Kuang-gu solemnly. Terrifying Ryutsu, is this your Bankai? At this time, Hanaten and Kaigetsu's Ryutsu became extremely terrifying. If described by combat units, it was definitely at the level of 7 vehicles. Upon hearing this, Hwatian and Kuang-gu took a step forward and attacked Yaun from the left and right. Please give me flowers 0. Hwatian laughed and said, how is that possible? If it's just to make people feel scared, then wouldn't my Bankai be too simple? Kuang-gu said calmly, you will feel despair. FK, 2 soul-slaying swords that don't speak human language. Yaun couldn't help cursing in his heart. He was reading the comics of the Thousand-Year Blood War and didn't care about the details at all. God knows what these 2 women are capable of. Thinking about this, Yaun smashed the golden stick to the ground and said loudly. T. The golden stick grew longer in the wind. This time, Yaun did not control the size of the Ruyi Jingbang at all, allowing it to continue to grow until it reached the sky above his head and the ground below his feet. With a loud bang, a loud noise came from the sky barrier of Jingling Court. Yaun then picked up the huge golden pillar with both hands, and with a roar, smashed it hard towards the 3 soul-severing swords in front of him. Kaiten Kaikotsu, Kaika Suijutsu, the 3 soul-slaying swords looked at the golden pillar attacking in shock. I never expected Yaun's choice to be so brutal. Directly choose a carpet attack. Just by looking at the stick that covered the sky and the sun, they knew they couldn't dodge it, so they could only grit their teeth and swing their knives to chop at the doctor. Boom! Followed by a deafening bang. A violent shock wave spread in all directions. Rukia Kuchiki, who was unable to perform Bankai Ryutsu, as well as Ishida Uryu and Anu Orihime were the first to be swept away. The giant white bone python covered with cracks was also swept by the strong wind and crashed into the Palace of Confession. Next came the bruised and battered Hitsugaya. 0. But when he was blown out, he was almost in tears of excitement. Finally, we are going to get rid of that female devil. The smiling female devil didn't fight him head-on at all. Instead, she used her superb swordsmanship to continuously chop at his body. In just a few minutes, he felt like he had been stabbed at least thousands of times. A few more minutes. I guess only the skeleton is left. The remaining Shinigami and Soul Zanto all stopped moving. Looking at the terrifying shock wave in shock. Suzumibaki flapped his wings and hovered in mid-air, unable to help but exclaim, Yaun is amazing. This one strike almost wiped out the first division. The invisible shock wave alone destroyed all the walls and buildings on all sides. The first division was originally in ruins. At this moment, a layer of soil was scraped off. It was as if I had arrived at an endless yellow wasteland. The smoke and dust that was raised was like a sandstorm, blowing across the yellow wasteland and wreaking havoc on other squadrons and even the Shirayuki. Sode no Shirayuki smiled and said, of course Yaun-kun is amazing. He's the man I like. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Kaiten Kaikotsu and Kaika Suijutsu were no longer visible. All that could be seen was a golden, pillar-like existence, sunk deep into the soil, like a mountain that separated heaven and earth. Small. Yaun's mind moved, and the Ruyi Jingbang quickly shrank and turned back to its normal form and was held in his hand. A few seconds later, in the compacted and sunken soil, several mud-covered hands suddenly stretched out, pressed the soil, and pulled themselves out. It is Hwatian and Kuang-gu. Plus a Kaika Suijutsu. The 3 originally elegant and noble soul-slaying swords now seemed to have rolled around in the mud, and their bodies were in a mess. When he saw the soil on his body and felt the severe pain, Hwatian couldn't help but shout to Yaun, UBD, I'm Kyōraku Shunsui's soul-slaying sword. Aren't you afraid of beating me to death and making him unable to Bankai anymore? Kuang-gu gritted his teeth and said, You damned little devil, you made my body so dirty and even broke my arm. Kaika Suijutsu's face was gloomy and he said nothing. But he had the urge to kill Muramasa in his heart. I asked you to go and seduce Yaun and the others to use their soul-slaying sword, but you never came back for a long time. Did he die in that soul-slaying sword? Yaun looked at the three people's state, but couldn't help but admire and said with a smile, To be honest, I thought I could kill at least one of them with this stick. You three are really strong. Originally, he thought that Kyōraku Shunsui's fighting ability was far inferior to Aizen's. But now it seems that is not the case. At least when Aizen's didn't obtain Hagyaku, his strength with Kyōraku Shunsui should be about equal. Thinking about, Yaun took a step forward. Rushed towards Kaika Suijutsu again. Get rid of this disgusting guy first.